Social Science Contemporary India I. Textbook in Geography for Class 9. 0968. 31 TT. Contents. India, size and location. India is one of the ancient civilizations in the world. It has achieved multifaceted socio-economic progress during the last 5 decades. It has moved forward, displaying remarkable progress in the field of agriculture, industry, technology, and overall economic development. India has also contributed significantly to the making of world history. Location. India is a vast country. Lying entirely in the northern hemisphere, figure 1.1. The mainland extends between latitudes 8 degrees 4 minutes north and 37 degrees 6 minutes north and longitudes 68 degrees 7 minutes east and 97 degrees 25 minutes east. The Tropic of Cancer, 23 degrees 30 minutes north, divides the country into almost 2 equal parts. To the southeast and southwest of the mainland lie the Andaman and Nicobar Islands and the Lakshadweep Islands in Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea respectively. Find out the extent of these groups of islands from your atlas. Do you know? The southernmost point, the Indian Union Indira Point, got submerged under the seawater in 2004 during the tsunami. Size. The landmass of India has an area of 3.28 million square kilometers. India's total area accounts for about 2.4% of the total geographical. Figure 1.1, India in the world. Area of the world. From figure 1.2 it is clear that India is the 7th largest country of the world. India has a land boundary of about 15,200 kilometers and the total length of the coastline of the mainland, including Andaman and Nicobar and Lakshadweep, is 7,516.6 kilometers. India is bounded by the Jungfold Mountains in the northwest, north and northeast. South of about 22 degrees north latitude it begins to taper and extends towards the Indian Ocean, dividing it into 2 seas, the Arabian Sea on the west and the Bay of Bengal on its east. Look at figure 1.3 and note that the latitudinal and longitudinal extent of the mainland is about 30 degrees. Despite this fact, the east-west extent appears to be smaller than the north-south extent. From Gujarat to Arunachal Pradesh there is a time lag of 2 hours. Hence, time along the standard meridian of India, 82 degrees 30 minutes east, passing through Mirzapur in Uttar Pradesh, is taken as the standard time for the whole country. The latitudinal extent influences the duration of day and night as one moves from south to north. Firayat X, IIT. Why 82 degrees 30 minutes east has been selected as the standard meridian of India? Why is the difference between the durations of day and night hardly felt at Kanyakumari but not so in Kashmir? India and the world. The Indian landmass has a central location between the East and the West Asia. India is a southward extension of the Asian continent. The trans-Indian Ocean routes, which connect the countries of Europe in the west and the countries of East Asia, provide a strategic central location to India. Note that the Deccan Peninsula protrudes into the Indian Ocean, thus helping India to establish close contact with West Asia, Africa, and Europe from the western coast and with Southeast and East Asia from the eastern coast. No other country has a long coastline on the Indian Ocean as India has, and indeed, it is India's eminent position in Indian Ocean which justifies the naming Open Ocean after it. Do you know? Since the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869, India's distance from Europe has been reduced by 7,000 kilometers. Source: United Nations Demographic Yearbook 2015. Figure 1.2, 7 largest countries of the world. 2. Contemporary India. India, size and location. 3. Figure 1.4, India on international highway of trade and commerce. India's contacts with the world have continued through ages, but her relationships through the land routes are much older than her maritime contacts. The various passes across the mountains in the north have provided passages to the ancient travelers while the oceans restricted such interaction for a long time. These routes have contributed in the exchange of ideas and commodities since ancient times. The ideas of the Upanishads and the Ramayana, the stories of Pantantra, the Indian numerals, and the decimal system thus could reach many parts of the world. The spices, muslin, and other merchandise were taken from India to different countries. On the other hand, the influence of Greek sculpture and the architectural styles of dome and minarets from West Asia can be seen in different parts of our country. India's neighbors. India occupies an important strategic position in South Asia. India has 28 states and 8 union territories, figure 1.5. Really, along the western and eastern coasts. Area-wise, which is the smallest and which is the largest state? The states which do not have an international border or lie on the coast. Classify the states into 4 groups, each having common frontiers with I. Pakistan, 2. China, IL, Myanmar, and 4. Bangladesh. India shares its land boundaries with Pakistan and Afghanistan in the northwest, China, Tibet, Nepal and Bhutan in the north, and Myanmar and Bangladesh in the east. Our southern neighbors across the sea consist of the two island countries, namely. Do you know? D. Before 1947, there were two types of states in India, the provinces and the princely states. Provinces were ruled directly by British officials who were appointed by the viceroy. Princely states were ruled by local, hereditary rulers who acknowledged sovereignty in return for local autonomy. 4. Contemporary India. Figure 1.5, India and adjacent countries. Sri Lanka and Maldives. Sri Lanka is separated from India by a narrow channel of sea formed by the Pak Strait and the Gulf of Mannar, while Maldives Islands are situated to the south of the Lakshadweep Islands. India has had strong geographical and historical links with her neighbors. Look at the physical map of Asia in your atlas and note how India stands apart from the rest of Asia. Do you know School Bhuvan is a portal providing map-based learning to bring awareness among the students about the country's natural resources, environment, and their role in sustainable development? It is an initiative of Bhuvan NRSC/ISARO based on NCERT syllabus. You can explore various maps of India related to the secondary stage on 5. India, size and location. Exercise 1. Choose the right answer from the four alternatives given below. A. Rajasthan, C. Chhattisgarh, B. Odisha, D. Tripura. 2. The easternmost longitude of India is A. 97 degrees 25 minutes east, C. 77 degrees 6 minutes east, B. 68 degrees 7 minutes east, D. 82 degrees 32 minutes east. 3. Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, West Bengal, and Sikkim have common frontiers with A. China, C. Nepal, B. Bhutan, D. Myanmar. 4. If you intend to visit Kavaratti during your summer vacations, which one of the following Union territories of India you will be going to? A. Puducherry, C. Andaman and Nicobar, B. Lakshadweep, D. Daman and Diu. V. My friend hails from a country which does not share land boundary with India. Identify the country. A. Bhutan, C. Bangladesh, B. Tajikistan, D. Nepal. 2. Answer the following questions briefly. I. Name the group of islands lying in the Arabian Sea. 2. Name the countries which are larger than India. 3. Which island group of India lies to its southeast? 4. Which island countries are our southern neighbors? 3. The sun rises 2 hours earlier in Arunachal Pradesh as compared to Gujarat in the west, but the watches show the same time. How does this happen? For the central location of India at the head of the Indian Ocean is considered of great significance. Why? MS. 1. Identify the following with the help of map reading. I. The island groups of India lying in the Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal. 2. The countries constituting Indian subcontinent. 3. The states through which the Tropic of Cancer passes. 4. The northernmost latitude in degrees. V. The southernmost latitude of the Indian mainland in degrees. 6. The eastern and the westernmost longitude in degrees. 7. The place situated on the three seas. 8. The strait separating Sri Lanka from India. 9. The Union territories of India. P/A. I. Find out the longitudinal and latitudinal extent of your state. 2. Collect information about the Silk Route. Also find out the new developments which are improving communication routes in the regions of high altitude. 6. Contemporary India I. 0968CH02. Physical features of India. 2. You have already learned earlier that India is a vast country with varied landforms. What kind of terrain do you live in? If you live in the plains, you are familiar with the vast stretches of plain land. In contrast, if you live in hilly region, the rugged terrain with mountains and valleys are common features. In fact, our country has practically all major physical features of the earth, i.e., mountains, plains, deserts, plateaus, and islands. The land of India displays great physical variation. Geologically, the peninsular plateau constitutes one of the ancient landmasses on the Earth's surface. It was supposed to be one of the most stable land blocks. The Himalayas and the northern plains are the most recent landforms. From the viewpoint of geology, Himalayan mountains form an unstable zone. The whole mountain system of Himalaya represents a very youthful topography with high peaks, deep valleys, and fast-flowing rivers. The northern plains are formed of alluvial deposits. The peninsular plateau is composed of igneous and metamorphic rocks with gently rising hills and wide valleys. Major physiographic divisions. The physical features of India can be grouped under the following physiographic divisions. Figure 2.2. 1. The Himalayan mountains. 2. The northern plains. 3. The peninsular plateau. 4. The Indian desert. 5. The coastal plains. 6. The islands. The Himalayan mountains. The Himalayas, geologically young and structurally fold mountains, stretch over the northern borders of India. These mountain ranges run in a west-east direction from the Indus to the Brahmaputra. The Himalayas represent the loftiest and one of the most rugged mountain barriers of the world. They form an arc which covers a distance of about 2,400 kilometers. Their width varies from 400 kilometers in Kashmir to 150 kilometers in Arunachal Pradesh. The altitudinal variations are greater in the eastern half than those in the western half. The Himalaya consists of 3 parallel ranges in its longitudinal extent. A number of valleys lie between these ranges. The northernmost range is known as the Great or Inner Himalayas or the Himadri. It is the most continuous range consisting of the loftiest peaks with an average height of 6,000 meters. It contains all prominent Himalayan peaks. Figure 2.1, Himalayas. Some highest peaks of the Himalayas. The folds of the Great Himalayas are asymmetrical in nature. The core of this part of Himalayas is composed of granite. It is perennially snowbound and a number of glaciers descend from this range. Bifurcate. The names of the glaciers and passes that lie in the Great Himalayas. The name of the states where the highest peaks are located. The range lying to the south of the Himadri forms the most rugged mountain system and is known as Himachal or Lesser Himalaya. The ranges are mainly composed of offally compressed and altered rocks. The altitude varies between 3,700 and 4,500 meters and the average width is of 50 kilometers. While the Pirpunjal range forms the longest and the most important range, the Daladhar and the Mahabharat ranges are also prominent ones. This range consists of the famous valley of Kashmir, the Kangra and Kula Valley in Himachal Pradesh. This region is well known for its hill stations. Location of Mussoorie, Nainital, Ranikhet from your atlas and also name the state where they are located. The outermost range of the Himalayas is called the Shivaliks. They extend over a width. 8. Contemporary India I. Physical features of India. 9. Figure 2.2, Relief. Figure 2.3, the Himalayas. Of 10 to 50 kilometers and have an altitude varying between 900 and 1100 meters. These ranges are composed of unconsolidated sediments brought down by rivers from the main Himalayan ranges located farther north. These valleys are covered with thick gravel and alluvium. The longitudinal valley lying between Lesser Himalaya and the Shivaliks are known as duns. Debra Dun, Kotli Dun and Patli Dun are some of the well-known duns. Besides the longitudinal divisions, the Himalayas have been divided on the basis of regions from west to east. These divisions have been demarcated by river valleys. For example, the part of Himalayas lying between Indus and Satluj has been traditionally known as Punjab Himalaya, but it is also known regionally as Kashmir and Himachal Himalaya from west to east respectively. The part of the Himalayas lying between Satluj and Kali rivers is known as Kema Himalayas. The Kali and Thista rivers demarcate the Nepal Himalayas and the part lying between Thista and Dihang rivers is known as Assam Himalayas. There are regional names also in these broad categories. Find out some regional names of the Himalayas. The Brahmaputra marks the easternmost boundary of the Himalayas. Beyond the Dihang Gorge, the Himalayas bend sharply to the south and spread along the eastern boundary of India. They are known as the Purvikal or the Eastern Hills and Mountains. These hills running through the northeastern states are mostly composed of strong sandstones, which are sedimentary rocks. Covered with dense forests, they mostly run as parallel ranges and valleys. The Purvikal comprises the Patkai Hills, the Naga Hills, the Manipur Hills, and the Mizo Hills. Figure 2.4, Mizo HUIS. 10. Contemporary India I. The Northern Plain. The Northern Plain has been formed by the interplay of the 3 major river systems, namely the Indus, the Ganga, and the Brahmaputra along with their tributaries. This plain is formed of alluvial soil. The deposition of alluvium in a vast basin lying at the foothills of the Himalaya over millions of years formed this fertile plain. It spreads over an area of 7 lakh km. The plain being about 2,400 kilometers long and 240 to 320 kilometers broad is a densely populated physiographic division. With a rich soil cover combined with adequate water supply and favorable climate, it is agriculturally a productive part of India. Figure 2.5, the Northern Plains. The rivers coming from northern mountains are involved in depositional work. In the lower course, due to gentle slope, the velocity of the river decreases, which results in the formation of riverine islands. Do you know? Majul, the Brahmaputra River, is the largest inhabited riverine island in the world. The rivers in their lower course split into numerous channels due to the deposition of silt. These channels are known as distributaries. The northern plain is broadly divided into 3 sections. The western part of the northern plain is referred to as the Punjab Plains. Formed by the Indus and its tributaries, the larger part of this plain lies in Pakistan. The Indus and its tributaries, the Jhelum, the Chenab, the Ravi, the Beas, and the Satluj originate in the Himalaya. This section of the plain is dominated by the Dobes. Do you know? Doab is made up of 2 words, do meaning 2 and ab meaning water. Similarly, Punjab is also made up 2 words, punj meaning 5 and ab meaning water. The Ganga plain extends between Gagar and Teesta rivers. It is spread over North India in Haryana, Delhi, UP, Bihar, Parati Jharkhand and West Bengal. In the east, particularly in Assam, lies the Brahmaputra Plain. The northern plains are generally described as flat land with no variations in its relief. It is not true. These vast plains also have diverse relief features. According to the variations in relief features, the northern plains can be divided into 4 regions. The rivers, after descending from the mountains, deposit pebbles in a narrow belt of about 8 to 16 kilometers in width lying parallel to the slopes of the Shiwaliks. It is known as Babar. All the streams disappear in this Babar belt. South of this belt, the streams and rivers re-emerge and create a wet, swampy, and marshy region known as Teral. This was a thickly forested region full of wildlife. The forests have been cleared to create agricultural land and to settle migrants from Pakistan after partition. Locate Dudhwan National Park in this region. The largest part of the northern plain is formed of older alluvium. It lies above the floodplains of the rivers and presents a terrace-like feature. This part is known as Bungar. The soil in this region contains calcareous deposits, locally known as Kankar. The physical features of India. Newer, younger deposits of the floodplains are called Khadar. They are renewed almost every year and so are fertile, thus ideal for intensive agriculture. The Peninsular Plateau. The Peninsular Plateau is a tableland composed of the old crystalline, igneous, and metamorphic rocks. It was formed due to the breaking and drifting of the Gondwana land and thus making it a part of the oldest landmass. The plateau has broad and shallow valleys and rounded hills. This plateau consists of 2 broad divisions, namely the Central Highlands and the Deccan Plateau. The part of the Peninsular Plateau lying to the north of the Nirmada River, covering a major area of the Malwa Plateau, is known as the Central Highlands. The Vindhyan Range is bounded by the Satpura Range on the south and the Arvalis on the northwest. The further westward extension gradually merges with the sandy and rocky desert of Rajasthan. The flow of the rivers draining this region, namely the Chambal, the Sindh, the Betwa, and the Ken, is from southwest to northeast, thus indicating the slope. The Central Highlands are wider in the west but narrower in the east. The eastward extensions of this plateau are locally known as the Bundelkhand and Bagelkhand. Figure 2.6, a waterfall Tien Shotanagpur Plateau. The Shotanagpur Plateau marks the further eastward extension, drained by the Damodar River. The Deccan Plateau is a triangular landmass that lies to the south of the river Nirmada. The Satpura Range flanks its broad base in the north, while the Mahadev, the Kaimur Hills, and the Michael Range form its eastern extensions. Locate these hills and ranges in the physical map of India. The Deccan Plateau is higher in the west and slopes gently eastwards. An extension of the plateau is also visible in the northeast, locally known as the Meghalaya, Karbi-Anglong Plateau and North Kutcher Hills. It is separated by a fault from the Shotanagpur Plateau. 3 prominent hill ranges from the west to the east are the Garo, the Khasi, and the Jainsha Hills. The Western Ghats and the Eastern Ghats mark the western and the eastern edges of the Deccan Plateau respectively. Western Ghats lie parallel to the western coast. They are continuous and can be crossed through passes only. Locate the Thai, Bor, and Pal Ghats in the physical map of India. The Western Ghats are higher than the Eastern Ghats. Their average elevation is 900,1600 meters as against 600 meters of the Eastern Ghats. The Eastern Ghats stretch from the Mahanadi Valley to the Nidras in the south. The Eastern Ghats are discontinuous and irregular and dissected by rivers draining into the Bay of Bengal. The Western Ghats cause orographic rain by facing the rain-bearing moist winds to rise along the western slopes of the Ghats. The Western Ghats are known by different local names. The height of the Western Ghats progressively increases from north to south. The highest peaks include the Anamudi 2,695 meters and the Dodabetta 2,637 meters. Mahendragiri 1,501 meters is the highest peak in the Eastern Ghats. Chevroy Hills and the Javadi Hills are located to the southeast of the 12. Contemporary India I. Eastern Ghats. Locate the famous hill stations of Udagamandalam, popularly known as Udi, and the Kodaikanal. One of the distinct features of the Peninsular Plateau is the black soil area known as Daseen Trap. This is of volcanic origin, hence the rocks are igneous. Actually, these rocks have denuded over time and are responsible for the formation of black soil. The Arvali Hills lie on the western and northwestern margins of the Peninsular Plateau. These are highly eroded hills and are found as broken hills. They extend from Gujarat to Delhi in a southwest-northeast direction. The Indian Desert. The Indian Desert lies towards the western margins of the Arvali Hills. It is an undulating sandy plain covered with sand dunes. This region receives very low rainfall below 150 millimeters per year. It has arid climate with low vegetation cover. Streams appear during the rainy season. Soon after they disappear into the sand as they do not have enough water to reach the sea. Luni is the only large river in this region. Figure 2.7, the Indian Desert. Barkant's crescent-shaped dunes cover larger areas, but longitudinal dunes become more prominent near the Indo-Pakistan boundary. If you visit Jaisalmer, you may go to see a group of Barkants. The coastal plains. The peninsular plateau is flanked by a stretch of narrow coastal strips running along the Arabian Sea on the west and the Bay of Bengal on the east. The western coast, sandwiched between the Western Ghats and the Arabian Sea, is a narrow plain. It consists of 3 sections. The northern part of the coast is called the Konkan, Mumbai, Goa. The central stretch is called the Kunnud Plain, while the southern stretch is referred to as the Malabar Coast. Figure 2.8, the coastal plains. The plains along the Bay of Bengal are wide and level. In the northern part, it is referred to as the Northern Dreer, while the southern part is known as the Coromandel Coast. Large rivers such as the Mahanadi, the Godavari, the Krishna, and the Kaveri have formed extensive delta on this coast. Lake Chilika is an important feature along the eastern coast. The Chilika Lake is the largest saltwater lake in India. It lies in the state of Odisha to the south of the Mahanadi Delta. Physical features of India. 13. The islands. You have already seen that India has a vast mainland. Beside this, the county has 2 groups of islands. Can you identify these island groups? Figure 2.9, an island. Locate the Lakshadweep Islands group lying close to the Malabar coast of Kerala. This group of islands is composed of small coral islands. Earlier they were known as Lakadive, Minnakoi, and Amindive. In 1973, these were named as Lakshadweep. It covers small area of 32 square kilometers. Kavarati Island is the administrative headquarters of Lakshadweep. This island group has great diversity of flora and fauna. The Piti Island, which is uninhabited, has a bird sanctuary. Now we see the elongated chain of islands located in the Bay of Bengal extending from north to south. These are Andaman and Nicobar Islands. They are bigger in size and are more numerous and scattered. The entire group of islands is divided into 2 broad categories, the Andaman in the north and the Nicobar in the south. It is believed that these islands are an elevated portion of submarine mountains. These island groups are of great strategic importance for the country. There is great diversity of flora and fauna in this group of islands too. These islands lie close to equator and experience equatorial climate and has thick forest cover. India's only active volcano is found on Barren Island in Andaman and Nicobar group of islands. A detailed account of the different physiographic units highlights the unique features of each region. It would, however, be clear that each region complements the other and makes the country richer in its natural resources. The mountains are the major sources of water and forest wealth. The northern plains are the granaries of the country. They provide the base for early civilizations. The plateau is a storehouse of minerals which has played a crucial role in the industrialization of the country. The coastal region and island groups provide sites for fishing and port activities. Thus, the diverse physical features of the land have immense future possibilities of development. 14. Contemporary India I. Exercise. 1. Choose the right answer from the 4 alternatives given below. I. A landmass bounded by sea on 3 sides is referred to as A. Coast, C. Peninsula. B. Island. D. None of the above. 2. Mountain ranges in the eastern part of India forming its boundary with Myanmar are collectively called A. Himachal, C. Pervical. B. Uttarakhand. D. None of the above. 3. The western coastal strip south of Goa is referred to as A. Coromandel, C. Kunnud. B. Konkan. D. Northern Sarkar. 4. The highest peak in the eastern Ghats is A. Anaimudi, C. Mahendragiri. B. Kanchenjunga. D. Khasi. 2. Answer the following questions briefly. I. What is the Babaf? 2. Name the 3 major divisions of the Himalayas from north to south. 3. Which plateau lies between the Arvali and the Vindhyan ranges? 4. Name the island group of India having coral origin. 3. Distinguish between I. Bangar and Kedar. 2. Western Ghats and Eastern Ghats. 4. Which are the major physiographic divisions of India? Contrast the relief of the Himalayan region with that of the peninsular plateau. 5. Give an account of the northern plains of India. 6. Write short notes on the following. I. The Indian desert. 2. The Central Highlands. 3. The island groups of India. MS. On an outline map of India show the following. I. Mountain and hill ranges, the Karakoram, the Zaskar, the Patkai-Bum, the Jainsha, the Vindhya range, the Arvali, and the Cardamom hills. The second peaks K2, Kanchenjunga, Nanga Parbat, and the Anaimudi. 3. Plateaus, Chotanagpur and Malwa. 4. The Indian desert, Western Ghats, Lakshadweep Islands. Physical features of India. 15. P/A. Locate the peaks, passes, ranges, plateaus, hills, and duns hidden in the puzzle. Try to find where these features are located. You may start your search horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. 16. Contemporary India I. 3. T-term drainage describes the river system of an area. Look at the physical map. You will notice that small streams flowing from different directions come to form the main river, which ultimately drains into a large water body such as a lake or a sea or an ocean. The area drained by a single river system is called a drainage basin. A closer observation on a map will indicate that any elevated area, such as a mountain or an upland, separates two drainage basins. Such an upland is known as a water divide, Figure 3.1. Figure 3.1 Water divide. Do you know? The world's largest drainage basin is of the Amazon River. Drainage systems in India. The drainage systems of India are mainly controlled by the broad relief features of the subcontinent. Accordingly, the Indian rivers are divided into two major groups, the Himalayan rivers and the peninsular rivers. Apart from originating from the two major physiographic regions of India, the Himalayan and the peninsular rivers are different from each other in many ways. Most of the Himalayan rivers are perennial. It means that they have water throughout the year. These rivers receive water from rain as well as from melted snow from the lofty mountains. The two major Himalayan rivers, the Indus and the Brahmaputra, originate from the north of the mountain ranges. They have cut through the mountains making gorges. The Himalayan rivers have long courses from their source to the sea. Figure 3.2. A gorge. They perform intensive erosional activity in their upper courses and carry huge loads of silt and sand. In the middle and the lower courses, these rivers form meanders, oxbow lakes, and many other depositional features in their floodplains. They also have well-developed deltas. Figure 3.3. Figure 3.3. Some features made by rivers. The Himalayan rivers. The major Himalayan rivers are the Indus, the Ganga, and the Brahmaputra. These rivers are long and are joined by many large and important tributaries. A river along with its tributaries may be called a river system. The Indus River System. The river Indus rises in Tibet, near Lake Mansarovar. Flowing west, it enters India in the Ladakh. It forms a picturesque gorge in this part. Several tributaries, the Zaskar, the Nubra, the Shyok, and the Hunza, join it in the Kashmir region. The Indus flows through Baltistan and Gilgit and emerges from the mountains at Attock. The Satluj, the Beas, the Ravi, the Chenab, and the Jhelum join together to enter the Indus near Mathankot in Pakistan. Beyond this, the Indus flows southwards, eventually reaching the Arabian Sea, east of Karachi. The Indus Plain has a very gentle slope. With a total length of 2,900 kilometers, the Indus is one of the longest rivers of the world. A little over a third of the Indus Basin is located in India, Ladakh, Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh and Punjab, and the rest is in Pakistan. A large number of the peninsular rivers are seasonal, as their flow is dependent on rainfall. During the dry season, even the large rivers have reduced flow of water in their channels. The peninsular rivers have shorter and shallower courses as compared to their Himalayan counterparts. However, some of them originate in the central highlands and flow towards the west. Can you identify two such large rivers? Most of the rivers of peninsular India originate in the Western Ghats and flow towards the Bay of Bengal. According to the regulations of the Indus Water Treaty, 1960, India can use only 20% of the total water carried by the Indus River system. This water is used for irrigation in Punjab, Haryana, and the southern and the western parts of Rajasthan. The Ganga River System. The headwaters of the Ganga, called the Bhagirathi, is fed by the Gangotri Glacier and joined by the Alaknanda at Devaprayag in Uttarakhand. At Haridwar, the Ganga emerges from the mountains onto the plains. 19. Contemporary India. Drainage. 19. Figure 3.5. Confluence of Bhagirathi and Alaknanda at Devaprayag. The Ganga is joined by many tributaries from the Himalayas, a few of them being major rivers, such as the Yamuna, the Ghaghara, the Gandak, and the Kosi. The river Yamuna rises from the Yamunotri Glacier in the Himalayas. It flows parallel to the Ganga and as a right bank tributary meets the Ganga at Allahabad. The Ghaghara, the Gandak, and the Kosi rise in the Nepal Himalaya. They are the rivers which flood parts of the northern plains every year, causing widespread damage to life and property, whereas they enrich the soil for agricultural use. The main tributaries, which come from the peninsular uplands, are the Chumbel, the Betwa, and the Sun. These rise from semi-arid areas, have shorter courses, and do not carry much water in them. Find out where and how they ultimately join the Ganga. Do you know? Namami Gange program is an integrated conservation mission approved as a flagship program by the Union government in June 2014 to accomplish the twin objectives of effective abatement of pollution, conservation and rejuvenation of the national river, Ganga. You may explore about this project at namamiganga.sspx hashtag. Enlarged with the waters from its right and left bank tributaries, the Ganga flows eastwards till Farakka in West Bengal. This is the northernmost point of the Ganga Delta. The river bifurcates here. The Bhagirathi Hooghly, a distributary, flows southwards through the deltaic plains to the Bay of Bengal. The mainstream flows southwards into Bangladesh and is joined by the Brahmaputra. Further downstream, it is known as the Meghna. This mighty river, with waters from the Ganga and the Brahmaputra, flows into the Bay of Bengal. The delta formed by these rivers is known as the Sundarban Delta. Do you know? Tbis Tobandi via its name from the Sundari tree, which grows well in marshland. It is the world's largest and fastest growing delta. It is also the home of Royal Bengal tiger. The length of the Ganga is over 2,500 kilometers. Look at figure 3.4. Can you identify the type of drainage pattern formed by the Ganga river system? Ambala is located on the water divide between the Indus and the Ganga river systems. The plains from Ambala to the Sundarban stretch over nearly 1,800 kilometers, but the fall in its slope is hardly 300 meters. In other words, there is a fall of just 1 meter for every 6 kilometers. Therefore, the river develops large meanders. The Brahmaputra river system. The Brahmaputra rises in Tibet east of Mansarovar Lake, very close to the sources of the Indus and the Satluj. It is slightly longer than the Indus, and most of its course lies outside India. It flows eastwards parallel to the Himalayas. On reaching the Namcha Barwa, 7,757 m, it takes a U-turn and enters India in Arunachal Pradesh through a gorge. Here, it is called the Dihang, and it is joined by the Dibang, the Lohit, and many other tributaries to form the Brahmaputra in Assam. Do you know? Brahmaputra is known as the Sangpur in Tibet and Jamuna in Bangladesh. 20. Contemporary India I. In Tibet, the river carries a smaller volume of water and less silt as it is a cold and a dry area. In India, it passes through a region of high rainfall. Here the river carries a large volume of water and considerable amount of silt. The Brahmaputra has a braided channel in its entire length in Assam and forms many riverine islands. Do you remember the name of the world's largest riverine island formed by the Brahmaputra? Every year during the rainy season, the river overflows its banks, causing widespread devastation due to floods in Assam and Bangladesh. Unlike other North Indian rivers, the Brahmaputra is marked by huge deposits of silt on its bed, causing the riverbed to rise. The river also shifts its channel frequently. The peninsular rivers. The main water divide in peninsular India is formed by the Western Ghats, which runs from north to south close to the western coast. Most of the major rivers of the peninsula, such as the Mahanadi, the Godavari, the Krishna, and the Kaveri, flow eastwards and drain into the Bay of Bengal. These rivers make deltas at their mouths. There are numerous small streams flowing west of the Western Ghats. The Nirmada and the Tapi are the only long rivers, which flow west and make estuaries. The drainage basins of the peninsular rivers are comparatively smaller in size. The Nirmada Basin. The Nirmada rises in the Amarkantak Hills in Madhya Pradesh. It flows towards the west in a rift valley formed due to faulting. On its way to the sea, the Nirmada creates many picturesque locations. The Marble Rocks, near Jabalpur, where the Nirmada flows through a deep gorge, and the Dwadhar Falls, where the river plunges over steep rocks, are some of the notable ones. Do you know? The Nirmada River Conservation Mission has been undertaken by the government of Madhya Pradesh by a scheme named Namami Devi Narmade. You may visit their website, http:/, to learn more about it. All tributaries of the Nirmada are very short, and most of these join the main stream at right angles. The Nirmada Basin covers parts of Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat. The Tapi Basin. The Tapi rises in the Satpura Ranges, in the Batul district of Madhya Pradesh. It also flows in a rift valley parallel to the Nirmada, but it is much shorter in length. Its basin covers parts of Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, and Maharashtra. The coastal plains between Western Ghats and the Arabian Sea are very narrow. Hence, the coastal rivers are short. The main west-flowing rivers are Sabarmati, Mahi, Bharathpuzha, and Periyar. Find out the states in which these rivers drain the water. The Godavari Basin. The Godavari is the largest peninsular river. It rises from the slopes of the Western Ghats in the Nasik district of Maharashtra. Its length is about 1,500 kilometers. It drains into the Bay of Bengal. Its drainage basin is also the largest among the peninsular rivers. The basin covers parts of Maharashtra. About 50% of the basin area lies in Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, and Andhra Pradesh. The Godavari is joined by a number of tributaries, such as the Puma, the Verdha, the Prunhita, the Mandra, the Wainganga, and the Penganga. The last three tributaries are very large. Because of its length and the area it covers, it is also known as the Dakshin Ganga. The Mahanadi Basin. The Mahanadi rises in the highlands of Chhattisgarh. It flows through Odisha to reach. 21. Drainage. The Bay of Bengal. The length of the river is about 860 kilometers. Its drainage basin is shared by Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, and Odisha. The Krishna Basin. Rising from a spring near Mahabaleshwar, the Krishna flows for about 1,400 kilometers and reaches the Bay of Bengal. The Tungabhadra, the Koyana, the Gatprabha, the Musi, and the Bhima are some of its tributaries. Its drainage basin is shared by Maharashtra, Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh. The Kavert Basin. The Kaveri rises in the Brahmagiri range of the Western Ghats, and it reaches the Bay of Bengal in south of Cuddalore in Tamil Nadu. The total length of the river is about 760 kilometers. Its main tributaries are Amravati, Bhavani, Hemavati, and Kabini. Its basin drains parts of Karnataka, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu. Do you know? The river Zaveri makes the second biggest waterfall in India, known as Shivasamudram Falls. The hydroelectric power generated from the falls is supplied to Mysore, Bengaluru, and the Kolar Gold Field. Filftxhit. The name of the biggest waterfall in India. Besides these major rivers, there are some smaller rivers flowing towards the east. The Damodar, the Brahman, the Baitarni, and the Subamrika are some notable examples. Locate them in your atlas. Do you know? 71% of the world's surface is covered with water, but 97% of that is salt water. Of the 3% that is available as freshwater, 3/4 of it is trapped as ice. Lakes. You may be familiar with the Valley of Kashmir and the famous Dal Lake, the houseboats and shikaras, which attract thousands of tourists every year. Similarly, you may have visited some other tourist spot near a lake and enjoyed boating, swimming, and other water games. Imagine that if Srinagar, Nainital, and other tourist places did not have a lake, would they have been as attractive as they are today? Have you ever tried to know the importance of lakes in making a place attractive to tourists? Apart from attraction for tourists, lakes are also useful to human beings in many ways. Phi at pound, oot. Lakes of large extent are called seas, like the Caspian, the Dead, and the Aral Seas. India has many lakes. These differ from each other in size and other characteristics. Most lakes are permanent. Some contain water only during the rainy season, like the lakes in the basins of inland drainage of semi-arid regions. There are some lakes which are the result of the action of glaciers and ice sheets, while others have been formed by wind, river action, and human activities. A meandering river across a floodplain forms cutoffs that later develops into oxbow lakes. Spits and bars form lagoons in the coastal areas, e.g. the Chilika Lake, the Pulicat Lake, and the Kalaru Lake. Lakes in the region of inland drainage are sometimes seasonal. For example, the Sumbar Lake in Rajasthan, which is a salt water lake. Its water is used for producing salt. Most of the freshwater lakes are in the Himalayan region. They are of glacial origin. In other words, they formed when glaciers dug out a basin, which was later filled with snowmelt. The Wooler Lake in Jammu and Kashmir, in contrast, is the result of tectonic activity. It is the largest freshwater lake in India. The Dal Lake, Bhimtal, Nainital, Loktak, and Barapani are some other important freshwater lakes. Figure 3.6. Loktak Lake. 22. Contemporary India. Apart from natural lakes, the damming of the rivers for the generation of tidal power has also led to the formation of lakes, such as Guru Gobind Sagar, Bakra Nungal Project. Activity. Make a list of natural and artificial with the help of the atlas. Lakes are of great value to human beings. A lake helps to regulate the flow of a river. During heavy rains, it prevents flooding, and during the dry season, it helps to maintain an even flow of water. Lakes can also be used for developing tidal power. They moderate the climate of the surroundings, maintain the aquatic ecosystem, enhance natural beauty, help develop tourism, and provide recreation. Role of rivers in the economy. Rivers have been of fundamental importance throughout the human history. Water from rivers is a basic natural resource essential for various human activities. Therefore, riverbanks have attracted settlers from ancient times. These settlements have now become big cities. Make a list of cities in your state which are located on the bank of a river. Using rivers for irrigation, navigation, hydropower generation is of special significance, particularly to a country like India where agriculture is the major source of livelihood of the majority of its population. River pollution. The growing domestic, municipal, industrial, and agricultural demand for water from rivers naturally affects the quality of water. As a National River Conservation Plan, NRCP. Result, more and more water is being drained out of the rivers, reducing their volume. On the other hand, a heavy load of untreated sewage and industrial effluents are emptied into the rivers. This affects not only the quality of water but also the self-cleansing capacity of the river. For example, given the adequate stream flow, the Ganga water is able to dilute and assimilate pollution loads within 20 kilometers of large cities. But the increasing urbanization and industrialization do not allow it to happen, and the pollution level of many rivers has been rising. Concern over rising pollution in our rivers led to the launching of various action plans to clean the rivers. Have you heard about such action plans? How does our health get affected by polluted river water? Think about life of human beings without fresh water. Arrange a debate on this topic in the class. Exercise. I. Choose the right answer from the 4 alternatives given below. I. In which of the following states is the Wooler Lake located? A. Rajasthan. C. Punjab. B. Uttar Pradesh. D. Jammu and Kashmir. Drainage. 23. 2. The river Nirmada has its source at A. Satpura. C. Amarkantak. B. Brahmagiri. D. Slopes of the Western Ghats. 3. Which one of the following lakes is a salt water lake? A. Sumbar. C. Wooler. B. Dal. D. Gobind Sagar. 4. Which one of the following is the longest river of the peninsular India? A. Nirmada. C. Godavari. B. Krishna. D. Mahanadi. V. Which one amongst the following rivers flows through a rift valley? A. Mahanadi. C. Krishna. B. Tungabhadra. D. Tapi. 2. Answer the following questions briefly. I. What is meant by a water divide? Give an example. 2. Which is the largest river basin in India? 3. Where do the rivers Indus and Ganga have their origin? 4. Name the 2 headstreams of the Ganga. Where do they meet to form the Ganga? V. Why does the Brahmaputra in its Tibetan part have less silt, despite a longer course? 6. Which 2 peninsular rivers flow through trough? 7. State some economic benefits of rivers and lakes. 3. Below are given names of a few lakes of India. Group them under 2 categories, natural and created by human beings. A. Wooler. B. Dal. C. Nainital. D. Bhimtal. E. Gobind Sagar. F. Loktak. G. Barapani. H. Chilika. I. Sumbar 0. Rana Pratap Sagar. K. Nizam Sagar. 1. Pulikat. M. Nagarjuna Sagar. N. Hirakund. 4. Discuss the significant difference between the Himalayan and the peninsular rivers. 5. Compare the east-flowing and the west-flowing rivers of the peninsular plateau. 6. Why are rivers important for the country's economy? Map skills. I. On an outline map of India, mark and label the following rivers: Ganga, Satluj, Damodar, Krishna, Nirmada, Tapi, Mahanadi, and Brahmaputra. 2. On an outline map of India, mark and label the following lakes: Chilika, Sumbar, Wooler, Pulikat, Kalaru. 24. Contemporary India. I. Project/activity. Solve this crossword puzzle with the help of given clues. Across. 1. Nagarjuna Sagar is a river valley project. Name the river. 2. The longest river of India. 3. The river which originates from a place known as Biaskund. 4. The river which rises in the Batul district of MP and flows westwards. 5. The river which was known as the Sorrow of West Bengal. 6. The river on which the reservoir for Indira Gandhi Canal has been built. 7. The river whose source lies near Rohtang Pass. 8. The longest river of peninsular India? Down. 9. A tributary of Indus originating from Himachal Pradesh. 10. The river flowing through fault drains into the Arabian Sea. 11. A river of South India which receives rainwater both in summer and winter. 12. A river which flows through Ladakh, Gilgit, and Pakistan. 13. An important river of the Indian desert. 14. The river which joins Chenab in Pakistan. 15. A river which rises at Yamunotri Glacier. Drainage. 25. 0968CH04 Climate. 4. In the last 2 chapters you have read about the landforms and the drainage of our country. These are the 2 of the 3 basic elements that one learns about the natural environment of any area. In this chapter you will learn about the 3rd, that is, the atmospheric conditions that prevail over our country. Why do we wear woolens in December, or why it is hot and uncomfortable in the month of May, and why it rains in June, July? The answers to all these questions can be found out by studying about the climate of India. Climate refers to the sum total of weather conditions and variations over a large area for a long period of time, more than 30 years. Weather refers to the state of the atmosphere over an area at any point of time. The elements of weather and climate are the same, i.e. temperature, atmospheric pressure, wind, humidity, and precipitation. You may have observed that the weather conditions fluctuate very often even within a day. But there is some common pattern over a few weeks or months, i.e. days are cool or hot, windy or calm, cloudy or bright, and wet or dry. On the basis of the generalized monthly atmospheric conditions, the year is divided into seasons such as winter, summer, or rainy seasons. The world is divided into a number of climatic regions. Do you know what type of climate India has and why it is so? We will learn about it in this chapter. Do you know the word monsoon is derived from the Arabic word mausim, which literally means season. Monsoon refers to the seasonal reversal in the wind direction during a year. The climate of India is described as the monsoon type. In Asia, this type of climate is found mainly in the south and the southeast. Despite an overall unity in the general pattern, there are perceptible regional variations in climatic conditions within the country. Let us take two important elements, temperature and precipitation, and examine how they vary from place to place and season to season. In summer, the mercury occasionally touches 50 degrees Celsius in some parts of the Rajasthan desert, whereas it may be around 20 degrees Celsius in Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir. On a winter night, temperature at Dras in Jammu and Kashmir may be as low as -45 degrees Celsius. Tiruvananthapuram, on the other hand, may have a temperature of 22 degrees Celsius. Do you know in certain places there is a wide difference between day and night temperatures? In the Thar Desert, the day temperature may rise to 50 degrees Celsius and drop down to near 15 degrees Celsius the same night. On the other hand, there is hardly any difference in day and night temperatures in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands or in Kerala. Let us now look at precipitation. There are variations not only in the form and types of precipitation but also in its amount and the seasonal distribution. While precipitation is mostly in the form of snowfall in the upper parts of Himalayas, it rains over the rest of the country. The annual precipitation varies from over 400 centimeters in Meghalaya to less than 10 centimeters in Ladakh and western Rajasthan. Most parts of the country receive rainfall from June to September. But some parts like the Tamil Nadu, Filfatxh. Factors affecting India's climate. Latitude. Climatic controls. Altitude. Pressure and winds. 27. Climate. India has mountains to the north which have an average height of about 6,000 meters. India also has a vast coastal area where the maximum elevation is about 30 meters. The Himalayas prevent the cold winds from Central Asia from entering the subcontinent. It is because of these mountains that the subcontinent experiences comparatively milder winters as compared to Central Asia. The Tropic of Cancer passes through the middle of the country from the Rann of Kutch in the west to Mizoram in the east. Almost half of the country lying south of the Tropic of Cancer belongs to the tropical area. All the remaining area north of the tropic lies in the subtropics. Therefore, India's climate has characteristics of tropical as well as subtropical climates. Finally, relief too plays a major role in determining the climate of a place. High mountains act as barriers for cold or hot winds. They may also cause precipitation if they are high enough and lie in the path of rain-bearing winds. The leeward side of mountains remains relatively dry. There are 6 major controls of the climate of any place. They are latitude, altitude, pressure and wind system, distance from the sea, continentality, ocean currents, and relief features. Due to the curvature of the Earth, the amount of solar energy received varies according to latitude. As a result, air temperature generally decreases from the equator towards the poles. As one goes from the surface of the Earth to higher altitudes, the atmosphere becomes less dense and temperature decreases. The hills are therefore cooler during summers. The pressure and wind system of any area depend on the latitude and altitude of the place. Thus it influences the temperature and rainfall pattern. The sea exerts a moderating influence on climate. As the distance from the sea increases, its moderating influence decreases and the people experience extreme weather conditions. This condition is known as continentality, i.e. very hot during summers and very cold during winters. Ocean currents along with onshore winds affect the climate of the coastal areas. For example, any coastal area with warm or cold currents flowing past it will be warmed or cooled if the winds are onshore. Why most of the world's deserts are located in the western margins of continents in the subtropics. The climate and associated weather conditions in India are governed by the following atmospheric conditions: pressure and surface winds, upper air circulation and western cyclonic disturbances and tropical cyclones. India lies in the region of northeasterly winds. These winds originate from the subtropical high-pressure belt of the northern coast gets a large portion of its rain during October and November. In general, coastal areas experience less contrasts in temperature conditions. Seasonal contrasts are more in the interior of the country. There is decrease in rainfall generally from east to west in the northern plains. These variations have given rise to variety in lives of people in terms of the food they eat, the clothes they wear, and also the kind of houses they live in. FUT. Why the houses in Rajasthan have thick walls and flat roofs? Why is it that the houses in the Tural region and in Goa and Mangalore have sloping roofs? Why houses in Assam are built on stilts? Hemisphere. They blow southwards, get deflected to the right due to the Coriolis force, and move towards the equatorial low-pressure area. Generally, these winds carry little moisture as they originate and blow over land. Therefore, they bring little or no rain. Hence, India should have been an arid land, but it is not so. Let us see why. Coriolis force, an apparent force caused by the Earth's rotation. The Coriolis force is responsible for deflecting winds towards the right in the northern hemisphere and towards the left in the southern hemisphere. This is also known as Farrell's law. The pressure and wind conditions over India are unique. During winter, there is a high-pressure area north of the Himalayas. Cold, dry winds blow from this region to the low-pressure areas over the oceans to the south. In summer, a low-pressure area develops over interior Asia as well as over northwestern India. This causes a complete reversal of the direction of winds during summer. Air moves from the high-pressure area over the southern Indian Ocean in a southeasterly direction, crosses the equator, and turns right towards the low-pressure areas over the Indian subcontinent. These are known as the southwest monsoon winds. These winds blow over the warm oceans, gather moisture, and bring widespread rainfall over the mainland of India. The seasons. The monsoon type of climate is characterized by a distinct seasonal pattern. The weather conditions greatly change from one season to the other. These changes are particularly noticeable in the interior parts of the country. The coastal areas do not experience much variation in temperature, though there is variation in rainfall pattern. How many seasons are experienced in your place? For main seasons can be identified in India: the cold weather season, the hot weather season, the advancing monsoon, and the retreating monsoon, with some regional variations. The cold weather season, winter. The cold weather season begins from mid-November in northern India and stays till February. December and January are the coldest months in the northern part of India. The temperature decreases from south to the north. The average temperature of Chennai on the eastern coast is between 24 to 25 degrees Celsius, while in the northern plains it ranges between 10 degrees Celsius and 15 degrees Celsius. Days are warm and nights are cold. Frost is common in the north, and the higher slopes of the Himalayas experience snowfall. During this season, the northeast trade winds prevail over the country. They blow from land to sea, and hence, for most part of the country, it is a dry season. Some amount of rainfall occurs on the Tamil Nadu coast from these winds, as here they blow from sea to land. In the northern part of the country, a feeble high-pressure region develops, with light winds moving outwards from this area. Influenced by the relief, these winds blow through the Ganga Valley from the west and the northwest. The weather is normally marked by clear sky, low temperatures, and low humidity, and feeble, variable winds. A characteristic feature of the cold weather season over the northern plains is the inflow of cyclonic disturbances from the west and the northwest. These low-pressure systems originate over the Mediterranean Sea and western Asia and move into India along with the westerly flow. They cause the much-needed winter rains over the plains and snowfall in the mountains. Although the total amount of winter rainfall, locally known as Mukthawat, is small, they are of immense importance for the cultivation of rabi crops. The peninsular region does not have a well-defined cold season. There is hardly any noticeable seasonal change in temperature pattern during winters due to the moderating influence of the sea. 28. Contemporary India I. 29. Figure 4.1, Advancing Monsoon. The hot weather season, summer. Due to the apparent northward movement of the sun, the global heat belt shifts northwards. As such, from March to May, it is hot weather season in India. The influence of the shifting of the heat belt can be seen clearly from temperature recordings taken during March-May at different latitudes. In March, the highest temperature is about 38 degrees Celsius recorded on the Deccan Plateau. In April, temperatures in Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh are around 42 degrees Celsius. In May, temperature of 45 degrees Celsius is common in the northwestern parts of the country. In peninsular India, temperatures remain lower due to the moderating influence of the oceans. The summer months experience rising temperature and falling air pressure in the northern part of the country. Towards the end of May, an elongated low-pressure area develops in the region extending from the Thar Desert in the northwest to Patna and Chotanagpur Plateau in the east and southeast. Circulation of air begins to set in around this trough. A striking feature of the hot weather season is the Lu. These are strong, gusty, hot, dry winds blowing during the day over the north and northwestern India. Sometimes they even continue until late in the evening. Direct exposure to these winds may even prove to be fatal. Dust storms are very common during the month of May in northern India. These storms bring temporary relief as they lower the temperature and may bring light rain and cool breeze. This is also the season for localized thunderstorms associated with violent winds, torrential downpours often accompanied by hail. In West Bengal, these storms are known as the Kalbasaki. Towards the close of the summer season, pre-monsoon showers are common especially in Kerala and Karnataka. They help in the early ripening of mangoes and are often referred to as mango showers. 30. Advancing monsoon, the rainy season. By early June, the low-pressure condition over the northern plains intensifies. It attracts the trade winds of the southern hemisphere. These southeast trade winds originate over the warm subtropical areas of the southern oceans. They cross the equator and blow in a southwesterly direction, entering the Indian peninsula as the southwest monsoon. As these winds blow over warm oceans, they bring abundant moisture to the subcontinent. These winds are strong and blow at an average velocity of 30 kilometers per hour. With the exception of the extreme northwest, the monsoon winds cover the country in about a month. The inflow of the southwest monsoon into India brings about a total change in the weather. Early in the season, the windward side of the Western Ghats receives very heavy rainfall, more than 250 centimeters. The Deccan Plateau and parts of Madhya Pradesh also receive some amount of rain in spite of lying in the rain shadow area. The maximum rainfall of the season is received in the northeastern part of the country. Mawsynram in the southern ranges of the Khasi Hills receives the highest average rainfall in the world. Rainfall in the Ganga Valley decreases from the east to the west. Rajasthan and parts of Gujarat get scanty rainfall. Another phenomenon associated with the monsoon is its tendency to have breaks in rainfall. Thus, it has wet and dry spells. In other words, the monsoon rains take place only for a few days at a time. They are interspersed with rainless intervals. These breaks in monsoon are related to the movement of the monsoon trough. For various reasons, the trough and its axis keep on moving northward or southward, which determines the spatial distribution of rainfall. When the axis of the monsoon trough lies over the plains, rainfall is good in these parts. On the other hand, whenever the axis shifts closer to the Himalayas, there are longer dry spells in the plains and widespread rain occur in the mountainous catchment areas of the Himalayan rivers. These heavy rains bring in contemporary India. Figure 4.2, retreating monsoon. Climate. 31. Their wake, devastating floods causing damage to life and property in the plains. The frequency and intensity of tropical depressions too determine the amount and duration of monsoon rains. These depressions form at the head of the Bay of Bengal and cross over to the mainland. The depressions follow the axis of the monsoon trough of low pressure. The monsoon is known for its uncertainties. The alternation of dry and wet spells vary in intensity, frequency, and duration. While it causes heavy floods in one part, it may be responsible for droughts in the other. It is often irregular in its arrival and its retreat. Hence, it sometimes disturbs the farming schedule of millions of farmers all over the country. Retreating/post-monsoons, the transition season. During October-November, with the apparent movement of the sun towards the south, the monsoon trough or the low-pressure trough over the northern plains becomes weaker. This is gradually replaced by a high-pressure system. The southwest monsoon winds weaken and start withdrawing gradually. By the beginning of October, the monsoon withdraws from the northern plains. The months of October-November form a period of transition from hot rainy season to dry winter conditions. The retreat of the monsoon is marked by clear skies and rise in Mawsynram, the wettest place on the earth, is also reputed for its stalagmite and stalactite caves. Temperature. While day temperatures are high, nights are cool and pleasant. The land is still moist. Owing to the conditions of high temperature and humidity, the weather becomes rather oppressive during the day. This is commonly known as October heat. In the second half of October, the mercury begins to fall rapidly in northern India. The low-pressure conditions over northwestern India get transferred to the Bay of Bengal by early November. This shift is associated with the occurrence of cyclonic depressions which originate over the Andaman Sea. These cyclones generally cross the eastern coasts of India, cause heavy and widespread rain. These tropical cyclones are often very destructive. The thickly populated deltas of the Godavari, the Krishna, and the Kaveri are frequently struck by cyclones which cause great damage to life and property. Sometimes these cyclones arrive at the coasts of Odisha, West Bengal, and Bangladesh. The bulk of the rainfall of the Coromandel coast is derived from depressions and cyclones. Distribution of rainfall. Parts of western coast and northeastern India receive over about 400 centimeters of rainfall annually. However, it is less than 60 centimeters in western Rajasthan and adjoining parts of Gujarat, Haryana, and Punjab. Rainfall is equally low in the interior of the Deccan Plateau and east of the Sahyadris. Why do these regions receive low rainfall? A third area of low precipitation is around Leh in Jammu and Kashmir. The rest of the country receives moderate rainfall. Snowfall is restricted to the Himalayan region. Owing to the nature of monsoons, the annual rainfall is highly variable from year to year. Variability is high in the regions of low rainfall, such as parts of Rajasthan, Gujarat, and the leeward side of the Western Ghats. As such, while areas of high rainfall are liable to be affected by floods, areas of low rainfall are drought-prone, figure 4.3. A monsoon as a unifying bond. You have already known the way the Himalayas protect the subcontinent from extremely cold winds from Central Asia. This enables northern India to have uniformly higher temperatures compared to other areas on the same latitudes. Similarly, the peninsular plateau under the influence of the sea from three sides has moderate temperatures. Despite such, 32. Contemporary India. Figure 4.3, annual rainfall. Climate. 33. W. Devastated by deluge. Haze hazard on road. Hint of an early summer. Tuesday, 28.4 degrees Celsius. HT correspondent New Delhi, January 31st. The mercury is soaring, paving the way for what could be an early onset of summer, the weatherman has said. It may touch 30 degrees Celsius within a couple of days in. The mercury settled at 28.4 degrees Celsius on Tuesday, nearly 6 degrees above the average, breaking a decade-old record. Fog check. Flight operations at Delhi Airport was normal with the runway visibility at 1,500 meters. However, thick fog in the NCR made driving difficult in the early hours. Delayed, 17 incoming trains, departure of 6 trains was rescheduled. Purva Express from Howrah, Sampurna Kranti Express from Patna and Rajani Special from Mumbai. Rescheduled Kashi Vishwanath from New Delhi to Varanasi, Lichchivi Express from New Delhi to Muzaffarpur, Bhubaneswar Raj from New Delhi to Bhubaneswar, Selda Raj from New Delhi to Selda, Sultanpur Express from Delhi to Sultanpur and Janta Express from Delhi to Howrah. Cold comfort for New Year revelers. GC Shekhar Chennai, December 30th. If 2004 was the year of the tsunami, 2005 turned out to be the year of rains and floods in Tamil Nadu. Unlike the tsunami, which affected a belt of 6 coastal districts in Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry, the floods wreaked havoc across the state. In 5 furious spells, the last 2 being cyclones that weekend before hitting the coast, the rain gods lashed Tamil Nadu from October to December with almost every district drenched and drowned. Chennai, which was flaunted as an alternative to Bangalore, found itself floating on water on 3 occasions. The rains and floods killed 350. A day Mumbai won't forget. Saurabh Shaswala, Mumbai, December 30th. The rain picked up at about 1 p.m. initial LY, nobody paid attention. The enormity of the situation hit Mumbaiites at about 5 p.m. By then many were dead and the low-lying areas of Kurla, Gakapar, Andheri, Dadar, Juhu and Kalina were flooded. People. Fields were inundated, crops damaged, roads looked like backwaters. And this was the city that cried for water in summers. The rains showed up the state's failure to literally tap the resources as 90 TMC of water flowed into the sea. Irrigation tanks and reservoirs were breached. The suburbs were the worst hit as many localities remained underwater from October to December. When the relief efforts began, that brought calamity of another order. Rush for rations resulted in one of the most avoidable tragedies as 48 POPLE were killed in stampedes outside 2 relief centers. This was one rain cloud. Fog is in, get ready for disruptions. A thin blanket of fog enveloped the city in the early hours of Friday. After 2 days of biting cold, sunshines expect a ballistic winter after western winds are in. HT correspondent New Delhi, November 30th. Across North India, it's a winter of woes. Amritsar is icy with a minimum temperature of 5 degrees Celsius. Snowfall of up to 78 centimeters has blanketed Srinagar. In Delhi, it's still a pleasant nip. This mild wintry condition, however, will definitely not last, says the Met. In a day or 2, winds from Afghanistan, known as Western disturbances, will lash the capital. Conditions are perfect for harsh wind 2 ahead, said Met officials who have declared official winter in Delhi from Thursday day. Wednesday's morning mist, moisture in the air, low night temperature, and the cold winds that hit the city by evening are enough indications for the weather department to declare the onset of winter a day in advance, an official said. Winter may have been delayed in much of North India by about a fortnight, but it has set in on time in Delhi, he added. In vast swathes of North India, the past week has been colder than average. Winter trying to make up for the lost time, the weatherman added in a lighter vein. With temperatures consistently below the average for this year, there's a specter of this year's winter being colder than usual. So, it's officially winter in the capital. Delhi. Max, 25 degrees Celsius, min, 8 in a day or 2, winds from Afghanistan, western disturbances will lash the capital. Winter declared from Deccan. Srinagar. Max 8 degrees Celsius, min, -3 at SAC of snow there. Like much of Kashmir, it is experiencing sub-zero temperatures and bitterly cold weather. Amritsar. Max, RFC, min, S. The Great Plains are extremely cold. The coming days will be worse with expected sub-zero temperatures. Shimla. Max 10 degrees Celsius, min -4. The Himachal capital is blanketed in heavy snow. Higher reaches are even colder. July 26, 2005 started off as just another soggy day in Mumbai. But the rainfall was one of the heaviest Mumbai had seen over the past century. As citizens went about their morning chores, they had no inkling that by dusk the city would be swamped. By sunset, 435 residents had either drowned in their houses or vehicles as rainwater started rising with alarming rapidity. By night, the city and its people were defeated. No transport, no electricity, and no place to go. Mumbai was on its knees. The Weather Bureau had predicted just another normal, rainy day for the city. But it poured 944.2 mm, 3 feet of rain, over 24 hours, the highest in 100 years. Before 26/7, Mumbaiites used to about 15 centimeters of rain would tease, "What's a Mumbai monsoon without some days of disruption?" On July 26, the joke was on them. To come, said Delhi MPT Chief D. Singh. With mornings getting misty, the dreaded fog may not be far behind. And with pollution levels at a 5-year high, the fog this time, the western disturbances are unpredictable. They might hit Delhi within the next 72 hours or may not for another week. But it is time to get your woolens out. Temperatures will drop progressively in the days K. Delhi has been colder this fortnight compared to the same period last year. The terrestrial temperature pattern is similar to the record. Visibility was reduced to 500 meters in most areas. There. Freezing Kashmir. Temperature retour takes normal course Celsius up, temporary as up. Ventura break. In the ski resort of Gulmarg, there's heavy snow. Night temperature dipped 4 degrees past normal and Churu in Rajasthan has become bitterly cold. But Delhi continues to be comfortable. Night temperature on Wednesday hovered around 10 degrees Celsius. Breaking winter of 2003, the worst in 40 years. The Met Office says it cannot forecast so far ahead in future. It may not be record-break winter, but it will definitely be chillier than an average winter, said a weather official. The official pointed out that snowfall in Kashmir and Shimla has been heavier and earlier than usual. The temperature in Shimla dropped 2 degrees below normal. Sundernagar at 4.3 degrees Celsius was cold too. Northerly cold winds have struck Rajasthan, affecting normal life last night with Churu and Sriganganagar shivering at 5 degrees Celsius each, about 2-3 degrees below normal. Nights in Jaipur, Bikaner, Ajmer and Jaipur divisions have become harsh. Activity. On the basis of the news items above, find out the names of places and the seasons described. 2. Compare the rainfall description of Chennai and Mumbai and explain the reasons for the difference. 3. Evaluate flood as a disaster with the help of a case study. Moderating influences, there are great variations in the temperature conditions. Nevertheless, the unifying influence of the monsoon on the Indian subcontinent is quite perceptible. The seasonal alteration of the wind systems and the associated weather conditions provide a rhythmic cycle off seasons. Even the uncertainties of rain and uneven distribution are very much typical of the monsoons. The Indian landscape, its animal and plant life, its entire agricultural calendar and the life of the people, including their festivities, revolve around this phenomenon. Year after year, people of India from north to south and from east to west eagerly await the arrival of the monsoon. These monsoon winds bind the whole country by providing water to set the agricultural activities in motion. The river valleys which carry this water also unite as a single river valley unit. Exercise 1. Choose the correct answer from the 4 alternatives given below. Which one of the following places receives the highest rainfall in the world? A. Silchar. C. Cherrapunji. B. Mawsynram. D. Guwahati. 2. The wind blowing in the northern plains in summers is known as A. Kalbasaki. C. Trade winds. B. Lu. D. None of the above. Monsoon arrives in India approximately in A. Early May. C. Early June. B. Early July. D. Early August. 4. Which one of the following characterizes the cold weather season in India? A. Warm days and warm nights. B. Warm days and cold nights. C. Cool days and cold nights. D. Cold days and warm nights. 2. Answer the following questions briefly. I. What are the controls affecting the climate of India? 2. Why does India have a monsoon type of climate? Which part of India does experience the highest diurnal range of temperature and why? 4. Which winds account for rainfall along the Malabar coast? V. Define monsoons. What do you understand by break in monsoon? 6. Why is the monsoon considered a unifying bond? 3. Why does the rainfall decrease from the east to the west in northern India? 35. Climate. 4. Give reasons as to why. Seasonal reversal of wind direction takes place over the Indian subcontinent. 2. The bulk of rainfall in India is concentrated over a few months. The Tamil Nadu coast receives winter rainfall. 4. The delta region of the eastern coast is frequently struck by cyclones. V. Parts of Rajasthan, Gujarat, and the leeward side of the Western Ghats are drought-prone. 5. Describe the regional variations in the climatic conditions of India with the help of suitable examples. 6. Give an account of weather conditions and characteristics of the cold season. 7. Give the characteristics and effects of the monsoon rainfall in India. MS. On an outline map of India, show the following. I. Areas receiving rainfall over 400 centimeters. 2. Areas receiving less than 20 centimeters of rainfall. IL. The direction of the southwest monsoon over India. P/A. I. Find out which songs, dances, festivals, and special food preparations are associated with certain seasons in your region. Do they have some commonality with other regions of India? 2. Collect photographs of typical rural houses and clothing of people from different regions of India. Examine whether they reflect any relationship with the climatic condition and relief of the area. For doing it yourself. 1. In Table I, the average mean monthly temperatures and amounts of rainfall of 10 representative stations have been given. It is for you to study on your own and convert them into temperature and rainfall graphs. A glance at these visual representations will help you to grasp instantly the similarities and differences between them. One such graph, Figure 1, is already prepared for you. See if you can arrive at some broad generalizations about our diverse climatic conditions. We hope you are in for a great joy of learning. Do the following activities. 2. Rearrange the 10 stations in 2 different sequences. Figure 1, temperature and rainfall of Delhi. 36. Contemporary India. I. According to their distance from the equator. If according to their altitude above mean sea level. 3. I. Name 2 rainiest stations. If name 2 driest stations. IL. 2 stations with most equable climate. 4. 2 stations with most extreme climate. V. 2 stations influenced by retreating monsoons. 6. The 2 hottest stations in the months of A. February, B. April, C. May, D. June. Table I. Climate. 37. 4. Now find out. I. Why are Tiruvananthapuram and Shillong rainier in June than in July? 2. Why is July rainier in Mumbai than in Tiruvananthapuram? Hi. Why are southwest monsoons less rainy in Chennai? 4. Why is Shillong rainier than Kolkata? V. Why is Kolkata rainier in July than in June unlike Shillong which is rainier in June than in July? 6. Why does Delhi receive more rain than Jaipur? 5. Now think why. Tiruvananthapuram has equable climate. Chennai has more rains only after the fury of monsoon is over in most parts of the country. Jodhpur has a hot desert-type off-climate. Leh has moderate precipitation almost throughout the year. While in Delhi and Jodhpur most of the rain is confined to nearly 3 months, in Tiruvananthapuram and Shillong it is almost 9 months of the year. In spite of these facts, see carefully if there are strong evidences to conclude that the monsoons still provide a very strong framework lending overall climatic unity to the whole country. 38. Contemporary India I. 0968CH05. Natural vegetation and wildlife. 5. Have you observed the type of trees, bushes, grasses, and birds in the fields and parks in and around your school? Are they similar or there are variations? Being a vast country, you can imagine the types of bioforms available throughout the country. India, the following major types of vegetation may be identified in our country. Figure 5.4. Our country, India, is one of the 12 mega biodiversity countries of the world. With about 47,000 plant species, India occupies 10th place in the world and 4th in Asia in plant diversity. There are about 15,000 flowering plants in India, which account for 6% in the world's total number of flowering plants. The country has many non-flowering plants, such as ferns, algae, and fungi. India also has approximately 90,000 species of animals, as well as a rich variety of fish in its fresh and marine waters. Natural vegetation refers to a plant community, which has grown naturally without human aid and has been left undisturbed by humans for a long time. This is termed as a virgin vegetation. Thus, cultivated crops and fruits, orchards form part of vegetation but not natural vegetation. Do you know? The virgin vegetation, which are purely Indian, are known as endemic or indigenous species, but those which have come from outside India are termed as exotic plants. The term flora is used to denote plants of a particular region or period. Similarly, the species of animals are referred to as fauna. Types of vegetation. I. Tropical evergreen forests. 2. Tropical deciduous forests. High tropical thorn forests and scrubs. 4. Montane forests. V. Mangrove forests. Figure 5.1. Tropical evergreen forest. Tropical evergreen forests. These forests are restricted to heavy rainfall areas of the Western Ghats and the island groups of Lakshadweep, Andaman and Nicobar, upper parts of Assam and Tamil Nadu coast. They are at their best in areas having more than 200 centimeters of rainfall with a short dry season. The trees reach great heights up to 60 meters or even above. Since the region is warm and wet throughout the year, it has a luxuriant vegetation of all kinds, trees, shrubs and creepers, giving it a multi-layered structure. There is no definite time for trees to shed their leaves. As such, these forests appear green all the year round. Some of the commercially important trees of this forest are ebony, mahogany, rosewood, rubber, and cinchona. The common animals found in these forests are elephant, monkey, lemur, and deer. One-homed rhinoceroses are found in the jungles of Assam and West Bengal. Besides these animals, plenty of birds, bats, sloth, scorpions, and snails are also found in these jungles. Tropical deciduous forests. These are the most widespread forests of India. They are also called the monsoon forests and spread over the region, receiving rainfall between 200 centimeters and 70 centimeters. Trees of this forest. Figure 5.2, tropical deciduous forest. Type: shed their leaves for about 6 to 8 weeks in dry summer. On the basis of the availability of water, these forests are further divided into moist and dry deciduous. The former is found in areas receiving rainfall between 200 and 100 centimeters. These forests exist, therefore, mostly in the eastern part of the country, northeastern states, along the foothills of the Himalayas, Jharkhand, West Odisha and Chhattisgarh, and on the eastern slopes of the Western Ghats. Teak is the most dominant species of this forest. Bamboos, sal, shirsham, sandalwood, care, kusum, arjun and mulberry are other commercially important species. The dry deciduous forests are found in areas having rainfall between 100 centimeters and 70 centimeters. These forests are found in the Rainier parts of the Peninsular Plateau and the plains of Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. There are open stretches, in which teak, sal, peepal and neem grow. A large part of this region has been cleared for cultivation and some parts are used for grazing. In these forests, the common animals found are lion, tiger, pig, deer and elephant. A huge variety of birds, lizards, snakes and tortoises are also found here. The thorn forests and scrubs. In regions with less than 70 centimeters of rainfall, the natural vegetation consists of thorny trees and Figure 5.3, thorn forests and scrubs. 40. India. Study the given map for the forest cover and try to find the reasons as to why certain states have more forest area as compared to others. Natural vegetation and wildlife. Bushes. This type of vegetation is found in the northwestern part of the country, including semi-arid areas of Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Uttar Pradesh, and Haryana. Acacias, palms, euphorbias, and cacti are the main plant species. Trees are scattered and have long roots penetrating deep into the soil in order to get moisture. The stems are succulent to conserve water. Leaves are mostly thick and small to minimize evaporation. These forests give way to thorn forests and scrubs in arid areas. In these forests, the common animals are rats, mice, rabbits, fox, wolf, tiger, lion, wild ass, horses, and camels. Montane forests. In mountainous areas, the decrease in temperature with increasing altitude leads to the corresponding change in natural vegetation. As such, there is a succession of natural vegetation belts in the same order as we see from the tropical to the tundra region. The wet temperate type of forests are found between a height of 1,000 and 2,000 meters. Evergreen broadleaf trees, such as oaks and chestnuts, predominate. Between 1,500 and 3,000 meters, temperate forests containing coniferous trees, like pine, deodar, silver fir, spruce, and cedar, are found. These forests cover mostly the southern slopes of the Himalayas, places having high altitude in southern and northeast India. At higher elevations, temperate grasslands are common. At high altitudes, generally, more than 3,600 meters above the sea level, temperate forests and grasslands give way to the alpine vegetation. Silver fir, junipers, pines, and birches are the common trees of these forests. However, they get progressively stunted as they approach the snow line. Ultimately, through shrubs and scrubs, they merge into the alpine grasslands. These are used extensively for grazing by nomadic tribes, like the Gujars and the Bakarwals. At higher altitudes, mosses and lichens form part of tundra vegetation. The common animals found in these forests are Kashmir stag, spotted deer, wild sheep, jackrabbit, Tibetan antelope, yak, snow leopard, squirrels, shaggy horn wild ibex, bear and rare red panda, sheep and goats with thick hair. Mangrove forests. The mangrove tidal forests are found in the areas of coasts influenced by tides. Mud and silt get accumulated on such coasts. Dense. Figure 5.5, montane forests. Figure 5.6, mangrove forests. 42. Contemporary India I. Mangroves are the common varieties with roots of the plants submerged underwater. The deltas of the Ganga, the Mahanadi, the Krishna, the Godavari and the Kaveri are covered by such vegetation. In the Ganga-Brahmaputra delta, Sundari trees are found, which provide durable hard timber. Palm, coconut, kiora, agar, etc. also grow in some parts of the delta. Royal Bengal tiger is the famous animal in these forests. Turtles, crocodiles, gharials and snakes are also found in these forests. Let us discuss. What will happen if plants and animals disappear from the Earth's surface? Can the human beings survive under such a situation? Why is biodiversity necessary and why should it be conserved? Medicinal plants. India is known for its herbs and spices from ancient times. Some 2,000 plants have been described in Ayurveda and at least 500 are in regular use. The World Conservation Union's Red List has named 352 medicinal plants, of which 52 are critically threatened and 49 endangered. The commonly used plants in India are used to treat blood pressure. It is found only in India. The juice from ripe fruit is used to prepare vinegar, which is carminative and diuretic and has digestive properties. The powder of the seed is used for controlling diabetes. The fresh juice of leaves is a cure for earache. It is also used to regulate blood pressure. Leaves are used as a cure for eye sores. Its gum is used as a tonic. Has high antibiotic and antibacterial properties. Is used to cure cough and cold. Is used to cure asthma and ulcers. The buds and roots are good for digestive problems. Identify more medicinal plants in your area. Which plants are used as medicines by local people to cure some diseases? Source: Medicinal Plants by Dr. S.K. Jain, 5th edition, 1994. National Book Trust of India. Wildlife. Like its flora, India is also rich in its fauna. It has approximately 90,000 animal species. The country has about 2,000 species of birds. They constitute 13% of the world's total. There are 2,546 species of fish, which account for nearly 12% of the world's stock. It also shares between 5 and 8% of the world's amphibians, reptiles, and mammals. The elephants are the most majestic animals among the mammals. They are found in the hot, wet forests of Assam, Karnataka, and Kerala. One-homed rhinoceroses are the other animals, which live in swampy and marshy lands of Assam and West Bengal. Arid areas of the Rann of Kutch and the Thar Desert are the habitat for wild ass and camels, respectively. Indian bison, nilgai, blue bull, chowsingha, four-horned antelope, gazelle, and different species of deer are some other animals found in India. It also has several species of monkeys. Do you know, Wildlife Protection Act was implemented in 1972 in India. India is the only country in the world that has both tigers and lions. The natural habitat of the Indian lion is the Gir forest in Gujarat. Tigers are found in the forests of Madhya. Natural vegetation and wildlife. 43. Pradesh, the Sundarbans of West Bengal and the Himalayan region. Leopards, too, are members of the cat family. They are important among animals of prey. Bird life in India is colorful. Peacocks, pheasants, ducks, parakeets, cranes and pigeons are some of the birds inhabiting the forests and wetlands of the country. The Himalayas harbor a hardy range of animals, which survive in extreme cold. Ladak's freezing high altitudes are a home to yak, the shaggy-homed wild ox weighing around 1 ton, the Tibetan antelope, the beryl, blue sheep, wild sheep, and the kang, Tibetan wild ass. Furthermore, the ibex, bear, snow leopard, and rare red panda are found in certain pockets. In the rivers, lakes, and coastal areas, turtles, crocodiles, and gharials are found. The latter is the only representative of a variety of crocodile found in the world today. We have selected our crops from a biodiverse environment, i.e., from the reserve of edible plants. We also experimented and selected many medicinal plants. The animals were selected from large stock provided by nature as milch animal. They also provided us draft power, transportation, meat, and eggs. The fish provide nutritive food. Many insects help in pollination of crops and fruit trees, and exerting biological control on such insects is harmful. Every species has a role to play in the activity. I find out from the above newspaper cuttings the main concern highlighted in the given news items. 2. Collect more information about various endangered species from newspapers and magazines. Find out various steps taken by the Indian government to protect them. 4. Describe how you can contribute to the protection of endangered animals and birds. 44. Contemporary India. Figure 5.7, Wildlife Reserves. 45. Natural vegetation and wildlife. Ecosystem. Hence, conservation is essential. As has been mentioned earlier, due to excessive exploitation of plant and animal resources by human beings, the ecosystem has been disturbed. About 1,300 plant species are endangered and 20 species are extinct. Quite a few animal species are also endangered and some have become extinct. The main causes for this major threat to nature are hunting by greedy hunters for commercial purposes, pollution due to chemical and industrial waste, acid deposits, introduction of alien species, and reckless cutting of the forests to bring land under cultivation and habitation are also responsible for the imbalance. To protect the flora and fauna of the country, the government has taken many steps. 18 biosphere reserves have been set up in the country to protect flora and fauna. 12 out of these, the Sundarbans, Nanda Devi, the Gulf of Mannar, the Nilgirai, Nokrek, Great Nicobar, Simlipal, Pachmari, Akanakmar, Markantak, Agastyamalai, Kangchenjunga, and Parma have been included in the World Network of Biosphere Reserves. 18 bioreserves. Sundarbans, Gulf of Mannar, Nilgirai, Nanda Devi, Nokrek, Great Nicobar, Manas, Kutch, Seshakalam. Simlipal, Dihangdibong, Dibru Saikawa, Agastyamalai, Kangchenjunga, Pachmari, Akanakmar, Markantak, Cold Desert, Panna. 2. Financial and technical assistance is provided to many botanical gardens by the government since 1992. Hi Project Tiger, Project Rhino, Project Great Indian Bustard, and many other eco-developmental projects have been introduced. 4. 103 national parks, 563 wildlife sanctuaries, and zoological gardens are set up to take care of natural heritage. All of us must realize the importance of the natural ecosystem for our own survival. It is possible if indiscriminate destruction of natural environment is put to an immediate end. Migratory birds. Some of the wetlands of India are popular with migratory birds. During winter, birds such as Siberian crane come in large numbers. One such place favorable with birds is the Rann of Kutch. At a place where the desert merges with the sea, flamingo with their brilliant pink plumage come in thousands to build nest mounds from the salty mud and raise their young ones. It is one among many extraordinary sights in the country. Is it not a rich natural heritage of ours? 46. Contemporary India. Exercise 1. Choose the right answer from the 4 alternatives given below. To which one of the following types of vegetation does rubber belong to? A. Tundra. C. Himalayan. B. Tidal. D. Tropical evergreen. 2. Cinchona trees are found in the areas of rainfall more than A. 100 centimeters. C. 70 centimeters. B. 50 centimeters. D. Less than 50 centimeters. 3. In which of the following state is the Simlipal Bioreserve located? A. Punjab. B. Delhi. C. Odisha. D. West Bengal. 4. Which one of the following bioreserves of India is not included in the World Network of Bioreserve? A. Manas. C. Gulf of Mannar. B. Nilgirai. D. Panna. 2. Answer the following questions briefly. What is a bioreserve? Give 2 examples. 2. Name 2 animals having habitat in tropical and montane type of vegetation. 3. Distinguish between flora and fauna. 2. Tropical evergreen and deciduous forests. 4. Name different types of vegetation found in India and describe the vegetation of high altitudes. 5. Quite a few species of plants and animals are endangered in India. Why? 6. Why is India a rich heritage of flora and fauna? Map skills. On an outline map of India, label the following. Areas of evergreen forests. 2. Areas of dry deciduous forests. 3. 2 national parks each in northern, southern, eastern, and western parts of the country. Project/activity. Find some trees in your neighborhood having medicinal values. The second, find 10 occupations getting raw material from forests and wildlife. 3. Write a poem or paragraph showing the importance of wildlife. 4. Write the script of a street play giving the importance of tree plantation and try to enact it in your locality. Plant a tree either on your birthday or one of your family members' birthday. Note the growth of the tree and notice in which season it grows faster. Natural vegetation and wildlife. 47. 0968 CH06. Population. 6. Can you imagine a world without human beings? Who would have utilized the resources and created social and cultural environment? The people important to develop the economy and the society. The people make and use resources and are themselves resources with varying quality. Coal is but a piece of rock until people were able to invent technology to obtain it and make it resource. Natural events, like a flood or a tsunami, becomes a disaster only when they affect a crowded village or a town. Hence, population is the pivotal element in social studies. It is the point of reference from which all other elements are observed and from which they derive significance and meaning. Resources, calamities, and disasters are all meaningful only in relation to human beings. Their numbers, distribution, growth, and characteristics or qualities provide the basic background for understanding and appreciating all aspects of the environment. Human beings are producers and consumers of Earth's resources. Therefore, it is important to know how many people are there in a country, where do they live, how and why their numbers are increasing, and what are their characteristics. The Census of India provides us with information regarding the population of our country. Population size and distribution. India's population size and distribution by numbers. India's population as on March 2011 stood at 1,210.6 million, which account for 17.5% of the world's population. These 1.21 billion people are unevenly distributed over our country's vast area of 3.28 million square kilometers, which accounts for 2.4% of the world's area, figure 6.1. The 2011 census data reveal that Uttar Pradesh, with a population size of 199 million, is the most populous state of India. Uttar Pradesh accounts for about 16% of the country's population. On the other hand, the Himalayan state of Sikkim has a population of just about 0.6 million and Lakshadweep has only 64,429 people. Almost half of India's population lives in just 5 states. These are Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Bihar, West Bengal, and Andhra Pradesh. Rajasthan, the biggest state in terms of area, has only 5.5% of the total population of India, figure 6.2. $. Of uneven distribution of population in India? A census is an official enumeration of population done periodically. In India, the first census was held in the year 1872. The first complete census, however, was taken in the year 1881. Since then, censuses have been held regularly every 10th year. The Indian census is the most comprehensive source of demographic, social, and economic data. Have you ever seen a census report? Check in your library if it has one. Figure 6.1. India's share of world's area and population. India's population distribution by density. Population density provides a better picture of the uneven distribution. Population density is calculated as the number of persons per unit area. India is one of the most densely populated countries of the world. Only Bangladesh and Japan have higher average population densities than India. Find out the population densities of Bangladesh and Japan. The population density of India in the year 2011 was 382 persons per square km. Densities vary from 1,102 persons per sq km in Bihar to only 17 persons per square km in Arunachal Pradesh. A study of the figure 6.3 shows the pattern of uneven distribution of population densities at the state level. Figure 6.2, Distribution of population. Source, Census of India, 2011. Population: 49. Number of persons per sq km: 250 and below II 251 to 500 II 501 to 750 F1 751 to 1000 WW 1001 and above. Figure 6.3, Density of population, Census of India 2011. Note: Telangana became the 29th state of India in June 2014. State of Jammu and Kashmir was bifurcated into 2 union territories, namely Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh, on May 8, 1950. Contemporary India I. Activity. Study the figure 6.3 and compare it with figure 2.4 and figure 4.7. Do you find any correlation between these maps? Note the states with population densities below 250 persons per square km. Rugged terrain and unfavorable climatic conditions are primarily responsible for sparse population in these areas. Which states have density below 250 persons per square km? Assam and most of the peninsular states have moderate population densities. Hilly, dissected, and rocky nature of the terrain, moderate to low rainfall, shallow and less fertile soils have influenced population densities in these areas. The northern plains and Kerala in the south have high to very high population densities because of the flat plains with fertile soils and abundant rainfall. Identify the 3 states of the northern plains with high population densities. Population growth and processes of population. Hang. Population is a dynamic phenomenon. The numbers, distribution, and composition of the population are constantly changing. This is the influence of the interaction of the three processes, namely births, deaths, and migrations. Population growth. Growth of population refers to the change in the number of inhabitants of a country/territory during a specific period of time, say during the last 10 years. Such a change can be expressed in two ways, in terms of absolute numbers and in terms of percentage change per year. The absolute numbers added each year or decade is the magnitude of increase. It is obtained by simply subtracting the earlier population, e.g. that of 2001, from the later population, e.g. that of 2011. It is referred to as the absolute increase. The rate or the pace of population increase is the other important aspect. It is studied in percent per annum, e.g. a rate of increase of 2% per annum means that in a given year there was an increase of 2 persons for every 100 persons in the base population. This is referred to as the annual growth rate. India's population has been steadily increasing from 361 million in 1951 to 1210 million in 2011. Table 6.1 The magnitude and rate of India's population growth. Table 6.1 reveals that despite the decline in growth rates, the number of people being added every decade is steadily increasing. Why? Table 6.1 and figures 6.4a and 6.4b reveal that from 1951 to 1981, the annual rate of population growth was steadily increasing, which explains the rapid increase in population from 361 million in 1951 to 683 million in 1981. Phil. Since 1981, however, the rate of growth started declining gradually. During this period, birth rates declined rapidly. Still 182 million people were added to the total population in the 1990s alone, an annual addition larger than ever before. It is essential to realize that India has a very large population. When a low annual rate is applied to a very large population, it yields a large absolute increase. When more than 1 billion people increase even at a lower rate, the total number being added becomes very large. India's annual increase in population is large enough to neutralize efforts to conserve the resource endowment and environment. The declining trend of the growth rate is indeed a positive indicator of the efforts of birth control. Despite that, the total additions to the population base continue to grow, and India. Population. 51. Fig 6.4a India's population growth rates during 1951 to 2011. Fig 6.4b India's population 1901 to 2011. May overtake China in 2045 to become the most populous country in the world. Processes of population change/growth. There are three main processes of change of population: birth rates, death rates, and migration. The natural increase of population is the difference between birth rates and death rates. Birth rate is the number of live births per 1,000 persons in a year. It is a major component of growth because in India, birth rates have always been higher than death rates. 52. Contemporary India. Death rate is the number of deaths per 1,000 persons in a year. The main cause of the rate of growth of the Indian population has been the rapid decline in death rates. Till 1980, high birth rates and declining death rates led to a large difference between birth rates and death rates, resulting in higher rates of population growth. Since 1981, birth rates have also started declining gradually, resulting in a gradual decline in the rate of population growth. What are the reasons for this trend? The third component of population growth is migration. Migration is the movement of people across regions and territories. Migration can be internal within the country or international between the countries. Internal migration does not change the size of the population but influences the distribution of population within the nation. Migration plays a very significant role in changing the composition and distribution of population. In India, most migrations have been from rural to urban areas because of the push factor in rural areas. These are adverse conditions of poverty and unemployment in the rural areas and the pull of the city in terms of increased employment opportunities and better living conditions. Migration is an important determinant of population change. It changes not only the population size but also the population composition of urban and rural populations in terms of age and sex composition. In India, the rural-urban migration has resulted in a steady increase in the percentage of population in cities and towns. The urban population has increased from 17.29% of the total population in 1951 to 31.8% in 2011. There has been a significant increase in the number of million-plus cities from 35 to 53 in just one decade, i.e. 2001 to 2011. Adolescent population. The most significant feature of the Indian population is the size of its adolescent population. It constitutes 1/5 of the total population of India. Adolescents are generally grouped in the age group of 10 to 19 years. They are the most important resource for the future. Nutrition requirements of adolescents are higher than those of a normal child or adult. Poor nutrition can lead to deficiency and stunted growth. But in India, the diet available to adolescents is inadequate in all nutrients. A large number of adolescent girls suffer from anemia. Their problems have so far not received adequate attention in the process of development. The adolescent girls have to be sensitized to the problems they confront. Awareness among them can be improved through the spread of literacy and education. National population policy. Recognizing that the planning of families would improve individual health and welfare, the Government of India initiated a comprehensive family planning program in 1952. The Family Welfare Program has sought to promote responsible and planned parenthood on a voluntary basis. The National Population Policy, NPP 2000, is a culmination of years of planned efforts. The NPP 2000 provides a policy framework for imparting free and compulsory school education up to 14 years of age, reducing infant mortality rate to below 30 per 1,000 live births, achieving universal immunization of children against all vaccine-preventable diseases, promoting delayed marriage for girls, and making family welfare a people-centered program. Population. S3. Exercise. 1. Choose the right answer from the 4 alternatives given below. I. Migrations change the number, distribution, and composition of the population in A. The area of departure. C. Both the area of departure and arrival. B. The area of arrival. D. None of the above. 2. A large proportion of children in a population is a result of A. High birth rates. C. High death rates. B. High life expectancies. D. More married couples. 3. The magnitude of population growth refers to A. The total population of an area. B. The number of persons added each year. C. The rate at which the population increases. D. The number of females per 1,000 males. 4. According to the census, a literate person is one who A. Can read and write his/her name. B. Can read and write any language. C. Is 7 years old and can read and write any language with understanding. D. Knows the 3 R's: reading, writing, arithmetic. 2. Answer the following questions briefly. I. Why is the rate of population growth in India declining since 1981? 2. Discuss the major components of population growth. 3. Define age structure, death rate, and birth rate. 4. How is migration a determinant factor of population change? 3. Distinguish between population growth and population change. 4. What is the relation between occupational structure and development? 5. What are the advantages of having a healthy population? 6. What are the significant features of the National Population Policy 2000? P/A. Conduct a class census by preparing a questionnaire. The questionnaire should contain minimum 5 questions. Questions should relate to students, their family members, their class performance, their health, etc. Each student is required to fill in the questionnaire. Compile the information in numerical terms in terms of percentage. Present the information through pie chart, bar diagram, or in any other way. 54. Contemporary India. I. Glossary. Adolescence, alluvial plain-based population, biome, birth rate, depression, death rate, density of population, dependency ratio, ecosystem, environment, fault, fauna, flora, fold, geosyncline, glacier, growth rate of population, Indian, mainland Indian, standard time, inland drainage. Adolescence is a period in which a person is no longer a child and not yet an adult. Such persons are grouped in the age group of 10 to 19 years. A level tract of land made up of alluvium or fine rock material brought down by a river. The total population of an area at the beginning of a given time period. Plant communities occurring in distinct groups in areas having similar climatic conditions. The number of live births for every 1,000 persons in a year. In meteorology, it denotes an area of relatively low atmospheric pressure which is found mainly in temperate regions. In geology, it refers to a hollow sunken area of the Earth's surface. The number of deaths per 1,000 persons in year. The average number of persons per unit area, such as a square kilometer. The ratio of people of dependent age below 15 and above 60 years to people of economically active ages 15 to 59 years. A system which comprises the physical environment and the organisms living therein. Surroundings or the conditions under which a person or thing exists and develops his or its character. It covers both physical and cultural elements. A linear break in rocks of the Earth's crust along which there has been displacement in a horizontal, vertical, or oblique direction. The animal life of a given area. The total vegetation or plant cover of a region. Abend in the rock strata resulting from compression. Abend in the rock strata resulting from compression of an area of the Earth's crust. A narrow, shallow, elongated basin with a sinking bottom in which a considerable thickness of sediments was deposited by the rivers coming from Angara and Gondwanaland. A mass of snow and ice that moves slowly under the influence of gravity along a confined course away from its place of accumulation. The growth rate of population indicates the rate at which the population is growing. In estimating the growth rate, the increase in population is compared with the base population. It can be measured annually or over a decade. It refers to the contiguous stretch of landmass from Jammu and Kashmir to Kanyakumari and from Gujarat to Arunachal Pradesh. The local time along the standard meridian of India, 82 degrees 30 minutes east. A drainage system in which the waters of the rivers do not reach the oceans but fall into an inland sea or lake. Igneous rocks. Rocks formed as a result of solidification of magma either below the Earth's surface or above it. A saltwater lake separated from the sea by the sandbars and spits. A body of water that lies in a hollow in the Earth's surface and is entirely surrounded by land. Large segments of the Earth's crust composed of continental and oceanic lithospheric parts, floating above the asthenosphere. The average number of years one is expected to live. The time of a place determined by the midday sun is called the local time. Deformation and alteration of pre-existing igneous and sedimentary rocks as a result of changes in physical and chemical conditions due to intense heat or pressure. Movement of people from one place to another. Internal migration means movement of people within a country, and external migration means movement of people between countries. When people come to a country from another country, it is called immigration, and when they leave that country, it is called emigration. Cities with a population of more than 1 million or 10 lakh. A complete reversal offwinds over a large area leading to a change of seasons. An upward projected features of the Earth's surface that rises to high altitude and usually possesses steep slopes. A reserved area for preserving its natural vegetation, wildlife, and the natural environment. An extensive area of flat or gently undulating land. An extensive elevated area of relatively flat land. The scientific concept that explains the movements of the crustal plates. The differences in elevation or the physical outline of the land surface or ocean floor. In meteorology, it is the downward movement of the air. In geology, it refers to the sinking of a portion of the Earth's surface. Rocks composed of sediments and generally having a layered structure. Sex ratio is defined as the number of females per 1,000 males. A big landmass which stands out as a distinct geographical unit from the rest of the continent. Forces originating within the Earth and responsible for bringing widespread changes in the landform features. The fold mountains formed during the most recent major phase of folding in the Earth's crust. Lagoon Lake. Lithospheric plates. Life expectancy local time. Metamorphic rocks. Migration. Million-plus cities monsoon. Mountain. National park. Plain plateau plate tectonics. Subsidence. Sedimentary rocks. Sex ratio subcontinent. Tectonic. Young mountains. 56. Contemporary India I. Social science. Textbook in geography for Class X. STFC NREN Mr. Asterisk. C. National Council of Educational Research and Training. Can you identify and name the various items used in making life comfortable in our villages and towns? List the items and name the material used in their making. Everything available in our environment which can be used to satisfy our needs, provided it is technologically accessible, economically feasible, and culturally acceptable, can be termed as resource. Figure 1.1. Interdependent relationship between nature, technology, and institutions. The process of transformation of things available in our environment involves an interactive relationship between nature, technology, and institutions. Human beings interact with nature through technology and create institutions to accelerate their economic development. Do you think that resources are free gifts of nature as is assumed by many? They are not. Resources are a function of human activities. Human beings themselves are essential components of resources. They transform material available in our environment into resources and use them. These resources can be classified in the following ways. A. On the basis of origin, biotic and abiotic. B. On the basis of exhaustibility, renewable and non-renewable. C. On the basis of ownership, individual, community, national and international. D. On the basis of status of development potential, developed stock and reserves. Figure 1.2. Classification of resources. Activity. Prepare a list of stock and reserve resources that you are familiar with from your local area. Development of resources. Resources are vital for human survival as well as for maintaining the quality of life. It was believed that resources are free gifts of nature. As a result, human beings use them indiscriminately, and this has led to the following major problems. Depletion of resources for satisfying the greed of a few individuals. Accumulation of resources in few hands, which, in turn, divided the society into two segments, i.e. haves and have-riots or rich and poor. The indiscriminate exploitation of resources has led to global ecological crises such as global warming, ozone layer depletion, environmental pollution, and land degradation. Activity 1. Imagine if the oil supply gets exhausted one day, how would this affect our lifestyle? 2. Plan a survey in your colony/village to investigate people's attitude towards recycling of the domestic/agricultural wastes. Ask questions about what do they think about resources they use? B. What is their opinion about the wastes and its utilization? C. Collage your results. Sustainable development. Sustainable economic development means development should take place without damaging the environment, and development in the present should not compromise with the needs of the future generations. Rio de Janeiro Earth Summit 1992. In June 1992, more than 100 heads of states met in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil for the first International Earth Summit. The summit was convened for addressing urgent problems of environmental protection and socio-economic development at the global level. The assembled leaders signed the Declaration on Global Climatic Change and Biological Diversity. The Rio Convention endorsed the Global Forest Principles and adopted Agenda 21 for achieving sustainable development in the 21st century. Agenda 21. It is the declaration signed by world leaders in 1992 at the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, UNCED, which took place at Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. It aims at achieving global sustainable development. It is an agenda to combat environmental damage, poverty, disease through global cooperation on common interests, mutual needs, and shared responsibilities. One major objective of the Agenda 21 is that every local government should draw its own local Agenda 21. An equitable distribution of resources has become essential for a sustained quality of life and global peace. If the present trend of resource depletion by a few individuals and countries continues, the future of our planet is in danger. Therefore, resource planning is essential for sustainable existence of all forms of life. Sustainable existence is a component of sustainable development. 2CI2. Our resource planning. Planning is the widely accepted strategy for judicious use of resources. It has importance in a country like India, which has enormous diversity in the availability of resources. There are regions which are rich in certain types of resources but are deficient in some other resources. There are some regions which can be considered self-sufficient in terms of the availability of resources, and there are some regions which have acute shortage of some vital resources. For example, the states of Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and Madhya Pradesh are rich in minerals and coal deposits. Arunachal Pradesh has abundance of water resources but lacks in infrastructural development. The state of Rajasthan is very well endowed with solar and wind energy but lacks in water resources. The cold desert of Ladakh is relatively isolated from the rest of the country. It has very rich cultural heritage, but it is deficient in water, infrastructure, and some vital minerals. This calls for balanced resource planning at the national, state, regional, and local levels. Activity. Prepare a list of resources found in your state and also identify the resources that are important but deficit in your state. Resource planning in India. Resource planning is a complex process which involves identification and inventory of resources across the regions of the country. This involves surveying, mapping, and qualitative and quantitative estimation and measurement of the resources. 2. Evolving a planning structure endowed with appropriate technology, skill, and institutional setup for implementing resource development plans. In matching the resource development plans with overall national development plans. India has made concerted efforts for achieving the goals of resource planning right from the first 5-year plan launched after independence. The availability of resources is a necessary condition for the development of any region, but mere availability of resources in the absence of corresponding changes in. Find out what resources are being developed in your surroundings by the community/village panchayats/ward level communities with the help of community participation. Technology and institutions may hinder development. There are many regions in our country that are rich in resources, but these are included in economically backward regions. On the contrary, there are some regions which have a poor resource base, but they are economically developed. Can you name some resource-rich but economically backward regions and some resource-poor but economically developed regions? Give reasons for such a situation. The history of colonization reveals that rich resources in colonies were the main attractions for the foreign invaders. It was primarily the higher level of technological development of the colonizing countries that helped them to exploit resources of other regions and establish their supremacy over the colonies. Therefore, resources can contribute to development only when they are accompanied by appropriate technological development and institutional changes. India has experienced all this in different phases of colonization. Therefore, in India, development in general and resource development in particular does not only involve the availability of resources, but also the technology, quality of human resources, and the historical experiences of the people. Conservation of resources. Resources are vital for any developmental activity. But irrational consumption and overutilization of resources may lead to socioeconomic and environmental problems. To overcome these problems, resource conservation at various levels is important. This had been the main concern of the leaders and thinkers in the past. For example, Gandhiji was very apt in voicing his concern about resource conservation in these words: "There is enough for everybody's need and not for anybody's greed." He placed the greedy and selfish individuals and exploitative nature of modem technology as the root cause for resource depletion at the global level. He was against mass production and wanted to replace it with the production by the masses. At the international level, the Club of Rome advocated resource conservation for the first time in a more systematic way in 1968. Subsequently, in 1974, Gandhian philosophy was once again presented by Schumacher in his book Small is Beautiful. The seminal contribution with respect to resource conservation at the global level was made by the Brundtland Commission Report, 1987. This report introduced the concept of sustainable development and advocated it as a means for resource conservation, which was subsequently published in a book entitled Our Common Future. Another significant contribution was made at the Earth Summit at Rio de Janeiro, Brazil in 1992. Land resources. We live on land, we perform our economic activities on land, and we use it in different ways. Thus, land is a natural resource of utmost importance. It supports natural vegetation, wildlife, human life, economic activities, transport, and communication systems. However, land is an asset of a finite magnitude, therefore it is important to use the Figure 1.3 India, land under important relief features. For CI2, available land for various purposes with careful planning. India has land under a variety of relief features, namely, mountains, plateaus, plains, and islands. About 43% of the land area is plain, which provides facilities for agriculture and industry. Mountains account for 30% of the total surface area of the country and ensure perennial flow of some rivers, provide facilities for tourism and ecological aspects. About 27% of the area of the country is the plateau region. It possesses rich reserves of minerals, fossil fuels, and forests. Land utilization. Land resources are used for the following purposes. 1. Forests. 2. Land not available for cultivation. A barren and waste land. B. Land put to non-agricultural uses, e.g. buildings, roads, factories, etc. 3. Other uncultivated land, excluding fallow land. Permanent pastures and grazing land. B. Land under miscellaneous tree crops groves, not included in net zone area. C. Cultivable wasteland, left uncultivated for more than 5 agricultural years. 4. Fallow lands. A. Current fallow dash, left without cultivation for 1 or less than 1 agricultural year. B. Other than current fallow dash, left uncultivated for the past 1 to 5 agricultural years. 5. Net sown area. The physical extent of land on which crops are sown harvested is known as net sown area. Area sown more than once in an agricultural year plus net sown area is known as gross cropped area. Land use pattern in India. The use of land is determined both by physical factors such as topography, climate, soil types, as well as human factors such as population density, technological capability, and culture and traditions, etc. Source: Directorate of Economics and Statistics, Ministry of Agriculture, 2017 Figure 1.4. Total geographical area of India is 3.28 million square kilometers. Land use data, however, is available only for 93% of the total geographical area because the land use reporting for most of the northeast states, except Assam, has not been done fully. Moreover, some areas of Jammu and Kashmir occupied by Pakistan and China have also not been surveyed. Activity. Try to do a comparison between the two pie charts, Figure 1.4, given for land use and find out why the net sown area and the land under forests have changed from 1960 to 61 to 2014 to 15 very marginally. Of such land is very high. Hence, these lands are cultivated once or twice in about 2 to 3 years, and if these are included in the net sown area, then the percentage of NSA in India comes to about 54% of the total reporting area. The pattern of net zone area varies greatly from one state to another. It is over 80% of the total area in Punjab and Haryana and less than 10% in Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, Manipur, and Andaman Nicobar Islands. Find out reasons for the low proportion of net zone area in these states. The land under permanent pasture has also decreased. How are we able to feed our huge cattle population on this pasture land, and what are the consequences of it? Most of the other than the current fallow lands are either of poor quality or the cost of cultivation. Forest area in the country is far lower than the desired 33% of geographical area, as it was outlined in the National Forest Policy, 1952. It was considered essential for maintenance of the ecological balance. The livelihood of millions of people who live on the resources and fringes of these forests depends upon it. A part of the land is termed as wasteland and land put to other non-agricultural uses. Wasteland includes rocky, arid and desert areas, and land put to other non-agricultural uses includes settlements, roads, railways, industry, etc. Continuous use of land over a long period of time without taking appropriate measures to conserve and manage it has resulted in land degradation. This, in turn, has serious repercussions on society and the environment. Land degradation and conservation measures. We have shared our land with the past generations and will have to do so with the future generations too. 95% of our basic needs for food, shelter, and clothing are obtained from land. Human activities have not only brought about degradation of land but have also aggravated the pace of natural forces to cause damage to land. Some human activities such as deforestation, overgrazing, mining, and quarrying too have contributed significantly in land degradation. Mining sites are abandoned after excavation work is complete, leaving deep scars and traces of overburdening. In states like Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, and Odisha, deforestation due to mining have caused severe land degradation. In states like Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and Maharashtra, overgrazing is one of the main reasons for land degradation. In the states of Punjab, Haryana, western Uttar Pradesh, over-irrigation is responsible for land degradation due to waterlogging, leading to increase in salinity and alkalinity in the soil. The mineral processing like grinding of limestone for cement industry and calcite and soapstone for ceramic industry generate huge quantity of dust in the atmosphere. It retards the process of infiltration of water into the soil after it settles down on the land. In recent years, industrial effluents as waste have become a major source of land and water pollution in many parts of the country. 6ci2. There are many ways to solve the problems of land degradation. Afforestation and proper management of grazing can help to some extent. Planting of shelter belts of plants, control on overgrazing, stabilization of sand dunes by growing thorny bushes are some of the methods to check land degradation in arid areas. Proper management of wastelands, control of mining activities, proper discharge and disposal of industrial effluents and wastes after treatment can reduce land and water degradation in industrial and suburban areas. Soil as a resource. Soil is the most important renewable natural resource. It is the medium of plant growth and supports different types of living organisms on the earth. The soil is a living system. It takes millions of years to form soil up to a few cm in depth. Relief, parent rock or bedrock, climate, vegetation, and other forms of life and time are important factors in the formation of soil. Various forces of nature such as change in temperature, actions of running water, wind and glaciers, activities of decomposers, etc. contribute to the formation of soil. Chemical and organic changes which take place in the Figure 1.5 soil profile. Soil are equally important. Soil also consists of organic, humus, and inorganic materials. Figure 1.5. On the basis of the factors responsible for soil formation, color, thickness, texture, age, chemical and physical properties, the soils of India are classified in different types. Classification of soils. India has varied relief features, landforms, climatic realms, and vegetation types. These have contributed in the development of various types of soils. Alluvial soils. This is the most widely spread and important soil. In fact, the entire northern plains are made of alluvial soil. These have been deposited by three important Himalayan river systems, the Indus, the Ganga, and the Brahmaputra. These soils also extend in Rajasthan and Gujarat through a narrow corridor. Alluvial soil is also found in the eastern coastal plains, particularly in the deltas of the Mahanadi, the Godavari, the Krishna, and the Kaveri rivers. Figure 1.6. Alluvial soil. The alluvial soil consists of various proportions of sand, silt, and clay. As we move inlands towards the river valleys, soil particles appear somewhat bigger in size. In the upper reaches of the river valley, i.e. near the place of the break-off slope, the soils are coarse. Such soils are more common in Piedmont plains such as Duars, Chas, and Terai. Apart from the size of their grains or components, soils are also described on the basis of their age. According to their age, alluvial soils can be classified as Old Alluvial, Bangar, and New Alluvial Cotter. The Bangar soil has higher concentration of canker nodules than the Cotter. It has more fine particles and is more fertile than the Bangar. Alluvial soils as a whole are very fertile. Mostly these soils contain adequate proportion of potash, phosphoric acid, and lime, which are ideal for the growth of sugarcane, paddy, wheat, and other cereal and pulse crops. Due to its high fertility, regions of alluvial soils are intensively cultivated and densely populated. Soils in the drier areas are more alkaline and can be productive after proper treatment and irrigation. Black soil. These soils are black in color and are also known as regur soils. Black soil is ideal for growing cotton and is also known as black cotton soil. It is believed that climatic condition along with the parent rock material are the important factors for the formation of black soil. This type of soil is typical of the Deccan Trap, basalt, region spread over northwest Deccan Plateau and is made up of lava flows. They cover the plateaus of Maharashtra, Saurashtra, Malva, Madhya Pradesh, and Chhattisgarh and extend in the southeast direction along the Godavari and the Krishna valleys. Figure 1.7 Black soil. The black soils are made up of extremely fine, i.e. clay material. They are well known for their capacity to hold moisture. In addition, they are rich in soil nutrients, such as calcium carbonate, magnesium, potash, and lime. These India major soil types. 8CI2. Soils are generally poor in phosphoric contents. They develop deep cracks during hot weather, which helps in the proper aeration of the soil. These soils are sticky when wet and difficult to work on unless tilled immediately after the first shower or during the pre-monsoon period. Red and yellow soils. Red soil develops on crystalline igneous rocks in areas of low rainfall in the eastern and southern parts of the Deccan Plateau. Yellow and red soils are also found in parts of Odisha, Chhattisgarh, southern parts of the Middle Ganga Plain, and along the Piedmont zone of the Western Ghats. These soils develop a reddish color due to diffusion of iron in crystalline and metamorphic rocks. It looks yellow when it occurs in a hydrated form. Laterite soil. Laterite has been derived from the Latin word later, which means brick. The laterite soil develops under tropical and subtropical climate with alternate wet and dry season. This soil is the result of intense leaching due to heavy rain. Lateritic soils are mostly deep to very deep, acidic, pH 6.0, generally deficient in plant nutrients, and occur mostly in southern states, Western Ghats region of Maharashtra, Odisha, some parts of West Bengal and northeast regions. Where these soils support deciduous and evergreen forests, it is humus-rich but undersparse. Figure 1.8 Laterite soil. Vegetation and in semi-arid environment, it is generally humus-poor. They are prone to erosion and degradation due to their position on the landscape. After adopting appropriate soil conservation techniques, particularly in the hilly areas of Karnataka, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu, this soil is very useful for growing tea and coffee. Red laterite soils in Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, and Kerala are more suitable for crops like cashew nut. Arid soils. Arid soils range from red to brown in color. They are generally sandy in texture and saline in nature. In some areas, the salt content is very high and common salt is obtained by evaporating the water. Due to the dry climate, high temperature, evaporation is faster and the soil lacks humus and moisture. The lower horizons of the soil are occupied by canker because of the increasing calcium content downwards. The canker layer formations in the bottom horizons restrict the infiltration of water. After proper irrigation, these soils become cultivable, as has been in the case of western Rajasthan. Figure 1s, arid soil. Forest soils. These soils are found in the hilly and mountainous areas where sufficient rain forests are available. The soil's texture varies according to the mountain environment where they are formed. They are loamy and silty in valley sides and coarse-grained in the upper slopes. In the snow-covered areas are sources in D. Of Himalayas, these soils experience denudation and are acidic with low humus content. The soils found in the lower parts of the valleys, particularly on the river terraces and alluvial fans, are fertile. Soil erosion and soil conservation. The denudation of the soil cover and subsequent washing down is described as soil erosion. The processes of soil formation and erosion go on simultaneously, and generally there is a balance between the two. Sometimes this balance is disturbed due to human activities like deforestation, overgrazing, construction and mining, etc., while natural forces like wind, glacier, and water lead to soil erosion. The running water cuts through the clay soils and makes deep channels as gullies. the land becomes unfit for cultivation and is known as bad land. In the Chambal Basin, such lands are called ravines. Sometimes water flows as a sheet over large areas down a slope. In such cases, the top. Figure 1.10, soil erosion. Figure 1.11, gully erosion. Soil is washed away. This is known as sheet erosion. Wind blows loose soil off flat or sloping land known as wind erosion. Soil erosion is also caused due to defective methods of farming. Plowing in a wrong way, i.e. up and down the slope, form channels for the quick flow of water leading to soil erosion. Plowing along the contour lines can decelerate the flow of water down the slopes. This is called contour plowing. Steps can be cut out on the slopes, making terraces. Terrace cultivation restricts erosion. Western and central Himalayas have well-developed terrace farming. Large fields can be divided into strips. Strips of grass are left to grow between the crops. This breaks up the force of the wind. This method is known as strip cropping. Planting lines of trees to create shelter also works in a similar way. Rows of such trees are called shelter belts. These shelter belts have contributed significantly to the stabilization of sand dunes and in stabilizing the desert in western India. 10 CI 2. Exercises E. 1. Multiple choice questions. I. Which one of the following is the main cause of land degradation in Punjab? A. Intensive cultivation. C. Over-irrigation. B. Deforestation. D. Overgrazing. 2. In which one of the following states is terrace cultivation practiced? A. Punjab. C. Haryana. B. Plains of Uttar Pradesh. D. Uttarakhand. 3. In which of the following states black soil is predominantly found? A. Uttar Pradesh. C. Rajasthan. B. Maharashtra. D. Jharkhand. 2. Answer the following questions in about 30 words. I'd name 3 states having black soil and the crop which is mainly grown in it. 2. What type of soil is found in the river deltas of the eastern coast? Give 3 main features of this type of soil. 3. What steps can be taken to control soil erosion in the hilly areas? 3. Answer the following questions in about 120 words. I. Explain land use pattern in India and why has the land under forest not increased much since 1960 to 61? 2. How have technical and economic development led to more consumption of resources? Project/activity. Make a project showing consumption and conservation of resources in your locality. 2. Have a discussion in the class how to conserve various resources used in your school. 3. Imagine if oil supplies get exhausted, how will this affect our lifestyle? 4. Solve the puzzle by following your search horizontally and vertically to find the hidden answers. I. Natural endowments in the form of land, water, vegetation, and minerals. 2. A type of non-renewable resource. 3. Soil with high water retaining capacity. 4. Intensively leached soils of the monsoon climate. Our sources in D. I. Natural endowments in the form of land, water, vegetation, and minerals. 2. A type of non-renewable resource. Soil with high water retaining capacity. 4. Intensively leached soils of the monsoon climate. V. Plantation of trees on a large scale to check soil erosion. 6. The Great Plains of India are made up of these soils. 12 CI 2. Forest FLNP Wildlife Resources. Narak. My lord, you are the creator of music in the world of lepchas. O Narak. My lord, let me dedicate myself to you. Let me gather your music from the springs, the rivers, the mountains, the forests, the insects, and the animals. Let me gather your music from the sweet breeze and offer it to you. Source, Lepcha folk song from northern part of West Bengal. We share this planet with millions of other living beings, starting from microorganisms and bacteria, lichens to banyan trees, elephants, and blue whales. This entire habitat that we live in has immense biodiversity. We humans, along with all living organisms, form a complex web of ecological system in which we are only a part and very much dependent on this system for our own existence. For example, the plants, animals, and microorganisms recreate the quality of the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the soil that produces our food, without which we cannot survive. Forests play a key role in the ecological system as these are also the primary producers on which all other living beings depend. Biodiversity or biological diversity is immensely rich in wildlife and cultivated species, diverse in form and function but closely integrated in a system through multiple network of interdependencies. Flora and fauna in India. If you look around, you will be able to find that there are some animals and plants which are unique in your area. In fact, India is one of the world's richest countries in terms of its vast array of biological diversity. This is possibly twice or thrice the number yet to be discovered. You have already studied in detail about the extent and variety of forest and wildlife resources in India. You may have realized the importance of these resources in our daily life. These diverse flora and fauna are so well integrated in our daily life that we take these for granted. But lately, they are under great stress, mainly due to insensitivity to our environment. Activity. Find out stories prevalent in your region which are about the harmonious relationship between human beings and nature. Conservation of forest and wildlife in India. Conservation in the background of rapid decline in wildlife population and forestry has become essential. But why do we need to conserve our forests and wildlife? Conservation preserves the ecological diversity and our life support systems, water, air, and soil. It also preserves the genetic diversity of plants and animals for better growth of species and breeding. For example, in agriculture, we are still dependent on traditional crop varieties. Fisheries, too, are heavily dependent on the maintenance of aquatic biodiversity. In the 1960s and 1970s, conservationists demanded a national wildlife protection program. The Indian Wildlife Protection Figure 2.1 Act was implemented in 1972 with various provisions for protecting habitats. An All-India list of protected species was also published. The thrust of the program was towards protecting the remaining population of certain endangered species by banning hunting, giving legal protection to their The thrust of the program was towards protecting the remaining population of certain endangered species by banning hunting, giving legal protection to their habitats, and restricting trade in wildlife. Subsequently, central and many state governments established national parks and wildlife sanctuaries about which you have already studied. The central government also announced several projects for protecting specific animals which were gravely threatened, including the tiger, the one-horned rhinoceros, the Kashmir stag or hangul, 3 types of crocodiles, freshwater crocodile, saltwater crocodile, and the gharial, the Asiatic lion, and others. Most recently, the Indian elephant, black buck, chinkara, the great Indian bustard, Godwin, and the snow leopard, etc. have been given full or partial legal protection against hunting and trade throughout India. J. 14 CI-2. Project Tiger. Tiger is one of the key wildlife species in the faunal web. In 1973, the authorities realized that the tiger population had dwindled to 1,827 from an estimated 55,000 at the turn of the century. The major threats to tiger population are numerous, such as poaching for trade, shrinking habitat, depletion of prey-based species, growing human population, etc. The trade of tiger skins and the use of their bones in traditional medicines, especially in the Asian countries, left the tiger population on the verge of extinction. Since India and Nepal provide habitat to about 2/3 of the surviving tiger population in the world, these two nations became prime targets for poaching and illegal trading. Project Tiger, one of the well-publicized wildlife campaigns in the world, was launched in 1973. Tiger conservation has been viewed not only as an effort to save an endangered species, but with Figure 2.2. Rhino and deer in Kastranga National Park. Equal importance as a means of preserving biotypes of sizable magnitude. Corbett National Park in Uttarakhand, Sundarbans National Park in West Bengal, Bandhavgarh National Park in Madhya Pradesh, Sariska Wildlife Sanctuary in Rajasthan, Manas Tiger Reserve in Assam, and Periyar Tiger Reserve in Kerala are some of the tiger reserves of India. The conservation projects are now focusing on biodiversity rather than on a few of its components. There is now a more intensive search for different conservation measures. Increasingly, even insects are beginning to find a place in conservation planning. In the notification under Wildlife Act of 1980 and 1986, several hundred butterflies, moths, beetles, and 1 dragonfly have been added to the list of protected species. In 1991, for the first time, plants were also added to the list, starting with 6 species. Activity. Collect more information on the wildlife sanctuaries and national parks of India and cite their locations on the map of India. Types and distribution of forest and wildlife resources. Even if we want to conserve our vast forest and wildlife resources, it is rather difficult to manage, control, and regulate them. In India, much of its forest and wildlife resources are either owned or managed by the government through the Forest Department or other government departments. These are classified under the following categories. I. Reserved forests. More than half of the total forest land has been declared reserved forests. Reserved forests are regarded as the most valuable as far as the conservation of forest and wildlife resources are concerned. 11. Protected forests. Almost 1/3 of the total forest area is protected forest as declared by the Forest Department. This forest land are protected from any further depletion. High. Unclassed forests. These are other forests and wastelands belonging to both government and private individuals and communities. Reserved and protected forests are also referred to as permanent forest estates maintained for the purpose of producing timber and other forest produce and for protective reasons. Madhya Pradesh has the largest area under permanent forests, constituting 75% of its total forest area. Jammu and Kashmir, Andhra Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, and Maharashtra have large percentages of reserved forests of its total forest area, whereas Bihar, Haryana, Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, Odisha, and Rajasthan have a bulk of it under protected forests. All north. I. Forest and WR. 15. Gharial on the brink. Can you find out the reasons for the above-mentioned problems? Eastern states and parts of Gujarat have a very high percentage of their forests as unclassed forests managed by local communities. Community and conservation. Conservation strategies are not new in our country. We often ignore that in India, forests are also home to some of the traditional communities. In some areas of India, local communities are struggling to conserve these habitats along with government officials recognizing that only this will secure their own long-term livelihood. In Sariska Tiger Reserve, Rajasthan, villagers have fought against mining by citing the Wildlife Protection Act. In many areas, villagers themselves are protecting habitats and explicitly rejecting government involvement. The inhabitants of 5 villages in the Alwar district of Rajasthan declared 1,200 hectares of forest as the Odev Dak of Sanchuri, declaring their CI2 own set of rules and regulations which do not allow hunting and are protecting the wildlife against any outside encroachments. The famous Chipko movement in the Himalayas has not only successfully resisted deforestation in several areas but has also shown that community afforestation with indigenous species can be enormously successful. Attempts to revive the traditional conservation methods or developing new methods of ecological farming are now widespread. Farmers and citizens groups like the Bij Bachao Andolan in Terry and Navdanya have shown that adequate levels of diversified crop production without the use of synthetic chemicals are possible and economically viable. In India, Joint Forest Management (JFM) program furnishes a good example for involving local communities in the management and restoration of degraded sacred groves, a wealth of diverse and rare species. Nature worship is an age-old tribal belief based on the premise that all creations of nature have to be protected. Such beliefs have preserved several virgin forests in pristine form called sacred groves, the forests of God and goddesses. These patches of forest or parts of large forests have been left untouched by the local people and any interference with them is banned. Certain societies revere a particular tree which they have preserved from time immemorial. The Mundas and the Santhal of Chota Nagpur region worship Mahua Basha latifolia and Kadamba Anthocaphalus Kadamba trees, and the tribals of Odisha and Bihar worship the tamarind Tamarindus indica and mango Mangifera indica trees during weddings. To many of us, pial and banyan trees are considered sacred. Indian society comprises several cultures, each with its own set of traditional methods of conserving nature and its creations. Sacred qualities are often ascribed to springs, mountain peaks, plants, and animals which are closely protected. You will find troops of macaques and langurs around many temples. They are fed daily and treated as a part of temple devotees. In and around Bishnoi villages in Rajasthan, herds of blackbuck, chinkara, nilgai, and peacocks can be seen as an integral part of the community and nobody harms them. Forests. The program has been in formal existence since 1988 when the state of Odisha passed the first resolution for joint forest management. JFM depends on the formation of local, village, institutions that undertake protection activities mostly on degraded forest land managed by the Forest Department. In return, the members of these communities are entitled to intermediary benefits like non-timber forest produces and share in the timber harvested by successful protection. The clear lesson from the dynamics of both environmental destruction and reconstruction in India is that local communities everywhere have to be involved in some kind of natural resource management. But there is still a long way to go before local communities are at the center stage in decision-making. Accept only those economic or developmental activities that are people-centric, environment-friendly, and economically rewarding. Activity. Write a short essay on any practices which you may have observed and practiced in your everyday lives that conserve and protect the environment around you. Gautama Buddha, 487 BC. The tree is a peculiar organism of unlimited kindness and benevolence and makes no demand for its sustenance and extends generously the products of its life activity. It affords protection to all beings, offering shade even to the axemen who destroy it. Forest and WR. Exercises E. 1. Multiple choice questions. I. Which of the following conservation strategies do not directly involve community participation? A. Joint forest management. C. Chipko movement. B. Bij Bachao Andolan. D. Demarcation of wildlife sanctuaries. 2. Match the following. 3. Answer the following questions in about 30 words. I. What is biodiversity? Why is biodiversity important for human lives? 2. How have human activities affected the depletion of flora and fauna? Explain. 4. Answer the following questions in about 120 words. I. Describe how communities have conserved and protected forests and wildlife in India. 2. Write a note on good practices towards conserving forest and wildlife. CI2. W. Feltek K. Success. Hey Pinky, did you see those awesome TV reports on floods in Assam? My God! What havoc they have created! It has destroyed and swept away everything in its path. Yes. Chintu, I did. Isn't it strange that water can give life and take life as well? What would we do without water? We need water to drink, cook our food, wash our clothes, and wash ourselves as well. My father was telling me that in his factory they need a lot of water for a number of things. Did you know that they even need water for cooling the machines? In fact, the factory runs on the power supplied by the Hydel power plant. Now, I can understand why through the ages we humans have chosen to live near water courses along the rivers and other water sources like springs, lakes, ponds, and oases. You already know that 3/4 of the Earth's surface is covered with water, but only a small proportion of it accounts for fresh water that can be put to use. This freshwater is mainly obtained from surface runoff and groundwater that is continually being renewed and recharged through the hydrological cycle. All water moves within the hydrological cycle, ensuring that water is a renewable resource. You might wonder that if 3/4 of the world is covered with water and water is a renewable resource, then how is it that countries and regions around the globe suffer from water scarcity? Why is it predicted that by 2025, nearly 2 billion people will live in absolute water scarcity? Water scarcity and the need for water conservation and management. Given the abundance and renewability of water, it is difficult to imagine that we may suffer from water scarcity. The moment we speak of water shortages, we immediately associate it with regions having low rainfall or those that are drought-prone. We instantaneously visualize the deserts of Rajasthan and women balancing many maccas, earthen pots, used for collecting and storing water and traveling long distances to get water. True, the availability of water resources varies over space and time, mainly due to the variations in seasonal and annual precipitation, but water scarcity in most cases is caused by overexploitation, excessive use, and unequal access to water among different social groups. Where's then water scarcity likely to occur? As you have read in the hydrological cycle, freshwater can be obtained directly from precipitation, surface runoff, and groundwater. Is it possible that an area or region may have ample water resources but is still facing water scarcity? Many of our cities are such examples. Thus, water scarcity may be an outcome of large and growing population and consequent greater demands for water and unequal access to it. A large population requires more water not only for domestic use but also to produce more food. Hence, to facilitate higher food grain production, water resources are being overexploited to expand irrigated areas for dry season agriculture. Irrigated agriculture is the largest consumer of water. Now it is needed to revolutionize the agriculture through developing drought-resistant crops and dry farming techniques. You may have seen in many television advertisements that most farmers have their Figure 3.1, Water Scarcity. /20CI2. Water everywhere, not a drop to drink. After a heavy downpour, a boy collects drinking water in Kolkata. Life in the city and its adjacent districts was paralyzed as incessant overnight rain, meaning a record 180 millimeters, flooded vast area and disrated traffic. A Kashmiri earthquake survivor carries water in the snow in a devastated village. Teat CF3 FTR GI25 FL41. FTLUD FT Gene TFT FTL caret asterisk IFT FT FIFL AFT 1 14 441. BTF dinar FT NFRT FT FFT FTT MFT FT MSTL %T FT TFT TSD CD FDT DNMT FT FAR 3 HFT FT HFT caret TEEVT FT Phi Gene FTNSIL FT FTFT FT FTA RRG for FFDR FT FTAT FT asterisk I4 M4 Phi caret TFT CII caret turfed FT 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 if I FT FT UIFT TFT 3 Tata FT FDR FT CT FT GTTT FT FFT FFDR AIT 44 plus RLI own wells and tube wells in their farms for irrigation to increase their produce. But have you ever wondered what this could result in? That it may lead to falling groundwater levels, adversely affecting water availability and food security of the people. Post-independent India witnessed intensive industrialization and urbanization, creating vast opportunities for us. Today, large industrial houses are as commonplace as the industrial units of many MNCs, multinational corporations. The ever-increasing number of industries has made matters worse by exerting pressure on existing freshwater resources. Industries, apart from being heavy users of water, also require power to run them. Much of this energy comes from hydroelectric power. Today, in India, hydroelectric power contributes approximately 22% of the total electricity produced. Moreover, multiplying urban centers with large and dense populations and urban lifestyles have not only added to water and energy requirements but have further aggravated the problem. If you look into the housing societies or colonies in the cities, you would find that most of these have their own groundwater pumping devices to meet their water needs. Not surprisingly, we find that fragile water resources are being overexploited and have caused their depletion in several of these cities. So far, we have focused on the quantitative aspects of water scarcity. Now, let us consider another situation where water is sufficiently available to meet the needs of the people, but the area still suffers from water scarcity. This scarcity may be due to bad quality of water. Lately, there has been a growing concern that even if there is ample water to meet the needs of the people, much of it may be polluted by domestic and industrial wastes, chemicals, pesticides, and fertilizers used in agriculture, thus making it hazardous for human use. Government of India has accorded highest priority to improve the quality of life and enhance ease of living of people, especially those living in rural areas, by announcing the Jal Jeevan Mission (JJM). The goal of JJM is to enable every rural household get assured supply of potable piped water at a service level of 55 liters per capita per day regularly on long-term basis by ensuring functionality of the tap water connections. Source: Economic Survey 2020-21, page 357. India's rivers, especially the smaller ones, have all turned into toxic streams. And even the big ones like the Ganga and Yamuna are far from being pure. The assault on India's rivers from population growth, agricultural modernization, urbanization, and industrialization is enormous and growing by the day. This entire life stands threatened. Source: The Citizen's Fifth Report, CSE, 1999. You may have already realized that the need of the hour is to conserve and manage our water resources, to safeguard ourselves from health hazards, to ensure food security, continuation of our livelihoods and productive activities, and also to prevent degradation of our natural ecosystems. Overexploitation and mismanagement of water resources will impoverish this resource and cause ecological crisis that may have profound impact on our lives. Activity. From your everyday experiences, write a short proposal on how you can conserve water. Multi-purpose river projects and integrated water resources management. But how do we conserve and manage water? Archaeological and historical records show that from ancient times we have been constructing sophisticated hydraulic structures like dams built of stone rubble, reservoirs or lakes, embankments, and canals for irrigation. Not surprisingly, we have continued this tradition in modern India by building dams in most of our river basins. Hydraulic structures in ancient India. In the 1st century BC, Sringavarapura near Allahabad had sophisticated water harvesting system channeling the flood water of the river Ganga. During the time of Chandragupta Maurya, dams, lakes, and irrigation systems were extensively built. WR21/ Evidences of sophisticated irrigation works have also been found in Kalinga, Odisha, Nagarjunakonda, Andhra Pradesh, Benner, Karnataka, Kolhapur, Maharashtra, etc. In the 11th century, Bhopal Lake, one of the largest artificial lakes of its time, was built. In the 14th century, the tank in Hauz Khas, Delhi was constructed by Iltutmish for supplying water to Siri Fort area. Source: Dying Wisdom, CSE, 1997. Figure 3.2, Track a dam. What are dams and how do they help us in conserving and managing water? Dams were traditionally built to impound rivers and rainwater that could be used later to irrigate agricultural fields. Today, dams are built not just for irrigation but for electricity generation, water supply for domestic and industrial uses, flood control, recreation. Today, dams are built not just for irrigation but for electricity generation, water supply for domestic and industrial uses, flood control, recreation, inland navigation, and fish breeding. Hence, dams are now referred to as multi-purpose projects where the many uses of the impounded water are integrated with one another. For example, in the Sutlej-Beas River Basin, the Bakra Nungal project water is being used both for tidal power production and irrigation. Similarly, the Hirakud project in the Mahanadi Basin integrates conservation of water with flood control. Multi-purpose projects, launched after independence with their integrated water resources management approach, were thought of as the vehicle that would lead the nation to development and progress, overcoming the /22CI2. A dam is a barrier across flowing water that obstructs, directs, or retards the flow, often creating a reservoir, lake, or impoundment. Dam refers to the reservoir rather than the structure. Most dams have a section called a spillway or weir over which or through which it is intended that water will flow either intermittently or continuously. Dams are classified according to structure, intended purpose, or height. Based on structure and the materials used, dams are classified as timber dams, embankment dams, or masonry dams with several subtypes. According to the height, dams can be categorized as large dams and major dams, or alternatively as low dams, medium height dams, and high dams. Handicap of its colonial past. Jawaharlal Nehru proudly proclaimed the dams as the temples of modern India, the reason being that it would integrate development of agriculture and the village economy with rapid industrialization and growth of the urban economy. Activity. Find out more about any one traditional method of building dams and irrigation works. We have sown the crops in Asar, we will bring Badu, and Bhadra floods have swollen the Damodar, the sailing boats cannot sail. Damodar, we fall at your feet, reduce the floods a little, Bada will come a year later, let the boat sail on your surface. This popular Bada song in the Damodar Valley region narrates the troubles faced by people owing to the flooding of Damodar River, known as the River of Sorrow. In recent years, multi-purpose projects and large dams have come under great scrutiny and opposition for a variety of reasons. Regulating and damming of rivers affect their natural flow, causing poor sediment flow and excessive sedimentation at the bottom of the reservoir, resulting in rockier stream beds and poorer habitats for the river's aquatic life. Dams also fragment rivers, making it difficult for aquatic fauna to migrate, especially for spawning. The reservoirs that are created on the floodplains also submerge the existing vegetation and soil, leading to its decomposition over a period of time. Multi-purpose projects and large dams have also been the cause of many new environmental movements like the Narmada Bachao Andolan and the Terry Dam Andolan, etc. Resistance to these projects has primarily been due to the large-scale displacement of local communities. Local people often had to give up their land, livelihood, and their meager access and control over resources for the greater good of the nation. So, if the local people are not benefiting from such projects, then who is benefited? Perhaps the landowners and large farmers, industrialists, and few urban centers. Take the case of the landless in a village. Does he really gain from such a project? Narmada Bachao Andolan, or Save Narmada Movement, is a non-governmental organization, NGO, that mobilized tribal people, farmers, environmentalists, and human rights activists against the Sardar Sarovar Dam being built across the Narmada River in Gujarat. It originally focused on the environmental issues related to trees that would be submerged under the dam water. Recently, it has refocused the aim to enable poor citizens, especially the ousties, displaced people, to get full rehabilitation facilities from the government. People felt that their suffering would not be in vain. Accepted the trauma of displacement, believing in the promise of irrigated fields and plentiful harvests. So often the survivors of Ribbon told us that they accepted their sufferings as sacrifice for the sake of their nation. But now, after 30 bitter years of being adrift, their livelihood having even being more precarious, they keep asking, are we the only ones chosen to make sacrifices for the nation? Source, S. Sharma, quoted in the Belly of the River. Tribal Conflicts Over Development TN Narmada Valley, A. Bhaviskar, 1995. Do you know? Sardar Sarovar Dam has been built over the Narmada River in Gujarat. This is one of the largest water resource projects of India, covering 4 states: Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, and Rajasthan. The Sardar Sarovar project would meet the requirement of water in drought-prone and desert areas of Gujarat, 9,490 villages and 173 towns, and Rajasthan, 124 villages. Source, http://www. Project tasks. Irrigation has also changed the cropping pattern of many regions, with farmers shifting to water-intensive and commercial crops. This has great ecological consequences like salinization of the soil. At the same time, it has transformed the social landscape, i.e., increasing the social gap between the richer landowners and the landless poor. As we can see, the dams did create conflicts between people wanting different uses and benefits from the same water resources. In Gujarat, the Sabarmati Basin farmers were agitated and almost caused a riot over the higher priority given to water supply in urban areas, particularly during droughts. Interstate water disputes are also becoming common with regard to sharing the costs and benefits of the multi-purpose project. Do you know? Do you know that the Krishna Godavari dispute is due to the objections raised by Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh governments? It is regarding the diversion of more water at Koina by the Maharashtra government for a multi-purpose project. This would reduce downstream flow in their states with adverse consequences for agriculture and industry. Activity. Make a list of interstate water disputes. WR23/24 Contemporary India 2. India, major rivers and dams. Most of the objections to the projects arose due to their failure to achieve the purposes for which they were built. Ironically, the dams that were constructed to control floods have triggered floods due to sedimentation in the reservoir. Moreover, the big dams have mostly been unsuccessful in controlling floods at the time of excessive rainfall. You may have seen or read how the release of water from dams during heavy rains aggravated the flood situation in Maharashtra and Gujarat in 2006. The floods have not only devastated life and property but also caused extensive soil erosion. Sedimentation also meant that the flood plains were deprived of silt, a natural fertilizer, further adding on to the problem of land degradation. It was also observed that the multi-purpose projects induced earthquakes, caused waterborne diseases and pests, and pollution resulting from excessive use of water. Rainwater harvesting. Many thought that given the disadvantages and rising resistance against the multi-purpose projects, water harvesting system was a viable alternative both socio-economically and environmentally. In ancient India, along with the sophisticated hydraulic structures, there existed an extraordinary tradition of water harvesting system. people had in-depth knowledge of rainfall regimes and soil types and developed wide-ranging techniques to harvest rainwater, groundwater, river water, and flood water in keeping with the local ecological conditions and their water needs. In hill and mountainous regions, people built diversion channels like the gulls or kulls of the western Himalayas for agriculture. Rooftop rainwater harvesting was commonly practiced to store drinking water, particularly in Rajasthan. In the floodplains of Bengal, people developed inundation channels too. FE0 ODS. Basic safety precautions to be taken. Listen to radio/TV for the latest weather bulletins and flood warnings. Pass on the information to others. Make a family emergency kit which should include a portable radio transistor, torch, spare batteries, a first aid box along with essential medicines, ORS. Dry food items, drinking water, matchboxes, candles, and other essential items. Keep hurricane lamp, ropes, rubber tubes, umbrella, and bamboo stick in your house. These could be useful. Keep your cash, jewelry, valuables, important documents, etc. in a safe place. If there is a flood, move along with your family members and cattle to safe areas like relief camps, evacuation centers, elevated grounds where you can take shelter. Turn off power and gas connections before leaving your house. Heavy rain drowns Kolkata. During floods, don't enter into flood waters, it could be dangerous. Don't allow children to play in or near floodwaters. Stay away from sewerage line, gutters, drains, culverts, etc. Be careful of snakes. Snake bites are common during floods. Stay away from electric poles and fallen power lines to avoid electrocution. Don't use wet electrical appliances, get them checked before use. Eat freshly cooked and dry food. Always keep your food covered. Use boiled and filtered drinking water. Keep all drains, gutters near your house clean. Stagnation of water can breed vector/waterborne diseases. In case of sickness, seek medical assistance. Use bleaching powder and lime to disinfect the surroundings. Use bleaching powder and lime to disinfect the surroundings. Collect information about flood-prone areas of the country. WR25/ Irrigate their fields. In arid and semi-arid regions, agricultural fields were converted into rain-fed storage structures that allowed the water to stand and moisten the soil like the Cottons in Jaisalmer and Johads in other parts of Rajasthan. A. Recharge through hand pump. B. Recharge through abandoned dug well. Rooftop rainwater is collected using a PVC pipe, filtered using sand and bricks. Underground pipe takes water to sump for immediate usage. Excess water from the sump is taken to the well. Water from the well recharges the underground. Take water from the well later. Figure 3.3, Rooftop Rainwater Harvesting. /26CI2. Are you a water harvester? This monsoon, join us in counting the raindrops. Figure 3.4. In the semi-arid and arid regions of Rajasthan, particularly in Bikaner, Phalodi, and Barmer, almost all the houses traditionally had underground tanks or tankas for storing drinking water. The tanks could be as large as a big room. One household in Phalodi had a tank that was 6.1 meters deep, 4.27 meters long, and 2.44 meters wide. The tankas were part of the well-developed rooftop rainwater harvesting system and were built inside the main house or the courtyard. They were connected to the sloping roofs of the houses through a pipe. Rain falling on the rooftops would travel down the pipe and was stored in these underground tankas. The first spell of rain was usually not collected, as this would clean the roofs and the pipes. The rainwater from the subsequent showers was then collected. The rainwater can be stored in the tankas till the next rainfall, making it an extremely reliable source of drinking water when all other sources are dried up. Figure 3.5, Traditional method of rainwater harvesting. Particularly in the summers. Rainwater, or paler pani as commonly referred to in these parts, is considered the purest form of natural water. Many houses constructed underground rooms adjoining the tanka to beat the summer heat, as it would keep the room cool. Interesting fact. Rooftop rainwater harvesting is the most common practice in Shillong, Meghalaya. It is interesting because Cherrapunji and Mawsynram, situated at a distance of 55 kilometers from Shillong, receive the highest rainfall in the world, yet the state capital Shillong faces acute shortage of water. Nearly every household in the city has a rooftop rainwater harvesting structure. Nearly 15 to 25% of the total water requirement of the household comes from rooftop water harvesting. Activity. Find out other rainwater harvesting systems existing in and around your locality. Today, in western Rajasthan, sadly the practice of rooftop rainwater harvesting is on the decline, as plenty of water is available due to the perennial Indira Gandhi Canal, though some houses still maintain the tankas since they do not like the taste of tap water. Fortunately, in many parts of rural and urban India, rooftop rainwater harvesting is being successfully adapted to store and conserve water. In Jendathur, a remote backward village in Mysore, Karnataka, villagers have installed in-air household's rooftop rainwater harvesting system to meet their water needs. Nearly 200 households have installed this system, and the village has earned the rare distinction of being rich in rainwater. See Figure 3.6 for a better understanding of the rooftop rainwater harvesting system which is adapted here. Gendithur receives an annual precipitation of 1,000 millimeters, and with 80% of collection efficiency and of about 10 fillings, every house can collect and use about 50,000 liters of water annually. From the 200 houses, the net amount of rainwater harvested annually amounts to 1,000,000 liters. Rooftop harvesting was common across the towns and villages of the Dar. Rainwater that falls on the sloping roofs of houses is taken through a pipe into an underground tanka, circular holes in the ground, built in the main house or in the courtyard. The picture above shows water being taken from a neighbor's roof through a long pipe. Here the neighbor's rooftop has been used for collection of rainwater. The picture shows a hole through which rainwater flows down into an underground tanka. Figure 3.6. Interesting fact. Tamil Nadu is the first state in India which has made rooftop rainwater harvesting structure compulsory to all the houses across the state. There are legal provisions to punish the defaulters. WR 27/ Bamboo drip irrigation system. In Meghalaya, a 200-year-old system of tapping stream and spring water by using bamboo pipes is prevalent. About 18 to 20 liters of water enters the bamboo pipe system, gets transported over hundreds of meters, and finally reduces to 20 to 80 drops per minute at the site of the plant. Picture 1. Bamboo pipes are used to divert perennial springs on the hilltops to the lower reaches by gravity. Picture 2 and 3. The channel sections made of bamboo divert water to the plant site where it is distributed into branches, again made and laid out with different forms of bamboo pipes. The flow of water into the pipes is controlled by manipulating the pipe positions. Picture 4. If the pipes pass a road, they are taken high above the land. Picture 5 and 6. Reduced channel sections and diversion units are used at the last stage of water application. The last channel section enables water to be dropped near the roots of the plant. Figure 3.7. Activity 1. Collect information on how industries are polluting our water resources. 2. Enact with your classmates a scene of water dispute in your locality. /28CI2. Exercises E. 1. Multiple choice questions. Based on the information given below, classify each of the situations as suffering from water scarcity or not suffering from water scarcity. A. Region with high annual rainfall. B. Region having high annual rainfall and large population. C. Region having high annual rainfall but water is highly polluted. D. Region having low rainfall and low population. 2. Which one of the following statements is not an argument in favor of multi-purpose river projects? A. Multi-purpose projects bring water to those areas which suffer from water scarcity. B. Multi-purpose projects by regulating water flow helps to control floods. C. Multi-purpose projects lead to large-scale displacements and loss of livelihood. D. Multi-purpose projects generate electricity for our industries and our homes. Here are some false statements. Identify the mistakes and rewrite them correctly. A. Multiplying urban centers with large and dense populations and urban lifestyles have helped in proper utilization of water resources. B. Regulating and damming of rivers does not affect the river's natural flow and its sediment flow. C. In Gujarat, the Sabarmati Basin farmers were not agitated when higher priority was given to water supply in urban areas, particularly during droughts. D. Today in Rajasthan, the practice of rooftop rainwater water harvesting has gained popularity despite high water availability due to the Indira Gandhi Canal. 2. Answer the following questions in about 30 words. Explain how water becomes a renewable resource. 2. What is water scarcity and what are its main causes? Compare the advantages and disadvantages of multi-purpose river projects. 3. Answer the following questions in about 120 words. Discuss how rainwater harvesting in semi-arid regions of Rajasthan is carried out. 2. Describe how modern adaptations of traditional rainwater harvesting methods are being carried out to conserve and store water. WR. India is an agriculturally important country. 2/3 of its population is engaged in agricultural activities. Agriculture is a primary activity which produces most of the food that we consume. Besides food grains, it also produces raw material for various industries. Can you name some industries based on agricultural raw material? Moreover, some agricultural products like tea, coffee, spices, etc. are also exported. Types of farming. Agriculture is an age-old economic activity in our country. Over these years, cultivation methods have changed significantly depending upon the characteristics of physical environment, technological know-how, and socio-cultural practices. Farming varies from subsistence to commercial type. At present, in different parts of India, the following farming systems are practiced. Primitive subsistence farming. This type of farming is still practiced in few pockets of India. Primitive subsistence agriculture is practiced on small patches of land with the help of primitive tools like hoe, dhow and digging sticks, and family/community labor. This type of farming depends upon monsoon, natural fertility of the soil, and suitability of other environmental conditions to the crops grown. It is a slash-and-burn agriculture. Farmers clear a patch of land and produce cereals and other food crops to sustain their family. When the soil fertility decreases, the farmers shift and clear a fresh patch of land for cultivation. This type of shifting allows nature to replenish the fertility of the soil. Jumming, the slash-and-burn agriculture is known as milpa in Mexico and Central America, canuco in Venezuela, roca in Brazil, masol in Central Africa, ladong in Indonesia, ray in Vietnam. In India, this primitive form of cultivation is called bevar or dia in Madhya Pradesh, podu or penda in Andhra Pradesh, pamadabi or Roman or brina in Odisha, kumari in Western Ghats, vairi or waltre in southeastern Rajasthan, Kayai in the Himalayan belt, Karua in Jharkhand, and jumming in the northeastern region. Through natural processes, land productivity in this type of agriculture is low as the farmer does not use fertilizers or other modern inputs. It is known by different names in different parts of the country. Can you name some such types of farmings? It is jumming in northeastern states like Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram and Nagaland, Pamlu in Manipur, Daipa in Bhatar district of Chhattisgarh, and in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Figure 4.1. Rinja lived with her family in a small village at the outskirts of Diffu in Assam. She enjoys watching her family members clearing, slashing and burning a patch of land for cultivation. She often helps them in irrigating the fields with water running through a bamboo canal from the nearby spring. She loves the surroundings and wants to stay here as long as she can, but this little girl has no idea about the declining fertility of the soil and her family's search for fresh a patch of land in the next season. Can you name the type of farming Rinja's family is engaged in? Can you enlist some crops which are grown in such farming? Intensive subsistence farming. This type of farming is practiced in areas of high population pressure on land. It is labor-intensive farming where high doses of biochemical inputs and irrigation are used for obtaining higher production. Can you name some of the states of India where such farming is practiced? Though the right of inheritance leading to the division of land among successive generations has rendered landholding size uneconomical, the farmers continue to take maximum output from the limited land in the absence of alternative source of livelihood. Thus, there is enormous pressure on agricultural land. Commercial farming. The main characteristic of this type of farming is the use of higher doses of modem inputs, e.g. high-yielding variety, HYV, seeds, chemical fertilizers, insecticides, and pesticides in order to obtain higher productivity. The degree of commercialization of agriculture varies from one region to another. For example, rice is a commercial crop in Haryana and Punjab, but in Odisha it is a subsistence crop. Can you give some more examples of crops which may be commercial in one region and may provide subsistence in another region? Plantation is also a type of commercial farming. In this type of farming, a single crop is grown on a large area. The plantation has an interface of agriculture and industry. Plantations cover large tracts of land using capital-intensive inputs with the help of migrant laborers. All the produce is used as raw material in respective industries. In India, tea, coffee, rubber, sugarcane, banana, etc. are important plantation crops. Tea in Assam and North Bengal coffee in Karnataka are some of the important plantation crops grown in these states. Since the production is mainly for market, a well-developed network of transport and communication connecting the plantation areas, processing industries and markets plays an important role in the development of plantations. Figure 4.2, Banana plantation in southern part of India. Cropping pattern. You have studied the physical diversities and plurality of cultures in India. These are also reflected in agricultural practices and cropping patterns in the country. Various types of food and fiber crops, vegetables and fruits, spices and condiments, etc. constitute some of the important crops grown in the country. India has 3 cropping seasons: Rabi, Kharif and Zaid. Rabi crops are sown in winter from October to December and harvested in summer from April to June. Some of the important Rabi crops are wheat, barley, peas, gram and mustard. Though these crops are grown in large parts of India, states from the north and northwestern parts such as Punjab, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, Uttarakhand and Uttar Pradesh are important for the production of wheat and other Rabi crops. Availability of precipitation during winter months due to the western temperate cyclones helps in the success of these crops. However, the success of the Green Revolution in Punjab, Haryana, western Uttar Pradesh and parts of Rajasthan has also been an important factor in the growth of the above-mentioned Rabi crops. Kharif crops are grown with the onset of monsoon in different parts of the country, and these are harvested in September-October. Important crops grown during this season are paddy, maize, jowar, bajra, tur, arhar, mung, urad, cotton, jute, groundnut, and soybean. Some of the most important rice-growing regions are Assam, West Bengal, coastal regions of Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Maharashtra, particularly the Konkan coast, along with Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. Recently, paddy has also become an important crop of Punjab and Haryana. In states like Assam, West Bengal and Odisha, 3 crops of paddy are grown in a year. These are Aus, Saman and Burro. In between the Rabi and the Kharif seasons, there is a short season during the summer U1C, 1C, 10, 0, 11 U1L, OCDB, UL, VL, UIMG, U.1 XJ, QCLLLLLD months known as the Zaid season. Some of the crops produced during Zaid are 32 CI2, 1/7/CJ, watermelon, muskmelon, cucumber, vegetables, and fodder crops. Sugarcane takes almost a year to grow. Major crops. A variety of food and non-food crops are grown in different parts of the country depending upon the variations in soil, climate, and cultivation practices. Major crops grown in India are rice, wheat, millets, pulses, tea, coffee, sugarcane, oilseeds, cotton and jute, etc. Rice, it is the staple food crop of a majority of the people in India. Our country is the second largest producer of rice in the world after China. It is a kharif crop which requires high temperature above 25 degrees Celsius and high humidity with annual rainfall above 100 centimeters. In the areas of less rainfall, it grows with the help of irrigation. Figure 4.4, A rice cultivation. Figure 4.4b, rice is ready to be harvested in the field. Rice is grown in the plains of north and northeastern India, coastal areas, and the deltaic regions. Development of dense network of canal irrigation and tube wells have made it possible to grow rice in areas of less rainfall such as Punjab, Haryana and western Uttar Pradesh and parts of Rajasthan. Wheat, this is the second most important cereal crop. It is the main food crop in north and northwestern part of the country. This Rabi crop requires a cool growing season and a bright sunshine at the time of ripening. It requires 50 to 75 centimeters of annual rainfall evenly distributed over the growing season. There are 2 important wheat growing zones in the country, the Ganga-Satluj Plains in the northwest and black soil region of the Deccan. The major wheat producing states are Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar and Rajasthan. Figure 4.5, Wheat cultivation. Millets, Jowar, Bajra and Ragi are the important millets grown in India. Though these are known as coarse grains, they have very high nutritional value. For example, Ragi is very rich in iron, calcium, other micronutrients and roughage. Jowar is the 3rd most important food crop with respect to area and production. It is a rain-fed crop mostly grown in the moist areas which hardly needs irrigation. Major jowar producing states are Maharashtra, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh. 34 CI2. Figure 4.6, Bajra cultivation. Bajra grows well on sandy soils and shallow black soil. Major Bajra producing states are Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Gujarat and Haryana. Ragi is a crop of dry regions and grows well on red, black, sandy, loamy and shallow black soils. Major Ragi producing states are Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, Jharkhand and Arunachal Pradesh. Maize, it is a crop which is used both as food and fodder. It is a kharif crop which requires temperature between 21 degrees Celsius to 27 degrees Celsius and grows well in old alluvial soil. In some states like Bihar, maize is grown in Rabi season also. Use of modern inputs such as HYV seeds, fertilizers and irrigation have contributed to the increasing production of maize. Major maize-producing states are Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Figure 4.7, Maize cultivation. Pulses, India is the largest producer as well as the consumer of pulses in the world. These are the major source of protein in a vegetarian diet. Major pulses that are grown in India are tur, arhar, urad, mung, masur, peas and gram. Can you distinguish which of these pulses are grown in the Kharif season and which are grown in the Rabi season? Pulses need less moisture and survive even in dry conditions. Being leguminous crops, all these crops except arhar help in restoring soil fertility by fixing nitrogen from the air. Therefore, these are mostly grown in rotation with other crops. Major pulse-producing states in India are Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh and Karnataka. Food crops other than grains. Sugarcane. It is a tropical as well as a subtropical crop. It grows well in hot and humid climate with a temperature of 21 degrees C to 27 degrees Celsius and an annual rainfall between 75 centimeters and 100 centimeters. Irrigation is required in the regions of low rainfall. Can be grown on a variety of soils and needs manual labor from. Figure 4.8. Sugarcane cultivation. Sowing to harvesting. India is the 2nd largest producer of sugarcane only after Brazil. It is the main source of sugar, gur, jaggery, kansari, and molasses. The major sugarcane producing states are Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Bihar, Punjab, and Haryana. Oil seeds. In 2018, India was the second largest producer of groundnut in the world after China. In rapeseed production, India was third largest producer in the world after Canada and China in 2018. Different oil seeds are grown covering approximately 12% of the total cropped area of the country. Main oil seeds produced in India are groundnut, mustard, coconut, sesamum, till, soybean, castor seeds, cotton seeds, linseed, and sunflower. Most of these are edible and used as cooking mediums. However, some of these are also used as raw material in the production of soap, cosmetics, and ointments. Groundnut is a kharif crop and accounts for about half of the major oilseeds produced in the country. Gujarat was the largest producer of groundnut, followed by Rajasthan and Tamil Nadu in 2019-20. Linseed and mustard are rabi crops. Sesamum is a kharif crop in North and rabi crop in South India. Castor seed is grown both as rabi and kharif crop. Tea cultivation is an example of plantation agriculture. It is also an important beverage crop introduced in India initially by the British. Today, most of the tea plantations are owned by Indians. The tea plant grows well in tropical and subtropical climates endowed with deep and fertile well-drained soil, rich in humus and organic matter. Tea bushes require warm and moist frost-free. For point 10, tea cultivation fig. Figure 4.11. Tea leaves harvesting. Climate all through the year. Frequent showers evenly distributed over the year ensure continuous growth of tender leaves. Tea is a labor-intensive industry. It requires abundant, cheap, and skilled labor. Tea is processed within the tea garden to restore its freshness. Major tea. Producing states are Assam, hills of Darjeeling and Jalpaiguri districts, West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala. Apart from these, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, Andhra Pradesh, and Tripura are also tea-producing states in the country. In 2018, India was the second largest producer of tea after China. Coffee. Indian coffee is known in the world for its good quality. The Arabica variety, initially brought from Yemen, is produced in the country. This variety is in great demand all over the world. Initially, its cultivation was introduced on the Baba Budan Hills, and even today its cultivation is confined to the Nilgirai in Karnataka, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu. Horticulture crops. In 2018, India was the second largest producer of fruits and vegetables in the world after China. India is a producer of tropical as well as temperate fruits. Mangoes of Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Uttar Pradesh, and West Bengal. Oranges of Nagpur and Cherrapunji, Meghalaya. Bananas of Kerala, Mizoram, Maharashtra, and Tamil Nadu. Lychee and guava of Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. Pineapples of Meghalaya. Grapes of Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and Maharashtra. Apples, pears, apricots, and walnuts of Jammu and Kashmir and Himachal Pradesh are in great demand the world over. Figure 4.12. Apricots, apple, and pomegranate. Figure 4.13. Cultivation of vegetables: peas, cauliflower, tomato, and bryrial. Source: Pocket Book of Agricultural Statistics 2020, Government of India. Directorate of Economics and Statistics. India is an important producer of pea, cauliflower, onion, cabbage, tomato, brinjal, and potato. Non-food crops. Rubber. It is an equatorial crop, but under special conditions, it is also grown in tropical and subtropical areas. It requires moist and humid climate with rainfall of more than 200 centimeters and temperature above 25 degrees Celsius. Rubber is an important industrial raw material. It is mainly grown in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and Andaman and Nicobar Islands and Garo Hills of Meghalaya. Activity. List the items which are made of rubber and are used by us. Fiber crops. Cotton, jute, hemp, and natural silk are the four maj or fiber crops grown in India. The first three are derived from the crops grown in the soil. The latter is obtained from cocoons of the silkworms fed on green leaves, especially mulberry. Rearing of silkworms for the production of silk fiber is known as sericulture. Cotton. India is believed to be the original home of the cotton plant. Cotton is one of the main raw materials for cotton textile industry. In 2017, India was second largest producer of cotton after China. Cotton grows well in drier parts of the black cotton soil of the Deccan Plateau. It requires high temperature, light rainfall or irrigation, 210 frost-free days and bright sunshine for its growth. It is a kharif crop and requires 6 to 8 months to mature. Major cotton-producing states are Maharashtra, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Punjab, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh. Jute. It is known as the golden fiber. Jute grows well on well-drained fertile soils in the floodplains where soils are renewed every year. High temperature is required during the time of growth. West Bengal, Bihar, Assam, Odisha and Meghalaya are the major jute-producing states. It is used in making gunny bags, mats, ropes, yam, carpets and other artifacts. Due to its high cost, it is losing market to synthetic fibers and packing materials, particularly the nylon. Technological and institutional reforms. It was mentioned in the previous pages that agriculture has been practiced in India for thousands of years. Sustained uses of land without compatible techno-institutional changes have hindered the pace of agricultural development. In spite of development of sources of irrigation, most of the farmers in large parts of the country still depend upon monsoon and natural fertility in order to carry on their agriculture. For a growing population, this poses a serious challenge. Agriculture, which provides livelihood for more than 60% of its population, needs some serious technical and institutional reforms. Thus, collectivization, consolidation of holdings, cooperation and abolition of zamindari, etc. were given priority to bring about institutional reforms in the country after independence. Land reform was the main focus of our first 5-year plan. The right of inheritance had already led to fragmentation of land holdings, necessitating consolidation of holdings. The laws of land reforms were enacted, but the implementation was lacking or lukewarm. The government of India embarked upon introducing agricultural reforms to improve Indian agriculture in the 1960s and 1970s. The Green Revolution based on the use of package technology and the White Revolution, Operation Flood, were some of the strategies initiated to improve the lot of Indian agriculture. But this too led to the concentration of development in few selected areas. Therefore, in the 1980s and 1990s, a comprehensive land development program was initiated, which included both institutional and technical. Fig. 4.15. Modem technological equipments use TN agriculture. Reforms. Provision for crop insurance against drought, flood, cyclone, fire and disease, establishment of Grameen banks, cooperative societies and banks for providing loan facilities to the farmers at lower rates of interest were some important steps in this direction. Kisan Credit Card, KCC, Personal Accident Insurance Scheme, PIAS, are some other schemes introduced by the Government of India for the benefit of the farmers. Moreover, special weather bulletins and agricultural programs for farmers were introduced on the radio and television. The government also announces minimum support price, remunerative and procurement prices for important crops to check the exploitation of farmers by speculators and middlemen. Activity. Collect information about agriculture, horticulture, agricultural schemes, etc. from farmers' portal website https://farmer. Discuss about the benefits of the information available on the portal. Budhan Gramdan. Mahatma Gandhi declared Vinoba Bhave as his spiritual heir. He also participated in Satyagraha as one of the foremost Satyagrahis. He was one of the votaries of Gandhi's concept of Gram Swarajya. After Gandhiji's martyrdom, Vinoba Bhave undertook Padayatra to spread Gandhiji's message covered almost the entire country. Once, when he was delivering a lecture at Pachampally in Andhra Pradesh, some poor landless villagers demanded some land for their economic well-being. Vinoba Bhave could not promise it to them immediately but assured them to talk to the government of India regarding provision of land for them if they undertook cooperative farming. Suddenly, Sri Ramchandra Reddy stood up and offered 80 acres of land to be distributed among 80 landless villagers. This act was known as Budhan. Later he traveled and introduced his ideas widely all over India. Some reminders, owners of many villages offered to distribute some villages among the landless. It was known as Gramdan. However, many landowners chose to provide some part of their land to the poor farmers due to the fear of Land Sealing Act. This Budhan Gramdan movement initiated by Vinoba Bhave is also known as the Bloodless Revolution. Exercises E. 1. Multiple choice questions. I. Which one of the following describes a system of agriculture where a single crop is grown on a large area? A shifting agriculture. B. Plantation agriculture. C. Horticulture. D. Intensive agriculture. 2. Which one of the following is a rabi crop? Rice. B. Gram. C. Millets. D. Cotton. Ill. Which one of the following is a leguminous crop? A. Pulses. B. Jawar. C. Millets. D. Sesamum. 2. Answer the following questions in 30 words. I. Name one important beverage crop and specify the geographical conditions required for its growth. 2. Name one staple crop of India and the regions where it is produced. Ill. Enlist the various institutional reform programs introduced by the government in the interest of farmers. 3. Answer the following questions in about 120 words. I. Suggest the initiative taken by the government to ensure the increase in agricultural production. 2. Describe the geographical conditions required for the growth of rice. Project work. 1. Group discussion on the necessity of literacy among farmers. 2. On an outline map of India, show wheat producing areas. Activity. Solve the puzzle by following your search horizontally and vertically to find the hidden answers. 1. The 2 staple food crops of India. 2. This is the summer cropping season of India. 3. Pulses like arhar, mung, gram, urad contain. 4. It is a coarse grain. 5. The 2 important beverages in India are. 6. One of the 4 major fibers grown on black soils. Minerals A&P energy resources. 1068 CHO5. We use different things in our daily life made from metal. Can you list a number of items used in your house made of metals? Where do these metals come from? You have studied that the Earth's crust is made up of different minerals embedded in the rocks. Various metals are extracted from these minerals after proper refinement. Minerals are an indispensable part of our lives. Almost everything we use, from a tiny pin to a towering building or a big ship, all are made from minerals. The railway lines and the tarmac paving of the roads, our implements and machinery too, are made from minerals. Cars, buses, trains, airplanes are manufactured from minerals and run on power resources derived from the earth. Even the food that we eat contains minerals. In all stages of development, human beings have used minerals for their livelihood, decoration, festivities, religious and ceremonial rites. Haben comes to Guwahati with his father from a remote village. He sees people getting into strange house-like objects which move along the road. He also sees a kitchen dragging a number of house along with it. He is amazed and asks his father, "Why don't our houses move like the one we saw in Guwahati?" Ba replies, "These are not houses, they are buses and trains. Unlike our houses, these are not made of bricks and stones. Metal like iron and aluminium are used in making these. They do not move on their own. They are driven by an engine which needs energy to work." A bright smile from toothpaste and minerals. Toothpaste cleans your teeth. Abrasive minerals like silica, limestone, aluminium oxide, and various phosphate minerals do the cleaning. Fluoride, which is used to reduce cavities, comes from a mineral fluorite. Most toothpaste are made white with titanium oxide, which comes from minerals called rutile, ilmenite, and anatase. The sparkle in some toothpastes comes from mica. The toothbrush and tube containing the paste are made of plastics from petroleum. Find out where these minerals are found. Dig a little deeper and find out how many minerals are used to make a light bulb. All living things need minerals. Life processes cannot occur without minerals. Although our mineral intake represents only about 0.3% of our total intake of nutrients, they are so potent and so important that without them we would not be able to utilize the other 99.7% of foodstuffs. Dig a little deeper and collect nutritional facts printed on food labels. What is a mineral? Geologists define mineral as a homogeneous, natura-ly occurring substance with a definable internal structure. Minerals are found in varied forms in nature, ranging from the hardest diamond to the softest talc. Why are they so varied? You have already learnt about rocks. Rocks are combinations of homogeneous substances called minerals. Some rocks, for instance limestone, consist of a single mineral only, but majority of the rock consist of several minerals in varying proportions. Although over 2,000 minerals have been identified, only a few are abundantly found in most of the rocks. A particular mineral that will be formed from a certain combination of elements depends upon the physical and chemical conditions under which the material forms. This, in turn, results in a wide range of colors, hardness, crystal forms, luster, and density that a particular mineral possesses. Geologists use these properties to classify the minerals. Study of minerals by geographers and geologists. Geographers study minerals as part of the Earth's crust for a better understanding of land. Geographers study minerals as part of the Earth's crust for a better understanding of landforms. The distribution of mineral resources and associated economic activities are of interest to geographers. A geologist, however, is interested in the formation of minerals, their age and physical and chemical composition. However, for general and commercial purposes, minerals can be classified as under. Mode of occurrence of minerals. Where are these minerals found? Minerals are usually found in ores. The term ore is used to describe an accumulation of any mineral mixed with other elements. The mineral content of the ore must be in sufficient concentration to make its extraction commercially viable. The type of formation or structure in which they are found determines the relative ease with which mineral ores may be mined. This also determines the cost of extraction. It is, therefore, important for us to understand the main types of formations in which minerals occur. Minerals generally occur in these forms. In igneous and metamorphic rocks, minerals may occur in the cracks, crevices, faults, or joints. The smaller occurrences are called veins and the larger are called lodes. In most cases, they are formed when minerals in liquid/molten and gaseous forms are forced upward through cavities towards the Earth's surface. They cool and solidify as they rise. Major metallic minerals like tin, copper, zinc, and lead, etc. are obtained from veins and lodes. 2. In sedimentary rocks, a number of minerals occur in beds or layers. They have been formed as a result of deposition, accumulation, and concentration in horizontal strata. Coal and some forms of iron ore have been concentrated as a result of long periods under great heat and pressure. Another group of sedimentary minerals include gypsum, potash salt, and sodium salt. These are formed as a result of evaporation, especially in arid regions. Another mode of formation involves the decomposition of surface rocks and the removal of soluble constituents, leaving a residual mass of weathered material containing ores. Bauxite is formed this way. Figure 5.1. Minerals in E are 43. 4. Certain minerals may occur as alluvial deposits in sands of valley floors and the base of hills. These deposits are called placer deposits and generally contain minerals which are not corroded by water. Gold, silver, tin, and platinum are most important among such minerals. The ocean waters contain vast quantities of minerals, but most of these are too widely diffused to be of economic significance. However, common salt, magnesium, and bromine are largely derived from ocean waters. The ocean beds, too, are rich in manganese nodules. Rat hole mining. Do you know that most of the minerals in India are nationalized and their extraction is possible only after obtaining due permission from the government? But in most of the tribal areas of the northeast India, minerals are owned by individuals or communities. In Meghalaya, there are large deposits of coal, iron ore, limestone, and dolomite, etc. Coal mining in Jovai and Cherrapunji is done by family member in the form of a long narrow tunnel known as rat hole mining. The National Green Tribunal has declared such activities illegal and recommended that these should be stopped forthwith. Dig a little deeper. What is the difference between an open pit mine, a quarry, and an underground mine with shafts? India is fortunate to have fairly rich and varied mineral resources. However, these are unevenly distributed. Broadly speaking, peninsular rocks contain most of the reserves of coal, metallic minerals, mica, and many other non-metallic minerals. Sedimentary rocks on the western and eastern flanks of the peninsula in Gujarat and Assam have most of the petroleum deposits. Rajasthan, with the rock systems of the peninsula, has reserves of many. 44 Ci2. Non-ferrous minerals. The vast alluvial plains of North India are almost devoid of economic minerals. These variations exist largely because of the differences in the geological structure, processes, and time involved in the formation of minerals. Let us now study the distribution of a few major minerals in India. Always remember that the concentration of mineral in the ore, the ease of extraction, and closeness to the market play an important role in affecting the economic viability of a reserve. Thus, to meet the demand, a choice has to be made between a number of possible options. When this is done, a mineral, deposit, or reserve turns into a mine. Ferrous minerals. Ferrous minerals account for about 3/4 of the total value of the production of metallic minerals. They provide a strong base for the development of metallurgical industries. India exports substantial quantities of ferrous minerals after meeting her internal demands. Iron ore. Iron ore is the basic mineral and the backbone of industrial development. India is endowed with fairly abundant resources of iron ore. India is rich in good quality iron ores. Magnetite is the finest iron ore with a very high content of iron, up to 70%. It has excellent magnetic qualities, especially valuable in the electrical industry. Hematite ore is the most important industrial iron ore in terms of the quantity used, but has a slightly lower iron content than magnetite, 50 to 60%. In 2018 to 19, almost entire production of iron ore, 97%, accrued from Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Karnataka, and Jharkhand. The remaining production, 3%, was from other states. Do you know? Kudur in Kannada means horse. The highest peak in the western Ghats of Karnataka resembles the face of a horse. The Bilatala hills look like the hump of an ox, and hence its name. Figure 5.2, Iron or Mine. The major iron ore belts in India are Acha Jharkhand Belt in Odisha high-grade hematite ore is found in Badampahar mines in the Mayurbhanj and Kendujar districts. In the adjoining Singhbhum district of Jharkhand hematite iron ore is mined in Gua and Nomundi. Durgbastar Chandrapur belt lies in Chhattisgarh and Maharashtra. Very high-grade hematites are found in the famous Bilatala range of hills in the Bhattar district of Chhattisgarh. The range of hills comprise of 14 deposits of super high-grade hematite iron ore. It has the best physical properties needed for steelmaking. Iron ore from these mines is exported to Japan and South Korea via Visakhapatnam port. Ballari Chitraduarga-Chikamagaluru belt in Karnataka has large reserves of iron ore. The Kudramukh mines located in the western Ghats of Karnataka are a 100% export unit. Kudramukh deposits are known to be one of the largest in the world. The ore is transported as slurry through a pipeline to a port near Mangaluru. Tumakuru. Maharashtra Goa belt includes the state of Goa and Ratnagiri district of Maharashtra. Though the ores are not of very high quality, yet they are efficiently exploited. Iron ore is exported through Marmagao port. Manganese. Manganese is mainly used in the manufacturing of steel and ferro-manganese alloy. Nearly 10 kilograms of manganese is required to manufacture 1 ton of steel. It is also used in manufacturing bleaching powder, insecticides, and paints. Figure 5.3, Production of manganese showing state-wise share ton %, 2018 to 19. Dig a little deeper, superimpose the maps showing distribution of iron ore, manganese, coal, and iron and steel industry. Do you see any correlation? Why? Non-ferrous minerals. India's reserves and production of non-ferrous minerals is not very satisfactory. However, these minerals, which include copper, bauxite, lead, zinc, and gold, play a vital role in a number of metallurgical, engineering, and electrical industries. Let us study the distribution of copper and bauxite. Minerals in ER. 45. CI2. India, distribution of iron ore, manganese, bauxite, and mica. Copper. India is critically deficient in the reserve and production of copper. Being malleable, ductile, and a good conductor, copper is mainly used in electrical cables, electronics, and chemical. Figure 5.4, Copper mines at Mallarikund. Figure 5.5, Production of bauxite showing state-wise share in %, 2018 to 19. Industries. The Balaghat mines in Madhya Pradesh, Khetri mines in Rajasthan, and Singhbhum district of Jharkhand are leading producers of copper. Odisha was the largest bauxite-producing state in India in 2016 to 17. Panchpatmalai deposits in Koraput district are the most important bauxite deposits in the state. Bauxite. Though several ores contain aluminium, it is from bauxite, a clay-like substance, that alumina and later aluminium is obtained. Bauxite deposits are formed by the decomposition of a wide variety of rocks rich in aluminium silicates. Aluminium is an important metal because it combines the strength of metals such as iron with extreme lightness and also with good conductivity and great malleability. India's bauxite deposits are mainly found in the Figure 5.6, Bauxite Mine. Amarkantak Plateau, Michael Hills, and the plateau region of Bilaspur Kutni. Dig a little deeper, locate the mines of bauxite on the physical map of India. Minerals in ER. Interesting fact. After the discovery of aluminium, Emperor Napoleon III wore buttons and hooks on his clothes made of aluminium and served food to his more illustrious guests in aluminium utensils, and the less honorable ones were served in gold and silver utensils. 30 years after this incident, aluminium bowls were most common with the beggars in Paris. Rock minerals. Limestone is found in association with rocks composed of calcium carbonates or calcium and magnesium carbonates. It is found in sedimentary rocks of most geological formations. Limestone is the basic raw material for the cement industry and essential for smelting iron ore in the blast furnace. Non-metallic minerals. Mica is a mineral made up of a series of plates or leaves. It splits easily into thin sheets. These sheets can be so thin that 1,000 can be layered into a mica sheet of a few centimeters high. Mica can be clear, black, green, red, yellow, or brown. Due to its excellent dielectric strength, low power loss factor, insulating properties, and resistance to high voltage, mica is one of the most indispensable minerals used in electric and electronic industries. Mica deposits are found in the northern edge of the Chota Nagpur Plateau. Kodarmagaya Hajaribagh belt of Jharkhand is the leading producer. In Rajasthan, the major mica-producing area is around Ajmer. Nellore mica belt of Andhra Pradesh is also an important producer in the country. Dig a little deeper, study the maps to explain why Chota Nagpur is a storehouse of minerals. Figure 5.7, Production of limestone showing state-wise share in %, 2018 to 19. Hazards of mining. You ever wondered about the efforts the miners make in making life comfortable for you? What are the impacts of mining on the health of the miners and the environment? The dust and noxious fumes inhaled by miners make them vulnerable to pulmonary diseases. The risk of collapsing mine roofs, inundation, and fires in coal mines are a constant threat to miners. The water sources in the region get contaminated due to mining. Dumping of waste and slurry leads to degradation of land, soil, and increase in stream and river pollution. CI2. Figure 5.8. Air pollution due to generation of dust in mining areas. Kumar Mishra I. Dunbad, the government has decided to relocate an entire township, Juria, because of the uncontrollable spread of underground fires that have been burning for years in coal belt. The center has already sanctioned 14 rupees crore for the first phase of shifting. 1990. According to the Rana panel, the cost of shifting PEO-PLE will be at 20,000 rupees crore. The Rana panel had also said it is profitable to shift people from Juria since coal worth 60,000 rupees crore is lying unutilized on the Juria. Coal unit fined 300 crore rupees in damages Dananfe Mahapatra. Over 50% of coal belt mines unsafe. New Delhi, the Supreme Court has asked India's largest coal-producing company, Southeastern Coalfields Ltd, to pay within a month 300 rupees crore as compensation for using forest land in Chhattisgarh. This is in addition to 50 rupees crore already paid by the PSU, which is a subsidiary of Coal India Ltd, to continue its operations in the state. SSC will have to pay 100 rupees crore within a week and thereafter within a month. The forest bench comprising Jai K. Subbarwal and Justices Arijit Pasayat and S.H. Kapadia directed on Friday. The court, in its earlier judgment, had said that all companies were liable to pay penal compensatory afforestation cost and amount of net present value to continue operations in forest land already allotted to them by the states. Appearing for the PSU, Solicitor General G. E. Vahanvadi argued that the company had one of the best records for protection of environment and had won awards at the national and state level. He said the 50 rupees crore already deposited by the company was compensation enough for it to be allowed coal mining operations. Appearing for the Ministry of Environment Anri FNRMTT H. N. Ran. Kumar Mishra. Dunbad, 3 days after one of the worst mining disasters in decades left 54 people dead, the chief of the company which owns these mines said no less than half the mines in the area did not meet the basic safety standards. Bharat Coking Coal Ltd, BCCL, chairman Partho A. Bhattacharya, however, said on Saturday the company shouldn't be blamed for operating unsafe mines because workers and trade unions had blocked moves to shut these for fear of losing jobs. He said only 1 out of 41 mines was operated scientifically and of the rest, the many were functioning against the advice of the Directorate General of Mines Safety. He described safety standards in 24 minutes as poor. Bhattacharya said workers were aware that they would have to seek voluntary retirement if unsafe mines were shut. Bharat Coking Coal Management on Saturday also handed over employment letters to the immediate people nominated by families of victims. Ironically, these people most likely would go to work in mines deemed unsafe by the company. BCCL's audit of the safety status of mines graded 2nd and 3rd degrees. Wait and watch, a crowd watches the ongoing rescue operation outside the Bharat Coking Coal Ltd mine at Batti in Jharkhand on Thursday. Safety standards were not in place. Kumar Mishra. Dunbad, Union Coal Minister Shibu Soren on Thursday announced said an ex gratia of 3 rupees lakh to the families of the mine tragedy victims. Soren said, dependents of the victims will be provided employment by the Bharat Coking Coal from today. A probe by the Director General of Mines Safety and the Labour Commissioner will also be initiated. Soren also held discussions with Bharat Coking Coal OFFI SIALs and promised medical help to the 4 survivors. Even though the Director General of Mines Safety car rise out surveys of the safety norms, an expert said. Some agitating miners alleged that there's no emergency measures inside the mine. We go deep, between 400 feet and 1,500 feet, into the mines with only an oxygen mask. The tragedy points to the lack of security measures by Bharat Coking Coal despite previous instances of disasters due to methane leak. At least 48 people were killed in explosions in Jeetpur mine, 43 in Sudamdi and 30 in. Stricter safety regulations and implementation of environmental laws are essential to prevent mining from becoming a killer industry. Conservation of minerals. We all appreciate the strong dependence of industry and agriculture upon mineral deposits and the substances manufactured from them. The total volume of workable mineral deposits is an insignificant fraction, i.e. 1% of the Earth's crust. We are rapidly consuming mineral resources that required millions of years to be created and concentrated. The geological processes of mineral formation are so slow that the rates of replenishment are infinitely small in comparison to the present rates of consumption. Mineral resources are, therefore, finite and non-renewable. Rich mineral deposits are our country's extremely valuable but short-lived possessions. Continued extraction of ores leads to increasing costs as mineral extraction comes from greater depths along with decrease in quality. A WEJL 49. Minerals and energy resources. A concerted effort has to be made in order to use our mineral resources in a planned and sustainable manner. Improved technologies need to be constantly evolved to allow use of low-grade ores at low costs. Recycling of metals using scrap metals and other substitutes are steps in conserving our mineral resources for the future. Dig a little deeper, make a list of items where substitutes are being used instead of minerals. Where are these substitutes obtained from? Energy resources. Energy is required for all activities. It is needed to cook, to provide light and heat, to propel vehicles and to drive machinery in industries. Energy can be generated from fuel minerals like coal, petroleum, natural gas, uranium, and from electricity. Energy resources can be classified as conventional and non-conventional sources. Conventional sources include firewood, cattle dung cake, coal, petroleum, natural gas, and electricity, both tidal and thermal. Non-conventional sources include solar, wind, tidal, geothermal, biogas, and atomic energy. Firewood and cattle dung cake are most common in rural India. According to one estimate, more than 70% energy requirement in rural households is met by these two. Continuation of these is increasingly becoming difficult due to decreasing forest area. Moreover, using dung cake too is being discouraged because it consumes most valuable manure which could be used in agriculture. Conventional sources of energy. Coal. In India, coal is the most abundantly available fossil fuel. It provides a substantial part of the nation's energy needs. It is used for power generation to supply energy to industry as well as for domestic needs. India is highly dependent on coal for meeting its commercial energy requirements. As you are already aware that coal is formed through the compression of plant material over millions of years. Coal, therefore, is found in a variety of forms depending on the degrees of compression and the depth and 50 Ci2. Figure 5.9a a view from inside of a coal mine. Figure 5.9b a view from outside of Figure 5.9b a view from outside of a coal mine. Time of burial. Decaying plants in swamps produce peat, which has a low carbon and high moisture contents and low heating capacity. Lignite is a low-grade brown coal which is soft with high moisture content. The principal lignite reserves are in Navali in Tamil Nadu and are used for generation of electricity. Coal that has been buried deep and subjected to increased temperatures is bituminous coal. It is the most popular coal in commercial use. Metallurgical coal is high-grade bituminous coal which has a special value for smelting iron in blast furnaces. Anthracite is the highest quality hard coal. In India, coal occurs in rock series of two main geological ages, namely Gondwana, a little over 200 million years in age, and in tertiary deposits which are only about 55 million years old. The major resources of Gondwana coal, which are metallurgical coal, are located in Damodar Valley, West Bengal. India, distribution of coal, oil, and natural gas. Activity. Collect information about cross-country natural gas pipelines laid by GAIL, India, under One Nation, One Grid. Minerals and ER. Jharkhand. Jharia, Raniganj, Bokaro are important coal fields. The Godavari, Mahanadi, Sun, and Vardha valleys also contain coal deposits. Tertiary coals occur in the northeastern states of Meghalaya, Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, and Nagaland. Remember, coal is a bulky material which loses weight on use as it is reduced to ash. Hence, heavy industries and thermal power stations are located on or near the coal fields. Petroleum. Petroleum or mineral oil is the next major energy source in India after coal. It provides fuel for heat and lighting, lubricants for machinery, and raw materials for a number of manufacturing industries. Petroleum refineries act as a nodal industry for synthetic textile, fertilizer, and numerous chemical industries. Most of the petroleum occurrences in India are associated with anticlines and fault traps in the rock formations of the Tertiary age. In regions of folding, anticlines, or domes, it occurs where oil is trapped in the crest of the upfold. The oil-bearing layer is a porous limestone or sandstone through which oil may flow. The oil is prevented from rising or sinking by intervening non-porous layers. Petroleum is also found in fault traps between porous and non-porous rocks. Gas, being lighter, usually occurs above the oil. Mumbai High, Gujarat, and Assam are major petroleum production areas in India. From the map, locate the three major offshore fields of western India. Ankleshwar is the most important field of Gujarat. Assam is the oldest oil-producing state of India. Digboi, Naharkatiya, and Moranhugarjan are the important oil fields in the state. Natural gas. Natural gas is found with petroleum deposits and is released when crude oil is brought to the surface. It can be used as a domestic and industrial fuel. It is used as fuel in power sector to generate electricity for heating purpose in industries as raw material in chemical, petrochemical and fertilizer industries as transport fuel and as cooking fuel. With the expansion of gas infrastructure and local city. 52 CI2. Gas distribution, COD, networks, natural gas is also emerging as a preferred transport fuel, CNG, and cooking fuel, PNG, at homes. India's major gas reserves are found in the Mumbai High and allied fields along the west coast, which are supplemented by finds in the Cambay Basin. Along the east coast, new reserves of natural gas have been discovered in the Krishna-Godavari Basin. The first 1,700 kilometers long Hajirava-Jaipur-Jagdishpur (HVJ) cross-country gas pipeline, constructed by GAIL, India, linked Mumbai High and Basin gas fields with various fertilizer, power and industrial complexes in western and northern India. This artery provided impetus to Indian gas market development. Overall, India's gas infrastructure has expanded over 10 times from 1,700 kilometers to 18,500 kilometers of cross-country pipelines and is expected to soon reach over 34,000 km as gas grid by linking all gas sources and consuming markets across the country, including northeastern states. Electricity. Electricity has such a wide range of applications in today's world that its per capita consumption is considered as an index of development. Electricity is generated mainly in two ways: by running water, which drives hydro turbines to generate hydroelectricity, and by burning other fuels such as coal, petroleum, and natural gas to drive turbines to produce thermal power. Once generated, the electricity is exactly the same. Activity. Name some river valley projects and write the names of the dams built on these rivers. Hydroelectricity is generated by fast-flowing water, which is a renewable resource. India has a number of multi-purpose projects like the Bakra Nungal Damodar Valley Corporation, the Kopili Hydel project, etc., producing hydroelectric power. Thermal electricity is generated by using coal, petroleum, and natural gas. The thermal power stations use non-renewable fossil fuels for generating electricity. India, distribution of nuclear and thermal power plants. Collect information about thermal/hydel power plants located in your state. Show them on the map of India. Non-conventional sources of energy. The growing consumption of energy has resulted in the country becoming increasingly dependent on fossil fuels such as coal, oil, and gas. Rising prices of oil and gas and their potential shortages have raised uncertainties about the security of energy supply in future, which in turn has serious repercussions on the growth of the national economy. Moreover, increasing use of fossil fuels also causes serious environmental problems. Hence, there is a pressing need to use renewable energy sources like solar energy, wind, tide, biomass, and energy from waste material. These are called non-conventional energy sources. India is blessed with an abundance of sunlight, water, wind, and biomass. It has the largest programs for the development of these renewable energy resources. Nuclear or atomic energy. It is obtained by altering the structure of atoms. When such an alteration is made, much energy is released in the form of heat, and this is used to generate electric power. Uranium and thorium, which are available in Jharkhand and the Aravalli ranges of Rajasthan, are used for generating atomic or nuclear power. The monazite sands of Kerala is also rich in thorium. Locate the 6 nuclear power stations and find out the state in which they are located. Solar energy. India is a tropical country. It has enormous possibilities of tapping solar energy. Photovoltaic technology converts sunlight directly into electricity. Solar energy is fast becoming popular in rural and remote areas. Some big solar power plants are being established in different parts of India, which will minimize the dependence of rural households on firewood and dung cakes, which in turn will contribute to environmental conservation and adequate supply of manure in agriculture. 54 CI2. Figure 5.10. Solar-operated electronic milk testing equipment. Activity. Collect information about newly established solar power plants in India. Wind power. India has great potential of wind power. The largest wind farm cluster is located in Tamil Nadu from Nagercoil to Madurai. Apart from these, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Gujarat, Kerala, Maharashtra, and Lakshadweep have important wind farms. Nagercoil and Jaisalmer are well known for effective use of wind energy in the country. Figure 5.11. Windmills, Nagercoil. Biogas. Shrubs, farm waste, animal and human waste are used to produce biogas for domestic consumption in rural areas. Decomposition of organic matter yields gas, which has higher thermal efficiency in comparison to kerosene, dung cake, and charcoal. Biogas plants are set up at municipal, cooperative, and individual levels. The plants using cattle dung are known as gobar gas plants in rural India. These provide twin benefits to the farmer in the form of energy and improved quality of manure. Biogas is by far the most efficient use of cattle dung. It improves the quality of manure and also prevents the loss of trees and manure due to burning of fuel wood and cow dung cakes. Figure 5.12, Biogas Plant. Tidal energy. Oceanic tides can be used to generate electricity. Floodgate dams are built across inlets. During high tide, water flows into the inlet and gets trapped when the gate is closed. After the tide falls outside the floodgate, the water retained by the floodgate flows back to the sea via a pipe that carries it through a power-generating turbine. In India, the Gulf of Khambat, the Gulf of Kutch in Gujarat on the western coast, and Gangetic Delta in Sundarban regions of West Bengal provide ideal conditions for utilizing tidal energy. Geothermal energy. Geothermal energy. Geothermal energy refers to the heat and electricity produced by using the heat from the interior of the Earth. Geothermal energy exists because the Earth grows progressively hotter with increasing depth. Where the geothermal gradient is high temperatures are found at shallow depths. Groundwater in such areas absorbs heat from the rocks and becomes hot. It is so hot that when it rises to the Earth's surface, it turns into steam. This steam is used to drive turbines and generate electricity. There are several hundred hot springs in India, which could be used to generate electricity. 2 experimental projects have been set up in India to harness geothermal energy. One is located in the Parvati Valley near Manikam in Himachal Pradesh, and the other is located in the Puga Valley, Ladakh. Conservation of energy resources. Energy is a basic requirement for economic development. Every sector of the national economy, agriculture, industry, transport, commercial and domestic needs inputs of energy. The economic development plans implemented since independence necessarily required increasing amounts of energy to remain operational. As a result, consumption of energy in all forms has been steadily rising all over the country. In this background, there is an urgent need to develop a sustainable path of energy development. Promotion of energy conservation and increased use of renewable energy sources are the twin planks of sustainable energy. India is presently one of the least energy-efficient countries in the world. We have to adopt a cautious approach for the judicious use of our limited energy resources. For example, as concerned citizens, we can do our bit by using public transport systems instead of individual vehicles, switching off electricity when not in use, using power-saving devices, and using non-conventional sources of energy. After all, energy saved is energy produced. 1. Multiple choice questions. B. Mica. A. Bauxite. C. Iron. Or D. Copper. I. Which one of the following minerals is formed by decomposition of rocks, leaving a residual mass of weathered material? A. Coal. B. Bauxite. C. Gold. D. Zinc. 2. Koderma, in Jharkhand, is the leading producer of which one of the following minerals? M. Minerals and Er. 3. Minerals are deposited and accumulated in the stratas of which of the following rocks? A. Sedimentary rocks. C. Igneous rocks. B. Metamorphic rocks. D. None of the above. 4. Which one of the following minerals is contained in the monazite sand? A. Oil. B. Uranium. C. Thorium. D. Coal. 2. Answer the following questions in about 30 words. I. Distinguish between the following in not more than 30 words. A. Ferrous and non-ferrous minerals. B. Conventional and non-conventional sources of energy. 2. What is a mineral? 3. How are minerals formed in igneous and metamorphic rocks? 4. Why do we need to conserve mineral resources? 3. Answer the following questions in about 120 words. I. Describe the distribution of coal in India. 2. Why do you think that solar energy has a bright future in India? Activity. Fill the name of the correct mineral in the crossword below. C. I2. Across. 1. A ferrous mineral, 9. 2. Raw material for cement industry, 9. 3. Finest iron ore with magnetic properties, 9. 4. Highest quality hard coal, 10. 5. Aluminium is obtained from this, or 7. 6. Khetri mines are famous for this mineral, 6. 7. Formed due to evaporation, 6. Down. 1. Found in placer deposit, 4. 2. Iron or mined in Biladilla, 8. 3. Indispensable for electrical industry, 4. 4. Geological age of coal found in northeast India, 8. 5. Formed in veins and lodes, 3. M. Minerals and Er. On the occasion of Diwali, Harish went to a market with his parents. They purchased shoes and clothes for him. His mother purchased utensils, sugar, tea and diyas, earthen lamps. Harish observed that the shops in the market were flooded with items for sale. He wondered how so many items could be made in such large quantities. His father explained that shoes, clothes, sugar, etc. are manufactured by machines in large industries. Some utensils are manufactured in small industries, while items like diyas are made by individual artisans in household industry. Do you have some ideas about these industries? Production of goods in large quantities after processing from raw materials to more valuable products is called manufacturing. Do you know that paper is manufactured from wood, sugar from sugarcane, iron and steel from iron, or an aluminium from bauxite? Do you also know that some types of clothes are manufactured from yam, which itself is an industrial product? People employed in the secondary activities manufacture the primary materials into finished goods. The workers employed in steel factories, car, breweries, textile industries, bakeries, etc. fall into this category. Some people are employed in providing services. In this chapter, we are mainly concerned with manufacturing industries which fall in the secondary sector. The economic strength of a country is measured by the development of manufacturing industries. Importance of manufacturing. Manufacturing sector is considered the backbone of development in general and economic development in particular, mainly because the manufacturing industries not only help in modernizing agriculture, which forms the backbone of our economy, they also reduce the heavy dependence of people on agricultural income by providing them jobs in secondary and tertiary sectors. Industrial development is a precondition for eradication of unemployment and poverty from our country. This was the main philosophy behind public sector industries and joint sector ventures in India. It was also aimed at bringing down regional disparities by establishing industries in tribal and backward areas. Export of manufactured goods expands trade and commerce and brings in much-needed foreign exchange. The countries that transform their raw materials into a wide variety of finished goods of higher value are prosperous. India's prosperity lies in increasing and diversifying its manufacturing industries as quickly as possible. Agriculture and industry are not exclusive of each other. They move hand in hand. For instance, the agro-industries in India have given a major boost to agriculture by raising its productivity. They depend on the latter for raw materials and sell their products such as irrigation pumps, fertilizers, insecticides, pesticides, plastic and PVC pipes, machines and tools, etc. to the farmers. Thus, development and competitiveness of manufacturing industry has not only assisted agriculturists in increasing their production but also made the production processes very efficient. In the present-day world of globalization, our industry needs to be more efficient and competitive. Self-sufficiency alone is not enough. Our manufactured goods must be at par in quality with those in the international market. Only then will we be able to compete in the international market. Classification of industries. List the various manufactured products you use in your daily life, such as transistors, electric bulbs, vegetable oil, cement, glassware, petrol, matches, scooters, automobiles, medicines, and so on. If we classify the various industries based on a particular criterion, then we would be able to understand their manufacturing better. Industries may be classified as follows. On the basis of source of raw materials used: agro-based, cotton, woolen, jute, silk, textile, rubber and sugar, tea, coffee, edible oil. A mineral-based, iron and steel, cement, aluminium, machine tools, petrochemicals. According to their main role, basic or key industries are those which supply their products as raw materials to manufacture other goods, e.g., iron and steel and copper smelting, aluminum smelting. The consumer industries that produce goods for direct use by consumers: sugar, toothpaste, paper, sewing machines, fans, etc. Allowed on the assets of a unit. This limit has changed over a period of time. At present, the maximum investment allowed is Rs 1 crore. On the basis of ownership: the public sector, owned and operated by government agencies, BHEL, sale, etc. Private sector industries owned and operated by individuals or a group of individuals, Tisco, Bajaj Auto Ltd, Dabur Industries. A joint sector industries which are jointly run by the state and individuals or a group of individuals. Oil India Ltd Oil is jointly owned by public and private sector. A cooperative sector industries are owned and operated by the producers or suppliers of raw materials, workers, or both. They pool in the resources and share the profits or losses proportionately. Such examples are the sugar industry in Maharashtra, the core industry in Kerala. Based on the bulk and weight of raw material and finished goods. The heavy industries such as iron and steel, light industries that use light raw materials and produce light goods such as electrical goods industries. 6. Sewing machines. 7. Shipbuilding. 8. Electric bulbs. 9. Paint brushes. X. Automobiles. I. Oil. 2. Knitting needles. 3. Brassware. 4. Fuse wires. V. Watches. Activity. Classify the following into two groups on the basis of bulk and weight of raw material and finished goods. Agro-based industries. On the basis of capital investment. A small-scale industry is defined with reference to the maximum investment. I. Cotton, jute, silk, woolen textiles, sugar and edible oil, etc. industries are based on agricultural raw materials. Figure 6.1 Value addition in the textile industry. Textile industry. The textile industry occupies unique position in the Indian economy because it contributes significantly to industrial production, employment generation, and foreign exchange earnings. It is the only industry in the country which is self-reliant and complete in the value chain, i.e., from raw material to the highest value-added products. Cotton textiles. In ancient India, cotton textiles were produced with hand spinning and handloom weaving techniques. After the 18th century, power looms came into use. Our traditional industries suffered a setback during the colonial period because they could not compete with the mill-made cloth from England. The first successful textile mill was established in Mumbai in 1854. The two world wars were fought in Europe. India was a British colony. There was a demand for cloth in UK, hence, they gave a boost to the development of the cotton textile industry. Dyeing, designing, packaging, tailoring, and sewing. The industry, by creating demand, supports many other industries, such as chemicals and dyes, packaging materials, and engineering works. While spinning continues to be centralized in Maharashtra, Gujarat, and Tamil Nadu, weaving is highly decentralized to provide scope for incorporating traditional skills and designs of weaving in cotton, silk, zari, embroidery, etc. India has world-class production in spinning, but weaving supplies low quality of fabric as it cannot use much of the high-quality yarn produced in the country. Weaving is done by handloom, power loom, and in mills. The hand-spun khadi provides large-scale employment to weavers in their homes as a cottage industry. Why did Mahatma Gandhi lay emphasis on spinning yarn and weaving khadi? In the early years, the cotton textile industry was concentrated in the cotton-growing belt of Maharashtra and Gujarat. Availability of raw cotton, market, transport including accessible port facilities, labor, moist climate, etc. contributed towards its localization. This industry has close links with agriculture and provides a living to farmers, cotton boll pluckers, and workers engaged in ginning, spinning, weaving. Why is it important for our country to keep the mill sector loomage lower than power loom and handloom? Jute textiles. India is the largest producer of raw jute and jute goods and stands at second place as an exporter after Bangladesh. Most of the mills are located in West Bengal, mainly along the banks of the Hooghly River, in a narrow belt. The first jute mill was set up near Kolkata in 1855 at Rishrah. After partition in 1947, the jute mills remained in India, but 3/4 of the jute-producing area went to Bangladesh, erstwhile East Pakistan. 60 CI2. India. Distribution of cotton, woolen, and silk industries. Factors responsible for their location in the Hooghly Basin are proximity of the jute-producing areas, inexpensive water transport, supported by a good network of railways, roadways, and waterways to facilitate movement of raw material to the mills, abundant water for processing raw jute, cheap labor from West Bengal and adjoining states of Bihar, Odisha, and Uttar Pradesh. Kolkata, as a large urban center, provides banking, insurance, and port facilities for export of jute goods. Sugar industry. India stands second as a world producer of sugar but occupies the first place in the production of gur and kansart. The raw material used in this industry is bulky, and in haulage its sucrose content reduces. The mills are located in Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, Punjab, Haryana, and Madhya Pradesh. 60% mills are in Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. This industry is seasonal in nature, so it is ideally suited to the cooperative sector. Can you explain why this is so? In recent years, there is a tendency for the mills to shift and concentrate in the southern and western states, especially in Maharashtra. This is because the cane produced here has a higher sucrose content. The cooler climate also ensures a longer crushing season. Moreover, the cooperatives are more successful in these states. Mineral-based industries. Industries that use minerals and metals as raw materials are called mineral-based industries. Can you name some industries that would fall in this category? Iron and steel industry. The iron and steel industry is the basic industry since all the other industries, heavy, medium, and light, depend on it for their machinery. Steel is needed to manufacture a variety of engineering goods, construction material, defense, medical, telephonic, scientific equipment, and a variety of consumer goods. Activity. Make a list of all such goods made of steel that you can think of. Production and consumption of steel is often regarded as the index of a country's development. Iron and steel is a heavy industry because all the raw materials as well as finished goods are heavy and bulky, entailing heavy transportation costs. Iron ore, coking coal, and limestone are required in the ratio of approximately 4:1. Some quantities of manganese are also required to harden the steel. Where should the steel plants be ideally located? Remember that the finished products also need an efficient transport network for their distribution to the markets and consumers. 62 CI2. India, iron and steel plants. Kodinagpur Plateau region has the maximum concentration of iron and steel industries. It is largely because of the relative advantages this region has for the development of this industry. These include low cost of iron. Aluminium smelting plants in the country are located in Odisha, West Bengal, Kerala, Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, and Tamil Nadu. Bauxite, the raw plants are located near oil refineries or petrochemical plants. The chemical industry is its own largest consumer. Basic chemicals undergo processing to further produce other chemicals that are used for industrial application, agriculture, or directly for consumer markets. Make a list of the products you are aware of. Fertilizer industry. The fertilizer industry is centered around the production of nitrogenous fertilizers, mainly urea, phosphatic fertilizers, and ammonium phosphate (DAP), and complex fertilizers which have a combination of nitrogen, N, phosphate, P, and potash, K. The third, i.e. potash, is entirely imported as the country does not have any reserves of commercially usable potash or potassium compounds in any form. After the Green Revolution, the industry expanded to several other parts of the country. Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, and Kerala contribute towards half of the fertilizer production. Other significant producers are Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, Rajasthan, Bihar, Maharashtra, Assam, West Bengal, Goa, Delhi, Madhya Pradesh, and Karnataka. Cement industry. Cement is essential for construction activities such as building houses, factories, bridges, roads, airports, dams, and for other commercial establishments. This industry requires bulky and heavy raw materials like limestone, silica, and gypsum. Coal and electric power are needed apart from rail transportation. Activity. Where would it be economically viable to set up the cement manufacturing units? The industry has strategically located plants in Gujarat that have suitable access to the market in the Gulf countries. Activity. Find out where the plants are located in other states of India. Find their names. Automobile industry. Automobiles provide vehicle for quick transport of goods, services, and passengers. Trucks, buses, cars, motorcycles, scooters, three-wheelers, and multi-utility vehicles are manufactured in India at various centers. After the liberalization, the coming in of new and contemporary models stimulated the demand for vehicles in the market, which led to the healthy growth of the industry, including passenger cars, two- and three-wheelers. The industry is located around Delhi, Gurugram, Mumbai, Pune, Chennai, Kolkata, Lucknow, Indore, Hyderabad, Jamshedpur, and Bengaluru. Information technology and electronics industry. The electronics industry covers a wide range of products from transistor sets to television, telephones, cellular telecom, telephone exchange, radars, computers, and many other equipments required by the telecommunication industry. Bengaluru has emerged as the electronic capital of India. Other important centers for electronic goods are Mumbai, Delhi, Hyderabad, Pune, Chennai, Kolkata, Lucknow, and Coimbatore. The major industry concentration is at Bengaluru, Noida, Mumbai, Chennai, Hyderabad, and Pune. A major impact of this industry has been on employment generation. The continuing growth in the hardware and software is the key to the success of IT industry in India. Industrial pollution and environmental degradation. Although industries contribute significantly to India's economic growth and development, the increase in pollution of land, water, air, noise, and resulting degradation of environment that they have caused cannot be overlooked. Industries are responsible for 4 types of pollution: A, air; B, water; C, land; D, noise. The polluting industries also include thermal power plants. Air pollution is caused by the presence of high proportion of undesirable gases such as sulfur dioxide and carbon monoxide. Airborne particulate materials contain both solid and liquid particles like dust, sprays, mist, and smoke. Smoke is emitted by chemical and paper factories, brick kilns, refineries, and smelting plants, and burning of fossil fuels in big and small factories that ignore pollution norms. Toxic gas leaks can be very hazardous with long-term effects. Are you aware of the Bhopal gas tragedy that occurred? Air pollution adversely affects human health, animals, plants, buildings, and the atmosphere as a whole. Water pollution is caused by organic and inorganic industrial wastes and effluents discharged into rivers. The main culprits in this regard are paper, pulp, chemical, textile and dyeing, petroleum refineries, tanneries and electroplating industries that let out dyes, detergents, acids, salts, and heavy metals like lead and mercury, pesticides, fertilizers, synthetic chemicals with carbon, plastics and rubber, etc. into the water bodies. Fly ash, phosphogypsum and iron and steel slags are the major solid wastes in India. Thermal pollution of water occurs when hot water from factories and thermal plants is drained into rivers and ponds before cooling. What would be the effect on aquatic life? Wastes from nuclear power plants, nuclear and weapon production facilities cause cancers, birth defects, and miscarriages. Soil and water pollution are closely related. 66 CI2. Dumping of waste, especially glass, harmful chemicals, industrial effluents, packaging, salts, and garbage renders the soil useless. Rainwater percolates to the soil carrying the pollutants to the ground, and the groundwater also gets contaminated. Noise pollution not only results in irritation and anger, it can also cause hearing impairment, increased heart rate and blood pressure among other physiological effects. Unwanted sound is an irritant and a source of stress. Industrial and construction activities, machinery, factory equipment, generators, saws and pneumatic and electric drills also make a lot of noise. Control of environmental degradation. Every liter of wastewater discharged by our industry pollutes 8 times the quantity of fresh water. How can the industrial pollution of fresh water be reduced? Some suggestions are: minimizing use water for processing by reusing and recycling it in 2 or more successive stages. 2. Harvesting of rainwater to meet water requirements. Treating hot water and effluents before releasing them in rivers and ponds. Treatment of industrial effluents can be done in 3 phases. A. Primary treatment by mechanical means. This involves screening, grinding, flocculation, and sedimentation. B. Secondary treatment by biological process. C. Tertiary treatment by biological, chemical, and physical processes. This involves recycling of wastewater. Overdrawing off-ground water reserves by industry where there is a threat to groundwater resources also needs to be regulated legally. Particulate matter in the air can be reduced by fitting smokestacks to factories with electrostatic precipitators, fabric filters, scrubbers, and inertial separators. Smoke can be reduced by using oil or gas instead. India, some software technology parks. Of coal in factories. Machinery and equipment can be used and generators should be fitted with silencers. Almost all machinery can be redesigned to increase energy efficiency and reduce noise. Noise-absorbing material may be used apart from personal use of earplugs and earphones. The challenge of sustainable development requires integration of economic development with environmental concerns. Figure 6.7, Sewage Treatment Plant under Yamuna Action Plan at Faridabad. NTPC shows the way. NTPC is a major power-providing corporation in India. It has ISO certification for EMS, Environment Management System 14001. The corporation has a proactive approach for preserving the natural environment and resources like water, oil and gas and fuels in places where it is setting up power plants. This has been possible through optimum utilization of equipment, adopting latest techniques and upgrading existing equipment. B. Minimizing waste generation by maximizing ash utilization. C. Providing green belts for nurturing ecological balance and addressing the question of special-purpose vehicles for afforestation. D. Reducing environmental pollution through ash pond management, ash water recycling system, and liquid waste management. E. Ecological monitoring, reviews, and online database management for all its power stations. Figure 6.8, Ramagundam Plant. E. Exercises E. 1. Multiple choice questions. Which one of the following industries uses bauxite as a raw material? A. Aluminium smelting. B. Cement. C. Paper. D. Steel. 2. Which one of the following industries manufactures telephones, computer, etc.? A. Steel. C. Aluminium smelting. B. Electronic. D. Information technology. 2. Answer the following briefly in not more than 30 words. What is manufacturing? 2. What are basic industries? Give an example. CI2. 3. Write the answers of the following questions in 120 words. How do industries pollute the environment? 2. Discuss the steps to be taken to minimize environmental degradation by industry. Activity. Give one word for each of the following with regard to industry. The number of letters in each word are hinted in brackets. Used to drive machinery 5p. 11. People who work in a factory 6w. Where the product is sold 6m. 4. A person who sells goods 8r. V. Thing produced p. 6. To make or produce 11m. 7. Land, water, and air degraded 9p. Project work. Select one agro-based and one mineral-based industry in your area. I. What are the raw materials they use? 2. What are the other inputs in the process of manufacturing that involve transportation cost? Are these factories following environmental norms? Activity. Solve the puzzle by following your search horizontally and vertically to find the hidden answers. 1. Textiles, sugar, vegetable oil, and plantation industries deriving raw materials from agriculture are called. 2. The basic raw material for sugar industry. 3. This fiber is also known as the golden fiber. 4. Iron ore, coking coal, and limestone are the chief raw materials of this industry. 5. A public sector steel plant located in Chhattisgarh. MI. Activity. Solve the puzzle by following your search horizontally and vertically to find the hidden answers. 1. Textiles, sugar, vegetable oil, and plantation industries deriving raw materials from agriculture are called. 2. The basic raw material for sugar industry. 3. This fiber is also known as the golden fiber. 4. Iron ore, coking coal, and limestone are the chief raw materials of this industry. 5. A public sector steel plant located in Chhattisgarh. 6. Railway diesel engines are manufactured in Uttar Pradesh at this place. CI2. 1060, 8CH07. Lifelines of national economy. We use different materials and services in our daily life. Some of these are available in our immediate surroundings, while other requirements are met by bringing things from other places. Goods and services do not move from supply locales to demand locales on their own. The movement of these goods and services from their supply locations to demand locations necessitates the need for transport. Some people are engaged in facilitating these movements. These are known to be traders who make the products come to the consumers by transportation. Thus, the pace of development of a country depends upon the production of goods and services as well as their movement over space. Therefore, efficient means of transport are prerequisites for fast development. Movement of these goods and services can be over three important domains over Earth, i.e. land, water, and air. Based on these, transport can also be classified into land, water, and air transport. The help of equally developed communication system. Therefore, transport, communication, and trade are complementary to each other. Today, India is well linked with the rest of the world despite its vast size, diversity, and linguistic and socio-cultural plurality. Railways, airways, waterways, newspapers, radio, television, cinema, and internet, etc. have been contributing to its socio-economic progress in many ways. The trades from local to international levels have added to the vitality of its economy. It has enriched our life and added substantially to growing amenities and facilities for the comforts of life. In this chapter, you will see how modern means of transport and communication serve as lifelines of our nation and its modern economy. It is thus evident that a dense and efficient network of transport and communication is a prerequisite for local, national, and global trade of today. For a long time, trade and transport were restricted to a limited space. With the development in science and technology, the area of influence of trade and transport expanded far and wide. Today, the world has been converted into a large village with the help of efficient and fast-moving transport. Transport has been able to achieve this with transport. Roadways. India has second largest road networks in the world, aggregating to about 62.16 lakh km 2020-21. In India, roadways have preceded railways. They still have an edge over railways in view of the ease with which they can be built and maintained. The growing importance of road transport vis-a-vis rail transport is rooted in the following reasons. A. Construction cost of roads is much lower than that of railway lines. B. Roads can traverse comparatively more dissected and undulating topography. C. Roads can negotiate higher gradients of slopes and as such can traverse mountains such as the Himalayas. D. Road transport is economical in transportation of few persons and relatively smaller amount of goods over short distances. E. It also provides door-to-door service, thus the cost of loading and unloading is much lower. F. Road transport is also used as a feeder to other modes of transport such as they provide a link between railway stations, air and seaports. In India, roads are classified in the following 6 classes according to their capacity. Look at the map of the national highways and find out about the significant role played by these roads. Golden Quadrilateral Superhighways. The government has launched a major road development project linking Delhi, Kolkata, Chennai, Mumbai, and Delhi by 6-lane superhighways. The north-south corridors linking Srinagar, Jammu and Kashmir, and Kanyakumari, Tamil Nadu, and east-west corridor connecting Silchar, Assam, and Porbandar, Gujarat are part of this project. The major objective of these superhighways is to reduce the time and distance between the megacities of India. These highway projects are being implemented by the National Highway Authority of India, NHAI. National highways link extreme parts of the country. These are the primary road systems. A number of major national highways run in north-south and east-west directions. State highways, roads linking a state capital with different district headquarters are known as state highways. Figure 7.2, Ahmedabad-Vadodara Expressway. Collect information of national highway numbers old and new from the website. The historical Sher-Shah Suri Marg between Delhi and Amritsar is known by which national highway? District roads. These roads connect the district headquarters with other places of the district. Other roads, rural roads which link rural areas and villages with towns, are classified under this category. These roads received special impetus under the Pradhan Mantri Gramin Sadak Yojana. Under the scheme, special provisions are made so that every village in the country is linked to a major town in the country by an all-season motorable road. Border roads. Apart from these, Border Roads Organization, a government of India undertaking, constructs and maintains roads in the bordering areas of the country. This organization was established in 1960 for the development of the roads of strategic importance in the northern and northeastern border areas. These roads have improved accessibility in areas of difficult terrain and have helped in the economic development of these areas. India National Highways. Lifelines of NE. Do you know? The world's longest highway tunnel, Atal Tunnel, 9.02 kilometers, has been built by Border Road Organization. This tunnel connects Manali to Lahore Spiti Valley throughout the year. Earlier, the valley was cut off for about 6 months each year owing to heavy snowfall. The tunnel is built with ultramodern specifications in the Pir Panj Al range of Himalayas at an altitude of 3,000 meters from the mean sea level, MSL. Source: ASP, IMID equals 144 and PI Del High 030 October 2020. Figure 7.3, Hilly Tracks. Figure 7.4, Traffic on Northeastern Border Road, Amnikal Pradesh. Roads can also be classified on the basis of the type of material used for their construction, such as metalled and unmetalled roads. Roads may be made of cement, concrete, or even bitumen of coal, therefore, and narrow. However, in recent years, fast development of road network has taken place in different parts of the country. Railways. Railways are the principal mode of transportation for freight and passengers in India. Railways also make it possible for people to conduct multifarious activities like business, sightseeing, pilgrimage, along with transportation of goods over longer distances. Apart from an important means of transport, the Indian railways have been a great integrating force for more than 150 years. Railways in India bind the economic life of the country as well as accelerate the development of the industry and agriculture. The Indian Railways is the largest public sector undertaking in the country. The first train steamed off from Mumbai to Thane in 1853, covering a distance of 34 kilometers. The Indian Railway is now reorganized into 16 zones. Activity. Find out the current railway zones and their headquarters. Also locate the headquarters of railway zones on the map of India. The distribution pattern of the railway network in the country has been largely influenced by physiographic, economic, and administrative factors. The northern plains with their vast level land, high population density, and rich agricultural resources provided the most favorable condition for their growth. However, a large number of rivers requiring construction of bridges across their wide beds posed some obstacles. In the hilly terrains of the peninsular region, railway tracks are laid through low hills, gaps, or tunnels. The Himalayan mountainous regions, too, are unfavorable for the construction of railway lines due to high relief, sparse population, and lack of economic opportunities. Likewise, it was difficult to lay railway lines on. Table 7.1. India Railway Track. The Indian Railway Network runs on multiple gauge operations extending over 67,956 kilometers. Source: Railway Yearbook 2019-20, Ministry of Railways, Government of India. Website: the sandy plain of western Rajasthan, swamps of Gujarat, forested tracts of Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, and Jharkhand. The contiguous stretch of Sahyadri could be crossed only through gaps or passes, ghats. In recent times, the development of the Konkan Railway along the west coast has facilitated the movement of passengers and goods in this most important economic region of India. It has also faced a number of problems such as sinking of track in some stretches and landslides. Today, the railways have become more important in our national economy than all other means of transport put together. However, rail transport suffers from certain problems as well. Many passengers travel without tickets. Thefts and damaging of railway property has not yet stopped completely. People stop the trains, pull the chain unnecessarily, and this causes heavy damage to the railway. Think over it, how we can help our railway in running as per the scheduled time. Pipelines. Pipeline transport network is a new arrival on the transportation map of India. In the past, these were used to transport water to cities and industries. Now, these are used for transporting crude oil, petroleum products, and natural gas from oil and natural gas fields to refineries, fertilizer factories, and big thermal power plants. Solids can also be transported through a pipeline when converted into slurry. The far inland locations of refineries like Barani, Mathura, Panipat, and gas-based fertilizer plants could be thought of only because of pipelines. Initial cost of laying pipelines is high, but subsequent running costs are minimal. It rules out transshipment losses or delays. There are 3 important networks of pipeline transportation in the country. From oil field in Upper Assam to Kanpur, Uttar Pradesh via Guwahati, Barani, and Allahabad. It has branches from Barani to Haldia via Rajband to Moragram, and Guwahati to Siliguri. From Salaya in Gujarat to Jalandhar in Punjab via Varangam, Mathura, Delhi, and Sonipat. It has branches to connect Koyali, near Vadodara, Gujarat, Chukshu, and other places. The first 1,700 kilometers long Hajiravajapur-Jagdishpur (HVJ) cross-country gas pipeline linked Mumbai high and Bassein gas fields with various fertilizer, power, and industrial complexes in western and northern India. Overall, India's gas pipeline infrastructure has expanded from 1,700 kilometers to 18,500 kilometers off cross-country pipelines. Waterways. Since the ancient period, India was one of the seafaring countries. Its seamen sailed far and near, thus carrying and spreading Indian commerce and culture. Waterways are the cheapest means of transport. They are most suitable for carrying heavy and bulky goods. It is a fuel-efficient and environment-friendly mode of transport. India has inland navigation waterways of 14,500 kilometers in length. Out of these, only 5,685 kilometers are navigable by mechanized vessels. The following waterways have been declared as the national waterways by the government. Lifelines of NE. 75. CI2. Railway line has been extended from Banihal to Baramulla in the Kashmir Valley. Locate these 2 towns on the map of India. K. Figure 7.5. Inland waterways widely used in northeastern states. The Ganga River between Allahabad and Haldia, 1,620 kilometers, N. W. Number 1. The Brahmaputra River between Sadiya and Dhubri, 891 kilometers, N. W. Number 2. The West Coast Canal in Kerala, Kattapermakalam, Udiogamandal, and Champakara Canals, 205 km, NW. Number 3. Specified stretches of Godavari and Krishna rivers along with Kakinada-Puducherry stretch of canals, 1,078 kilometers, NW. Number 4. Specified stretches of River Brahman. Along with Matai River, delta channels of Mahanadi and Brahman. Rivers and East Coast Canal, 588 kilometers, NW. Number 5. There are some other inland waterways on which substantial transportation takes place. These are Mandavi, Zwari, and Kumbarjua, Sundarbans, Barak, and backwaters of Kerala. Apart from these, India's trade with foreign countries is carried from the ports located along the coast. 95% of the country's trade volume, 68% in terms of value, is moved by sea. Major seaports. With a long coastline of 7,516.6 kilometers, India is dotted with 12 major and 200 notified non-majors minor/intermediate ports. These major ports handle 95% of India's foreign trade. Kandla in Kutch was the first port developed soon after independence to ease the volume of trade on the Mumbai port in the wake of loss of Karachi port to Pakistan after the partition. Kandla, also known as the Deendayal port, is a tidal port. It caters to the convenient handling of exports and imports of highly productive granary and industrial belts stretching across UT of Jammu and Kashmir and the states of Himachal Pradesh, Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, and Gujarat. Figure 7.6. Trucks being driven into the vessel at Mumbai port. Mumbai is the biggest port with a spacious natural and well-sheltered harbor. The Jawaharlal Nehru port was planned with a view to decongest the Mumbai port and serve as a hub port for this region. Marmagao Port, Goa, is the premier iron ore exporting port of the country. This port accounts for about 50% of India's iron ore export. New Mangalore Port, located in Karnataka, caters to the export of iron ore concentrates from Kudramukh mines. Kochi is the extreme southwestern port, located at the entrance of a lagoon with a natural harbor. Figure 7.7. Tanker discharging crude oil at New Mangalore Port. Moving along the east coast, you would see the extreme southeastern port of Tuticorin in Tamil Nadu. This port has a natural harbor and rich hinterland. Thus, it has a flourishing trade handling of a large variety of cargoes too. Lifelines of NE. 77. Even our neighboring countries like Sri Lanka, Maldives, etc. and the coastal regions of India. Chennai is one of the oldest artificial ports of the country. It is ranked next to Mumbai in terms of the volume of trade and cargo. Vishakhapatnam is the deepest landlocked and well-protected port. This port was originally conceived as an outlet for iron ore exports. Paradwip Port, located in Odisha, specializes in the export of iron ore. Kolkata is an inland riverine port. This port serves a very large and rich hinterland of Ganga-Brahmaputra basin. Being a tidal port, it requires constant dredging of Hooghly. Haldia Port was developed as a subsidiary port in order to relieve growing pressure on the Kolkata port. Figure 7.8, handling of oversized cargo at Tuticorin Port. Airways. The air travel today is the fastest, most comfortable and prestigious mode of transport. It can cover very difficult. CI2 figure 7.9. Why is air travel preferred in the North States? Terrains like high mountains, dreary deserts, dense forests, and also long oceanic stretches with great ease. Think of the northeastern part of the country, marked with the presence of big rivers, dissected relief, dense forests, and frequent floods and international frontiers, etc. in the absence of air transport. Air travel has made access easier. Pawan Hans Helicopters Ltd. provides helicopter services to Oil and Natural Gas Corporation in its offshore operations to inaccessible areas and difficult terrains like the northeastern states and the interior parts of Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand. Pawan Hans Helicopters Ltd. provides helicopter services to Oil and Natural Gas Corporation in its offshore operations to inaccessible areas and difficult terrains like the northeastern states and the interior parts of Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand. Air travel is not within the reach of the common people. It is only in the northeastern states that special provisions are made to extend the services to the common people. Communication. Ever since humans appeared on the earth, they have used different means of communication. But the pace of change has been rapid in modern times. Long-distance communication is far easier without physical movement of the communicator or receiver. Personal communication and mass communication, including television, radio, press, films, etc., are the major means of communication in the country. The Indian Postal Network is the largest in the world. It handles parcels as well as personal written communications. Cards and envelopes are considered first-class mail and are airlifted between stations covering both land and air. The second-class mail includes book packets, registered newspapers, and periodicals. They are carried by surface mail, covering land and water transport. To facilitate quick delivery of mails in large towns and cities, 6 mail channels have been introduced recently. They are called Rajani Channel, Metro Channel, Green Channel, Business Channel, Bulk Mail Channel, and Periodical Channel. Lifelines of NE. India, major ports and some international airports. Do you know? Digital India is an umbrella program to prepare India for a knowledge-based transformation. The focus of Digital India program is on being transformative to realize IT Indian talent plus IT information technology equals IT India tomorrow and is on making technology central to enabling change. Figure 7.10, Emergency Call Box on NH8. India has one of the largest telecom networks in Asia. Excluding urban places, more than 2/3 of the villages in India have already been covered with subscriber trunk dialing (STD) telephone facility. In order to strengthen the flow of information from the grassroots to the higher level, the government has made special provision to extend 24 hours STD facility to every village in the country. There is a uniform rate of STD facilities all over India. It has been made possible by integrating the development in space technology with communication technology. Mass communication provides entertainment and creates awareness among people about various national programs and policies. It includes radio, television, newspapers, magazines, books, and films. All India Radio Akashwani broadcasts a variety of programs in national, regional, and local languages for various categories of people spread over different parts of the country. Doordarshan, the national television channel of India, is one of the largest terrestrial networks in the world. It broadcasts a variety of programs from entertainment, educational to sports, etc. for people of different age groups. India publishes a large number of newspapers and periodicals annually. They are of different types depending upon their periodicity. Newspapers are published in about 100 languages and dialects. Did you know that the largest number of newspapers published in the country are in Hindi, followed by English and Urdu? India is the largest producer of feature films in the world. It produces short films, video feature films, and video short films. The Central Board of Film Certification is the authority to certify both Indian and foreign films. International trade. The exchange of goods among people, states, and countries is referred to as trade. The market is the place where such exchanges take place. Trade between two countries is called international trade. It may take place through sea, air, or land routes. While local trade is carried in cities, towns, and villages, state-level trade is carried between 2 or more states. Advancement of international trade of a country is an index to its economic prosperity. It is, therefore, considered the economic barometer for a country. As the resources are space-bound, no country can survive without international trade. Export and import are the components of trade. The balance of trade of a country is the difference between its export and import. When the value of export exceeds the value of imports, it is called a favorable balance of trade. On the contrary, if the value of imports exceeds the value of exports, it is termed as unfavorable balance of trade. India has trade relations with all the major trading blocs and all geographical regions of the world. The commodities exported from India to other countries include gems and jewelry, chemicals and related products, agriculture and allied products, etc. The commodities imported to India include petroleum crude and products, gems and jewelry, chemicals and related products, base metals, electronic items, machinery, agriculture, and allied products. India has emerged as a software giant at the international level, and it is earning large foreign exchange through the export of information technology. Tourism as a trade. Tourism in India has grown substantially over the last 3 decades. More than 15 million people are directly engaged in the tourism industry. Tourism also promotes national integration, provides support to local handicrafts and cultural pursuits. It also helps in the development of international understanding about our culture and heritage. Foreign tourists visit India for heritage tourism, ecotourism, adventure tourism, cultural tourism, medical tourism, and business tourism. There is a vast potential for development of tourism in all parts of the country. Efforts are being made to promote different types of tourism for this upcoming industry. Activity. On the map of India, show important tourist places of your state/UT and its connectivity with other parts of the country by railways/roadways/AI ways. Discuss in the class what type of tourism may be developed in your state/UT and why. Which areas in your state/UT you find more attractive for development of tourism and why. How tourism may be helpful for the economic development of a region adopting sustainable development approach. Prepare a project on the heritage tourism in India. Annual Report 2016-17, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Lifelines of NE. Exercises E. 1. Multiple choice questions. I. Which two of the following extreme locations are connected by the East-West Corridor? A. Mumbai and Nagpur. C. Mumbai and Kolkata. B. Silchar and Porbandar. D. Nagpur and Siliguri. 2. Which mode of transportation reduces transshipment losses and delays? A. Railways. C. Pipeline. B. Roadways. D. Waterways. Which one of the following states is not connected with the HVJ pipeline? A. Madhya Pradesh. C. Gujarat. B. Maharashtra. D. Uttar Pradesh. 4. Which one of the following ports is the deepest landlocked and wet-protected port along the east coast? A. Chennai. C. Tuticorin. B. Paradwip. D. Vishakhapatnam. V. Which one of the following is the most important modes of transportation in India? A. Pipeline. C. Roadways. B. Railways. D. Airways. 6. Which one of the following terms is used to describe trade between two or more countries? A. Internal trade. C. External trade. B. International trade. D. Local trade. 2. Answer the following questions in about 30 words. I. State any 3 merits of roadways. 2. Where and why is rail transport the most convenient means of transportation? What is the significance of the border roads? 4. What is meant by trade? What is the difference between international and local trade? 3. Answer the following questions in about 120 words. I. Why are the means of transportation and communication called the lifelines of a nation and its economy? 2. Write a note on the changing nature of the international trade in the last 15 years. Quiz Drive. 1. Northern terminal of the North-South Corridor. 2. The name of National Highway Number 2. 3. The headquarter of the Southern Railway Zone. 4. The rail gauge with a track width of 1.676 m. 5. The southern terminal of the National Highway Number 7. 6. A riverine port. 7. Busiest railway junction in northern India. 82. CI2. Websites you can see. Bombay Natural History Society, http:/birding in India and South Asia, http:/website of Project Tiger, http:/Nature Conservation Foundation, http:/Wildlife Conservation Society of India, http:/Wildlife Trust of India, http:/Kalpavriksh Environment Action Group, http:/Down to Earth Magazine, http:/Center for Environment Education, India, http:/World Steel Association, http Bombay Natural History Society, http:/Birding in India and South Asia, http:/Website of Project Tiger, http:/Nature Conservation Foundation, http:/Wildlife Conservation Society of India, http:/Wildlife Trust of India, http:/Kalpavriksh Environment Action Group, http:/Down to Earth Magazine, http:/Center for Environment Education, India, http:/World Steel Association, http:/G Glossary. Anticline. A fold in sedimentary strata that resembles an arch. Gross domestic product. It is a monetary measure of the value of goods and services produced within a natural economy at a given period of time. Normally, it is 1 year. Gross value added, GVA. The GVA is estimated from GDP by adding subsidies on production and subtracting indirect taxes. Geologist. A scientist who studies the composition, structure, and history of the Earth. Geothermal gradient. The gradual increase in temperature with depth in the crust. The average is 30 degrees Celsius per kilometer in the upper crust. Humus. Dead and decayed organic matter adds to the fertility of the topsoil. Igneous rocks. Rocks which have solidified from molten magma. Manganese nodules. A type of sediment scattered on the ocean floor, consisting mainly of manganese and iron, and usually containing small amounts of copper, nickel, and cobalt. Metamorphic rocks. Rocks which were originally igneous or sedimentary, but have changed in character and appearance. Oil trap. A geological structure that allows for significant amounts of oil and gas to accumulate. Rock. A consolidated mixture of minerals. Sedimentary rocks. Rocks which have been deposited as beds and layers of sediments. 86 CI2. Fundamentals of Human Geography. Textbook for Class 12. 12,097. NCERT Foams. National Council of Educational Research and Training. Contents. F111. Unit I 1-6. 1. Human Geography Nature and Scope 1. Unit 27-21. 2. The World Population Distribution, Density and Growth 7. 3. Human Development 13. Unit 3. 22-76. 4. Primary Activities 22. 5. Secondary Activities 36. 6. Tertiary and Quaternary Activities 45. 7. Transport and Communication 54. 8. International Trade 70. I-77. G80. Unit 1 Chapter 1. 12097CH01. Human Geography Nature and Scope. You have already studied geography as a discipline in Chapter 1 of the book, Fundamentals of Physical Geography. NCERT, 2006. Do you recall the contents? This chapter has broadly covered and introduced you to the nature of geography. You are also acquainted with the important branches that sprout from the body of geography. If you reread the chapter, you will be able to recall the link of human geography with the mother discipline, i.e. geography. As you know, geography as a field of study is integrative, empirical, and practical. Thus, the reach of geography is extensive, and each and every event or phenomenon which varies over space and time can be studied geographically. How do you see the Earth's surface? Do you realize that the Earth comprises two major components? Nature, physical environment, and life forms including human beings? Make a list of physical and human components of your surroundings. Physical geography studies physical environment, and human geography studies the relationship between the physical/natural and the human worlds, the spatial distributions of human phenomena and how they come about, the social and economic differences between different parts of the world. Point 1. 1. Agnew J. Livingstone, David N., and Rogers, A. 1996, Blackwell Publishing Limited, Malden, U.SA pages 1 and 2. You are already aware of the fact that the core concern of geography as a discipline is to understand the Earth as home of human beings and to study all those elements which have sustained them. Thus, emphasis is on study of nature and human beings. You will realize that geography got subjected to dualism, and the wide-ranging debates started whether geography as a discipline should be a law-making/theorizing, nomothetic, or descriptive, ideographic. Whether its subject matter should be organized and approach of the study should be regional or systematic. Whether geographical phenomena be interpreted theoretically or through historic institutional approach. These have been issues for intellectual exercise, but finally you will appreciate that the dichotomy between physical and human is not a very valid one, because nature and human are inseparable elements and should be seen holistically. It is interesting to note that both physical and human phenomena are described in metaphors using symbols from the human anatomy. We often talk of the face of the earth, eye of the storm, mouth of the river, snout, nose of the glacier, neck of the isthmus, and profile of the soil. Similarly, regions, villages, towns have been described as organisms. German geographers describe the state/country as a living organism. Networks of road, railways, and waterways have often been described as arteries of circulation. Can you collect such terms and expressions from your own language? The basic questions now arises: can we separate nature and human when they are so intricately intertwined? Have already studied the elements of physical environment in Class 11 in the book entitled Fundamentals of Physical Geography, NCERT 2006. You know that these elements are landforms, soils, climate, water, natural vegetation, and diverse flora and fauna. Can you make a list of elements which human beings have created through their activities on the stage provided by the physical environment? Houses, villages, cities, road rail networks, industries, farms, ports, items of our daily use, and all other elements of material culture have been created by human beings using the resources provided by the physical environment. While physical environment has been greatly modified by human beings, it has also, in turn, impacted human lives. Human geography defined. A human geography is the synthetic study of relationship between human societies and Earth's surface. Retzel. Synthesis has been emphasized in the above definition. Human geography is the study of the changing relationship between the unresting man and the unstable Earth. LNC, Semple. Dynamism in the relationship is the keyword in Semple's definition. Conception resulting from a more synthetic knowledge of the physical laws governing our Earth and of the relations between the living beings which inhabit it. Paul Vidal de la Blache. Human geography offers a new conception of the interrelationships between Earth and human beings. Nature of human geography. Human geography studies the interrelationship between the physical environment and socio-cultural environment created by human beings through mutual interaction with each other. 2. Naturalization of humans and humanization of nature. Human beings interact with their physical environment with the help of technology. It is not important what human beings produce and create, but it is extremely important with the help of what tools and techniques do they produce and create. Technology indicates the level of cultural development of society. Human beings were able to develop technology after they developed better understanding of natural laws. For example, the understanding of concepts of friction and heat helped us discover fire. Similarly, understanding of the secrets of DNA and genetics enabled us to conquer many diseases. We used the laws of aerodynamics to develop faster planes. You can see that knowledge about nature is extremely important to develop technology, and technology loosens the shackles of environment on human beings. In the early stages of their interaction with their natural environment, humans were greatly influenced by it. They adapted to the dictates of nature. This is so because the level of technology was very low and the stage of human social development was also primitive. This type of interaction between primitive human society and strong forces of nature was termed as environmental determinism. At that stage of very low technological development, we can imagine the presence of a naturalized human, who listened to nature, was afraid of its fury and worshipped it. The naturalization of humans. Benda lives in the wilds of the Abuj Mad area of central India. His village consists of 3 huts deep in the wilds. Not even birds or stray dogs that usually crowd villages can be seen in these areas. Wearing a small loincloth and armed with his axe, he slowly surveys the Penda forest, where his tribe practices a primitive form of agriculture called shifting cultivation. Benda and his friends burn small patches of forest to clear them for cultivation. The ash is used for making the soil fertile. Benda is happy that the mahua trees around him are in bloom. How lucky I am to be a part of this beautiful universe, he thinks as he looks up to see the mahua, palash and sal trees that have sheltered him since childhood. Crossing the Penda in a gliding motion, Benda makes his way to a stream. As he bends down to scoop up a palmful of water, he remembers to thank Loi Luji, the spirit of the forest, for allowing him to quench his thirst. Moving on with his friends, Benda chews on succulent leaves and roots. The boys have been trying to collect gajhara and kukla from the forest. These are special plants that Benda and his people use. He hopes the spirits of the forest will be kind and lead him to these herbs. These are needed to barter in the Madhai or tribal fair coming up the next full moon. He closes his eyes and tries hard to recall what the elders had taught him about these herbs and the places they are found in. He wishes he had listened more carefully. Suddenly there is a rustling of leaves. Benda and his friends know it is the outsiders who have come searching for them in the wilds. In a single fluid motion, Benda and his friends disappear behind the thick canopy of trees and become one with the spirit of the forest. The stoy in the box represents the direct relationship of a household belonging to an economically primitive society with nature. Read about other primitive societies which live in complete harmony with their natural environment. You will realize that in all such cases nature is a powerful force, worshipped, revered, and conserved. There is direct dependence of human beings on nature for resources which sustain them. The physical environment for such societies becomes the mother nature. The people begin to understand their environment and the forces of nature with the passage of time. With social and cultural development, humans develop better and more efficient technology. They move from a state of necessity to a state of freedom. They create possibilities with the resources obtained from the environment. The human activities create cultural landscape. The imprints of human activities are created everywhere. Health resorts on highlands, huge urban sprawls, fields, orchards and pastures and plains and rolling hills, ports on the coasts, oceanic routes on the oceanic surface and satellites in the space. The earlier scholars termed this as possibilism. Nature provides opportunities and human beings make use of these, and slowly nature gets humanized and starts bearing the imprints of human endeavor. Humanization of nature. Winters in the town of Trondheim mean fierce winds and heavy snow. The skies are dark for months. Carrie drives to work in the dark at 8 a.m. She has special tires for the winter and keeps the headlights of her powerful car switched on. Her office is artificially heated at a comfortable 23 degrees Celsius. The campus of the university she works in is built under a huge glass dome. This dome keeps the snow out in winter and lets in the sunshine in the summer. The temperature is controlled carefully and there is adequate lighting. Even though fresh vegetables and plants don't grow in such harsh weather, Carrie keeps an orchid on her desk and enjoys eating tropical fruits like banana and kiwi. These are flown in from warmer areas regularly. With a click of the mouse, Carrie can network with colleagues in New Delhi. She frequently takes a morning flight to London and returns in the evening in time to watch her favorite television serial. Though Carrie is 58 years old, she is fitter and looks younger than many 30-year-olds in other parts of the world. Human geography, nature and scope. Can you imagine what has made such a lifestyle possible? It is technology that has allowed the people of Trondheim and others to overcome the constraints imposed by nature. Do you know about some other such instances? Such examples are not difficult to find. A geographer, Griffith Taylor, introduced another concept which reflects a middle path, Madhya Marg, between the two ideas of environmental determinism and possibilism. He termed it as neo-determinism or stop-and-go determinism. Those of you who live in cities and those who have visited a city might have seen that traffic is regulated by lights on the crossroads. Red light means stop, amber light provides a gap between red and green lights to get set, and green light means go. The concept shows that neither is there a situation of absolute necessity, environmental determinism, nor is there a condition of absolute freedom, possibilism. It means that human beings can conquer nature by obeying it. They have to respond to the red signals and can proceed in their pursuits of development when nature permits the modifications. It means that possibilities can be created within the limits which do not damage the environment, and there is no free run without accidents. The free run which the developed economies attempted to take has already resulted in the greenhouse effect, ozone layer depletion, global warming, receding glaciers, and degrading lands. The neo-determinism conceptually attempts to bring a balance, nullifying the either-or dichotomy. A welfare or humanistic school of thought in human geography was mainly concerned with the different aspects of social well-being of the people. These included aspects such as housing, health, and education. Geographers have already introduced a paper as Geography of Social Well-being in the postgraduate curriculum. A radical school of thought employed Marxian theory to explain the basic cause of poverty, deprivation, and social inequality. Contemporary social problems were related to the development of capitalism. Behavioral school of thought laid great emphasis on lived experience and also on the perception of space by social categories based on ethnicity, race, and religion, etc. Fields and subfields of human geography. Human geography, as you have seen, attempts to explain the relationship between all elements of human life and the space they occur over. Thus, human geography assumes a highly interdisciplinary nature. It develops close interface with other sister disciplines in social sciences in order to understand and explain human elements on the surface of the earth. With the expansion of knowledge, new subfields emerge, and it has also happened to human geography. Let us examine these fields and subfields of human geography. Table 1.2. Table 1.1. Broad stages and thrust of human geography. 4. Table 1.2. Human geography and sister disciplines of social sciences. Human geography, nature and scope. Exercises. A. An integrative discipline. B. Study of the interrelationship between humans and environment. C. Subjected to dualism. D. Not relevant in the present time due to the development of technology. Which one of the following is not a source of geographical information? A. Travelers' accounts. B. Old maps. C. Samples of rock materials from the moon. D. Ancient epics. 3. Which one of the following is the most important factor in the interaction between people and environment? A. Human intelligence. C. Technology. B. People's perception. D. Human brotherhood. 4. Which one of the following is not an approach in human geography? A. Areal differentiation. C. Quantitative revolution. B. Spatial organization. D. Exploration and description. 2. Answer the following questions in about 30 words. I. Define human geography. 2. Name some subfields of human geography. 3. How is human geography related to other social sciences? 3. Answer the following questions in not more than 150 words. I. Explain naturalization of humans. 2. Write a note on the scope of human geography. Unit 11 Chapter 2. The world population distribution, density and growth. Not gold but only what men can make a people great and strong. What men who for truth and honor's sake stand fast and suffer long, what men who toil while others sleep, who dare while others flee, they build a nation's pillars deep and lift it to the sky. Ralph Waldo Emerson. The people of a country are its real wealth. It is they who are the actual resources and make use of the country's other resources and decide its policies. Ultimately, a country is known by its people. It is important to know how many women and men a country has, how many children are born each year, how many people die and how. Whether they live in cities or villages, can they read or write, and what work do they do? These are what you will study about in this unit. The world at the beginning of 2181 century recorded the presence of over 6 billion population. We shall discuss the patterns of their distribution and density here. Why do people prefer to live in certain regions and not in others? The population of the world is unevenly distributed. The remark of George B. Cressy about the population of Asia, that Asia has many places where people are few and few places where people are very many, is true about the pattern of population distribution of the world also. Patterns of population distribution in the world. Patterns of population distribution and density help us to understand the demographic characteristics of any area. The term population distribution refers to the way people are spaced over the Earth's surface. Broadly, 90% of the world population lives in about 10% of its land area. The 10 most populous countries of the world contribute about 60% of the world's population. Of these 10 countries, 6 are located in Asia. Identify these 6 countries of Asia. Figure 2.1, Most populous countries. Density of population. Each unit of land has limited capacity to support people living on it. Hence, it is necessary to understand the ratio between the numbers of people to the size of land. This ratio is the density of population. It is usually measured in persons per sq/km. Density of population equals. For example, area of region X is 100 square kilometers and the population is 150,000 persons. The density of population is calculated as density equals 150,000 100 500 person/sq/km. What does this tell you about region X? Look at table 2.1 and observe that Asia has the highest density of population. Discuss in the class about what could be the reason for this. Factors influencing the distribution of population. I. Geographical factors. H. Landforms. People prefer living on flat plains and gentle slopes. This is because such areas are favorable for the production of crops and to build roads and industries. The mountainous and hilly areas hinder the development of transport network and hence initially do not favor agricultural and industrial development. So, these areas tend to be less populated. The Ganga Plains are among the most densely populated areas of the world, while the mountains. Availability of water. Water is the most important factor for life. So, people prefer to live in areas where fresh water is easily available. Water is used for drinking, bathing and cooking, and also for cattle, crops, industries, and navigation. It is because of this that river valleys are among the most densely populated areas of the world. Fundamentals of human geography. Zones in the Himalayas are scarcely populated. High climate and extreme climates such as very hot or cold deserts are uncomfortable for human habitation. Areas with a comfortable climate where there is not much seasonal variation attract more people. Areas with very heavy rainfall or extreme and harsh climates have low population. Mediterranean regions were inhabited from early periods in history due to their pleasant climate. 4. Soils. Fertile soils are important for agricultural and allied activities. Therefore, areas which have fertile loamy soils have more people living on them, as these can support intensive agriculture. Can you name some areas in India which are thinly populated due to poor soils? N. Economic factors. I. Minerals. Areas with mineral deposits attract industries. Mining and industrial activities generate employment. So, skilled and semi-skilled workers move to these areas and make them densely populated. Katanga Zambia copper belt in Africa is one such good example. 2. Urbanization. Cities offer better employment opportunities, educational and medical facilities, better means of transport and communication. Good civic amenities and the attraction of city life draw people to the cities. It leads to rural to urban migration and cities grow in size. Megacities of the world continue to attract large number of migrants every year. Yet city life can be very taxing. Think of some of the unpleasant aspects of city life. ITI, industrialization. Industrial belts provide job opportunities and attract large numbers of people. These include not just factory workers but also transport operators, shopkeepers, bank employees, doctors, teachers, and other service providers. The Kobe Osaka region of Japan is thickly populated because of the presence of a number of industries. Social and cultural factors. Some places attract more people because they have religious or cultural significance. In the same way, people tend to move away from places where there is social and political unrest. Many a times governments offer incentives to people to live in sparsely populated areas or move away from overcrowded places. Can you think of some examples from your region? Positive growth of population. This happens when the birth rate is more than the death rate between 2 points of time or when people from other countries migrate permanently to a region. Negative growth of population. If the population decreases between 2 points of time, it is known as negative growth of population. It occurs when the birth rate falls below the death rate or people migrate to other countries. Components of population change. Population growth. The population growth or population change refers to the change in number of inhabitants of a territory during a specific period of time. This change may be positive as well as negative. It can be expressed either in terms of absolute numbers or in terms of percentage. Population change in an area is an important indicator of economic development, social upliftment, and historical and cultural background of the region. There are 3 components of population change: births, deaths, and migration. The crude birth rate, CBR, is expressed as number of live births in a year per thousand of population. It is calculated as CBR equals x 1000p. Here, CBR, crude birth rate, by live births during the year, p equals mid-year population of the area. Death rate plays an active role in population change. Population growth occurs not only by increasing birth rate but also due to decreasing death rate. Crude death rate, CDR, is a simple method of measuring mortality of any area. CDR is expressed in terms of number of deaths in a particular year per thousand of population in a particular region. Some basic concepts of population geography. Growth of population. Change of population in particular area between 2 points of time is known as growth of population. For example, if we deduct the population of India 2001, 102.70 crore, from population of 2011, 121.02 crore, then we shall get the growth of population, 18.15 crores, in actual numbers. Growth rate of population. This is the change of population expressed in percentage. Natural growth of population. This is the population increased by difference between births and deaths in a particular region between 2 points of time. Natural growth equals births, deaths. Actual growth of population. This is births, deaths plus in migration out migration. CDR calculated as here, CDR crude death rate, D equals number of deaths, P equals estimated mid-year population of that year. By and large mortality rates are affected by the region's demographic structure, social advancement and levels of its economic development. Migration. Apart from birth and death, there is another way by which the population size changes. The world population, distribution, density, and growth. 9. When people move from one place to another, the place they move from is called the place of origin and the place they move to is called the place of destination. The place of origin shows a decrease in population while the population increases in the place of destination. Migration may be interpreted as a spontaneous effort to achieve a better balance between population and resources. Migration may be permanent, temporary, or seasonal. It may take place from rural to rural areas, rural to urban areas, urban to urban areas, and urban to rural areas. Do you realize that the same person is both an immigrant and an emigrant? Immigration. Migrants who move into a new place are called immigrants. Emigration. Migrants who move out of a place are called emigrants. Can you think of reasons why people migrate? People migrate for a better economic and social life. There are 2 sets of factors that influence migration. The push factors make the place of origin seem less attractive for reasons like unemployment, poor living conditions, political turmoil, unpleasant climate, natural disasters, epidemics, and socio-economic backwardness. The pull factors make the place of destination seem more attractive than the place of origin for reasons like better job opportunities and living conditions, peace and stability, security of life and property and pleasant climate. Pound KJ YDD ZRID W. Human population increased more than 10 times in the past 500 years. In the 20th century itself, the population has increased 4 times. Demographic transition. Demographic transition theory can be used to describe and predict the future population of any area. The theory tells us that population of any region changes from high births and high deaths to low births and low deaths as society progresses from rural agrarian and illiterate to urban industrial and literate society. These changes occur in stages which are collectively known as the demographic cycle. Figure 2.2 explains the 3-staged model of demographic transition theory. The first stage has high fertility and high mortality because people reproduce more to compensate for the deaths due to epidemics and variable food supply. The population growth is slow and most of the people are engaged in agriculture where large families are an asset. Life expectancy is low, people are mostly illiterate and have low levels of technology. 200 years ago, all the countries of the world were in this stage. Figure 2.2. Demographic transition theory. Fertility remains high in the beginning of second stage, but it declines with time. This is accompanied by reduced mortality rate. Improvements in sanitation and health conditions lead to decline in mortality. Because of this gap, the net addition to population is high. In the last stage, both fertility and mortality decline considerably. The population is either stable or grows slowly. The population becomes urbanized, literate, and has high technical know-how and deliberately controls the family size. This shows that human beings are extremely flexible and are able to adjust their fertility. In the present day, different countries are at different stages of demographic transition. Population control measures. Family planning is the spacing or preventing the birth of children. Access to family planning services is a significant factor in limiting population growth and improving women's health. Propaganda, free availability of contraceptives, and tax disincentives for large families are some of the measures which can help population control. Thomas Malthus, in his theory, 1798, stated that the number of people would increase faster than the food supply. Any further increase would result in a population crash caused by famine, disease, and war. The preventive checks are better than the physical checks. For the sustainability of our resources, the world will have to control the rapid population increase. Exercises. 1. Choose the right answer from the 4 alternatives given below. I. Which one of the following continents has the highest growth of population? Africa, C. Asia. B. South America. D. North America. 2. Which one of the following is not an area of sparse population? A. The Atacama, C. Equatorial region. B. Southeast Asia, D. Polar regions. Ill. Which one of the following is not a push factor? A. Water shortage. C. Unemployment. B. Medical/educational facilities. D. Epidemics. 4. Which one of the following is not a fact? A human population increased more than 10 times during the past 500 years. B. Population growth is high in the first stage of demographic transition. 2. Answer the following questions in about 30 words. I. Name 3 geographical factors that influence the distribution of population. The world population, distribution, density, and growth. 2. There are a number of areas with high population density in the world. Why does this happen? Ill. What are the 3 components of population change? 3. Distinguish between I. Birth rate and death rate. 2. Push factors and pull factors of migration. 4. Answer the following questions in about 150 words. I. Discuss the factors influencing the distribution and density of population in the world. 2. Discuss the 3 stages of demographic transition. Map skill. On the outline map of the world, show and name the following. I. Countries of Europe and Asia with negative growth rate of population. Project/activity. I. Has someone in your family migrated? Write about her/his place of destination. What made her/him migrate? 2. Write a brief report on the distribution and density of population in your state. 12 fundamentals of human geography. Human development. The words growth and development are not new to you. Look around you, almost everything that you can see, and many that you cannot, grows and develops. These may be plants, cities, ideas, nations, relationships, or even you yourself. What does this mean? Do growth and development mean the same thing? Do they accompany each other? This chapter discusses the concept of human development as it pertains to nations and communities. Growth and development. Both Both growth and development refer to changes over a period of time. The difference is that growth is quantitative and value neutral. It may have a positive or a negative sign. This means that the change may be either positive, showing an increase, or negative, indicating a decrease. Development means a qualitative change which is always value positive. This means that development cannot take place unless there is an increment or addition to the existing conditions. Development occurs when positive growth takes place. Yet, positive growth does not always lead to development. Development occurs when there is a positive change in quality. For example, if the population of a city grows from 1 lakh to 2 lakhs over a period of time, we say the city has grown. However, if a facilities like housing, provision of basic services, and other characteristics remain the same, then this growth has not been accompanied by development. Can you think of a few more examples to differentiate between growth and development? Activity. Write a short essay or draw a set of pictures illustrating growth without development and growth with development. For many decades, a country's level of development was measured only in terms of its Band Aceh, December 2004. Do you know that cities can also grow negatively? Look at the photographs of this tsunami-affected city. Are natural disasters the only reasons for negative growth in a city's size? Band Aceh, June 2004. Economic growth. This meant that the bigger the economy of the country, the more developed it was considered, even though this growth did not really mean much change in the lives of most people. The idea that the quality of life people enjoy in a country, the opportunities they have and freedoms they enjoy, are important aspects of development is not new. These ideas were clearly spelt out for the first time in the late 80s and early 90s. The works of two South Asian economists, Mahbubul Haq and Amartya Sen, are important in this regard. The concept of human development was introduced by Dr. Mahbubul Haq. Dr. Haq has described human development as development that enlarges people's choices and improves their lives. People are central to all development under this concept. These choices are not fixed but keep on changing. The basic goal of development is to create conditions where people can live meaningful lives. A meaningful life is not just a long one. It must be a life with some purpose. This means that people must be healthy, be able to develop their talents, participate in society, and be free to achieve their goals. DD/DLIXRJDW. Dr. Mahbubul Haq and Professor Amartya Sen were close friends and have worked together under the leadership of Dr. Haq to bring out the initial human development reports. Both these South Asian economists have been able to provide an alternative view of development. A man of vision and compassion, Pakistani economist Dr. Mahbubul Haq created the Human Development Index in 1990. According to him, development is all about enlarging people's choices in order to lead long, healthy lives with dignity. The United Nations Development Program has used his concept of human development to publish the Human Development Report annually since 1990. Dr. Haq's flexibility of mind and ability to think out of the box can be illustrated from one of his speeches where he quoted Shaw saying, "You see things that are and ask why? I dream of things that never were and ask why not." Nobel laureate Professor Amartya Sen saw an increase in freedom or decrease in unfreedom as the main objective of development. Interestingly, increasing freedoms is also one of the most effective ways of bringing about development. His work explores the role of social and political institutions and processes in increasing freedom. The works of these economists are path-breaking and have succeeded in bringing people to the center of any discussion on development. The government of India has introduced Beti Bachao Beti Padhao program to address the issue of decline in child sex ratio. Discuss with your peers how it will lead to more meaningful life for girls. Human Development 15. Leading a long and healthy life, being able to gain knowledge, and having enough means to be able to live a decent life are the most important aspects of human development. Therefore, access to resources, health, and education are the key areas in human development. Suitable indicators have been developed to measure each of these aspects. Can you think of some? Very often, people do not have the capability and freedom to make even basic choices. This may be due to their inability to acquire knowledge, their material poverty, social discrimination, inefficiency of institutions, and other reasons. This prevents them from leading healthy lives, being able to get educated, or to have the means to live a decent life. Building people's capabilities in the areas of health, education, and access to resources is therefore important in enlarging their choices. If people do not have capabilities in these areas, their choices also get limited. For example, an uneducated child cannot make the choice to be a doctor because her choice has got limited by her lack of education. Similarly, very often poor people cannot choose to take medical treatment for disease because their choice is limited by their lack of resources. Enact a 5-minute play with your classmates showing how choices are limited due to lack of capability in the areas of either income, education, or health. The 4 pillars of human development. Just as any building is supported by pillars, the idea of human development is supported by the concepts of equity, sustainability, productivity, and empowerment. Equity refers to making equal access to opportunities available to everybody. The opportunities available to people must be equal irrespective of their gender, race, income, and in the Indian case, caste. Yet this is very often not the case and happens in almost every society. 16 Fundamentals of Human Geography. For example, in any country, it is interesting to see which group the most of the school dropouts belong to. This should then lead to an understanding of the reasons for such behavior. In India, a large number of women and persons belonging to socially and economically backward groups drop out of school. This shows how the choices of these groups get limited by not having access to knowledge. Sustainability means continuity in the availability of opportunities. To have sustainable human development, each generation must have the same opportunities. All environmental, financial, and human resources must be used keeping in mind the future. Misuse of any of these resources will lead to fewer opportunities for future generations. A good example is about the importance of sending girls to school. If a community does not stress the importance of sending its girl children to school, many opportunities will be lost to these young women when they grow up. Their career choices will be severely curtailed, and this would affect other aspects of their lives. So each generation must ensure the availability of choices and opportunities to its future generations. Productivity here means human labor productivity or productivity in terms of human work. Such productivity must be constantly enriched by building capabilities in people. Ultimately, it is people who are the real wealth of nations. Therefore, efforts to increase their knowledge or provide better health facilities ultimately leads to better work efficiency. Empowerment means to have the power to make choices. Such power comes from increasing freedom and capability. Good governance and people-oriented policies are required to empower people. The empowerment of socially and economically disadvantaged groups is of special importance. Activity. Talk to the vegetable vendor in your neighborhood and find out if she has gone to school. Did she drop out of school? Why? What does this tell you about her choices and the freedom she has? Note how her opportunities were limited because of her gender, caste, and income. Approaches to human development. There are many ways of looking at the problem of human development. Some of the important approaches are A. The income approach, B. The welfare approach, C. Minimum needs approach, and D. Capabilities approach, Table 3.1. Measuring human development. The Human Development Index, HDI, ranks the countries based on their performance in the key areas of health, education, and access to resources. These rankings are based on a score between 0 to 1 that a country earns from its record in the key areas of human development. The indicator chosen to assess health is the life expectancy at birth. A higher life expectancy means that people have a greater chance of living longer and healthier lives. The adult literacy rate and the gross enrollment ratio represent access to knowledge. The number of adults who are able to read and write and the number of children enrolled in schools show how easy or difficult it is to access knowledge in a particular country. Access to resources is measured in terms of purchasing power, in US dollars. Each of these dimensions is given a weightage of 1/3. The Human Development Index is a sum total of the weights assigned to all these dimensions. The closer a score is to 1, the greater is the level of human development. Therefore, a score of 0.983 would be considered very high, while 0.268 would mean a very low level of human development. The Human Development Index measures attainments in human development. It reflects what has been achieved in the key areas of human development. Yet it is not the most reliable measure. This is because it does not say anything about the distribution. The Human Poverty Index is related to the Human Development Index. This index measures the shortfall in human development. Table 3.1. Approaches to human development. Human Development 17. Since 1990, the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, has been publishing the Human Development Report every year. This report provides a rank-wise list of all member countries according to the level of human development. The Human Development Index and the Human Poverty Index are two important indices to measure human development used by the UNDP. Bhutan is the only country in the world to officially proclaim the Gross National Happiness, GNH, as the measure of the country's progress. Material progress and technological developments are approached more cautiously, taking into consideration the possible harm they might bring to the environment or the other aspects of cultural and spiritual life of the Bhutanese. This simply means material progress cannot come at the cost of happiness. GNH encourages us to think of the spiritual, non-material and qualitative aspects of development. It is a non-income measure. The probability of not surviving till the age of 40, the adult illiteracy rate, the number of people who do not have access to clean water, and the number of small children who are underweight are all taken into account to show the shortfall in human development in any region. Often the Human Poverty Index is more revealing than the Human Development Index. Looking at both these measures of human development together gives an accurate picture of the human development situation in a country. The ways to measure human development are constantly being refined, and newer ways of capturing different elements of human development are being researched. Researchers have found links between the level of corruption or political freedom in a particular region. There is also a discussion regarding a political freedom index and a listing of the most corrupt countries. Can you think of other links to the level of human development? / 18 Fundamentals of Human Geography. International comparisons. International comparisons of human development are interesting. Size of the territory and per capita income are not directly related to human development. Often smaller countries have done better than larger ones in human development. Similarly, relatively poorer nations have been ranked higher than richer neighbors in terms of human development. For example, Sri Lanka, Trinidad and Tobago have a higher rank than India in the Human Development Index despite having smaller economies. Similarly, within India, Kerala performs much better than Punjab and Gujarat in human development despite having lower per capita income. Countries can be classified into 4 groups on the basis of the human development scores earned by them. Table 3.2. Source: Human Development Report, 2020. Table 3.2. Human Development. Categories, criteria, and countries. Countries with very high Human Development Index are those which have a score of over 0.800. According to the Human Development Report of 2020, this group includes 66 countries. Table 3.3 shows the top 10 countries in this group. Table 3.3. Top 10 ranked countries with high value index. Source: Human Development Report, 2020 UNDP's Human ICRFAP. Try to locate these countries on a map. Can you see what these countries have in common? To find out more, visit the official government websites of these countries. Ines Annualito Diarrhea, more than to my county. High level of human development group has 53 countries. Providing education and healthcare is an important government priority. Countries with higher human development are those where a lot of investment in the social sector has taken place. Altogether, a higher investment in people and good governance has set this group of countries apart from the others. Try to find out the percentage of the country's income spent on these sectors. Can you think of some other characteristics that these countries have in common? You will notice that many of these countries have been the former imperial powers. The degree of social diversity in these countries is not very high. Many of the countries with a high human development score are located in Europe and represent the industrialized Western world. Yet there are striking numbers of non-European countries also who have made it to this list. Countries with medium levels of human development form the largest group. There are 37 countries in the medium level of human development. Most of these are countries which have emerged in the period after the Second World War. Some countries from this group were former colonies, while many others have emerged after the breakup of the erstwhile Soviet Union in 1990. Many of these countries have been rapidly improving their human development score by adopting more people-oriented policies and reducing social discrimination. Most of these countries have a much higher social diversity than the countries with higher human development scores. Many in this group have water resources. M. Myler Safudin Sai, Wright, and Mavenk Olson, UNDP Resident Coordinator KN India, at the release of Human Development Report, 3006, in NTW Delhi on Thursday PTI. Speaking in the Ftynan, Sinskda and File Recharge Council, or Grumdwaker WT Serving Gruxawaller and Redurkten Groundwater. Uppercently by cover Timkvult would go a long way in Konsknin Graxi Walkranderkiig Meeg groundwater. WD the Giwind water RVO to iron have led to neglect UF Nidanoodle Gistgmi since the 13 megabits. The number of tanks, ponds Amiatal Kersuafak water indies has reduced by almost a third, thus reducing ground. The power subsidies are the rich fanners, while Thepar MDE pend on rains. The report AHO notes that Whaler Turvalin K IW Ixvin on the retreat in India. It says the rise of canal irrigation. Birsa Judam S take a hacked look at the failure of irrigation systems in the country. Olson said that though agriculture has been blamed for consuming so percent of water in India. Lebawishiyarisof. UNDP policy specialist Amnab Ghosh, however, said the rankings were limited to comparable data. We do not use absolute numbers but percentage. India, which has been IPL, KCD L2 CTH in the UNDP Human Development Index, today questioned the ranking, saying comparison should be between equals. Just as you cannot compare Maldives with India, you cannot compare us with countries like Norway, Sweden, or Singapore, which AIC far more developed. Union Minister of Water Resources Saifuddin Sachs told reporters here while releasing the UNDP Learn and Development Report. 20 VF. Sachs said India had made spectacular progress in many fields and it was unnecessarily reflected by the load *:. The ranking should. Water recharge Kajmbibdik tire report favors small-scale water imrv seatlert GSV cell CMS and chalk dams, saving that T-fied hideawing sntil tanks by SAC. Infer. Odenstür are sometimes MVRSMD. Government Questions Report. HLTKRust 0-inch India HUMN. THMNA. AB Team Vine that water and sanitation are underfinanced compared to military spending in India, a UNDP report has called for a do and fund. Forex *HH. I6 car crude eyes so that increased income levels could be successfully translated into human development. India was 126th Human J Development Index as per Human Development Report 2006. According to HDI Report 2020, India's rank has further gone down to 131. What could be the reason for India to be behind 130 countries in HDI? Human Development 19. Faced political instability and social uprisings at some point of time in their recent history. As many as 33 countries record low levels of human development. A large proportion of these are small countries which have been going through political turmoil and social instability in the form of civil war, famine, or a high incidence of diseases. There is an urgent need to address the human development requirements of this group through well-thought-out policies. International comparisons of human development can show some very interesting results. Often people tend to blame low levels of human development on the culture of the people. For example, X country has lower human development because its people follow Y religion or belong to Z community. Such statements are misleading. To understand why a particular region keeps reporting low or high levels of human development, it is important to look at the pattern of government expenditure on the social sector. The political environment of the country and the amount of freedom people have is also important. Countries with high levels of human development invest more in the social sectors and are generally free from political turmoil and instability. Distribution of the country's resources is also far more equitable. On the other hand, places with low levels of human development tend to spend more on defense rather than social sectors. This shows that these countries tend to be located in areas of political instability and have not been able to initiate accelerated economic development. 20 Fundamentals of Human Geography. Exercises. 1. Choose the right answer from the 4 alternatives given below. I. Which one of the following best describes development? A. An increase in size. C. A positive change in quality. B. A constant in size. D. A simple change in the quality. 2. Which one of the following scholars introduced the concept of human development? A. Professor Amartya Sen. C. Dr. Mahabubulhak. B. Ellen C. Semple. D. Retzel. 2. Answer the following questions in about 30 words. I. What are the 3 basic areas of human development? 2. Name the 4 main components of human development. 3. How are countries classified on the basis of Human Development Index? 3. Answer the following questions in not more than 150 words. I. What do you understand by the term human development? 2. What do equity and sustainability refer to within the concept of human development? Project/activity. Make a list of the 10 most corrupt countries and 10 least corrupt countries. Compare their scores on the Human Development Index. What inferences can you draw? Consult the latest Human Development Report for this. Untitled Chapter 4. Primary activities. Human activities which generate income are known as economic activities. Economic activities are broadly grouped into primary, secondary, tertiary, and quaternary activities. Primary activities are directly dependent on environment as these refer to utilization of Earth's resources such as land, water, vegetation, building materials, and minerals. It thus includes hunting and gathering, pastoral activities, fishing, forestry, agriculture, and mining and quarrying. Why are the inhabitants of coastal and plain regions engaged in fishing and agriculture respectively? What are the physical and social factors which affect the type of primary activities in different regions? DD/DJXRJD/J. People engaged in primary activities are called red-collar workers due to the outdoor nature of their work. Hunting and gathering. The earliest human beings depended on their immediate environment for their sustenance. They subsisted on A. Animals which they hunted, and B. The edible plants which they gathered from forests in the vicinity. Primitive societies depended on wild animals. People located in very cold and extremely hot climates survived on hunting. The people in the coastal areas still catch fish, though fishing has experienced modernization due to technological progress. Many species now have become extinct or endangered due to illegal hunting, poaching. The early hunters used primitive tools made of stones, twigs, or arrows, so the number of animals killed was limited. Why has hunting been banned in India? Gathering and hunting are the oldest economic activity known. These are carried out at different levels with different orientations. Gathering is practiced in regions with harsh climatic conditions. It often involves primitive societies who extract both plants and animals to satisfy their needs for food, shelter, and clothing. This type of activity requires a small amount of capital investment and operates at very low level of technology. The yield per person is very low and little or no surplus is produced. Figure 4.1. Women gathering oranges in Mizoram. Gathering is practiced in high-latitude zones, which include northern Canada, northern Eurasia, and southern Chile. 2. Low-latitude zones such as the Amazon Basin, tropical Africa, northern fringe of Australia, and the interior parts of Southeast Asia. Figure 4.2. In modern times, some gathering is market-oriented and has become commercial. Gatherers collect valuable plants such as leaves, barks of trees, and medicinal plants, and after simple processing sell the products in the market. They use various parts of the plants. For example, the bark is used for quinine, tannin extract, and cork. Leaves supply materials for beverages, drugs, cosmetics, fibers, thatch and fabrics. Nuts for food and oils, and tree trunk yield rubber, balata, gums and resins. DD/DUXRJDW. The name of the part of the chewing gum after the flavor is gone? It is called chicle. It is made from the milky juice of sapota tree. Gathering has little chance of becoming important at the global level. Products of such an Figure 4.2. Areas of subsistence gathering. Primary activities 23. Activity cannot compete in the world market. Moreover, synthetic products often of better quality and at lower prices have replaced many items supplied by the gatherers in tropical forests. Pastoralism. At some stage in history, with the realization that hunting is an unsustainable activity, human beings might have thought of domestication of animals. People living in different climatic conditions selected and domesticated animals found in those regions. Depending on the geographical factors and technological development, animal rearing today is practiced either at the subsistence or at the commercial level. Nomadic herding. Nomadic herding or pastoral nomadism is a primitive subsistence activity in which the herders rely on animals for food, clothing, shelter. Pastoral nomadism is associated with three important regions. The core region extends from the Atlantic shores of North Africa eastwards across the Arabian Peninsula into Mongolia and central China. The second region extends over the tundra region of Eurasia. In the southern hemisphere, there are small areas in southwest Africa and on the island of Madagascar. Figure 4.4. Movement in search of pastures is undertaken either over vast horizontal distances or vertically from one elevation to another in the mountainous regions. The process of migration from plain areas to pastures on mountains during summers and again from mountain pastures to plain areas during winters is known as transhumance. The process of migration from plain areas to pastures on mountains during summers and again from mountain pastures to plain areas during winters is known as transhumance. In mountain regions such as Himalayas, Gujars, Bakarwals, Gaddis, and Bhotias migrate from plains to the mountains in summers and to the plains from the high-altitude pastures in. Figure 4.4. Areas of nomadic herding. Figure 4.5. Commercial livestock rearing. Reindeer rearing in the northern regions of Alaska, where most of the Eskimos own about 2/3 of the stock. Emphasis is on breeding, genetic improvement, disease control, and health care of the animals. New Zealand, Australia, Argentina, Uruguay, and United States of America are important countries where commercial livestock rearing is practiced. Figure 4.6. Agriculture. Agriculture is practiced under multiple combinations of physical and socio-economic conditions, which gives rise to different types of agricultural systems. Based on methods of farming, different types of crops are grown and livestock raised. The following are the main agricultural systems. Subsistence agriculture. Subsistence agriculture is one in which the farming areas consume all, or nearly so, of the products locally grown. It can be grouped in two categories: primitive subsistence agriculture and intensive subsistence agriculture. Primitive subsistence agriculture. Primitive subsistence agriculture or shifting cultivation is widely practiced by many tribes in the tropics, especially in Africa, South and Central America, and Southeast Asia. Figure 4.7. Primary activities 25. Figure 4.6. Areas of commercial livestock rearing. Figure 4.7. Areas of primitive subsistence agriculture. The vegetation is usually cleared by fire and the ashes add to the fertility of the soil. Shifting cultivation is thus also called slash and burn agriculture. The cultivated patches are very small and cultivation is done with very primitive tools such as sticks and hoes. After some time, 3 to 5 years, the soil loses its fertility and the farmer shifts to another parts and clears other patch of the forest for cultivation. The farmer may return to the earlier patch after some time. One of the major problems of shifting cultivation is that the cycle of jump becomes less and less due to loss of fertility in different parcels. It is prevalent in tropical region in different names, e.g. jumming in northeastern states of India, milpa in Central America and Mexico, and ladang in Indonesia and Malaysia. Find out other areas and the names with which shifting cultivation is done. Intensive subsistence agriculture. This type of agriculture is largely found in densely populated regions off monsoon Asia. Basically, there are two types of intensive subsistence agriculture. Intensive subsistence agriculture dominated by wet paddy cultivation. This type of agriculture is characterized by dominance of the rice crop. Land holdings are very small due to the high density of population. Farmers work with the help of family labor, leading to intensive use of land. Use of machinery is limited and most of the agricultural operations are done by manual labor. Farmyard manure is used to maintain the fertility of the soil. In this type of agriculture, the yield per unit area is high but per labor productivity is low. 2. Intensive subsidence agriculture dominated by crops other than paddy. Due to the difference in relief, climate, soil, and some of the other geographical factors, it is not practical to grow paddy in many parts of monsoon Asia. Wheat, soybean, barley, and sorghum are grown in northern China, Manchuria, North Korea, and North Japan. In India, wheat is grown in western. Figure 4.8. Areas of intensive subsistence farming. Figure 4.9. Rice transplantation. Parts of the Indo-Gangetic plains and millets are grown in dry parts of western and southern India. Most of the characteristics of this type of agriculture are similar to those dominated by wet paddy, except that irrigation is often used. The Europeans colonized many parts in the world and they introduced some other forms of agriculture such as plantations, which were mainly profit-oriented large-scale production systems. Plantation agriculture. Plantation agriculture, as mentioned above, was introduced by the Europeans in colonies situated in the tropics. Some of the important plantation crops are tea, coffee, cocoa, rubber, cotton, oil palm, sugarcane, bananas, and pineapples. The characteristic features of this type of farming are large estates or plantations, large capital investment, managerial and technical support, scientific methods of cultivation, single crop specialization, cheap labor, and a good system of transportation which links the estates to the factories and markets for the export of the products. The French established cocoa and coffee plantations in West Africa. The British set up large tea gardens in India and Sri Lanka, rubber plantations in Malaysia, and sugarcane and banana plantations in West Indies. Spanish and Americans invested heavily in coconut and 28 fundamentals of human geography. Sugarcane plantations in the Philippines. The Dutch once had monopoly over sugarcane plantation in Indonesia. Some coffee fazendas, large plantations in Brazil, are still managed by Europeans. Today, ownership of the majority of plantations has passed into the hands of the government or the nationals of the countries concerned. Figure 4.10. Tea plantation. The slopes of hills are used for tea plantations because of favorable geographical conditions. Extensive commercial grain cultivation. Commercial grain cultivation is practiced in the interior parts of semi-arid lands of the mid-latitudes. Wheat is the principal crop, though other crops like palm, barley, oats, and rye are also grown. The size of the farm is very large, therefore entire operations of cultivation from plowing to harvesting are mechanized. Figure 4.11. There is low yield per acre but high yield per person. Why does this happen? Figure 4.11. Mechanized grain farming. Combine crews are capable of harvesting grain over many hectares in a single day. Figure 4.12. Areas of extensive commercial grain farming. This type of agriculture is best developed in Eurasian steppes, the Canadian and American prairies, the pampas of Argentina, the felts of South Africa, the Australian Downs, and the Canterbury Plains of New Zealand. Locate these areas on the world map. Mixed farming. This form of agriculture is found in the highly developed parts of the world, e.g. northwestern Europe, eastern North America, parts of Eurasia, and the temperate latitudes of southern continents. Figure 4.14. Mixed farms are moderate in size and usually the crops associated with it are wheat, barley, oats, rye, maize, fodder, and root crops. Fodder crops are an important component of mixed farming. Crop rotation and intercropping play an important role in maintaining soil fertility. Equal emphasis is laid on crop cultivation and animal husbandry. Animals like cattle, sheep, pigs, and poultry provide the main income along with crops. Mixed farming is characterized by high capital expenditure on farm machinery and building, extensive use of chemical fertilizers and green manures, and also by the skill and expertise of the farmers. Dairy farming. Dairy is the most advanced and efficient type of rearing of milch animals. It is highly capital intensive. Animal sheds, storage facilities for fodder, feeding and milching machines add to the cost of dairy farming. Special emphasis is laid on cattle breeding, healthcare and veterinary services. Figure 4.13, a dairy farm in Austria. Primary activities 29. Figure 4.14, areas of mixed farming. It is highly labor-intensive as it involves rigorous care in feeding and milching. There is no off-season during the year as in the case of crop raising. It is practiced mainly near urban and industrial centers which provide neighborhood market for fresh milk and dairy products. The development of transportation, refrigeration, pasteurization, and other preservation processes have increased the duration of storage of various dairy products. There are three main regions of commercial dairy farming. The largest is northwestern Europe, the second is Canada, and the third belt includes southeastern Australia, New Zealand, and Tasmania. Figure 4.16. Mediterranean agriculture. Mediterranean agriculture is highly specialized commercial agriculture. It is practiced in the countries on either side of the Mediterranean. Figure 4.16, areas of dairy farming. See in Europe and in North Africa from Tunisia to Atlantic coast, southern California, central Chile, southwestern parts of South Africa, and southwestern parts of Australia. This region is an important supplier of citrus fruits. Viticulture or grape cultivation is a specialty of the Mediterranean region. Best quality wines in the world with distinctive flavors are produced from high-quality grapes in various countries of this region. The inferior grapes are dried into raisins and currants. This region also produces olives and figs. The advantage of Mediterranean agriculture is that more valuable crops such as fruits and vegetables are grown in winters when there is great demand in European and North American markets. Market gardening and horticulture. Market gardening and horticulture specialize in the cultivation of high-value crops such as vegetables, fruits, and flowers solely for the urban markets. Farms are small and are located where there are good transportation links with the urban center where high-income group of consumers is located. It is both labor and capital intensive and lays emphasis on the use of irrigation, HYV seeds, fertilizers, insecticides, greenhouses, and artificial heating in colder regions. This type of agriculture is well developed in densely populated industrial districts of Northwest Europe, Northeastern United States of America, and the Mediterranean regions. The Netherlands specializes in growing flowers and horticultural crops, especially tulips, which are flown to all major cities of Europe. The regions where farmers specialize in vegetables only, the farming is known as truck farming. The distance of truck farms from the market is governed by the distance that a truck can cover overnight, hence the name truck farming. In addition to market gardening, a modern development in the industrial regions of Western Europe and North America is factory farming. Livestock, particularly poultry and cattle. Primary activities 31. Figure 4.17, A. Vegetables being grown in the vicinity of the city. Figure 4.17, B. Vegetables being loaded into a truck and cycle carts for transporting to city markets. Rearing is done in stalls and pens, fed on manufactured feedstuff and carefully supervised against diseases. This requires heavy capital investment in terms of building, machinery for various operations, veterinary services, and heating and lighting. One of the important features of poultry farming and cattle rearing is breed selection and scientific breeding. Types of farming can also be categorized according to the farming organization. Farming organization is affected by the way in which farmers own their farms and various policies of the government which help to run these farms. Cooperative farming. A group of farmers form a cooperative society by pooling in their resources voluntarily for more efficient and profitable farming. Individual farms remain intact and farming is a matter of cooperative initiative. Cooperative societies help farmers to procure all important inputs of farming, sell the products at the most favorable terms, and help in processing of quality products at cheaper rates. Cooperative movement originated over a century ago and has been successful in many Western European countries like Denmark, Netherlands, Belgium, Sweden, Italy, etc. In Denmark, the movement has been so successful that practically every farmer is a member of a cooperative. 32 Fundamentals QF Human Geography. Collective farming. The basic principle behind this types of farming is based on social ownership of the means of production and collective labor. Collective farming, or the model of kolkhoz, was introduced in erstwhile Soviet Union to improve upon the inefficiency of the previous methods of agriculture and to boost agricultural production for self-sufficiency. The farmers used to pool in all their resources like land, livestock, and labor. However, they were allowed to retain very small plots to grow crops in order to meet their daily requirements. Mining. The discovery of minerals in the history of human development is reflected in many stages in terms of Copper Age, Bronze Age, and Iron Age. The use of minerals in ancient times was largely confined to the making of tools, utensils, and weapons. The actual development of mining began with the Industrial Revolution, and its importance is continuously increasing. Factors affecting mining activity. The profitability of mining operations thus depends on two main factors. Physical factors include the size, grade, and the mode of occurrence of the deposits. If economic factors such as the demand for the mineral, technology available and used, capital to develop infrastructure, and the labor and transport costs. Figure 4.18, Oil drilling operation in the Gulf Degree F Mexico. Methods of mining. Depending on the mode of occurrence and the nature of the ore, mining is of two types, surface and underground mining. The surface mining, also known as open-cast mining, is the easiest and the cheapest way of mining minerals that occur close to the surface. Overhead costs such as safety precautions and equipment is relatively low in this method. The output is both large and rapid. When the ore lies deep below the surface, underground mining method, shaft method. Figure 4.19, Methods of mining. Has to be used. In this method, vertical shafts have to be sunk from where underground galleries radiate to reach the minerals. Minerals are extracted and transported to the surface through these passages. It requires specially designed lifts, drills, haulage vehicles, ventilation system for safety and efficient movement of people and material. This method is risky. Poisonous gases, fires, floods, and caving in lead to fatal accidents. Have you ever read about mine fires and flooding of coal mines in India? The developed economies are retreating from mining, processing, and refining stages of production due to high labor costs, while the developing countries with large labor force and striving for higher standard of living are becoming more important. Several countries of Africa and few of South America and Asia have over 50% of the earnings from minerals alone. Primary activities. Exercises. Choose the right answer from the four alternatives given below. Which one of the following is not a plantation crop? A. Coffee. C. Wheat. B. Sugarcane. D. Rubber. 2. In which one of the following countries cooperative farming was the most successful experiment? A. Russia. C. India. B. Denmark. D. The Netherlands. Growing of flowers is called A. Truck farming. C. Mixed farming. B. Factory farming. D. Floriculture. 4. Which one of the following types of cultivation was developed by European colonists? A. Cocos. C. Mixed farming. B. Viticulture. D. Plantation. V. In which one of the following regions is extensive commercial grain cultivation not practiced? A. American Canadian prairies. C. Pampas of Argentina. B. European steppes. D. Amazon basin. 6. In which of the following types of agriculture is the farming of citrus fruit very important? A. Market gardening. C. Mediterranean agriculture. B. Plantation agriculture. D. Cooperative farming. 7. Which one type of agriculture amongst the following is also called /and agriculture? A. Extensive subsistence agriculture. B. Primitive subsistence agriculture. C. Extensive commercial grain cultivation. D. Mixed farming. 8. Which one of the following does not follow monoculture? A. Dairy farming. C. Plantation agriculture. B. Mixed farming. D. Commercial grain farming. Answer the following questions in about 30 words. 2. Future of shifting cultivation is bleak. Discuss. Market gardening is practiced near urban areas. Why? Large-scale dairy farming is the result of the development of transportation and refrigeration. Fundamentals of human geography. 3. Answer the following questions in not more than 150 words. Differentiate between nomadic herding and commercial livestock rearing. 2. Discuss the important characteristic features of plantation agriculture. Name a few important plantation crops from different countries. Project/activity. Visit a nearby village and observe the cultivation of some crops. Ask the farmers and list the various operations. Untitled Chapter 5. Secondary activities. All economic activities, namely primary, secondary, tertiary, and quaternary, revolve around obtaining and utilizing resources necessary for survival. Secondary activities add value to natural resources by transforming raw materials into valuable products. Cotton in the boll has limited use, but after it is transformed into yarn, becomes more valuable and can be used for making clothes. Iron ore cannot be used directly from the mines, but after being converted into steel it gets its value and can be used for making many valuable machines, tools, etc. The same is true of most of the materials from the farm, forest, mine, and the sea. Secondary activities, therefore, are concerned with manufacturing, processing, and construction, infrastructure, industries. Manufacturing. Manufacturing involves a full array of production, from handicrafts to molding iron and steel and stamping out plastic toys to assembling delicate computer components or space vehicles. In each of these processes, the common characteristics are the application of power, mass production of identical products, and specialized labor in factory settings for the production of standardized commodities. Manufacturing may be done with modern power and machinery, or it may still be very primitive. Most of the third world countries still manufacture in the literal sense of the term. It is difficult to present a full picture of all the manufacturers in these countries. More emphasis is given to the kind of industrial activity which involves less complicated systems of production. Characteristics of modern large-scale manufacturing. Modern large-scale manufacturing has the following characteristics. Specialization of skills/methods of production. Under the craft method, factories produce only a few pieces which are made to order, so the costs are high. On the other hand, mass production involves production of large quantities of standardized parts by each worker performing only one task repeatedly. Manufacturing industry and manufacturing industry. Manufacturing literally means to make by hand. However, now it includes goods made by machines. It is essentially a process which involves transforming raw materials into finished goods of higher value for sale in local or distant markets. Conceptually, an industry is a geographically located manufacturing unit maintaining books of accounts and records under a management system. As the term industry is comprehensive, it is also used as synonymous with manufacturing. When one uses terms like steel industry and chemical industry, one thinks of factories and processes. But there are many secondary activities which are not carried on in factories, such as what is now called the entertainment industry and tourism industry, etc. So for clarity, the longer expression manufacturing industry is used. Mechanization. Mechanization refers to using gadgets which accomplish tasks. Automation without aid of human thinking during the manufacturing process is the advanced stage of mechanization. Automatic factories with feedback and closed-loop computer control systems where machines are developed to think have sprung up all over the world. Technological innovation. Technological innovations through research and development strategy are an important aspect of modern manufacturing for quality control, eliminating waste and inefficiency, and combating pollution. Organizational structure and stratification. Modern manufacturing is characterized by a complex machine technology. 2. Extreme specialization and division of labor for producing more goods with less effort and low costs. High, vast capital. 4. Large organizations. Executive bureaucracy. Uneven geographic distribution. Major concentrations of modern manufacturing have flourished in a few number of places. These cover less than 10% of the world's land area. These nations have become the centers of economic and political power. However, in terms of the total area covered, manufacturing sites are much less conspicuous and concentrated on much smaller areas than that of agriculture due to greater intensity of processes. For example, 2.5 square kilometers of the American Calm Belt usually includes about 4 large farms employing about 10 to 20 workers supporting 50 to 100 persons. But this same area could contain several large integrated factories and employ thousands of workers. Why do large-scale industries choose different locations? Industries maximize profits by reducing costs. Therefore, industries should be located at points where the production costs are minimum. Some of the factors influencing industrial locations are as under. Access to market. The existence of a market for manufactured goods is the most important factor in the location of industries. Market means people who have a demand for these goods and also have the purchasing power, ability to purchase, to be able to purchase from the sellers at a place. Remote areas inhabited by a few people offer small markets. The developed regions of Europe, North America, Japan, and Australia provide large global markets as the purchasing power of the people is very high. The densely populated regions of South and Southeast Asia also provide large markets. Some industries, such as aircraft manufacturing, have a global market. The arms industry also has global markets. Access to raw material. Raw material used by industries should be cheap and easy to transport. Industries based on cheap, bulky, and weight-losing material, ores, are located close to the sources of raw material such as steel, sugar, and cement industries. Perishability is a vital factor for the industry to be located closer to the source of the raw material. Agro-processing and dairy products are processed close to the sources of farm produce or milk supply, respectively. Access to labor supply. Labor supply is an important factor in the location of industries. Some types of manufacturing still require skilled labor. Increasing mechanization, automation, and flexibility of industrial processes have reduced the dependence of industry upon the labors. Access to sources of energy. Industries which use more power are located close to the source of the energy supply, such as the aluminium industry. Earlier, coal was the main source of energy. Today, hydroelectricity and petroleum are also important sources of energy for many industries. Access to transportation and communication facilities. Speedy and efficient transport facilities to carry raw materials to the factory and to move finished goods to the market are essential for the development of industries. The cost of transport plays an important role in the location of industrial units. Western Europe and Eastern North America have a highly developed transport system which has always induced the concentration of industries in these areas. Modem industry is inseparably tied to transportation systems. Improvements in transportation led to integrated economic development and regional specialization of manufacturing. Communication is also an important need for industries for the exchange and management of information. Government policy. Governments adopt regional policies to promote balanced economic development and hence set up industries in particular areas. Access to agglomeration economies/links between industries. Many industries benefit from nearness to a leader industry and other industries. These benefits are termed as agglomeration economies. Savings are derived from the linkages which exist between different industries. These factors operate together to determine industrial location. Footloose industries. Footloose industries can be located in a wide variety of places. They are not dependent on any specific raw material, weight losing or otherwise. They largely depend on component parts which can be obtained anywhere. They produce in small quantity and also employ a small labor force. These are generally not polluting industries. The important factor in their location is accessibility by road network. Classification of manufacturing industries. Manufacturing industries are classified on the basis of their size, inputs/raw materials, output/products, and ownership. Figure 5.1. Industries based on size. The amount of capital invested, number of workers employed, and volume of production determine the size of industry. Accordingly, industries may be classified into household or cottage, small-scale, and large-scale. 38 Fundamentals QF Human Geography. Rationalized 2023-24. Figure 5.1. Classification of industries. Household industries or cottage manufacturing. It is the smallest manufacturing unit. The artisans use local raw materials and simple tools to produce everyday goods in their homes with the help of their family members or part-time labor. Finished products may be for consumption in the same household or for sale in local, village, markets, or for barter. Capital and transportation do not wield much influence as this type of manufacturing has low commercial significance and most of the tools are devised locally. Figure 5.2. A man making pots in his courtyard. Example of household industry in Nagaland. Figure 5.2. B. A man weaving a bamboo basket by the roadside in Arunachal Pradesh. Some common everyday products produced in this sector of manufacturing include foodstuffs, fabrics, mats, containers, tools, furniture, shoes, and figurines from wood, lot and forest, shoes, thongs, and other articles from leather, pottery and bricks from days and stones. Goldsmiths make jewelry of gold, silver, and bronze. Some artifacts and crafts are made out of bamboo, wood obtained locally from the forests. Small-scale manufacturing. Small-scale manufacturing is distinguished from household industries by its production techniques and place of manufacture, a workshop outside the home/cottage of the producer. This type of manufacturing uses local raw material, simple power-driven machines, and semi-skilled labor. It provides employment and raises local purchasing power. Therefore, countries like India, China, Indonesia, and Brazil, etc. have developed labor-intensive small-scale manufacturing in order to provide employment to their population. Figure 5.3. Products of cottage industry on sale in Assam. Large-scale manufacturing. Large-scale manufacturing involves a large market, various raw materials, enormous energy, specialized workers, advanced technology, assembly line mass production, and large capital. This kind of manufacturing developed in the last 200 years in the United Kingdom, northeastern USA, and Europe. Now it has diffused to almost all over the world. On the basis of the system of large-scale manufacturing, the world's major industrial regions may be grouped under two broad types, namely, traditional large-scale industrial regions which are thickly clustered in a few more developed countries. The second, high-technology large-scale industrial regions which have diffused to less developed countries. Figure 5.4. Passenger car assembly hires at a plant of the motor company in Japan. Industries based on inputs/raw materials. Figure 5.5. Tea garden and a tea factory in the Nilgiris Hills of Tamil Nadu. Agribusiness is commercial farming on an industrial scale, often financed by business whose main interests lie outside agriculture, for example, large corporations in tea plantation business. Agribusiness farms are mechanized, large in size, highly structured, reliant on chemicals, and may be described as agrofactories. On the basis of the raw materials used, the industries are classified as A. Agro-based, B. Mineral-based, C. Chemical-based, D. Forest-based, and E. Animal-based. A. Agro-based industries. Agro-processing involves the processing of raw materials from the field and the farm into finished products for rural and urban markets. Major agro-processing industries are food processing, sugar, pickles, fruits juices, beverages, tea, coffee and cocoa, spices and oils, fats and textiles, cotton, jute, silk, rubber, etc. Food processing. Agro-processing includes canning, producing cream, fruit processing, and confectionery. While some preserving techniques, such as drying, fermenting, and pickling, have been known since ancient times, these had limited applications to cater to the pre-industrial revolution demands. B. Mineral-based industries. These industries use minerals as a raw material. Some industries use ferrous metallic minerals which contain ferrous, iron, such as iron and steel industries, but some use non-ferrous metallic minerals, such as aluminium, copper, and jewelry industries. Many industries use non-metallic minerals such as cement and pottery industries. C. Chemical-based industries. Such industries use natural chemical minerals, e.g. mineral oil, petroleum, is used in petrochemical industry. Salts, sulfur, and potash industries also use natural minerals. Chemical industries are also based on raw materials obtained from wood and coal. Synthetic fiber, plastic, etc. are other examples of chemical-based industries. Secondary activities 41. D. Forest-based raw material using industries. The forests provide many major and minor products which are used as raw material. Timber for furniture industry, wood, bamboo, and grass for paper industry, lac for lac industries come from forests. Figure 5.6, a pulp mill in the heart of the Ketchikan-S timber area of Alaska. E. Animal-based industries. Leather for leather industry and wool for woolen textiles are obtained from animals. Besides, ivory is also obtained from elephants' tusks. Industries based on output/product. You have seen some machines and tools made of iron or steel. The raw material for such machines and tools is iron and steel, which is itself an industry. The industry whose products are used to make other goods by using them as raw materials are basic industries. Can you identify the links? Iron/steel, machines for textile industry, clothes for use by consumers. The consumer goods industries produced goods which are consumed by consumers directly. For example, industries producing breads and biscuits, tea, soaps and toiletries, paper for writing, televisions, etc. are consumer goods or non-basic industries. Industries based on ownership. A. Public sector industries are owned and managed by governments. In India, there were a number of public sector undertakings, PSUs. Socialist countries have many state-owned industries. Mixed economies have both public and private sector enterprises. B. Private sector industries are owned by individual investors. These are managed by private organizations. In capitalist countries, industries are generally owned privately. C. Joint sector industries are managed by joint stock companies, or sometimes the private and public sectors together establish and manage the industries. Can you make a list of such industries? Concept of high technology industry. High technology, or simply high-tech, is the latest generation of manufacturing activities. It is best understood as the application of intensive research and development (R&D) efforts leading to the manufacture of products of an advanced scientific and engineering character. Professional, white-collar workers make up a large share of the total workforce. These highly skilled specialists greatly outnumber the actual production, blue-collar workers. Robotics on the assembly line, computer-aided design, CD and manufacturing, electronic controls of smelting and refining processes, and the constant development of new chemical and pharmaceutical products are notable examples of a high-tech industry. Neatly spaced, low, modem, dispersed, office plant lab buildings rather than massive assembly structures, factories and storage areas mark the high-tech industrial landscape. Planned business parks for high-tech startups have become part of regional and local development schemes. High-tech industries which are regionally concentrated, self-sustained, and highly specialized are called technopolies. 42 Fundamentals QF Human Geography. The Silicon Valley near San Francisco and Silicon Forest near Seattle are examples of technopolies. Are some technopolies developing in India? Manufacturing contributes significantly to the world economy. Iron and steel, textiles, automobiles, petrochemicals, and electronics are some of the world's most important manufacturing industries. Exercises. 1. Choose the right answer from the 4 alternatives given below. I. Which one of the following statements is wrong? A. Cheap water transport has facilitated the jute mill industry along the Hooghly. B. Sugar, cotton textiles, and vegetable oils are footloose industries. C. The development of hydroelectricity and petroleum reduced, to a great extent, the importance of coal energy as a locational factor for industry. D. Port towns in India have attracted industries. 2. In which one of the following types of economy are the factors of production owned individually? A. Capitalist, C. Socialist. B. Mixed, D. None. 3. Which one of the following types of industries produces raw materials for other industries? 2. Write a short note on the following in about 30 words. A. Cottage industries, C. Basic industries. B. Small-scale industries, D. Footloose industries. 4. Which one of the following pairs is correctly matched? A. Automobile industry. Los Angeles. B. Shipbuilding industry. Lusaka. C. Aircraft industry. Florence. I. High-tech industry. 2. Manufacturing. 3. Footloose industries. 3. Answer the following in not more than 150 words. I. Differentiate between primary and secondary activities. 2. Discuss the major trends of modern industrial activities, especially in the developed countries of the world. Explain why high-tech industries in many countries are being attracted to the peripheral areas of major metropolitan centers. 4. Africa has immense natural resources and yet it is industrially the most backward continent. Comment. Project/activity. I carry out a survey in your school premises of the factory-made goods used by students and the staff. The second, find out the meaning of the terms biodegradable and non-biodegradable. Which kind of material is better to use? Why? 3. Look around and make a list of the global brands, their logos and products. 44 Fundamentals QF Human Geography. Untitled Chapter 6. Tertiary and quaternary activities. When you fall, you go to your family doctor or you call a doctor. Sometimes your parents take you to a hospital for treatment. While in school, you are taught by your teachers. In the event of any dispute, legal opinion is obtained from a lawyer. Likewise, there are many professionals who provide their services against payment of their fee. Thus, all types of services are special skills provided in exchange of payments. Health, education, law, governance, and recreation, etc. require professional skills. These services require other theoretical knowledge and practical training. Tertiary activities are related to the service sector. Manpower is an important component of the service sector as most of the tertiary activities are performed by skilled labor, professionally trained experts, and consultants. In the initial stages of economic development, larger proportion of people worked in the primary sector. In a developed economy, the majority of workers get employment in tertiary activity and a moderate proportion is employed in a developed economy, the majority of workers get employment in tertiary activity and a moderate proportion is employed in the secondary sector. Tertiary activities include both production and exchange. The production involves the provision of services that are consumed. The output is indirectly measured in terms of wages and salaries. Exchange involves trade, transport, and communication facilities that are used to overcome distance. Tertiary activities, therefore, involve the commercial output of services rather than the production of tangible goods. They are not directly involved in the processing of physical raw materials. Common examples are the work of a plumber, electrician, technician, launderer, barber, shopkeeper, driver, cashier, teacher, doctor, lawyer, and publisher, etc. The main difference between secondary activities and tertiary activities is that the expertise provided by services relies more heavily on specialized skills, experience, and knowledge of the workers rather than on the production techniques, machinery, and factory processes. Types of tertiary activities. By now you know that you purchase your books, stationery from Trader's Shop, travel by /CDROOROCONJ. Figure 6.1, Service Sector. Bus or rail, send letters, talk on telephone, and obtain services of teachers for studies and doctors at the time of illness. Thus, trade, transport, communication, and services are some of the tertiary activities discussed in this section. The chart provides the basis for classifying the tertiary activities. Trade and commerce. Trade is essentially buying and selling of items produced elsewhere. All the services in retail and wholesale trading or commerce are specifically intended for profit. The towns and cities where all these works take place are known as trading centers. The rise of trading from barter at the local level to money exchange of international scale has produced many centers and institutions such as trading centers or collection and distribution points. Trading centers may be divided into rural and urban marketing centers. Rural marketing centers cater to nearby settlements. These are quasi-urban centers. They serve as trading centers of the most rudimentary type. Here personal and professional services are not well developed. These form local collecting and distributing centers. Most of these have mandis, wholesale markets, and also retailing areas. They are not urban centers per se, but are significant centers for making available goods and services which are most frequently demanded by rural folk. Figure 6.2. A wholesale vegetable market. Periodic markets in rural areas are found where there are no regular markets, and local periodic markets are organized at different temporal intervals. These may be weekly, bi-weekly markets from where people from the surrounding areas meet their temporally accumulated demand. These markets are held on specified dates and move from one place to another. The shopkeepers thus remain busy on all the days while a large area is served by them. Urban marketing centers have more widely specialized urban services. They provide ordinary goods and services as well as many of the specialized goods and services required by people. Urban centers, therefore, offer manufactured goods as well as many specialized markets develop, e.g. markets for labor, housing, semi or finished products. Services of educational institutions and professionals such as teachers, lawyers, consultants, physicians, dentists, and veterinary doctors are available. Figure 6.3, Packed Food Market in USA. Retail trading. This is the business activity concerned with the sale of goods directly to the consumers. Most of the retail trading takes place in fixed establishments or stores solely devoted to selling. Street peddling, handcarts, trucks, door-to-door, mail order, telephone, automatic vending machines, and internet are examples of non-store retail trading. 47. More on stores. Consumer cooperatives were the first of the large-scale innovations in retailing. Departmental stores delegate the responsibility and authority to departmental heads for purchasing of commodities and for overseeing the sale in different sections of the stores. Chain stores are able to purchase merchandise most economically, often going so far as to direct the goods to be manufactured to their specification. They employ highly skilled specialists in many executive tasks. They have the ability to experiment in one store and apply the results to many. Particular route and cost, distance, or the expense of traveling on a route. In selecting the mode of transport, distance in terms of time or cost is the determining factor. Isochrone lines are drawn on a map to join places equal in terms of the time taken to reach them. Network and accessibility. As transport systems develop, different places are linked together to form a network. Networks are made up of nodes and links. A node is the meeting point of two or more routes, a point of origin, a point of destination, or any sizable town along a route. Every road that joins two nodes is called a link. A developed network has many links, which means that places are well connected. Wholesale trading. Wholesale trading constitutes bulk business through numerous intermediary merchants and supply houses and not through retail stores. Some large stores, including chain stores, are able to buy directly from the manufacturers. However, most retail stores procure supplies from an intermediary source. Wholesalers often extend credit to retail stores to such an extent that the retailer operates very largely on the wholesaler's capital. Transport. Transport is a service or facility by which people, materials, and manufactured goods are physically carried from one location to another. It is an organized industry created to satisfy man's basic need of mobility. Modern society requires speedy and efficient transport systems to assist in the production, distribution, and consumption of goods. At every stage in this complex system, the value of the material is significantly enhanced by transportation. Transport distance can be measured as km distance or actual distance of route length, time distance, or the time taken to travel on a. 48 Fundamentals of Human Geography. Factors affecting transport. Demand for transport is influenced by the size of population. The larger the population size, the greater is the demand for transport. Routes depend on location of cities, towns, villages, industrial centers, and raw materials, pattern of trade between them, nature of the landscape between them, type of climate, and funds available for overcoming obstacles along the length of the route. Communication. Communication services involve the transmission of words and messages, facts, and ideas. The invention of writing preserved messages and helped to make communication dependent on means of transport. These were actually carried by hand, animals, boat, road, rail, and air. That is why all forms of transport are also referred to as lines of communication. Where the transport network is efficient, communications are easily disseminated. Certain developments, such as mobile telephony and satellites, have made communications independent of transport. All forms are not fully disassociated because of the cheapness of the older systems. Thus vary. Large volumes of mail continue to be handled by post offices all over the world. Some of the communication services are discussed below. Telecommunications. The use of telecommunications is linked to the development of modem technology. It has revolutionized communications because of the speed with which messages are sent. The time reduced is from weeks to minutes. Besides, the recent advancements like mobile telephony have made communications direct and instantaneous at any time and from anywhere. The telegraph, Morse code, and telex have almost become things of the past. Radio and television also help to relay news, pictures, and telephone calls to vast audiences around the world, and hence they are termed as mass media. They are vital for advertising and entertainment. Newspapers are able to cover events in all corners of the world. Satellite communication relays information of the Earth and from space. The Internet has truly revolutionized the global communication system. Services. Services occur at many different levels. Some are geared to industry, some to people, and some to both industry and people, e.g. the transport systems. Low-order services such as grocery shops and laundries are more common and widespread than high-order services or more specialized ones like those of accountants, consultants, and physicians. Services are provided to individual consumers who can afford to pay for them. For example, the gardener, the launderers, and the barber do primarily physical labor. Teacher, lawyers, physicians, musicians, and others perform mental labor. Many services have now been regulated. Making and maintaining highways and bridges, maintaining firefighting departments, and supplying or supervising education and customer care are among the important services most often supervised or performed by governments or companies. State and union legislation have established corporations to supervise and control the marketing of such services as transport, telecommunication, energy, and water supply. Professional services are primarily healthcare, engineering, law, and management. The location of recreational and entertainment services depends on the market. Multiplexes and restaurants might find location within or near the central business district, CBD, whereas a golf course would choose a site where land costs are lower than in the CBD. Personal services are made available to the people to facilitate their work in daily life. The workers migrate from rural areas in search of employment and are unskilled. They are employed in domestic services as housekeepers, cooks, and gardeners. This segment of workers is generally unorganized. One such example in India is Mumbai's Dabawala Tiffin service provided to about 175,000 customers all over the city. Figure 6.4, Dabawala service in Mumbai. People engaged in tertiary activities. Today, most people are service workers. Services are provided in all societies. But in more developed countries, a higher percentage of workers is employed in providing services as compared to less developed countries. The trend in employment in this sector has been tertiary and quaternary activities 49, increasing while it has remained unchanged, or decreasing in the primary and secondary activities, are scattered. Historic towns also attract tourists because of the monument, heritage sites, and cultural activities. Some selected examples. Tourist attractions. Tourism. Tourism is travel undertaken for purposes of recreation rather than business. It has become the world's single largest tertiary activity in total registered jobs, 250 million, and total revenue, 40% of the total GDP. Besides, many local persons are employed to provide services like accommodation, meals, transport, entertainment, and special shops serving the tourists. Tourism fosters the growth of infrastructure industries, retail trading, and craft industries, souvenirs. In some regions, tourism is seasonal because the vacation period is dependent on favorable weather conditions, but many regions attract visitors all the year round. Figure 6.5, tourists skiing in the snow-capped mountain slopes of Switzerland. Tourist regions. The warmer places around the Mediterranean coast and the west coast of India are some of the popular tourist destinations in the world. Others include winter sports regions, found mainly in mountainous areas, and various scenic landscapes and national parks, which 50 fundamentals of human geography. Climate. Most people from colder regions expect to have warm, sunny weather for beach holidays. This is one of the main reasons for the importance of tourism in southern Europe and the Mediterranean lands. The Mediterranean climate offers almost consistently higher temperatures than in other parts of Europe, long hours of sunshine and low rainfall throughout the peak holiday season. People taking winter holidays have specific climatic requirements, either higher temperatures than their own homelands or snow cover suitable for skiing. Landscape. Many people like to spend their holidays in an attractive environment, which often means mountains, lakes, spectacular sea coasts, and landscapes not completely altered by man. History and art. The history and art of an area have potential attractiveness. People visit ancient or picturesque towns and archaeological sites and enjoy exploring castles, palaces, and churches. Culture and economy. These attract tourists with a penchant for experiencing ethnic and local customs. Besides, if a region provides for the needs of tourists at a cheap cost, it is likely to become very popular. Homestay has emerged as a profitable business, such as heritage homes in Goa, Madikeri, and Coorg in Karnataka. Medical services for overseas patients in India. About 55,000 patients from USA visited India in 2005 for treatment. This is still a small number compared with the millions of surgeries performed each year in the U.S. healthcare system. India has emerged as the leading country of medical tourism in the world. World-class hospitals located in metropolitan cities cater to patients all over the world. Medical tourism brings abundant benefits to developing countries like India, Thailand, Singapore, and Malaysia. Beyond medical tourism is the trend of outsourcing of medical tests and data interpretation. Hospitals in India, Switzerland, and Australia have been performing certain medical services ranging from reading radiology images to interpreting magnetic resonance images, MRIs, and ultrasound tests. Outsourcing holds tremendous advantages for patients if it is focused on improving quality or providing specialized care. Medical tourism. When medical treatment is combined with international tourism activity, it lends itself to what is commonly known as medical tourism. Quaternary activities. What do a CEO of an MNC in Copenhagen, at New York, and a medical transcriptionist at Bangalore have in common? All these people work in a segment of the service sector that is knowledge-oriented. This sector can be divided into quaternary and canary activities. Quaternary activities involve some of the following: the collection, production, and dissemination of information, or even the production of information. Quaternary activities center around research, development, and may be seen as an advanced form of services involving specialized knowledge and technical skills. The quaternary sector, along with the tertiary sector, has replaced most of the primary and secondary employment as the basis for economic growth. Over half of all workers in developed economies are in the knowledge sector, and there has been a very high growth in demand for and consumption of information-based services from mutual fund managers to tax consultants, software developers, and statisticians. Personnel working in office buildings, elementary schools and university classrooms, hospitals and doctors' offices, theaters, accounting and brokerage firms all belong to this category of services. Like some of the tertiary functions, quaternary activities can also be outsourced. They are not tied to resources affected by the environment or necessarily localized by market. Quinary activities. The highest level of decision makers or policy makers perform quinary activities. These are subtly different from the knowledge-based industries that the quinary sector in general deals with. Quinary activities are services that focus on the creation, rearrangement, and interpretation of new and existing ideas, data interpretation, and the use and evaluation of new technologies. Often referred to as gold-collar professions, they represent another subdivision of the tertiary sector representing special and highly paid skills of senior business executives, government officials, research scientists, financial and legal consultants, etc. Their importance in the structure of advanced economies far outweighs their numbers. Outsourcing has resulted in the opening up of a large number of call centers in India, China, Eastern Europe, Israel, Philippines, and Costa Rica. It has created new jobs in these countries. Outsourcing is coming to those countries where cheap and skilled workers are available. These are also outmigrating countries. With the work available though outsourcing, the migration in these countries may come down. Outsourcing countries are facing resistance from job-seeking youths in their respective countries. The comparative advantage is the main reason for continuing outsourcing. New trends in quinary services include knowledge processing outsourcing, KPO, and home shoring, the latter as an alternative to outsourcing. The KPO industry is distinct from business process outsourcing, BPO, as it involves highly skilled workers. It is information-driven knowledge outsourcing. KPO enables companies to create additional business opportunities. Examples of KPOs include research and development, R&D activities, e-learning, business research, intellectual property, IP research, legal profession, and the banking sector. Tertiary and quaternary activities. 51. Fundamentals of human geography. Outsourcing. Outsourcing or contracting out is giving work to an outside agency to improve efficiency and to reduce costs. When outsourcing involves transferring work to overseas locations, it is described by the term offshoring, although both offshoring and outsourcing are used together. Business activities that are outsourced include information technology, IT, human resources, customer support and call center services, and at times also manufacturing and engineering. Data processing is an IT-related service easily be carried out in Asian, East European, and African countries. In these countries, IT-skilled staff with good English language skills are available at lower wages than those in the developed countries. Thus, a company in Hyderabad or Manila does work on a project based on GIS techniques for a country like USA or Japan. Overhead costs are also much lower, making it profitable to get job work carried out overseas, whether it is in India, China, or even a less populous country like Botswana in Africa. Caret activity. Describe the nature of work against each color name. The digital divide. Opportunities emerging from the information and communication technology-based development is unevenly distributed across the globe. There are wide-ranging economic, political, and social differences among countries. How quickly countries can provide ICT access and benefits to its citizens is the deciding factor. While developed countries in general have surged forward, the developing countries have lagged behind, and this is known as the digital divide. Similarly, digital divides exist within countries. For example, in a large country like India or Russia, it is inevitable that certain areas like metropolitan centers possess better connectivity and access to the digital world versus peripheral rural areas. Exercises. 1. Choose the right answer from the 4 alternatives given below. I. Which one of the following is a tertiary activity? A. Farming. C. Weaving. B. Trading. D. Hunting. 2. Which one of the following activities is not a secondary sector activity? A. Iron smelting. C. Making garments. B. Catching fish. D. Basket weaving. 3. Which one of the following sectors provides most of the employment in Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, and Kolkata? A. Primary. C. Secondary. B. Quaternary. D. Service. 4. Jobs that involve high degrees and level of innovations are known as A. Secondary activities. C. Quinary activities. B. Quaternary activities. D. Primary activities. V. Which one of the following activities is related to quaternary sector? A. Manufacturing computers. C. University teaching. B. Paper and raw pulp production. D. Printing books. 6. Which one out of the following statements is not true? A. Outsourcing reduces costs and increases efficiency. B. At times engineering and manufacturing jobs can also be outsourced. C. BPOs have better business opportunities as compared to KPOs. D. There may be dissatisfaction among job seekers in the countries that outsource the job. 2. Answer the following questions in about 30 words. I. Explain retail trading service. 2. Describe quaternary services. 3. Name the fast emerging countries of medical tourism in the world. 4. What is digital divide? 3. Answer the following questions in not more than 150 words. I. Discuss the significance and growth of the service sector in modern economic development. 2. Explain in detail the significance of transport and communication services. Project/activity. I. Find out the activities of BPO. The second, find out from a travel agent the documents you need to travel abroad. Tertiary and quaternary activities. Untitled Chapter 7. 12097CH08. Transport and communication. Natural resources, economic activities, and markets are rarely found in one place. Transport, communication, and trade establish links between producing centers and consuming centers. The system of mass production and exchange is complex. Each region produces the items for which it is best suited. Trade or the exchange of such commodities relies on transportation and communication. Likewise, the high living standards and quality of life depend on efficient transportation, communications, and trade. In earlier days, the means of transport and communication were the same. But today both have acquired distinct and specialized forms. Transport provides the network of links and carriers through which trade takes place. Transport. Transport is a service or facility for the carriage of persons and goods from one place to the other using humans, animals, and different kinds of vehicles. Such movements take place over land, water, and air. Roads and railways form part of land transport, while shipping and waterways and airways are the other two modes. Pipelines carry materials like petroleum, natural gas, and ores in liquefied form. Moreover, transportation is an organized service industry created to satisfy the basic needs of society. It includes transport arteries, vehicles to carry people and goods, and the organization to maintain arteries and to handle loading, unloading, and delivery. Every nation has developed various kinds of transportation for defense purposes. Assured and speedy transportation along with efficient communication promote cooperation and unity among scattered peoples. Modes of transportation. The principal modes of world transportation, as already mentioned, are land, water, air, and pipelines. These are used for interregional and intraregional transport, and each one, except pipelines, carries both passengers and freight. The significance of a mode depends on the type of goods and services to be transported, costs of transport, and the mode available. International movement of goods is handled by ocean freighters. Road transport is cheaper and faster over short distances and for door-to-door services. Railways are most suited for large volumes of bulky materials over long distances within a country. High-value, light, and perishable goods are best moved by airways. In a well-managed transport system, these various modes complement each other. Land transport. Most of the movement of goods and services takes place over land. In early days, humans themselves were carriers. Have you ever seen a bride being carried on a palanquin, palki/dolly, by 4 persons, kahars, in North India? Later, animals were used as beasts of burden. Have you seen mules, horses, and camels carrying loads of cargo in rural areas? With the invention of the wheel, the use of carts and wagons became important. The revolution in transport came about only after the invention of the steam engine in the 18th century. Perhaps the first public railway line was opened in 1825 between Stockton and Darlington in northern England, and then onwards railways became the most popular and fastest form of transport in the 19th century. It opened up continental interiors for commercial grain farming, mining, and manufacturing in USA. The invention of the internal combustion engine revolutionized road transport in terms of off-road quality and vehicles, motor cars, and trucks plying over them. Among the newer developments in land transportation are pipelines, ropeways, and cableways. Liquids like mineral oil, water, sludge, and sewers are transported by pipelines. The great freight carriers are the railways, ocean vessels, barges, boats, and motor trucks and pipelines. In general, the old and elementary forms like the human porter, pack animal, cart, or wagon are the most expensive means of. Figure 7.1, Ropeway and cable cars in Austria. This means of transport is usually found on steep mountain slopes and mines which are not suitable for building roads. Transportation and large freighters are the cheapest. They are important in supplementing modem channels and carriers which penetrate the interiors in large countries. In the densely populated districts of India and China, overland transport still takes place by human porters or carts drawn or pushed by humans. Pack animals. Horses are used as a draft animal even in the Western countries. Dogs and reindeer are used in North America, North Europe, and Siberia to draw sledges over snow-covered ground. Mules are preferred in the mountainous regions, while camels are used for caravan movement in deserts. In India, bullocks are used for pulling carts. Figure 7.2, a horse cart in a village Tejki in Ethiopia. Transport and communication 55. Roads. Road transport is the most economical for short distances compared to railways. Freight transport by road is gaining importance because it offers door-to-door service. But unmetalled roads, though simple in construction, are not effective and serviceable for all seasons. During the rainy season, these become unmotorable, and even the metalled ones are seriously handicapped during heavy rains and floods. In such conditions, the high embankment of rail tracks and the efficient maintenance of railway transport service is an effective solution. But the rail kilometerage being small cannot serve the needs of vast and developing countries at a low cost. Roads, therefore, play a vital role in a nation's trade and commerce and for promoting tourism. The quality of the roads varies greatly between developed and developing countries because road construction and maintenance require heavy expenditure. In developed countries, good quality roads are universal and provide long-distance links in the form of motorways, autobahns, Germany, and interstate highways for speedy movement. Lorries of increasing size and power to carry heavy loads are common. But unfortunately, the world's road system is not well developed. The world's total motorable road length is only about 15 million kilometers, of which North America accounts for 33%. The highest road density and the highest number of vehicles are registered in this continent compared to Western Europe. Traffic flows. Traffic on roads has increased dramatically in recent years. When the road network cannot cope with the demands of traffic, congestion occurs. City roads suffer from chronic traffic congestion. Peaks, high points, and troughs, low points, of traffic flow can be seen on roads at particular times of the day, for example, peaks occurring during the rush hour before and after work. Most of the cities in the world have been facing the problem of congestion. 56 Fundamentals QF Human Geography. Highways. Highways are metalled roads connecting distant places. They are constructed in a manner for unobstructed vehicular movement. As such, these are 80 m wide with separate traffic lanes, bridges, flyovers, and dual carriageways to facilitate uninterrupted traffic flow. In developed countries, every city and port town is linked through highways. Figure 7.3, Dharmavram Tuni National Highway, India. In North America, highway density is high, about 0.65 kilometers per sq/km. Every place is within 20 kilometers distance from a highway. Cities located on the Pacific coast, west, are well connected with those of the Atlantic coast, east. Likewise, the cities of Canada in the north are linked with those of Mexico in the south. The Trans-Canadian Highway links Vancouver in British Columbia, west coast, to St. John's City in Newfoundland, east coast, and the Alaskan Highway links Edmonton, Canada, to Anchorage, Alaska. The Pan-American Highway, a large portion of which has been constructed, will connect the countries of South America, Central America, and USA Canada. The Transcontinental Stewart Highway connects Darwin, North Coast, and Melbourne via Tennant Creek and Alice Springs in Australia. Europe has a large number of obstacles and a well-developed highway network. But highways face a lot of competition from railways and waterways. In Russia, a dense highway network is developed in the Industrialist region west of the Urals with Moscow as the hub. The important Moscow-Vladivostok Highway serves the region to the east. Due to the vast geographical area, highways in Russia are not as important as railways. In China, highways crisscross the country connecting all major cities such as Tsangso near Vietnam boundary, Shanghai, central China, Guangzhou south, and Beijing north. A new highway links Chengdu with Lhasa in Tibet. In India, there are many highways linking the major towns and cities. The Golden Quadrilateral, GQ, or Super Expressway is underway to connect the four metropolitan cities, New Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, and Kolkata. In Africa, a highway joins Algiers in the north to Conakry in Guinea. Similarly, Cairo is also connected to Cape Town. Border roads. Roads laid along international boundaries are called border roads. They play an important role in integrating people in remote areas with major cities and providing defense. Almost all countries have such roads to transport goods to border villages and military camps. Railways. Railways are a mode of land transport for bulky goods and passengers over long distances. The railway gauges vary in different countries and are roughly classified as broad, more than 1.5 m, standard, 1.44 m, meter gauge, 1 m, and smaller gauges. The standard gauge is used in the UK. Commuter trains are very popular in UK, USA, Japan, and India. These carry millions of passengers daily to and fro in the city. There are about 13 lakh km of railways open for traffic in the world. Figure 7.4, Tube train in Vienna. Europe has one of the most dense rail networks in the world. There are about 440,000 km of railways, most of which is double or multiple tracked. Belgium has the highest density of 1 kilometer of railway for every 6.5 sq/km area. The industrial regions exhibit some of the highest densities in the world. The important railheads are London, Paris, Brussels, Milan, Berlin, and Warsaw. Passenger transport is more important than freight in many of these countries. Underground railways are important in London and Paris. Channel Tunnel, operated by Eurotunnel Group through England, connects London with Paris. Transcontinental railway lines have now lost. Transport and communication 57. Their importance to quicker and more flexible transport systems of fairways and roadways. In Russia, railways account for about 90% of the country's total transport with a very dense network west of the Urals. Moscow is the most important railhead with major lines radiating to different parts of the country's vast geographical area. Underground railways and commuter trains are also important in Moscow. North America has one of the most extensive rail networks, accounting for nearly 40% of the world's total. In contrast to many European countries, the railways are used more for long-distance bulky freight like ores, grains, timber, and machinery than for passengers. The most dense rail network is found in the highly industrialized and urbanized region of east-central USA and adjoining Canada. In Canada, railways are in the public sector and distributed all over the sparsely populated areas. The transcontinental railways carry the bulk of wheat and coal tonnage. Australia has about 40,000 kilometers of railways, of which 25% are found in New South Wales alone. The West East Australian National Railway line runs across the country from Perth to Sydney. New Zealand's railways are mainly in the North Island to serve the farming areas. In South America, the rail network is the most dense in two regions, namely the Pampas of Argentina and the coffee-growing region of Brazil, which together account for 40% of South America's total route length. Only Chile, among the remaining countries, has a considerable route length linking coastal centers with the mining sites in the interior. Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, Colombia, and Venezuela have short single-track rail lines from ports to the interior with no interconnecting links. There is only one transcontinental rail route linking Buenos Aires, Argentina with Valparaiso, Chile, across the Andes Mountains through the Uspallata Pass located at a height of 3,900 m. In Asia, rail network is the most dense in the thickly populated areas of Japan, China, and India. Other countries have relatively few rail routes. West Asia is the least developed in rail. 58 Fundamentals of Human Geography. Facilities because of vast deserts and sparsely populated regions. Africa continent, despite being the second largest, has only 40,000 kilometers of railways, with South Africa alone accounting for 18,000 kilometers due to the concentration of gold, diamond, and copper mining activities. The important routes of the continent are I. The Benguela Railway through Angola to Katanga, Zambia Copper Belt. 2. The Tanzania Railway from the Zambian Copper Belt to Dar es Salaam on the coast. 3. The railway through Botswana and Zimbabwe linking the landlocked states to the South African network. And 4. The Blue Train from Cape Town to Pretoria in the Republic of South Africa. Elsewhere, as in Algeria, Senegal, Nigeria, Kenya, and Ethiopia, railway lines connect port cities to interior centers but do not form a good network with other countries. Transcontinental railways. Transcontinental railways run across the continent and link its two ends. They were constructed for economic and political reasons to facilitate long runs in different directions. The following are the most important of these. Trans-Siberian Railway. This is a Trans-Siberian Railway's major rail route of Russia, runs from St. Petersburg in the west to Vladivostok on the Pacific coast in the east, passing through Moscow, Ufa, Novosibirsk, Irkutsk, Chita, and Khabarovsk. It is the most important route in Asia and the longest, 9,332 kilometers. Double-tracked and electrified transcontinental railway in the world. It has helped in opening up its Asian region to West European markets. It runs across the Ural Mountains, Ob and Yenisei rivers. Chita is an important agro center and Irkutsk, a fur center. There are connecting links to the south, namely to Odessa, Ukraine, Baku on the Caspian coast, Tashkent, Uzbekistan, Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, and Shenyang, Mukden, and Beijing in China. Trans-Canadian Railways. The 7,050 kilometers long rail line in Canada runs from Halifax in the east to Vancouver on the Pacific coast, passing through Montreal, Ottawa, Winnipeg, and Calgary. Figure 8.6. It was constructed in 1886, initially as part of an agreement to make British Columbia on the west coast join the Federation of States. Later on, it gained economic significance because it connected the Quebec-Montreal industrial region with the wheat belt of the Prairie region and the coniferous forest region in the north. Thus, each of these regions became complementary to the other. A loop line from Winnipeg to Thunder Bay, Lake Superior connects this rail line with one of the important waterways of the world. This line is the economic artery of Canada. Wheat and meat are the important exports on this route. The Union and Pacific Railway. This rail line connects New York on the Atlantic coast to San Francisco on the Pacific coast, passing through Cleveland, Chicago, Omaha, Evans, Ogden, and Sacramento. The most valuable exports on this route are ores, grain, paper, chemicals, and machinery. Figure 7.5, Trans-Siberian Railway. Transport and Communication 59. Figure 7.6, Trans-Canadian Railway. The Australian Transcontinental Railway. This rail line runs west-east across the southern part of the continent from Perth on the west coast to Sydney on the east coast, passing through Kalgoorlie, Broken Hill, and Port Augusta, figure 7.7. Another major north-south line connects Adelaide and Alice Spring and to be joined further to the Darwin-Burnham line. The Orient Express. This line runs from Paris to Istanbul, passing through Strasbourg, Munich, Vienna, Budapest, and Belgrade. The journey time from London to Istanbul by this express is now reduced to 96 hours as against 10 days by the sea route. The chief exports on this rail route. 60 fundamentals QF Human Geography are cheese, bacon, oats, wine, fruits, and machinery. There is a proposal to build a trans-Asiatic railway linking Istanbul with Bangkok via Iran, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, and Myanmar. Water transport. One of the great advantages of water transportation is that it does not require route construction. The oceans are linked with each other and are negotiable with ships of various sizes. All that is needed is to provide port facilities at the two ends. It is much cheaper because the friction of water is far less than that of land. The energy cost of water transportation is lower. Water transport is divided into sea routes and inland waterways. Figure 7.7. Australian Transcontinental Railway. Figure 7.8. The view of Seine River from the Eiffel Tower. One can see how the river has become an important inland waterway. Sea routes. The oceans offer a smooth highway traversable in all directions with no maintenance costs. Its transformation into a routeway by seagoing vessels is an important development in human adaptation to the physical environment. Compared to land and air, ocean transport is a cheaper means of haulage, carrying of load, of bulky material over long distances from one continent to another. Modern passenger liners, ships, and cargo ships are equipped with radar, wireless, and other navigation aids. The development of refrigerated chambers for perishable goods, tankers, and specialized ships has also improved cargo transport. The use of containers has made cargo handling at the world's major ports easier. Important sea routes. Major sea routes are shown in the figure 8.9. Some important routes have been discussed in the following pages. The Northern Atlantic Sea Route. This links northeastern USA and northwestern Europe, the two industrially developed. Transport and Communication 61. The international boundary shown in this map may not be considered as authentic. Figure 7.9. Major sea routes and seaports. Regions of the world. The foreign trade over this route is greater than that of the rest of the world combined. 1/4 of the world's foreign trade moves on this route. It is, therefore, the busiest in the world and otherwise called the Big Trunk Route. Both the coasts have highly advanced ports and harbor facilities. Activity. Find out some of the important ports on the coast of USA and Western Europe in your atlas. The Mediterranean Indian Ocean Sea Route. This sea route passes through the heart of the Old World and serves more countries and people than any other route. Port said, Aden, Mumbai, Colombo, and Singapore are some of the important ports on this route. The construction of Suez Canal has greatly reduced the distance and time as compared to the earlier route through the Cape of Good Hope, which was longer than the route through Suez Canal. 62 Fundamentals of Human Geography. The Cape of Good Hope Sea Route. This trade route connects the highly industrialized Western European region with West Africa, Southeast Asia, and the commercial agriculture and livestock economies of Australia and New Zealand. The volume of trade and traffic between both East and West Africa is on the increase due to the development of the rich natural resources such as gold, diamond, copper, tin, groundnut, oil palm, coffee, and fruits. The Southern Atlantic Sea Route. This sea route is another important one across the Atlantic Ocean which connects West European and West African countries with Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay in South America. The traffic is far less on this route because of the limited development and population in South America and Africa. Only southeastern Brazil and Plata Estuary and parts of South Africa have large-scale industries. There is also little traffic on the route between Rio de Janeiro and Cape Town because both South America and Africa have similar products and resources. The North Pacific Sea Route. Trade across the vast North Pacific Ocean moves by several routes which converge at Honolulu. The direct route on the Great Circle links Vancouver and Yokohama and reduces the traveling distance, 2,480 kilometers, by half. This sea route links the ports on the west coast of North America with those of Asia. These are Vancouver, Seattle, Portland, San Francisco, and Los Angeles on the American side and Yokohama, Kobe, Shanghai, Hong Kong, Manila, and Singapore on the Asian side. The South Pacific Sea Route. This sea route connects Western Europe and North America with Australia, New Zealand, and the scattered Pacific Islands via the Panama Canal. This route is also used for reaching Hong Kong, Philippines, and Indonesia. The distance covered between Panama and Sydney is 12,000 kilometers. Honolulu is an important port on this route. Coastal shipping. It is obvious that water transport is a cheaper mode. While oceanic routes connect different countries, coastal shipping is a convenient mode of transportation with long coastlines, e.g. USA, China, and India. Shenzhen states in Europe are most suitably placed for coastal shipping connecting one member's coast with the other. If properly developed, coastal shipping can reduce the congestion on the land routes. Shipping canals. The Suez and the Panama Canals are two vital man-made navigation canals or waterways which serve as gateways of commerce for both the eastern and western worlds. Sea route distance between Liverpool and Colombo compared to the Cape of Good Hope route. It is a sea-level canal without locks which is about 160 kilometers and 11 to 15 m deep. About 100 ships travel daily and each ship takes 10 to 12 hours to cross this canal. The tolls are so heavy that some find it cheaper to go by the longer Cape route whenever the consequent delay is not important. A railway follows the canal to Suez, and from Ismailia there is a branch line to Cairo. A navigable freshwater canal from the Nile also joins the Suez Canal in Ismailia to supply freshwater to Port Said and Suez. Figure 7.10. Suez Canal. The Panama Canal. The Suez Canal. This canal had been constructed in 1869 in Egypt between Port Said in the north and Port Suez in the south, linking the Mediterranean Sea and the Red Sea. It gives Europe a new gateway to the Indian Ocean and reduces direct. This canal connects the Atlantic Ocean in the east to the Pacific Ocean in the west. It has been constructed across the Panama Isthmus between Panama City and Colón by the U.S. government, which purchased 8 kilometers of area on either side and named it the Canal Zone. The canal is about 72 kilometers long and involves a very transport and communication 63. Figure 7.11. The Panama Canal. Can you think of the impact on traffic in Panama Canal after the Nicaraguan Canal opens up? Deep cutting for a length of 12 kilometers. It has a 6-lock system and ships cross the different levels, 26 m up and down, through these locks before entering the Gulf of Panama. It shortens the distance between New York and San Francisco by 13,000 kilometers by sea. Likewise, the distance between Western Europe and the west coast of USA and northeastern and central USA and East and Southeast Asia is shortened. The economic significance of this canal is relatively less than that of the Suez. However, it is vital to the economies of Latin America. Inland waterways. Rivers, canals, lakes, and coastal areas have been important waterways since time immemorial. Boats and steamers are used as means of transport for cargo and passengers. The development of inland waterways is dependent on the navigability width and depth of the channel, continuity in the water flow, and transport technology in use. Rivers are the only means of transport in dense forests. Very heavy cargo like coal, cement, timber, and metallic ores can be transported through inland waterways. In ancient times, riverways were the main highways of transportation, as in the case of India. But they lost importance because of competition from railways, lack of water due to diversion for irrigation, and their poor maintenance. Figure 7.12. Inland waterways are a major source of transport wherever the river is wide, deep, and free of silt. The significance of rivers as inland waterways for domestic and international transport and trade has been recognized throughout the developed world. Despite inherent limitations, many rivers have been modified to enhance their navigability by dredging, stabilizing riverbanks, and building dams and barrages for regulating the flow of water. The following river waterways are some of the world's important highways of commerce. The Rhine waterways. The Rhine flows through Germany and the Netherlands. It is navigable for 700 kilometers from Rotterdam at its mouth in the Netherlands to Basel in Switzerland. Ocean-going vessels can reach up to Cologne. The Ruhr River joins the Rhine from the east. It flows through a rich coal field and the whole basin has become a prosperous manufacturing area. Düsseldorf is the Rhine port for this region. Huge tonnage moves along the stretch south of the Ruhr. This waterway is the world's most heavily used. Each year more than 20,000 ocean-going ships and 2,000,000 inland vessels exchange their cargoes. It connects the industrial areas of Switzerland, Germany, France, Belgium, and the Netherlands with the North Atlantic Sea route. Figure 7.13, the Rhine Waterway. The Danube Waterway. This important inland waterway serves Eastern Europe. The Danube River rises in the Black Forest and flows eastwards through many countries. It is navigable up to Thomas-Severn. The chief export items are wheat, maize, timber, and machinery. The Volga Waterway. Russia has a large number of developed waterways, of which the Volga is one of the most important. It provides a navigable waterway of 11,200 kilometers and drains into the Caspian Sea. The Volga-Moscow Canal connects it with the Moscow region and the Volga-Don Canal with the Black Sea. The Great Lakes, St. Lawrence Seaway. The Great Lakes of North America Superior, Huron, Erie, and Ontario are connected by Sioux Canal and Welland Canal to form an inland waterway. The estuary of St. Lawrence River, along with the Great Lakes, forms a unique commercial waterway in the northern part of North America. The ports on this route, like Duluth and Buffalo, are equipped with all facilities of ocean ports. As such, large ocean-going vessels are able to navigate up the river deep inside the continent to Montreal. But here goods have to be transshipped to smaller vessels due to the presence of rapids. Canals have been constructed up to 3.5 m deep to avoid these. Transport and communications. 65. The Mississippi Waterways. The Mississippi-Ohio Waterway connects the interior part of USA with the Gulf of Mexico in the south. Large steamers can go through this route up to Minneapolis. Air transport. Air transport is the fastest means of transportation, but it is very costly. Being fast, it is preferred by passengers for long-distance travel. Valuable cargo can be moved rapidly on a worldwide scale. It is often the only means to reach inaccessible areas. Air transport has brought about a connectivity revolution in the world. The frictions created by mountainous snow fields or inhospitable desert terrains have been overcome. The accessibility has increased. The airplane brings varied articles to the Eskimos in northern Canada unhindered by the frozen ground. In the Himalayan region, the routes are often obstructed due to landslides, avalanches, or heavy snowfall. At such times, air travel is the only alternative to reach a place. Airways also have great strategic importance. The airstrikes by U.S. and British forces in Iraq bears testimony to this fact. The airways network is expanding very fast. Figure 7.15, an airplane at Salzburg Airport. The manufacturing of aircrafts and their operations require elaborate infrastructure like hangars, landing, fueling, and maintenance facilities for the aircrafts. The construction of airports is also very expensive and has developed more in highly industrialized countries where there is a large volume of traffic. 66 Fundamentals of Human Geography. At present, no place in the world is more than 35 hours away. This startling fact has been made possible due to people who build and fly airplanes. Travel by air can now be measured by hours and minutes instead of years and months. Frequent air services are available to many parts of the world. Although UK pioneered the use of commercial jet transport, USA developed largely post-war international civil aviation. Today, more than 250 commercial airlines offer regular services to different parts of the world. Recent developments can change the future course of air transport. Supersonic aircraft cover the distance between London and New York within 3.5 hours. Intercontinental air routes. In the Northern Hemisphere, there is a distinct east-west belt of intercontinental air routes. Dense network exists in eastern USA, Western Europe, and Southeast Asia. USA alone accounts for 60% of the airways of the world. New York, London, Paris, Amsterdam, Frankfurt, Rome, Moscow, Karachi, New Delhi, Mumbai, Bangkok, Singapore, Tokyo, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and Chicago are the nodal points where air routes converge or radiate to all continents. Africa, Asiatic part of Russia, and South America lack air services. There are limited air services between 10 to 35 latitudes in the southern hemisphere due to sparser population, limited landmass, and economic development. Pipelines. Pipelines are used extensively to transport liquids and gases such as water, petroleum, and natural gas for an uninterrupted flow. Water supplied through pipelines is familiar to all. Cooking gas or LPG is supplied through pipelines in many parts of the world. Pipelines can also be used to transport liquefied coal. In New Zealand, milk is being supplied through pipelines from farms to factories. In USA, there is a dense network of oil pipelines from the producing areas to the Figure 7.16 major airports. Consuming areas. Big Inch is one such famous pipeline which carries petroleum from the oil wells of the Gulf of Mexico to the northeastern states. About 17% of all freight per ton km is carried through pipelines in USA. The proposed Iran-India via Pakistan international oil and natural gas pipeline will be the longest in the world. Communications. Figure 7.17, pipelines transporting natural gas in Ukraine. In Europe, Russia, West Asia, and India, pipelines are used to connect oil wells to refineries and to ports or domestic markets. Turkmenistan is Central Asia, has extended pipelines to Iran and also to parts of China. Human beings have used different methods long-distance communications, of which the telegraph and the telephone were important. The telegraph was instrumental in the colonization of the American West. During the early and mid-20th century, the American Telegraph and Telephone Company, AT&T, enjoyed a monopoly over USA's telephone industry. In fact, the telephone became a critical factor in the urbanization of America. Firms centralized their functioning at city headquarters and located their branch offices in smaller towns. Even today, the telephone is the most commonly used mode. In developing countries, the use of cell phones made possible by satellites is important for rural connectivity. Today, there is a phenomenal pace of development. The first major breakthrough is the use of optic fiber cables, OFC. Faced with mounting competition, telephone companies all Transport and Communication 67 over the world soon upgraded their copper cable systems to include optic fiber cables. These allow large quantities of data to be transmitted rapidly, securely, and are virtually error-free. With the digitization of information in the 1990s, telecommunications slowly merged with computers to form integrated networks termed as Internet. Satellite communication. Today, Internet is the largest electronic network on the planet, connecting about 1,000 million people in more than 100 countries. Communication through satellites emerged as a new area in communication technology since the 1970s after USA and former USSR pioneered space research. Artificial satellites now are successfully deployed in the Earth's orbit to connect. Artificial satellites now are successfully deployed in the Earth's orbit to connect even the remote corners of the globe with limited on-site verification. These have rendered the unit cost and time of communication invariant in terms of distance. This means it costs the same to communicate over 500 kilometers as it does over 5,000 kilometers via satellite. India has also made great strides in satellite development. Aryabhat was launched on April 19, 1979, Bhaskarai in 1979, and Rohini in 1980. On June 18, 1981, Apple Ariane passenger payload experiment was launched through Ariane rocket. Bhaskar, Challenger, and Inset IB have made long-distance communication, television, and radio very effective. Today, weather forecasting through television is a boon. Cyberspace Internet. Cyberspace is the world of electronic computerized space. It is encompassed by the Internet, such as the World Wide Web, WWW. In simple words, it is the electronic digital world for communicating or accessing information over computer networks without physical movement of the sender and the receiver. It is also referred to as the Internet. Cyberspace exists everywhere. It may be in an office, sailing boat, flying plane, and virtually anywhere. The speed at which this electronic network has spread is unprecedented in human history. There were less than 50 million Internet users in 1995, about 400 million in 2000 AD, and over 2 billion in 2010. In the last few years, there has been a shift among global users from USA to the developing countries. The percentage share of USA has dropped from 66 in 1995 to only 25 in 2005. Now the majority of the world's users are in USA, UK, Germany, Japan, China, and India. As billions use the Internet each year, cyberspace will expand the contemporary economic and social space of humans through email, e-commerce, e-learning, and e-governance. Internet together with fax, television, and radio will be accessible to more and more people, cutting across place and time. It is these modem communication systems, more than transportation, that has made the concept of global village a reality. 68 Fundamentals QF Human Geography. Exercises. 1. Choose the right answer from the 4 alternatives given below. I. The Transcontinental Stewart Highway runs between A. Darwin and Melbourne. B. Edmonton and Anchorage. C. Vancouver and St. John's City. D. Chengdu and Lhasa. 2. Which country has the highest density of railway network? A. Brazil. C. Canada. B. USA. D. Russia. 3. The Big Trunk Route runs through A. The Mediterranean Indian Ocean. B. The North Atlantic Ocean. C. The South Atlantic Ocean. D. The North Pacific Ocean. 4. The Big Inch Pipeline transports milk, sea water. B. Liquid petroleum gas, LGP. D. Petroleum. V. Which one pair of the following places is linked by Channel Tunnel? A. London, Berlin. C. Berlin, Paris. B. Paris, London. D. Barcelona, Berlin. 2. Answer the following questions in about 30 words. I. What are the problems of road transport in mountainous, desert, and flood-prone regions? 2. What is a transcontinental railway? 3. What are the advantages of water transport? 3. Answer the following questions in not more than 150 words. I. Elucidate the statement dash, in a well-managed transport system, various modes complement each other. 2. Which are the major regions of the world having a dense network of airways? 3. What are the modes by which cyberspace will expand the contemporary economic and social space of humans? Transport and communication. Untitled Chapter 8. International trade. You are already familiar with the term trade as a tertiary activity which you have studied in Chapter 7 of this book. You know that trade means the voluntary exchange of goods and services. Two parties are required to trade. One person sells and the other purchases. In certain places, people barter their goods. For both, the parties' trade is mutually beneficial. Trade may be conducted at two levels: international and national. International trade is the exchange of goods and services among countries across national boundaries. Countries need to trade to obtain commodities they cannot produce themselves, or they can purchase elsewhere at a lower price. The initial form of trade in primitive societies was the barter system, where direct exchange of goods took place. In this system, if you were a potter and were in need of a plumber, you would have to look for a plumber who would be in need of pots, and you could exchange your pots for his plumbing service. Figure 8.1. Two women practicing barter system in John Bi Mela. Every January after the harvest season, John Bil Mela takes place in Jagiroad, 35 kilometers away from Guwahati, and it is possibly the only fair in India where barter system is still alive. A big market is organized during this fair, and people from various tribes and communities exchange their products. The difficulties of barter system were overcome by the introduction of money. In the olden times, before paper and coin currency came into being, rare objects with very high intrinsic value served as money, like flintstones, obsidian, cowrie shells, tiger's paws, whale's teeth, dog's teeth, skins, furs, cattle, rice, peppercorns, salt, small tools, copper, silver, and gold. Pound KJ 7 CJU Zrid W. The word salary comes from the Latin word salarium, which means payment by salt. As in those times, producing salt from seawater was unknown and could only be made from rock salt, which was rare and expensive. That is why it became a mode of payment. History of international trade. In ancient times, transporting goods over long distances was risky, hence trade was restricted to local markets. People then spent most of their resources on basic necessities, food and clothes. Only the rich people bought jewelry, costly dresses, and this resulted in trade of luxury items. The Silk Route is an early example of long-distance trade connecting Rome to China along the 6,000 kilometers route. The traders transported Chinese silk, Roman wool, and precious metals and many other high-value commodities from intermediate points in India, Persia, and Central Asia. After the disintegration of the Roman Empire, European commerce grew during 12th and 13th century. With the development of ocean-going warships, trade between Europe and Asia grew and the Americas were discovered. 15th century onwards, the European colonialism began, and along with trade of exotic commodities, a new form of trade emerged which was called slave trade. The Portuguese, Dutch, Spaniards, and British captured African natives and forcefully transported them to the newly discovered Americas for their labor in the plantations. Slave trade was a lucrative business for more than 200 years till it was abolished in Slave trade was a lucrative business for more than 200 years till it was abolished in Denmark in 1792, Great Britain in 1807, and United States in 1808. Figure 8.2, Advertisement for Slave Auction, 1829. This American slave auction advertised slaves for sale or temporary hire by their owners. Buyers often paid as much as $2,000 for a skilled, healthy slave. Such AUC tie-ins often separated family members from one another, many of whom never saw their loved ones again. After the Industrial Revolution, the demand for raw materials like grains, meat, wool also expanded, but their monetary value declined in relation to the manufactured goods. The industrialist nations imported primary products as raw materials and exported the value-added finished products back to the non-industrialist nations. In the later half of the 19th century, regions producing primary goods were no more important, and industrial nations became each other's principal customers. During the World Wars I and II, countries imposed trade taxes and quantitative restrictions for the first time. During the post-war period, organizations like General Agreement for Tariffs and Trade, which later became the World Trade Organization, helped in reducing tariff. Why does international trade exist? International trade is the result of specialization in production. It benefits the world economy if international trade 71. Different countries practice specialization and division of labor in the production of commodities or provision of services. Each kind of specialization can give rise to trade. Thus, international trade is based on the principle of comparative advantage, complementarity, and transferability of goods and services, and in principle should be mutually beneficial to the trading partners. In modern times, trade is the basis of the world's economic organization and is related to the foreign policy of nations. With well-developed transportation and communication systems, no country is willing to forego the benefits derived from participation in international trade. Basis of international trade. Difference in national resources. The world's national resources are unevenly distributed because of differences in their physical makeup, i.e. geology, relief, soil, and climate. Geological structure. It determines the mineral resource base, and topographical differences ensure diversity of crops and animals raised. Lowlands have greater agricultural potential. Mountains attract tourists and promote tourism. Mineral resources. They are unevenly distributed the world over. The availability of mineral resources provides the basis for industrial development. Climate. It influences the type of flora and fauna that can survive in a given region. It also ensures diversity in the range of various products, e.g. wool production can take place in cold regions, bananas, rubber, and cocoa can grow in tropical regions. Population factors. The size, distribution, and diversity of people between countries affect the type and volume of goods traded. Cultural factors. Distinctive forms of art and craft develop in certain fundamentals of human geography. Cultures which are valued the world over, e.g. China produces the finest porcelains and brocades. Carpets of Iran are famous, while North African leatherwork and Indonesian batik cloth are prized handicrafts. Size of population. Densely populated countries have large volume of internal trade but little external trade because most of the agricultural and industrial production is consumed in the local markets. Standard of living of the population determines the demand for better quality imported products because with low standard of living only a few people can afford to buy costly imported goods. Stage of economic development. At different stages of economic development of countries, the nature of items traded undergo changes. In agriculturally important countries, agro-products are exchanged for manufactured goods, whereas industrialist nations export machinery and finished products and import food grains and other raw materials. Extent of foreign investment. Foreign investment can boost trade in developing countries which lack in capital required for the development of mining, oil drilling, heavy engineering, lumbering, and plantation agriculture. By developing such capital-intensive industries in developing countries, the industrial nations ensure import of foodstuffs, minerals, and create markets for their finished products. This entire cycle steps up the volume of trade between nations. Transport. In olden times, lack of adequate and efficient means of transport restricted trade to local areas. Only high-value items, e.g. gems, silk, and spices were traded over long distances. With expansions of rail, ocean, and air transport, better means of refrigeration and preservation, trade has experienced spatial expansion. Balance of trade. Balance of trade records the volume of goods and services imported as well as exported by a country to other countries. If the value of imports is more than the value of a country's exports, the country has negative or unfavorable balance of trade. If the value of exports is more than the value of imports, then the country has a positive or favorable balance of trade. Balance of trade and balance of payments have serious implications for a country's economy. A negative balance would mean that the country spends more on buying goods than it can earn by selling its goods. This would ultimately lead to exhaustion of its financial reserves. Types of international trade. International trade may be categorized into two types. Bilateral trade. Bilateral trade is done by two countries with each other. They enter into agreement to trade specified commodities amongst them. For example, country A may agree to trade some raw material with agreement to purchase some other specified item to country B or vice versa. Multilateral trade. As the term suggests, multilateral trade is conducted with many trading countries. The same country can trade with a number of other countries. The country may also grant the status of the most favored nation, MFN, on some of the trading partners. Case for free trade. The act of opening up economies for trading is known as free trade or trade liberalization. This is done by bringing down trade barriers like tariffs. Trade liberalization allows goods and services from everywhere to compete with domestic products and services. Globalization along with free trade can adversely affect the economies of developing countries by not giving equal playing field by imposing conditions which are unfavorable. With the development of transport and communication systems, goods and services can travel faster and farther than ever before. But free trade should not only let rich countries enter the markets, but allow the developed countries to keep their own markets protected from foreign products. Countries also need to be cautious about dumped goods, as along with free trade, dumped goods of cheaper prices can harm the domestic producers. Dumping. The practice of selling a commodity in two countries at a price that differs for reasons not related to costs is called dumping. Panel to study anti-dumping duty on shrimp. The U.S. Act had seriously hit India's export to that country, as U.S. is the second largest importer of marine products from India. George Joseph Kochi. November 26. Folding India and Thailand request. World Trade Organization (WTO) has constituted a panel to examine the anti-dumping duty and customs bond imposed by the U.S. government against the import shrimp from these countries. The dispute settlement body of WTO has resolved to appoint the panel so that several rounds of discussion with these countries were FU Alliance (SSA) and organize a tie-in of local shrimp manufacturers. The U.S. Act had seriously hit India's export to that country, as U.S. is the second largest importer of marine products from India. The duty was also imposed against a host of other countries like Thailand, China, Brazil, Ecuador, and Vietnam in July 2004. U.S. Customs had also imposed continuous bond requirement on importers of certain frozen warm water shrimp from these countries. International Trade 73. World Trade Organization. In 1948, to liberalize the world from high customs tariffs and various other types of restrictions, General Agreement for Tariffs and Trade (GATT) was formed by some countries. In 1994, it was decided by the member countries to set up a permanent institution for looking after the promotion of free and fair trade amongst nations, and the GATT was transformed into the World Trade Organization from January 1, 1995. WTO is the only international organization dealing with the global rules of trade between nations. It sets the rules for the global trading system and resolves disputes between its member nations. WTO also covers trade in services such as telecommunication and banking, and others issues such as intellectual rights. The WTO has, however, been criticized and opposed by those who are worried about the effects of free trade and economic globalization. It is argued that free trade does not make ordinary people's lives more prosperous. It is actually widening the gulf between rich and poor by making rich countries more rich. This is because the influential nations in the WTO focus on their own commercial interests. Moreover, many developed countries have not fully opened their markets to products from developing countries. It is also argued that issues of health, workers' rights, child labor, and environment are ignored. DD/DUXRJDW. WTO headquarters are located in Geneva, Switzerland. 164 countries were members of WTO as on December 2016. India has been one of the founder members of WTO. Regional trade blocs. Regional trade blocs have come up in order to encourage trade between countries with geographical proximity, similarity, and complementarities in trading items, and to curb restrictions on trade of the developing world. Today, 120 regional trade blocs generate 52% of the world trade. These trading blocs developed as a response to the failure of the global organizations to speed up intra-regional trade. Though these regional blocs remove trade tariffs within the member nations and encourage free trade, in the future it could get increasingly difficult for free trade to take place between different trading blocs. Concerns related to international trade. Undertaking international trade is mutually beneficial to nations if it leads to regional specialization, higher level of production, better standard of living, worldwide availability of goods and services, equalization of prices and wages, and diffusion of knowledge and culture. International trade can prove to be detrimental to nations if it leads to dependence on other countries, uneven levels of development, exploitation, and commercial rivalry leading to wars. Global trade affects many aspects of life. It can impact everything from the environment to health and well-being of the people around the world. As countries compete to trade more, production and the use of natural resources spiral up, resources get used up faster than they can be replenished. As a result, marine life is also depleting fast, forests are being cut down, and river basins sold off to private drinking water companies. Multinational corporations trading in oil, gas mining, pharmaceuticals, and agribusiness keep expanding their operations at all costs, creating more pollution. Their mode of work does not follow the norms of sustainable development. If organizations are geared only towards profit-making and environmental and health concerns are not addressed, then it could lead to serious implications in the future. 74 Fundamentals of Human Geography. Gateways of international trade. Ports. The chief gateways of the world of international trade are the harbors and ports. Cargoes and travelers pass from one part of the world to another through these ports. The ports provide facilities of docking, loading, unloading, and the storage facilities for cargo. In order to provide these facilities, the port authorities make arrangements for maintaining navigable channels, arranging tugs and barges, and providing labor and managerial services. The importance of a port is judged by the size of cargo and the number of ships handled. The quantity of cargo handled by a port is an indicator of the level of development of its hinterland. Figure 8.3, San Francisco, the largest landlocked harbor in the world. Types of port. Generally, ports are classified according to the types of traffic which they handle. Types of port according to cargo handled. I. Industrial ports. These ports specialize in bulk cargo like grain, sugar, ore, oil, chemicals, and similar materials. 2. Commercial ports. These ports handle general cargo packaged products and manufactured good. These ports also handle passenger traffic. Figure 8.4, Leningrad Commercial Port. High comprehensive ports. Such ports handle bulk and general cargo in large volumes. Most of the world's great ports are classified as comprehensive ports. Types of port on the basis of location. I. Inland ports. These ports are located away from the sea coast. They are linked to the sea through a river or a canal. Such ports are accessible to flat-bottom ships or barges. For example, Manchester is linked with a canal, Memphis is located on the river Mississippi, Rhine has several ports like Mannheim and Duisburg, and Kolkata is located on the river Hooghly, a branch of the river Ganga. 2. Outports. These are deep water ports built away from the actual ports. These serve the parent ports by receiving those ships which are unable to approach them due to their large size. Classic combination, for example, is Athens and its outport Piraeus in Greece. Types of port on the basis of specialized functions. Oil ports. These ports deal in the processing and shipping of oil. Some of these are tanker ports and some are refinery ports. Maracaibo in Venezuela, Eskira in Tunisia, Tripoli in Lebanon are tanker ports. Abadan on the Gulf of Persia is a refinery port. 2. Ports of call. These are the ports which originally developed as calling points on main sea routes where ships used to anchor for refueling, watering, and taking food items. Later on, they developed into commercial ports. Aden, Honolulu, and Singapore are good examples. High packet station. These are also known as ferry ports. These packet stations are exclusively concerned with the transportation of passengers and mail across water bodies covering short distances. These stations occur in pairs located in such a way that they face each other across the water body, e.g. Dover in England and Calais in France across the English Channel. 4. Entrepôt ports. These are collection centers where the goods are brought from different countries for export. Singapore is an entrepôt for Asia. Rotterdam for Europe and Copenhagen for the Baltic region. V. Naval ports. These are ports which have only strategic importance. These ports serve warships and have repair workshops for them. Kochi and Karwar are examples of such ports in India. Exercises. 1. Choose the right answer from the 4 alternatives given below. I. Most of the world's great ports are classified as A. Naval ports, C. Comprehensive ports, B. Oil ports, D. Industrial ports. 2. Which one of the following continents has the maximum flow of global trade? A. Asia, C. Europe, B. North America, D. Africa. 2. Answer the following questions in about 30 words. I. What is the basic function of the World Trade Organization? 2. Why is it detrimental for a nation to have negative balance of payments? 3. What benefits do nations get by forming trading blocs? 3. Answer the following questions in not more than 150 words. I. How are ports helpful for trade? Give a classification of ports on the basis of their location. 2. How do nations gain from international trade? 76 Fundamentals of Human Geography. Glossary. Agriculture. The science and art of cultivating the soil, raising crops, and rearing livestock. It is also called fanning. Balance of trade. The difference between the total value of a country's exports and imports. An excess of export over import makes a favorable balance of trade and the converse an unfavorable balance. Barter. A direct exchange of excess produce between two parties to the mutual advantages of both without the use of tokens, credit, or money in the transaction. Census. Official enumeration of population along with certain economic and social statistics in a given territory at some time interval. Chemical fertilizers. Substance of natural or artificial origin containing chemical elements such as phosphorus, potassium, and nitrogen that are necessary to plant life. They are added to the soil for increasing its productivity. Contour plowing. Tilling or plowing hillsides or sloping lands along the contour lines, that is, around rather than up and down a slope, mainly with a view to conserving soil and water. Crop rotation. Growing of different crops in succession on the same field from season to maintain soil fertility. Dairy farming. A kind of agriculture in which major emphasis is on breeding and rearing milch cattle. Agriculture crops are raised mainly to feed these cattle. Density of population. The average number of inhabitants living within a specified unit of area, such as SQKM. Dry farming. A method of farming adopted in certain regions of inadequate rainfall and devoid of irrigation facilities by conserving moisture in the soil and by raising drought-enduring crops. Economic geography. the aspect or branch of geography which deal with the influences of the environment, both physical and cultural, on the economic activity of man, bringing out similarities and differences from place to place in the ways people make a living. Environment. Surroundings or the conditions under which a person or things exist and develop his or its character. It covers both physical and cultural elements. Exports. Goods dispatched from one country to another. Extensive agriculture. Farming in which the amount of capital and labor applied to a given area is relatively small. Fazenda, a coffee plantation in Brazil. Foreign exchange. The mechanism or process by which payments between any two places operating under different national currency systems are effected without passing of actual money or gold, etc. Freeways. The wide highways on which crossroads are avoided by providing overhead links where one turns in only one direction to ensure smooth and speedy traffic. Harbor. An extensive stretch of deep water where vessels can anchor securely to obtain protection from sea and swell either through natural features or artificial works. Highway. Public road connecting distant places. Such a road of national importance is called the national highway. Horticulture. Cultivation of vegetables and fruits, often on small plots, involving higher intensiveness than in field cultivation. Imports. Goods brought into a country from another country. Industrial revolution. The change in manufacturing from hand-operated tools to power-driven machinery began in England during the middle of the 18th century. Industry. Systematic production characterized by division of labor and extensive use of machinery. Intensive agriculture. Farming in which large amounts of capital and labor are applied per unit area of land in order to obtain high yield. Intercropping. It is a practice of growing two or more crops together on the same field in the same season. International trade. Trade carried on between nations primarily to exchange their surpluses and make up their deficits. Metropolis. A very large city or agglomeration of population in a district or a country and is often the chief center or seat of some form of activity, administrative, commercial, or industrial. It generally serves a large hinterland. Mine. An excavation made in the earth for digging out minerals such as coal, iron ore, and precious stones. A mine usually denotes underground working except in open-pit mines. Mineral. A substance that is found in the Earth's crust and which generally has a definite chemical composition unlike most rocks. Mineral fuel. Non-metallic minerals such as coal and petroleum which are used as fuel. Mineral oil. A mixture of hydrocarbons in solid, gaseous, or liquid form found in the earth. It is commonly known as petroleum. It became a commercial product only in 1859. Mineral ore. Metals in their raw state as extracted from the earth. Mining. An economic activity concerned with the extraction of commercially valuable minerals from the bowels of the earth. Mixed farming. A type often in which cultivation of crops and raising of livestock go hand in hand. Both these activities play an important part in the economy. Natural resources. Wealth supplied by nature, mineral deposits, soil fertility, timber, fuel, water, potential water power, fish and wildlife, etc. Nomadism. A way of life of the people who are required to shift their dwellings frequently from place to place in search of pastures for their animals, the mainstay of their economy. Open-cast mine. A place where soil and its outward cover are first removed and a mineral ore is extracted by quarrying. In a way, it is a quarry on a large scale. This method of mining is known as open-cast mining. Pastoralism. An economy that solely depends upon animals. Whereas nomadic pastoralism is practiced mainly for subsistence, the modern ranches present an example of commercial pastoralism. Plantation agriculture. A large-scale one-crop farming resembling factory production. It is usually characterized by large estate, huge capital investment, and modern and scientific techniques of cultivation and trade. Port. The commercial part of a harbor containing facilities for embarking and disembarking passengers, loading and unloading, and some facilities for the stowage of cargo. Primary activity. Activities concerned with collecting or making available materials provided by nature, for example, agriculture, fishing, forestry, hunting, or mining. Quarry. An open-air excavation from which stone is obtained by cutting, blasting, etc. Ranches. Large stock farms usually fenced in where animals are bred and reared on a commercial scale. They are found especially in the United States. Rotation of crops. A systematic succession of different crops on a given piece of land carried out in order to avoid exhaustion of the soil. Secondary activity. Activities which transform the material provided by primary activities into commodities more directly useful to man. Sedentary agriculture. Farming practiced more or less permanently on the same piece of land, the same as settled agriculture. Shaft mine. An underground excavation made deep into the earth for digging minerals like coal, precious stones, and iron. Such mines contain vertical and inclined shafts and horizontal tunnels at various levels. Shifting agriculture. A method of farming in which a patch of ground is cultivated for a period of few years until the soil is partly exhausted or overrun by weeds, and after which the land is left to natural vegetation while cultivation is carried on elsewhere. In due course, the original patch of land is cultivated again when the natural growth has restored fertility. Subsistence agriculture. Farming in which its produce is mainly consumed in the farmer's household, unlike commercial agriculture whose products enter into trade on a very large scale. Transhumance. A seasonal movement of herdsmen with their livestock and from and to the mountains or between the regions of different climates. Transport. The action of carrying persons and goods from one place to another. Truck farming. Growing of vegetables around the urban centers to meet the daily demand of the people is known as truck farming. It is governed by the distance a truck can cover overnight between the farm and the market. Urbanization. A general movement of people from small rural or agricultural communities or villages to larger towns engaged in varied activities such as government, trade, transport, and manufacture. It also indicates the concentration of an increasing proportion of 2L population in towns and cities. India people and economy. Textbook in Geography for Class 12. 12,099. Arles T. Eitsful M.RF$RA SFDV SRF Ren National Council of Educational Research and Training. Contents. Forward rationalization of content in the textbooks v. Unit I. 2. Human settlements 15 to 20 Unit M. 3. Land resources and agriculture 21 to 40. 4. Water resources 41 to 52. 5. Mineral and energy resources 53 to 65. 6. Planning and sustainable development in Indian context 66 to 74 Unit 4. 7. Transport and communication 75 to 85. 8. International trade 86 to 94 Unit V. 9. Geographical perspective on selected issues and problems 95 to 105 Appendices 106 to 114 Glossary 115 References 116 to 117. UI. 1. Population, Distribution, Density, Growth and Composition Unit N1 to 14. Unit I Chapter 1. Population, Distribution, Density, Growth and Composition. The people are a very important component of a country. India is the second most populous country after China in the world with its total population of 1,210 million, 2011. India's population is larger than the total population of North America, South America, and Australia put together. More often, it is argued that such a large population invariably puts pressure on its limited resources and is also responsible for many socio-economic problems in the country. How do you perceive the idea of India? Is it simply a territory? Does this signify an amalgam of people? Is it a territory inhabited by people living under certain institutions of governance? In this chapter, we will discuss the patterns of distribution, density, growth, and composition of India's population. Sources of population data. Population data are collected through census operation held every 10 years in our country. The first population census in India was conducted in 1872, but its first complete census was conducted only in 1881. Distribution of population. Examine Figure 1.1 and try to describe the patterns of spatial distribution of population shown on it. It is clear that India has a highly uneven pattern of population distribution. The percentage shares of population of the states and union territories in the country appendix show that Uttar Pradesh has the highest population, followed by Maharashtra, Bihar, and West Bengal. Activity. Looking at the data in Appendix I, arrange the Indian states and union territories according to their sizes and population and find out. Looking at the data in Appendix I, arrange the Indian states and union territories according to their sizes and population and find out. Figure 1.1. India, distribution of population. Check from the table, Appendix IA, that UP, Maharashtra, Bihar, West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh along with Tamil Nadu, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Karnataka, and Gujarat together account for about 76% of the total population of the country. On the other hand, share of population is very small in the states like Jammu and Kashmir, 1.04%, Arunachal Pradesh 0.11%, and Uttarakhand 0.84%, in spite of these states having fairly large geographical area. Such an uneven spatial distribution of population in India suggests a dose relationship between population and physical, socio-economic, and historical factors. As far as the physical factors are concerned, it is clear that climate along with terrain and availability of water largely determines the pattern of the population distribution. Consequently, we observe that the North Indian plains, deltas and coastal plains have higher proportion of population than the interior districts of southern and central Indian states, Himalayas, some of the northeastern and the western states. However, development of irrigation, Rajasthan, availability of mineral and energy resources, Jharkhand, and development of transport network, peninsular states, have resulted in moderate to high concentration of population in areas which were previously very thinly populated. Among the socio-economic and historical factors of distribution of population, important ones are evolution of settled agriculture and agricultural development, pattern of human settlement, development of transport network, industrialization and urbanization. It is observed that the regions falling in the river plains and coastal areas of India have remained the regions of larger population concentration. Even though the uses of natural resources like land and water in these regions have shown the sign of degradation, the concentration of population remains high because of an early history of human settlement and development of transport network. On the other hand, the urban regions of Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, Bengaluru, Pune, Ahmedabad, Chennai and Jaipur have high concentration of population due to industrial development and urbanization, drawing a large numbers of rural-urban migrants. Density of population. Density of population is expressed as number of persons per unit area. It helps in getting a better understanding of the spatial distribution of population in relation to land. The density of population in India 2011 is 382 persons per square km. There has been a steady increase of more than 200 persons per square km over the last 50 years as the density of population increased from 117 persons/SQKM in 1951 to 382 persons/SQKM in 2011. The data shown in Appendix I give an idea of spatial variation of population densities in the country, which ranges from as low as 17 persons per square km in Arunachal Pradesh to 11,297 persons in the national capital territory of Delhi. Among the northern Indian states, Bihar, 1102, West Bengal, 1029, and Uttar Pradesh, 828, have higher densities, while Kerala, 859, and Tamil Nadu, 555, have higher densities among the peninsular Indian states. States like Assam, Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, Haryana, Jharkhand, Odisha have moderate densities. The hill states of the Himalayan region and northeastern states of India, excluding Assam, have relatively low densities, while the Union territories, excluding Andaman and Nicobar Islands, have very high densities of population. Appendix I. The density of population, as discussed in the earlier paragraph, is a crude measure of human and land relationship. To get a better insight into the human-land ratio in terms of pressure of population on total cultivable land, the physiological and the agricultural densities should be found out, which are significant for a country like India having a large agricultural population. Population, distribution, density, growth and composition. Physiological density equals total population/net cultivated area. Agricultural density equals total agricultural population/net cultivable area. Agricultural population includes cultivators and agricultural laborers and their family members. Activity. With the help of data given in Appendix 2, calculate the physiological and agricultural densities of population of Indian states and union territories. Compare them with density of population and see how are these different. Assessing the crude birth and death rates, the induced components are explained by the volume of inward and outward movement of people in any given area. However, in the present chapter, we will only discuss the natural growth of India's population. The decadal and annual growth rates of population in India are both very high and steadily increasing over time. The annual growth rate of India's population is 1.64%, 2011. Population doubling time. Population doubling time is the time taken by any population to double itself at its current annual growth rate. Growth of population. Growth of population is the change in the number of people living in a particular area between 2 points of time. Its rate is expressed in percentage. Population growth has two components, namely natural and induced. While the natural growth is analyzed by the growth rate of population in India over the last 1 century has been caused by annual birth rate and death rate and rate of migration, and thereby shows different trends. There are 4 distinct phases of growth identified within this period. Table 1.1, Decadal growth rates in India, 1901 to 2011. Population, distribution, density, growth and composition. Phase 1, the period from 1901 to 1921 is referred to as a period of stagnant or stationary phase of growth of India's population, since in this period growth rate was very low, even recording a negative growth rate during 1911 to 1921. Both the birth rate and death rate were high, keeping the rate of increase low. Appendix 3. Poor health and medical services, illiteracy of people at large, and inefficient distribution system of food and other basic necessities were largely responsible for high birth and death rates in this period. Phase N, the decades 1921 to 1951 are referred to as the period of steady population growth. An overall improvement in health and sanitation throughout the country brought down the mortality rate. At the same time, better transport and communication system improved distribution system. The crude birth rate remained high in this period, leading to higher growth rate than the previous phase. This is impressive at the backdrop of Great Economic Depression, 1920s and World War II. Phase HI, the decades 1951 to 1981 are referred to as the period of population explosion in India, which was caused by a rapid fall in the mortality rate but a high fertility rate of population in the country. The average annual growth rate was as high as 2.2%. It is in this period, after the independence, that developmental activities were introduced through a centralized planning process and economy started showing up, ensuring the improvement of living condition of people at large. Consequently, there was a high natural increase and higher growth rate. Besides, increased international migration bringing in Tibetans, Bangladeshis, Nepalis, and even people from Pakistan contributed to the high growth rate. Phase 4, in the post-1981 till present, the growth rate of country's population, though remained high, has started slowing down gradually. Table 1.1. A downward trend of crude birth rate is held responsible for such a population growth. This was, in turn, affected by an increase in the mean age at marriage, improved quality of life, particularly education of females in the country. The growth rate of population is, however, still high in the country, and it has been projected by World Development Report that population of India will touch 1,350 million by 2025. The analysis done so far shows the average growth rate, but the country also has wide variation. Appendix 4 in growth rates from one area to another, which is discussed below. Regional variation in population growth. The growth rate of population during 1991-2001 in Indian states and union territories shows very obvious pattern. The states like Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, Puducherry, and Goa show a low rate of growth not exceeding 20% over the decade. Kerala registered the lowest growth rate, 9.4, not only in this group of states but also in the country as a whole. A continuous belt of states from west to east in the northwest, north, and north-central parts of the country has relatively high growth rate than the southern states. It is in this belt, comprising Gujarat, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Madhya Pradesh, Sikkim, Assam, West Bengal, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, and Jharkhand. The growth rate on the average remained 20 to 25%. During 2001 to 2011, the growth rates of almost all states and union territories have registered a lower figure compared to the previous decade. During 2001 to 2011, the growth rates of almost all states and union territories have registered a lower figure compared to the previous decade, namely 1991 to 2001. The percentage decadal growth rates of the 6 most populous states, namely Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Bihar, West Bengal, Andhra. Population, distribution, density, growth, and composition. Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh have all fallen during 2001 to 2011 compared to 1991 to 2001, the fall being the lowest for Andhra Pradesh, 3.5% percentage points, and highest for Maharashtra, 6.7 percentage points. Tamil Nadu, 3.9 percentage points, and Puducherry, 7.1 percentage points, have registered some increase during 2001 to 2011 over the previous decade. Declivity. With the help of data given in Appendix I and IA, compare the growth rate of population of different states/UTs between 1991 to 2001 and 2001 to 2011. Take the population growth data of the districts/selected districts of your respective state for total male and female population and represent them with the help of composite bar graph. An important aspect of population growth in India is the growth of its adolescents. At present, the share of adolescents, i.e., up to the age group of 10 to 19 years, is about 20.9%, 2011, among which male adolescents constitute 52.7% and female adolescents constitute 47.3%. The adolescent population, though regarded as the youthful population having high potentials, but at the same time they are quite vulnerable if not guided and channelized properly. There are many challenges for the society as far as these adolescents are concerned, some of which are lower age at marriage, illiteracy, particularly female illiteracy, school dropouts, low intake of nutrients, high rate of maternal mortality of adolescent mothers, high rate of HIV and AIDS infections, physical and mental disability or retardedness, drug abuse and alcoholism, juvenile delinquency and committance of crimes, etc. In view of these, The government of India has undertaken certain policies to impart proper education to the adolescent groups so that their talents are better channelized and properly utilized. The National Youth Policy is one example which has been designed to look into the overall development of our large youth and adolescent population. The National Youth Policy, NYP 2014, launched in February. The National Youth Policy, NYP 2014, launched in February 2014 proposes a holistic vision for the youth of India, which is to empower the youth of the country to achieve their full potential, and through them enable India to find its rightful place in the community of nations. The NYP 2014 has defined youth as persons in the age group of 15 to 29 years. The Government of India also formulated the National Policy for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship in 2015 to provide an umbrella framework to all skilling activities being carried out within the country, and to align these to common standards and link skilling with demand centers. It appears from the above discussion that the growth rate of population is widely variant over space and time in the country and also highlights various social problems related to the growth of population. However, in order to have a better insight into the growth pattern of population, it is also necessary to look into the social composition of population. Population composition. Population composition is a distinct field of study within population geography with a vast coverage of analysis of age and sex, place of residence, ethnic characteristics, tribes, language, religion, marital status, literacy and education, occupational characteristics, etc. In the section, the composition of Indian population with respect to their rural-urban characteristics, language, religion, and pattern of occupation will be discussed. Rural-urban composition. Composition of population by their respective places of residence is an important indicator of social and economic characteristics. This becomes even more significant for a country where about 68.8% of its total population lives in village. 2011. Activity. Compare the data given in Appendix 4 and 4A. Calculate the percentages of rural population of the states in India and represent them cartographical on a map of India. Do you know that India has 640,867 villages according to the census 2011, out of which 597,608, 93.2%, are inhabited villages? However, the distribution of rural population is not uniform throughout the country. You might have noted that the states like Bihar and Sikkim have very high percentage of rural population. The states of Goa and Maharashtra have only little over half of their total population residing in villages. The Union territories, on the other hand, have smaller proportion of rural population except Dadra and Nagar Haveli, 53.38%. The size of villages also varies considerably. It is less than 200 persons in the hill states of northeastern India, western Rajasthan and Rann of Kutch, and as high as 17,000. Indicates both development of urban areas in terms of socio-economic conditions and an increased rate of rural-urban migration. The rural-urban migration is conspicuous in the case of urban areas along the main road links and railroads in the North Indian plains, the industrial areas around Kolkata, Mumbai, Bengaluru, Mysore, Madurai, Coimbatore, Ahmedabad, Surat, Delhi, Kanpur, and Ludhiana, Jalandhar. In the agriculturally stagnant parts of the middle and lower Ganga plains, Telangana, non-irrigated western Rajasthan, remote hilly, tribal areas of northeast, along the flood-prone areas of peninsular India and along eastern part of Madhya Pradesh, the degree of urbanization has remained low. Linguistic composition. India is a land of linguistic diversity. According to Grierson, Linguistic Survey of India, 1903 to 1928, there were 179 languages and as many as 544 dialects in the country. In the context of Modem India, there are about 22 scheduled languages. Source: Ahmed, A. 1999 Social Geography, Rawa Publication, New Delhi. Table 1.2 Classification of Modern Indian Languages. Look at Table 1.2 and prepare a pie diagram of linguistic composition of India showing the sectoral shares of each linguistic group. Or, prepare a qualitative symbol map of India showing the distribution of different linguistic groups in the country. The spatial distribution of religious communities in the country, Appendix V, shows that there are certain states and districts having large numerical strength of one religion while the same may be very negligibly represented in other states. Hindus are distributed as a major group in many states ranging from 70 to 90% and above, except the districts of states along Indo-Bangladesh border, Indo-Pak border, Jammu and Kashmir, hill states of northeast and in scattered areas of Deccan Plateau and Ganga Plain. Table 1.3 Religious Communities of India, 2011. Source: Census of India, 2011. Muslims, the largest religious minority, are concentrated in Jammu and Kashmir, certain districts of West Bengal and Kerala, many districts of Uttar Pradesh, in and around Delhi and in Lakshadweep. They form majority in Kashmir Valley and Lakshadweep. Religion and landscape. Formal expression of religions on landscape is manifested through sacred structures, use of cemeteries and assemblages of plants and animals, groves of trees for religious purposes. Sacred structures are widely distributed throughout the country. These may range from inconspicuous village shrines to large Hindu temples, monumental masjids, or ornately designed cathedrals in large metropolitan cities. These temples, masjids, gurudwaras, monasteries, and churches differ in size, form, space, use, and density while attributing a special dimension to the total landscape of the area. Standard census definition. Main worker is a person who works for at least 183 days or 6 months in a year. Marginal worker is a person who works for less than 183 days or 6 months in a year. Percent 2011, leaving a vast majority of about 60% as non-workers. This indicates an economic status in which there is a larger proportion of dependent population, further indicating possible existence of large number of unemployed or underemployed people. What is work participation rate? The proportion of working population of the states and union territories show a moderate variation from about 39.6% in Goa to about 49.9% in Daman and Diu. The states with larger percentages of workers are Himachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Chhattisgarh, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, Manipur, and Meghalaya. Among the union territories, Dadra and Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu have higher participation rate. It is understood that, in the context of a country like India, the work participation rate tends to be higher in the areas of lower levels of economic development since number of manual workers are needed to perform the subsistence or near-subsistence economic activities. The Christian population is distributed mostly in rural areas of the country. The main concentration is observed along the western coast around Goa, Kerala, and also in the hill states of Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Chotanagpur area and hills of Manipur. Sikhs are mostly concentrated in relatively small area of the country, particularly in the states of Punjab, Haryana, and Delhi. Jains and Buddhists, the smallest religious groups in India, have their concentration only in selected areas of the country. Jains have major concentration in the urban areas of Rajasthan, Gujarat, and Maharashtra, while the Buddhists are concentrated mostly in Maharashtra. The other areas of Buddhist majority are Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Ladakh in Jammu and Kashmir, Tripura, and Lahore and Spiti in Himachal Pradesh. The other religions of India include Zoroastrians, tribal and other indigenous faiths and beliefs. These groups are concentrated in small pockets scattered throughout the country. Composition of working population. The population of India according to their economic status is divided into 3 groups, namely, main workers, marginal workers, and non-workers. It is observed that in India, the proportion of workers, both main and marginal, is only 39.8. The occupational composition (C-box) of India's population, which actually means engagement of an individual in farming, manufacturing, trade, services, or any kind of professional activities, show a large proportion of primary sector workers compared to secondary and tertiary sectors. About 54.6% of total working population are cultivators and agricultural laborers, whereas only 3.8% of workers are engaged in household industries and 41.6% are other workers including non-household industries, trade, commerce, construction and repair and other services. As far as the occupation of country's male and female population is concerned, male workers outnumber female workers in all the 3 sectors, figure 1.4 and table 1.4. Population, distribution, density, growth and composition. Figure 1.4, India Occupational Structure, 2011. Gender, India better than neighbors. New Delhi, women don't seem to be doing too badly in India when we consider just South Asia. India's Gender-Related Development Index, GDI, rank is 96 out of 177 countries, one of the best in the region if we do not count Sri Lanka, way ahead at rank 68. But as always, the ranking hides more than it reveals about gender equality. Rank 64 is far ahead of all the countries in South Asia. The estimated earned income of women in India, $1,471. The estimated earned income of women in India, $1,471 per capita in purchasing power parity, PPP, terms might be high in the region. But again, Sri Lankan women earn almost twice as much and Chinese women 3 times the amount. Yet again, Bangladesh is close behind India with its women earning $1,170, while in Pakistan and Nepal, they earn less than $1,000 per capita. Interestingly, when it comes to the proportion of females involved in economic activity, Sri Lanka and India are almost equally badly off. India's rate is 34% and Sri Lanka's is 35%. Here, Bangladesh does a lot better with 52.9% and Nepal with 49.7%. What does really reveal ing in terms of gender dispar? ITY is a comparison of the time spent by men and women on market-oriented activity as opposed to non-market activities, which would mean work that isn't paid for. Women in India spend 35% of their time on market activity and the rest on non-market activity. This figure in itself is not too shocking because there is a similar divide and sometimes a sharper one even in the developed countries between time spent by women on market and non-market active. While Sri Lanka soars ahead on most counts when it comes to women's political participation, it is behind most countries in the region, and so is India. Pakistan leads the way with 20.4%, highest percentage of women in parliament. In Sri Lanka, the figure is 4.9% and in India 9.2%. Bangladesh, too, is better off with 14.8% of seats in parliament held by women. A female life expert. India is 65.3, Bangladesh isn't too far behind at 64.2 years. Sri Lanka is way ahead with a female life expectancy of 71.3 and its adult female literacy rate is almost double the Indian figure of 47.8%. India's only comfort is that it has better literacy rates than Pakistan and Nepal. In gross school enrollment of women too, India's percentage is just 58, same as Bangladesh. On most counts, including the IDJJ 1 inch high. However, when we look at the corresponding figure FOI men in India, it shows that ASR N1Y. Identify some issues in which India is ahead of or lagging behind its neighbors. Promoting gender sensitivity through Beti Padhao social campaign. The division of the society into male, female, and transgender is believed to be natural and biological. But, in reality, there are social constructs and roles assigned to individuals which are reinforced by social institutions. Consequently, these biological differences become the basis of social differentiations, discriminations, and exclusions. The exclusion of over half of the population becomes a serious handicap to any developing and civilized society. It is a global challenge which has been acknowledged by India, People and Economy. The UNDP, when it mentioned that if development is not engendered, it is endangered, HDR UNDP, 1995. Discrimination in general and gender discrimination in particular is a crime against humanity. All efforts need to be made to address the denial of opportunities of education, employment, political representation, low wages for similar types of work, disregard to their entitlement to live a dignified life, etc. A society which fails to acknowledge and take effective measures to remove such discriminations cannot be treated as a civilized one. The government of India has duly acknowledged the adverse impacts of these discriminations and launched a nationwide campaign called Beti Padhao. Occupational categories. The 2011 census has divided the working population of India into 4 major categories. 1. Cultivators. 2. Agricultural laborers. 3. Household industrial workers. 4. Other workers. Activity. Prepare composite bar graphs, one for India and the other for your respective states, showing the proportion of male and female workers in agriculture, household industries, and other sectors, and compare. The number of female workers is relatively high in primary sector, though in recent years there has been some improvement in work participation of women in secondary and tertiary sectors. It is important to note that the proportion of workers in agricultural sector in India has shown a decline over the last few decades, 58.2% in 2001 to 54.6% in 2011. Consequently, the participation rate in secondary and tertiary sector has registered an increase. This indicates a shift of dependence off workers from farm-based occupations to non-farm-based ones, indicating a sectoral shift in the economy of the country. The spatial variation of work participation rate in different sectors in the country, Appendix V and VA, is very wide. For instance, the states like Himachal Pradesh and Nagaland have very large shares of cultivators. On the other hand, states like Bihar, Andhra Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Jharkhand, West Bengal, and Madhya Pradesh have higher proportion of agricultural laborers. The highly urbanized areas like Delhi, Chandigarh, and Puducherry have a very large proportion of workers being engaged in other services. This indicates not only availability of limited farming land, but also large-scale urbanization and industrialization requiring more workers in non-farm sectors. Table 1.4, Sectoral Composition of Workforce in India, 2011. Exercises. 1. Choose the right answers of the followings from the given options. I. India's population as per 2011 census is A. 1028 million, C. 3,287 million. B. 3,182 million, D. 1210 million. Population, distribution, density, growth and composition. 2. Which one of the following states has the highest density of population in India? A. West Bengal, C. Uttar Pradesh. B. Kerala, D. Punjab. 3. Which one of the following states has the highest proportion of urban population in India according to 2011 census? A. Tamil Nadu, C. Kerala. B. Maharashtra, D. Goa. 4. Which one of the following is the largest linguistic group of India? A. Sino-Tibetan, C. Austric. B. Indo-Aryan, D. Dravidian. 2. Answer the following questions in about 30 words. I. Very hot and dry and very cold and wet regions of India have low density of population. In this light, explain the role of climate on the distribution of population. 2. Which states have large rural population in India? Give one reason for such large rural population. 3. Why do some states of India have higher rates of work participation than others? 4. The agricultural sector has the largest share of Indian workers. Explain. 3. Answer the following questions in about 150 words. I. Discuss the spatial pattern of density of population in India. 2. Give an account of the occupational structure of India's population. Chapter 2. Human settlements. Human settlement means cluster of dwellings of any type or size where human beings live. For this purpose, people may erect houses and other structures and command some area or territory as their economic support base. Thus, the process of settlement inherently involves grouping of people and apportioning of territory as their resource base. Settlements vary in size and type. They range from a hamlet to metropolitan cities. With size, the economic character and social structure of settlements changes, and so do its ecology and technology. Settlements could be small and sparsely spaced. They may also be large and closely spaced. The sparsely located small settlements are called villages, specializing in agriculture or other primary activities. On the other hand, there are fewer but larger settlements which are termed as urban settlements, specializing in secondary and tertiary activities. The basic differences between rural and urban settlements are as follows. The rural settlements derive their life support or basic economic needs from land-based primary economic activities, whereas urban settlements depend on processing of raw materials and manufacturing of finished goods on the one hand and a variety of services on the other. Cities act as nodes of economic growth, provide goods and services not only to urban dwellers but also to the people of the rural settlements in their hinterlands in return for food and raw materials. This functional relationship between the urban and rural settlements takes place through transport and communication network. Rural and urban settlements differ in terms of social relationship, attitude, and outlook. Rural people are less mobile and therefore social relations among them are intimate. In urban areas, on the other hand, way of life is complex and fast and social relations are formal. Types of rural settlement. Types of the settlement are determined by the extent of the built-up area and interhouse. Distance. In India, compact or clustered village of a few hundred houses is a rather universal feature, particularly in the northern plains. However, there are several areas which have other forms of rural settlements. There are various factors and conditions responsible for having different types of rural settlements in India. These include I. Physical features, nature of terrain, altitude, climate, and availability of water. 2. Cultural and ethnic factors, social structure, caste and religion, high security factors, defense against thefts and robberies. Rural settlements in India can broadly be put into 4 types: clustered, agglomerated or nucleated, semi-clustered or fragmented, hamlet, and dispersed or isolated. Clustered settlements. Figure 2.1. Clustered settlements in the northeastern states. The clustered rural settlement is a compact or closely built-up area of houses. In this type of village, the general living area is distinct and separated from the surrounding farms, dams, and pastures. The closely built-up area and its intervening streets present some recognizable pattern or geometric shape, such as rectangular, radial, linear, etc. Such settlements are generally found in fertile alluvial plains and in the northeastern states. Sometimes, people live in compact village for security or defense reasons, such as in the Bundelkhand region of central India and in Nagaland. In Rajasthan, scarcity of water has necessitated compact settlement for maximum utilization of available water resources. Semi-clustered settlements. Semi-clustered or fragmented settlements may result from tendency of clustering in a restricted area of dispersed settlement. More often, such a pattern may also result from segregation or fragmentation of a large compact village. In this case, one or more sections of the village society choose or is forced to live a little away from the main cluster or village. In such cases, generally, the land-owning and dominant community occupies the central part of the main village, whereas people of lower strata of society and menial workers settle on the outer flanks of the village. Such settlements are widespread in the Gujarat plain and some parts of Rajasthan. Figure 2.2. Semi-clustered settlements. Hamlet settlements. Sometimes settlement is fragmented into several units physically separated from each other bearing a common name. These units are locally called Punna, Para, Paltal, Nagla, Dani, etc. in various parts of the country. This segmentation of a large village is often motivated by social and ethnic factors. Such villages are more frequently found in the middle and lower Ganga Plain, Chhattisgarh and lower valleys of the Himalayas. Dispersed settlements. Dispersed or isolated settlement pattern in India appears in the form of isolated huts or hamlets, a few huts in remote jungles, or on small hills. Figure 2.3. Dispersed settlements in Nagaland, with farms or pasture on the slopes. Extreme dispersion of settlement is often caused by extremely fragmented nature of the terrain and land resource base of habitable areas. Many areas of Meghalaya, Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh and Kerala have this type of settlement. Ancient towns. There are a number of towns in India having historical backgrounds spanning over 2,000 years. Most of them developed as religious and cultural centers. Varanasi is one of the important towns among these. Prayag, Allahabad, Pataliputra, Patna, Madurai are some other examples of ancient towns in the country. Medieval towns. About 100 of the existing towns have their roots in the medieval period. Most of them developed as headquarters of principalities and kingdoms. These are fort towns which came up on the ruins of ancient towns. Important among them are Delhi, Hyderabad, Jaipur, Lucknow, Agra and Nagpur. Urban settlements. Unlike rural settlements, urban settlements are generally compact and larger in size. They are engaged in a variety of non-agricultural, economic, and administrative functions. As mentioned earlier, cities are functionally linked to rural areas around them. Thus, exchange of goods and services is performed sometimes directly and sometimes through a series of market towns and cities. Thus, cities are connected directly as well as indirectly with the villages and also with each other. You can see the definition of towns in Chapter 10 of the book, Fundamentals of Human Geography. Evolution of towns in India. Towns flourished since prehistoric times in India. Even at the time of Indus Valley Civilization, towns like Harappa and Mohenjo-daro were in existence. The following period has witnessed evolution of towns. It continued with periodic ups and downs until the arrival of Europeans in India in the 18th century. On the basis of their evolution in different periods, Indian towns may be classified as ancient towns, medieval towns, and modern towns. Modern towns. The British and other Europeans have developed a number of towns in India. Starting their foothold on coastal locations, they first developed some trading ports such as Surat, Daman, Goa, Pondicherry, etc. The British later consolidated their hold around three principal nodes: Mumbai, Bombay, Chennai, Madras, and Kolkata, Calcutta, and built them in the British style. Rapidly. Figure 2.4. A view of the modern city. Extending their domination either directly or through control over the princely states, they established their administrative centers, hill towns as summer resorts, and added new civil, human settlements. 17. Table 2.1. India Trends of Urbanization 1901 to 2011. Source: Census of India, 2011 http://www. Provisional. Administrative and military areas to them. Towns based on modern industries also evolved after 1850. Jamshedpur can be cited as an example. After independence, a large number of towns have been developed as administrative headquarters, e.g., Chandigarh, Bhubaneswar, Gandhinagar, Dispur, etc., and industrial centers, such as Durgapur, Balai, Sindri, Bharani. Some old towns also developed as satellite towns around metropolitan cities, such as Ghaziabad, Rohtak, Gurugram around Delhi. With increasing investment in rural areas, a large number of medium and small towns have developed all over the country. Urbanization in India. The level of urbanization is measured in terms of percentage of urban population to total population. The level of urbanization in India in 2011 was 31.16%, which is quite low in comparison to developed countries. Total urban population has increased 11-fold during the 20th century. Enlargement of urban centers and emergence of new towns have played a significant role in the growth of urban population and urbanization in the country. Table 2.1. But the growth rate of urbanization has slowed down during last 2 decades. Functional classification of towns. Apart from their role as central or nodal places, many towns and cities perform specialized services. Some towns and cities specialize in certain functions and they are known for some specific activities, products, or services. However, each town performs a number of functions. On the basis of dominant or specialized functions, Indian cities and towns can be broadly classified as follows. Administrative towns and cities. Towns supporting administrative headquarters of higher order are administrative towns, such as Chandigarh, New Delhi, Bhopal, Shillong, Guwahati, Imphal, Srinagar, Gandhinagar, Jaipur, Chennai, etc. Industrial towns. Industries constitute prime motive force of these cities, such as Mumbai, Salem, Coimbatore, Modingarh, Jamshedpur, Hugli, Bhilai, etc. Transport cities. They may be ports primarily engaged in export and import activities such as Kandla, Kochi, Kozhikode, Vishakhapatnam, etc., or hubs of inland transport, such as Agra, Dhulia, Mughalsari, Itarsi, Kutni, etc. Commercial towns. Towns and cities specializing in trade and commerce are kept in this class. Kolkata, Saharanpur, Satna, etc. are some examples. Mining towns. These towns have developed in mineral-rich areas such as Raniganj, Jharia, Digboi, Ankleshwar, Singarali, etc. Garrison cantonment towns. These towns emerged as garrison towns such as Ambala, Jalandhar, Mo, Babina, Udhmapur, etc. Smart Cities Mission. The objective of the Smart Cities Mission is to promote cities that provide core infrastructure, a clean and sustainable environment, and give a decent quality of life to its citizens. One of the features of smart cities is to apply smart solutions to infrastructure and services in order to make them better. For example, making areas less vulnerable to disasters, using fewer resources, and providing cheaper services. The focus is on sustainable and inclusive development, and the idea is to look at compact areas, create a replicable model which will act like a lighthouse to other aspiring cities. List the urban agglomerations/cities statewise and see the statewise population under this category of cities. Educational towns. Starting as centers of education, some of the towns have grown into major campus towns, such as Roorkee, Varanasi, Aligarh, Palani, Allahabad, etc. Religious and cultural towns. Varanasi, Mathura, Amritsar, Madurai, Puri, Ajmer, Pushkar, Tirupati, Kurukshetra, Handwar, Ujjain came to prominence due to their religious/cultural significance. Tourist towns. Nainital, Mussoorie, Shimla, Pachmari, Jodhpur, Jaisalmer, Udagamandlam, Uti, Mount Abu are some of the tourist destinations. The cities are not static in their function. The functions change due to their dynamic nature. Even specialized cities, as they grow into metropolises, become multifunctional, wherein industry, business, administration, transport, etc. become important. The functions get so intertwined that the city cannot be categorized in a particular functional class. Exercises. 1. Choose the right answers of the following from the given options. I. Which one of the following towns is not located on a river bank? A. Agra, C. Patna FB, Bhopal, D. Kolkata. Human settlements 19. 2. Which one of the following is not the part of the definition of a town as per the census of India? A. Population density of 400 persons per square km. B. Presence of municipality, corporation, etc. C. More than 75% of the population engaged in primary sector. D. Population size of more than 5,000 persons. Ill. In which one of the following environments does one expect the presence of dispersed rural settlements? A. Alluvial plains of Ganga. B. Arid and semi-arid regions of Rajasthan. C. Lower valleys of Himalayas. D. Forests and hills in Northeast. 2. Answer the following questions in about 30 words. I. What are garrison towns? What is their function? 2. What are the main factors for the location of villages in desert regions? 3. Answer the following questions in about 150 words. I. Discuss the features of different types of rural settlements. What are the factors responsible for the settlement patterns in different physical environments? 2. Can one imagine the presence of only one function town? Why do the cities become multifunctional? Chapter 3. Land resources and agriculture. You must have observed that the land around you is put to different uses. Some land is occupied by rivers, some may have trees, and on some parts roads and buildings have been built. Different types of lands are suited to different uses. Human beings, thus, use land as a resource for production as well as residence and recreation. Thus, the building of your school, roads on which you travel, parks in which you play, fields in which crops are grown, and the pastures where animals graze represent different uses to which land is put. Land use categories. Land use records are maintained by Land Revenue Department. The land use categories add up to reporting area, which is somewhat different from the geographical area. The Survey of India is responsible for measuring geographical area of administrative units in India. Have you ever used a map prepared by Survey of India? The difference between the two concepts are that while the former changes somewhat depending on the estimates of the land revenue records, the latter does not change and stays fixed as per Survey of India measurements. You may be familiar with land use categories as they are also included in your social science textbook of Class X. The land use categories as maintained in the land revenue records are as follows. I. Forests. It is important to note that area under actual forest cover is different from area classified as forest. The latter is the area which the government has identified and demarcated for forest growth. The land revenue records are consistent with the latter definition. Thus, there may be an increase in this category without any increase in the actual forest cover. 2. Barren and wastelands. The land which may be classified as a wasteland such as barren hilly terrains, desert lands, ravines, etc. normally cannot be brought under cultivation with the available technology. High land put to non-agricultural uses. Land under settlements, rural and urban, infrastructure, roads, canals, etc., industries, shops, etc. are included in this category. An expansion in the secondary and tertiary activities would lead to an increase in this category of land use. For area under permanent pastures and grazing lands, most of this type land is owned by the village panchayat or the government. Only a small proportion of this land is privately owned. For area under permanent pastures and grazing lands, most of this type land is owned by the village panchayat or the government. Only a small proportion of this land is privately owned. The land owned by the village panchayat comes under common property resources. V. Area under miscellaneous tree crops and groves not included in net sown area. The land under orchards and fruit trees are included in this category. Much of this land is privately owned. 6. Cultivable wasteland. Any land which is left fallow, uncultivated, for more than 5 years is included in this category. It can be brought under cultivation after improving it through reclamation practices. 7. Current fallow. This is the land which is left without cultivation for 1 or less than 1 agricultural year. Fallowing is a cultural practice adopted for giving the land rest. The land recoups the lost fertility through natural processes. 8. Fallow other than current fallow. This is also a cultivable land which is left uncultivated for more than a year but less than 5 years. If the land is left uncultivated for more than 5 years, it would be categorized as cultivable wasteland. LX. Net area sown. The physical extent of land on which crops are sown and harvested is known as net sown area. 22. India, people and economy. Land use changes in India. Land use in a region, to a large extent, is influenced by the nature of economic activities carried out in that region. However, while economic activities change over time, land, like many other natural resources, is fixed in terms of its area. At this stage, one needs to appreciate 3 types of changes that an economy undergoes which affect land use. I. The size of the economy measured in terms of value for all the goods and services produced in the economy grows over time as a result of increasing population, change in income levels, available technology, and associated factors. As a result, the pressure on land will increase with time and marginal lands would come under use. 2. Secondly, the composition of the economy would undergo a change over time. In other words, the secondary and the tertiary sectors usually grow much faster than the primary sector, specifically the agricultural sector. This type of change is common in developing countries, like India. This process would result in a gradual shift of land from agricultural uses to non-agricultural uses. You would observe that such changes are sharp around large urban areas. The agricultural land is being used for building purposes. High. Thirdly, though the contribution of the agricultural activities reduces over time, the pressure on land for agricultural activities does not decline. The reasons for continued pressure on agricultural land are: A. In developing countries, the share of population dependent on agriculture usually declines much more slowly compared to the decline in the sector's share in GDP. B. The number of people that the agricultural sector has to feed is increasing day by day. Declivity. Compare the changes of land use between 1950 to 57 and 2014 to 15. India has undergone major changes within the economy over the past 4 or 5 decades, and this has influenced the land use changes in the country. These changes between 1950 to 51 and 2014 to 15 have been shown in Figure 3.1. There are 2 points that you need to remember before you derive some meaning from this figure. Firstly, the percentages shown in the figure have been derived with respect to the reporting area. Secondly, since even the reporting area has been relatively constant over the years, a decline in one category usually leads to an increase in some other category. 4 categories have undergone increases, while 4 have registered declines. Share of area under forest, area under non-agricultural uses, current fallow lands and net area sown have shown an increase. The following observations can be made about these increases. The rate of increase is the highest in case of area under non-agricultural uses. This is due to the changing structure of Indian economy, which is increasingly depending on the contribution from industrial and services sectors and expansion of related infrastructural facilities. Also, an expansion of area under both urban and rural settlements has added to the increase. Thus, the area under non-agricultural uses is increasing at the expense of wastelands and agricultural land. 2. The increase in the share under forest, as explained before, can be accounted for by increase in the demarcated area under forest rather than an actual increase in the forest cover in the country. The increase in the current fallow cannot be explained from information pertaining to only 2 points. The trend of current fallow fluctuates a great deal over years depending on the variability of rainfall and cropping cycles. 4. The increase in net area sown is a recent phenomenon due to use of cultivable wasteland for agricultural purpose, before which it was registering a slow decrease. There are indications that most of the decline had occurred due to the increases in area under non-agricultural use. Note the expansion of building activity on agricultural land in your village and city. Land, resources and agriculture. 23. The 4 categories that have registered a decline are barren and wasteland, cultivable wasteland, area under pastures and tree crops, and fallow lands. The following explanations can be given for the declining trends. As the pressure on land increased, both from the agricultural and non-agricultural sectors, the wastelands and cultivable wastelands have witnessed decline over time. 2. The decline in land under pastures and grazing lands can be explained by pressure from agricultural land. Illegal encroachment due to expansion of cultivation on common pasture lands is largely responsible for this decline. Declivity. What is the difference between actual increase and rate of increase? Work out the actual increase and rate of increases for all the land use categories between 1950 to 51 and 2014 to 15 from the data given in the Appendix 6. Explain the results. Note for teacher. For calculating actual increase, the difference of the land use categories should be worked out over the 2 periods. For deriving the rate of increase, simple growth rate, i.e. difference of values between the 2 time points, i.e. value of terminal year minus base year / base year or 1960 to 61 value should be used, e.g. net sown area in 2014 to 15, net sown area in 1950 to 51, net sown area in 1950 to 51. Common property resources. Land, according to its ownership, can broadly be classified under 2 broad heads: private land and common property resources, CPRs. While the former is owned by an individual or a group of individuals, the latter is owned by the state meant for the use of the community. CPRs provide fodder for the livestock and fuel for the households along with other minor forest products like fruits, nuts, fiber, medicinal plants, etc. In rural areas, such land is of particular relevance for the livelihood of the landless and marginal farmers and other weaker sections, since many of them depend on income from their livestock due to the fact that they have limited access to land. CPRs also are important for women as most of the fodder and fuel collection is done by them in rural areas. They have to devote long hours in collecting fuel and fodder from a degraded area of CPR. CPRs can be defined as community's natural resource where every member has the right of access and usage with specified obligations without anybody having property rights over them. Community forests, pasture lands, village water bodies, and other public spaces where a group larger than a household or family unit exercises rights of use and carries responsibility of management are examples of CPRs. Agricultural land use in India. Land resource is more crucial to the livelihood of the people depending on agriculture. Agriculture is a purely land-based activity unlike secondary and tertiary activities. In other words, contribution of land in agricultural output is more compared to its contribution in the outputs in the other sectors. Thus, lack of access to land is directly correlated with incidence of poverty in rural areas. 2. Quality of land has a direct bearing on the productivity of agriculture, which is not true for other activities. 3. In rural areas, aside from its value as a productive factor, land ownership has a social value and serves as a security for credit, natural hazards, or life contingencies, and also adds to the social status. An estimation of the total stock of agricultural land resources, i.e. total cultivable land, can be arrived at by adding up net sown area, all fallow lands, and cultivable wasteland. It may be observed from Table 3.1 that over the years there has been a marginal decline in the available total stock of cultivable land as a percentage to total reporting area. There has been a greater decline of cultivated land in spite of a corresponding decline of cultivable wasteland. 24. India, people and economy. Table 3.1, composition of total cultivable land. It is clear from the above discussion that the scope for bringing in additional land under net sown area in India is limited. There is, thus, an urgent need to evolve and adopt land-saving technologies. Such technologies can be classified under two heads: those which raise the yield of any particular crop per Such technologies can be classified under two heads: those which raise the yield of any particular crop per unit area of land and those which increase the total output per unit area of land from all crops grown over one agricultural year by increasing land use intensity. The advantage of the latter kind of technology is that along with increasing output from limited land, it also increases the demand for labor significantly. For a land-scarce but labor-abundant country like India, a high cropping intensity is desirable not only for fuller utilization of land resource but also for reducing unemployment in the rural economy. The cropping intensity (CI) is calculated as follows. GCA cropping intensity in percentage equals x100. Cropping seasons in India. Season facilitate the cultivation of temperate and subtropical crops such as wheat, gram, and mustard. Zaid is a short-duration summer cropping season beginning after harvesting of rabi crops. The cultivation of watermelons, cucumbers, vegetables, and fodder crops during the season is done on irrigated lands. However, this type of distinction in the cropping season does not exist in southern parts of the country. Here, the temperature is high enough to grow tropical crops during any period in the year provided the soil moisture is available. Therefore, in this region same crops can be grown thrice in an agricultural year provided there is sufficient soil moisture. Types of farming. On the basis of main source of moisture for crops, the farming can be classified as irrigated and rain-fed barani. There is difference in the nature of irrigated farming as well as based on the objective of irrigation, i.e., protective or productive. The objective of protective irrigation is to protect the crops from adverse effects of soil. There are three distinct crop seasons in the northern and interior parts of country, namely Kharif, Rabi, and Zaid. The Kharif season largely coincides with southwest monsoon under which the cultivation of tropical crops such as rice, cotton, jute, jowar, bajra, and tur is possible. The Rabi season begins with the onset of winter in October-November and ends in March-April. The low temperature conditions during this. Table 3.2 Cropping seasons in India. Land resources and agriculture 25. Moisture deficiency, which often means that irrigation acts as a supplementary source of water over and above the rainfall. The strategy of this kind of irrigation is to provide soil moisture to maximum possible area. Productive irrigation is meant to provide sufficient soil moisture in the cropping season to achieve high productivity. In such irrigation, the water input per unit area of cultivated land is higher than protective irrigation. Rain-fed farming is further classified on the basis of adequacy of soil moisture during cropping season into dryland and wetland farming. In India, the dryland farming is largely confined to the regions having annual rainfall less than 75 centimeters. These regions grow hardy and drought-resistant crops such as ragi, bajra, mung, gram, and guar, fodder crops, and practice various measures of soil moisture conservation and rainwater harvesting. In wetland farming, the rainfall is in excess of soil moisture requirement of plants during rainy season. Such regions may face flood and soil erosion hazards. These areas grow various water-intensive crops such as rice, jute, and sugarcane and practice aquaculture in the fresh water bodies. Food grains. The importance of food grains in Indian agricultural economy may be gauged from the fact these crops occupy about 2/3 of total cropped area in the country. Food grains are dominant crops in all parts of the country whether they have subsistence or commercial agricultural economy. On the basis of the structure of grain, the food grains are classified as cereals and pulses. Cereals. The cereals occupy about 54% of total cropped area in India. The country produces about 11% cereals of the world and ranks third in production after China and USA. India produces a variety of cereals which are classified as fine grains, rice, wheat, and coarse grains, jowar, bajra, maize, ragi, etc. Account of important cereals has been given in the following paragraphs. 26 India, people and economy. Rice. Rice is a staple food for the overwhelming majority of population in India. Though it is considered to be a crop of tropical humid areas, it has about 3,000 varieties which are grown in different agroclimatic regions. These are successfully grown from sea level to about 2,000 m altitude and from humid areas in eastern India to dry but irrigated areas of Punjab, Haryana, western UP, and northern Rajasthan. In southern states and West Bengal, the climatic conditions allow the cultivation of 2 or 3 crops of rice in an agricultural year. In West Bengal, farmers grow 3 crops of rice called kuts, aman, and burro. But in Himalayas and northwestern parts of the country, it is grown as a kharif crop during southwest monsoon season. India contributes 22.07% of rice production in the world and ranked second after China in 2018. About 1/4 of the total cropped area in the country is under rice cultivation. West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, and Punjab are the leading rice-producing states in the country. The yield level of rice is high in Punjab, Tamil Nadu, Haryana, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, West Bengal, and Kerala. In the first 4 of these states, almost the entire land under rice cultivation is irrigated. Punjab and Haryana are not traditional rice-growing areas. Rice. Figure 3.2, Rice transplantation in southern parts of India. Cultivation in the irrigated areas of Punjab and Haryana was introduced in 1970s following the Green Revolution. Genetically improved varieties of seed, relatively high usage of fertilizers and pesticides, and lower levels of susceptibility of the crop to pests due to dry climatic conditions. Figure 3.3, India, distribution of rice. N. Land resources and agriculture 27 are responsible for higher yield of rice in this region. The yield of this crop is very low in rain-fed areas of Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and Odisha. Wheat. Wheat is the second most important cereal crop in India after rice. India produces about 12.8% of total wheat production of world 2017. It is primarily a crop of temperate zone. Hence, its cultivation in India is done during winter, i.e. Rabi season. About 85% of total area under this crop is concentrated in north and central regions of the country, i.e. Indo-Gangetic Plain, Malwa Plateau, and Himalayas up to 2,700 m altitude. Being a Rabi crop, it is mostly grown under irrigated conditions. But it is a rain-fed crop in Himalayan highlands and parts of Malwa Plateau in Madhya Pradesh. About 14% of the total cropped area in the country is under wheat cultivation. Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Punjab, Haryana, and Rajasthan are leading wheat-producing states. The yield level of wheat is very high, above 4,000 kg per ha, in Punjab and Haryana, whereas Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Bihar have moderate yields. The states like Madhya Pradesh, Himachal Pradesh, and Jammu and Kashmir growing wheat under rain-fed conditions have low yield. Jowar. The coarse cereals together occupy about 16.5% of total cropped area in the country. Among these, jowar or sorghum alone accounts for about 5.3% of total cropped area. It is main food crop in semi-arid areas of central and southern India. Maharashtra alone produces more than half of the total jowar production of the country. Other leading producer states of jowar are Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, and Telangana. It is sown in both Kharif and Rabi seasons in southern states. But it is a Kharif crop in northern India where it is mostly grown as a fodder crop. South of Vindhyachal, it is a rain-fed crop and its yield level is very low in this region. 28 India, people and economy. Bajra. Bajra is sown in hot and DIY climatic conditions in northwestern and western parts of the country. It is a hardy crop which resists frequent dry spells and drought in this region. It is cultivated alone as well as part of mixed cropping. This coarse cereal occupies about 5.2% of total cropped area in the country. Leading producers of bajra are the states of Maharashtra, Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Haryana. Being a rain-fed crop, the yield level of this crop is low in Rajasthan and fluctuates a lot from year to year. Yield of this crop has increased during recent years in Haryana and Gujarat due to introduction of drought-resistant varieties and expansion of irrigation under it. Maize. Maize is a food as well as fodder crop grown under semi-arid climatic conditions and over inferior soils. This crop occupies only about 3.6% of total cropped area. Maize cultivation is not concentrated in any specific region. It is sown all over India except Punjab and eastern and northeastern regions. The leading producers of maize are the states of Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Rajasthan, and Uttar Pradesh. Yield level of maize is higher than other coarse cereals. It is high in southern states and declines towards central parts. Pulses. Pulses are a very important ingredient of vegetarian food as these are rich sources of proteins. These are legume crops which increase the natural fertility of soils through nitrogen fixation. India is a leading producer of pulses in the world. The cultivation of pulses in the country is largely concentrated in the drylands of Deccan and Central Plateaus and northwestern parts of the country. Pulses occupy about 11% of the total cropped area in the country. Being the rain-fed crops of drylands, the yields of pulses are low and fluctuate from year to year. Gram and tur are the main pulses cultivated in India. Figure 3.4, India, distribution of wheat. Land resources and agriculture 29. Gram. Groundnut. Gram is cultivated in subtropical areas. It is mostly a rain-fed crop cultivated during Rabi season in central, western, and northwestern parts of the country. Just 1 or 2 light showers or irrigations are required to grow this crop successfully. It has been displaced from the cropping pattern by wheat in Haryana, Punjab, and northern Rajasthan following the Green Revolution. At present, gram covers only about 2.8% of the total cropped area in the country. Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and Rajasthan are the main producers of this pulse crop. The yield of this crop continues to be low and fluctuates from year to year even in irrigated areas. Tur is the second important pulse crop in the country. It is also known as regram or pigeon pea. It is cultivated over marginal lands and under rain-fed conditions in the dry areas of central and southern states of the country. This crop occupies only about 2% of total cropped area of India. Maharashtra alone contributes about 1/3 of the total production of tur. Other leading producer states are Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka, Gujarat, and Madhya Pradesh. Per hectare output of this crop is very low and its performance is inconsistent. Carrot activity. Differentiate between different food grains. Mix grains of various kinds and separate cereals from pulses. Also, separate fine from coarse cereals. Oilseeds. The oilseeds are produced for extracting edible oils. Drylands of Malwa Plateau, Marathwada, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Telangana, Rayalaseema region of Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka Plateau are oilseeds growing regions of India. These crops together occupy about 14% of total cropped area in the country. Groundnut, rapeseed and mustard, soybean and sunflower are the main oilseed crops grown in India. 30 India, people and economy. India produces about 18.8% of the total groundnut production in the world 2018. It is largely a rain-fed kharif crop of drylands. But in southern India it is cultivated during rabi season as well. It covers about 3.6% of total cropped area in the country. Gujarat, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka and Maharashtra are the leading producers. Yield off groundnut is comparatively high in Tamil Nadu where it is partly irrigated. But its yield is low in Telangana, Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka. Rapeseed and mustard. Rapeseed and mustard comprise several oilseeds as rat, sarson, toria and taramira. These are subtropical crops cultivated during rabi season in northwestern and central parts of India. These are frost-sensitive crops and their yields fluctuate from year to year. But with the expansion of irrigation and improvement in seed technology, their yields have improved and stabilized to some extent. About 2/3 of the cultivated area under these crops is irrigated. These oilseeds together occupy only about 2.5% of total cropped area in the country. Rajasthan contributes about 1/3 production while other leading producers are Haryana and Madhya Pradesh. Yields of these crops are comparatively high in Haryana and Rajasthan. Other oilseeds. Soybean and sunflower are other important oilseeds grown in India. Soybean is mostly grown in Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra. Figure 3.5 Fanners sowing soybean seeds in Amravati, Maharashtra. Land. Resources and agriculture 31. These two states together produce about 90% of total output of soybean in the country. Sunflower cultivation is concentrated in Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana and adjoining areas of Maharashtra. It is a minor crop in northern parts of the country where its yield is high due to irrigation. Fiber crops. These crops provide us fiber for preparing cloth, bags, sacks, and a number of other items. Cotton and jute are two main fiber crops grown in India. Cotton. Cotton is a tropical crop grown in kharif season in semi-arid areas of the country. India lost a large proportion of cotton growing area to Pakistan during partition. However, its acreage has increased considerably during the last 50 years. India grows both short staple Indian cotton as well as long staple American cotton called Narma in northwestern parts of the country. Cotton requires clear sky during flowering stage. Figure 3.7 Cotton cultivation. India ranks second in the world in the production of cotton after China. Cotton occupies about 4.7% of total cropped area in the country. There are 3 cotton growing areas, i.e. parts of Punjab, Haryana and northern Rajasthan in northwest, Gujarat and Maharashtra in the west and plateaus of Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu in south. Leading producers of this crop are Gujarat, Maharashtra and Telangana. Per hectare output of cotton is high under irrigated conditions in northwestern region of the country. Its yield is very low in Maharashtra where it is grown under rain-fed conditions. Jute. Jute is used for making coarse cloth, bags, sacks and decorative items. It is a cash crop in West Bengal and adjoining eastern parts of the country. India lost large jute growing areas to East Pakistan, Bangladesh during partition. At present, India produces about 3/5 of jute production of the world. West Bengal accounts for about 3/4 of the production in the country. Bihar and Assam are other jute growing areas. Being concentrated only in a few states, this crop accounts for only about 0.5% of total cropped area in the country. Other crops. Sugarcane, tea and coffee are other important crops grown in India. Sugarcane. Sugarcane is a crop of tropical areas. Under rain-fed conditions, it is cultivated in subhumid and humid climates. But it is largely an irrigated crop in India. In Indo-Gangetic Plain, its cultivation is largely concentrated in Uttar Pradesh. Sugarcane growing area in western India is spread over Maharashtra and Gujarat. Figure 3.8, Sugarcane cultivation. 32 India, people and economy. Land, resources and agriculture 33. In southern India, it is cultivated in irrigated tracts of Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, and Andhra Pradesh. India was the second largest producer of sugarcane after Brazil in 2018. It accounts for about 19.7% of the world production of sugarcane. But it occupies only 2.4% of total cropped area in the country. Uttar Pradesh produces about 2/5 of sugarcane of the country. Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Andhra Pradesh are other leading producers of this crop where yield level of sugarcane is high. Its yield is low in northern India. Tea. Tea is a plantation crop used as beverage. Black tea leaves are fermented whereas green tea leaves are unfermented. Tea leaves have rich content of caffeine and tannin. It is an indigenous crop of hills in northern China. It is grown over undulating topography of hilly areas and well-drained soils in humid and subhumid tropics and subtropics. In India, tea plantations started in 1840s in Brahmaputra Valley of Assam, which still is a major tea growing area in the country. Later on, its plantation was introduced in the sub-Himalayan region of West Bengal, Darjeeling, Jalpaiguri, and Cooch Behar districts. Tea is also cultivated on the lower slopes of Nilgiri and Figure 3.10, tea farming. Cardamom Hills in Western Ghats. India is a leading producer of tea and accounts for about 21.22% of total production in the world 2018. India's share in the international market of tea has declined substantially. It ranks second among tea exporting countries in the world after China 2018. Assam accounts for about 53.2% of the total cropped area and contributes more than half of total production of tea in the country. West Bengal and Tamil Nadu are the other leading producers of tea. Coffee. Coffee is a tropical plantation crop. Its seeds are roasted, ground, and are used for preparing a beverage. There are 3 varieties of coffee, i.e. Arabica, Robusta. Robusta, and Liberica. India mostly grows superior quality coffee, Arabica, which is in great demand in international market. But India produces only about 3.17% coffee of the world and ranks 8th after Brazil, Vietnam, Indonesia, Colombia, Honduras, Ethiopia, and Peru in 2018. Coffee is cultivated in the highlands of Western Ghats in Karnataka, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu. Karnataka alone accounts for more than 2/3 of total production of coffee in the country. Agricultural development in India. Indian agricultural economy was largely subsistence in nature before independence. It had dismal performance in the first half of 20th century. This period witnessed severe droughts and famines. During partition, about 1/3 of the irrigated land in undivided India went to Pakistan. This reduced the proportion of irrigated area in independent India. After independence, the immediate goal of the government was to increase food grains production by I. Switching over from cash crops to food crops, 2. Intensification of cropping over already cultivated land, and ill. Increasing cultivated area by bringing cultivable and fallow land under plow. Initially, this strategy helped in increasing food grains production. But agricultural production stagnated during late-1950s. To overcome this problem, Intensive Agricultural District Program, IDP, and Intensive Agricultural Area Program, IAP, were launched. But 2 consecutive droughts during mid-1960s resulted in food crisis in the country. Consequently, food grains were imported from other countries. 34 India, people and economy. Land, resources and agriculture 35. New seed varieties of wheat, Mexico, and rice, Philippines, known as high-yielding varieties, HYVs, were available for cultivation by mid-1960s. India took advantage of this and introduced package technology comprising HYVs, along with chemical fertilizers in irrigated areas of Punjab, Haryana, western Uttar Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, and Gujarat. Assured supply of soil moisture through irrigation was a basic prerequisite for the success of this new agricultural technology. This strategy of agricultural development paid dividends instantly and increased the food grains production at very fast rate. This spurt of agricultural growth came to be known as Green Revolution. This also gave fillip to the development of a large number of agro-inputs, agro-processing industries, and small-scale industries. This strategy of agricultural development made the country self-reliant in food grain production. But Green Revolution was initially confined to irrigated areas only. This led to regional disparities in agricultural development in the country till 1970s, after which the technology spread to the eastern and central parts of the country. The Planning Commission of India focused its attention on the problems of agriculture in rain-fed areas in 1980s. It initiated agroclimatic planning in 1988 to induce regionally balanced agricultural development in the country. It also emphasized on the need for diversification of agriculture and harnessing of resources for the development of dairy farming, poultry, horticulture, livestock rearing, and aquaculture. Initiation of the policy of liberalization and free market economy in 1990s influenced the course of development of Indian agriculture. National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture (NMSA). National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture is to make agriculture more productive, sustainable, remunerative and climate resilient by promoting location-specific integrated/composite farming systems and to conserve natural resources through appropriate soil and moisture conservation measures. The government has been promoting organic farming in the country through the schemes such as Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana (PKVY) and Rashtriya Vikas Yojana (RKVY). 36 India, People and Economy. Growth of agricultural output and technology. There has been a significant increase in agricultural output and improvement in technology during the last 50 years. Production and yield of many crops such as rice and wheat has increased at an impressive rate. Among the other crops, the production of sugarcane, oilseeds and cotton has also increased appreciably. Expansion of irrigation has played a crucial role in enhancing agricultural output in the country. It provided basis for introduction of modern agricultural technology such as high-yielding varieties of seeds, chemical fertilizers, pesticides, and farm machinery. The net irrigated area in the country has also increased. Modern agricultural technology has diffused very fast in various areas of the country. Consumption of chemical fertilizers has increased by 15 times since mid-60s. Since the high-yielding varieties are highly susceptible to pests and diseases, the use of pesticides has increased significantly since 1960s. Farmers Portal of India. The Farmer's Portal is a platform for farmers to seek any information related to agriculture. Detailed information on farmers' insurance, agriculture storage, crops, extension activities, seeds, pesticides, farm machineries, etc. is provided. Details of fertilizers, market prices, package and practices, programs, welfare schemes are also given. Block-level details related to soil fertility, storage, insurance, training, etc. are available in an interactive map. Users can also download farm-friendly handbook, scheme guidelines, etc. Source: Problems of Indian Agriculture. The nature of problems faced by Indian agriculture varies according to agroecological and historical experiences of its different regions. Hence, most of the agricultural problems in the country are region-specific. Yet, there are some problems which are common and range from physical constraints to institutional hindrances. A detailed discussion on these problems follows. Figure 3.12, Rototill Drille Modem Agricultural Equipment. Dependence on erratic monsoon. Irrigation covers only about 33% of the cultivated area in India. The crop production in rest of the cultivated land directly depends on rain. Poor performance of southwest monsoon also adversely affects the supply of canal water for irrigation. On the other hand, the rainfall in Rajasthan and other drought-prone areas is too meager and highly unreliable. Even the areas receiving high annual rainfall experience considerable fluctuations. This makes them vulnerable to both droughts and floods. Drought is a common phenomenon in the low rainfall areas, which may also experience occasional floods. The flash floods in drylands of Maharashtra, Gujarat, and Rajasthan in 2006 and 2017 are examples of this phenomenon. Droughts and floods continue to be the twin menace in Indian agriculture. Low productivity. The yield of the crops in the country is low in comparison to the international level. Per hectare output of most of the crops such as rice, wheat, cotton, and oilseeds in India is much lower than that of the USA, Russia, and Japan. Because of the very high pressure on the land resources, the labor productivity in Indian agriculture is also very low in comparison to international level. The vast rain-fed areas of the country, particularly drylands which mostly grow coarse cereals, pulses, and oilseeds, have low yields. Why is agricultural productivity low in dry regions? Constraints of financial resources and indebtedness. The inputs of modern agriculture are very expensive. This resource-intensive approach has become unmanageable for marginal and small farmers as they have very meager or no saving to invest in agriculture. To tide over these difficulties, most of such farmers have resorted to availing credit from various institutions and moneylenders. Crop failures and low returns from agriculture have forced them to fall in the trap of indebtedness. What are the implications of severe indebtedness? Do you feel that the recent incidents of farmers' suicides in different states of the country are the result of indebtedness? Lack of land reforms. Indian peasantry had been exploited for a long time as there had been unequal distribution of land. Among the three revenue systems operational during British period, i.e. Mahalwari, Rayatwari, and Zamindari, the last one was most exploitative for the peasants. After independence, land reforms were accorded priority, but these reforms were not implemented effectively due to lack of strong political will. Most of the state governments avoided taking politically tough decisions which went against strong political lobbies of landlords. Lack of implementation of land reforms has resulted in continuation of inequitous distribution of cultivable land, which is detrimental to agricultural development. Small farm size and fragmentation of landholdings. There are a large number of marginal and small farmers in the country. The average size of land holding is shrinking under increasing. Land resources and agriculture 37. Population pressure. Furthermore, in India, the land holdings are mostly fragmented. There are some states where consolidation of holding has not been carried out even once. Even the states where it has been carried out once, second consolidation is required as land holdings have fragmented again in the process of division of land among the owners of next generations. The small size fragmented land holdings are uneconomic. Lack of commercialization. A large number of farmers produce crops for self-consumption. These farmers do not have enough land resources to produce more than their requirement. Most of the small end. 38 India, people and economy. Marginal farmers grow food grains which are meant for their own family consumption. Modernization and commercialization of agriculture have, however, taken place in the irrigated areas. Vast underemployment. There is a massive underemployment in the agricultural sector in India, particularly in the unirrigated tracts. In these areas, there is a seasonal unemployment ranging from 4 to 8 months. Even in the cropping season, work is not available throughout as agricultural operations are not labor-intensive. Hence, the people engaged in agriculture do not have the opportunity to work round the year. Degradation of cultivable land. One of the serious problems that arises out of faulty strategy of irrigation and agricultural development is degradation of land resources. This is serious because it may lead to depletion of soil fertility. The situation is particularly alarming in irrigated areas. A large tract of agricultural land has lost its fertility due to alkalization and salinization of soils and waterlogging. Excessive use of chemicals such as insecticides and pesticides has led to their concentration in toxic amounts in the soil profile. Leguminous crops have been displaced from the cropping pattern in the irrigated areas. And duration of fallow has substantially reduced owing to multiple cropping. This has obliterated the process of natural fertilization such as nitrogen fixation. Rain-fed areas in humid and semi-arid tropics also experience degradation of several types like soil erosion by water and wind erosion, which are often induced by human activities. Prepare a list of agricultural problems in your own region. How similar or different are these problems compared to the problems mentioned in this chapter? Exercises. 1. Choose the right answers of the following from the given options. I. Which one of the following is not a land use category? A. Fallow land. C. Net area zone. B. Marginal land. D. Cultivable wasteland. 2. What one of the following is the main reason due to which share of forest has shown an increase in the last 40 years? A. Extensive and efficient efforts of afforestation. B. Increase in community forest land. C. Increase in notified area allocated for forest growth. D. Better people's participation in managing forest area. Which one of the following is the main form of degradation in irrigated areas? A. Gully erosion. C. Salinization of soils. B. Wind erosion. D. Siltation of land. 4. Which one of the following crops is not cultivated under dryland farming? A. Ragi. C. Groundnut. B. Jowar. D. Sugarcane. V. In which of the following group of countries of the world, HYVs of wheat and rice were developed? A. Japan and Australia. C. Mexico and Philippines. B. USA and Japan. D. Mexico and Singapore. Land. Resources and agriculture 39. 2. Answer the following questions in about 30 words. I. Differentiate between barren and wasteland and cultivable wasteland. 2. How would you distinguish between net sown area and gross cropped area? Why is the strategy of increasing cropping intensity important in a country like India? 4. How do you measure total cultivable land? V. What is the difference between dryland and wetland farming? 3. Answer the following questions in about 150 words. I. What are the different types of environmental problems of land resources in India? 2. What are the important strategies for agricultural development followed in the post-independence period in India? Chapter 4. Water resources. Do you think that what exists today will continue to be so, or the future is going to be different in some respects? It can be said with some certainty that the societies will witness demographic transition, geographical shift of population, technological advancement, degradation of environment, and water scarcity. Water scarcity is possibly to pose the greatest challenge on account of its increased demand coupled with shrinking supplies due to overutilization and pollution. Water is a cyclic resource with abundant supplies on the globe. Approximately 71% of the Earth's surface is covered with it, but freshwater constitutes only about 3% of the total water. In fact, a very small proportion of freshwater is effectively available for human use. The availability of freshwater varies over space and time. The tensions and disputes on sharing and control of the scarce resource are becoming contested issues among communities, regions, and states. The assessment, efficient use, and conservation of water, therefore, become necessary to ensure development. In this chapter, we shall discuss water resources in India, its geographical distribution, sectoral utilization, and methods of its conservation and management. Water resources of India. India accounts for about 2.45% of the world's surface area, 4% of the world's water resources, and about 16% of the world's population. The total water available from precipitation in the country in a year is about 4,000 cubic km. The availability from surface water and replenishable groundwater is 1,869 cubic km. Out of this, only 60% can be put to beneficial uses. Thus, the total utilizable water resource in the country is only 1,122 cubic km. Surface water resources. There are 4 major sources of surface water. These are rivers, lakes, ponds, and tanks. In the country, there are about 10,360 rivers and their tributaries longer than 1.6 kilometers each. The mean annual flow in all the river basins in India is estimated to be 1,869 cubic km. However, due to topographical, hydrological, and other constraints, only about 690 cubic km, 32%, of the available surface water can be utilized. Water flow in a river depends on size of its catchment area or river basin and rainfall within its catchment area. You have studied in your Class 11 textbook, India, Physical Environment, that precipitation in India has very high spatial variation and it is mainly concentrated in monsoon season. You also have studied in the textbook that some of the rivers in the country like the Ganga, the Brahmaputra, and the Indus have huge catchment areas. Given that precipitation is relatively high in the catchment areas of the Ganga, the Brahmaputra, and the Barak rivers, these rivers, although account for only about 1/3 of the total area in the country, have 60% of the total surface water resources. Much of the annual water flow in South Indian rivers like the Godavari, the Krishna, and the Kaveri has been harnessed, but it is yet to be done in the Brahmaputra and the Ganga basins. Groundwater resources. The total replenishable groundwater resources in the country are about 432 cubic km. The level of groundwater utilization is relatively high in the river basins lying in northwestern region and parts of South India. The groundwater utilization is very high in the states of Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, and Tamil Nadu. However, there are states like Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Kerala, etc. which utilize only a small proportion of their groundwater potentials. States like Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Tripura, and Maharashtra are utilizing their groundwater resources at a moderate rate. If the present trend continues, the demands for water would need the supplies. And such situation will be detrimental to development and can cause social upheaval and disruptions. Lagoons and backwaters. India has a vast coastline and the coast is very indented in some states. Due to this, a number 42 India, people and economy of lagoons and lakes have formed. The states like Kerala, Odisha, and West Bengal have vast surface water resources in these lagoons and lakes. Although water is generally brackish in these water bodies, it is used for fishing and irrigating certain varieties of paddy crops, coconut, etc. Water demand and utilization. India has traditionally been an agrarian economy and about 2/3 of its population have been dependent on agriculture. Hence, development of irrigation to increase agricultural production has been assigned a very high priority in the 5-year plans, and multipurpose river valleys projects like the Bakranangal, Hirakud, Damodar Valley, Nagarjuna Sagar, Indira Gandhi Canal Project, etc. have been taken up. In fact, India's water demand at present is dominated by irrigational needs. Agriculture accounts for most of the surface and groundwater utilization. It accounts for 89% of the surface water and 92% of the groundwater utilization. While the share of industrial sector is limited to 2% of the surface water utilization and 5% of the groundwater, the share of domestic sector is higher, 9%, in surface water utilization as compared to groundwater. The share of agricultural sector in total water utilization is much higher than other sectors. However, in future, with development, the shares of industrial and domestic sectors in the country are likely to increase. Demand of water for irrigation. In agriculture, water is mainly used for irrigation. Irrigation is needed because of spatiotemporal variability in rainfall in the country. The large tracts of the country are deficient in rainfall and are drought-prone. Northwestern India and Deccan Plateau constitute such areas. Winter and summer seasons are more or less dry in most part of the country. Hence, it is difficult to practice agriculture without assured water resources. 43. Figure 4.1. India river basins. Irrigation during dry seasons. Even in the areas of ample rainfall like West Bengal and Bihar, breaks in monsoon or its failure creates dry spells detrimental for agriculture. Water need of certain crops also makes irrigation necessary. For instance, water requirement of rice, sugarcane, jute, etc. is very high, which can be met only through irrigation. Provision of irrigation makes multiple cropping possible. It has also been found that irrigated lands have higher agricultural productivity than unirrigated land. Further, the high-yielding varieties of crops need regular moisture supply, which is made possible only by a developed irrigation systems. In fact, this is why that green revolution strategy of agriculture development in the country has largely been successful in Punjab, Haryana, and Western Uttar Pradesh. In Punjab, Haryana, and Western Uttar Pradesh, more than 85% of their net sown area is under irrigation. Wheat and rice are grown mainly with the help of irrigation in these states. Of the total net irrigated area, 76.1% in Punjab and 51.3% in Haryana are irrigated through wells and tube wells. This shows that these states utilize large proportion of their groundwater potential, which has resulted in groundwater depletion in these states. The overuse of groundwater resources has led to decline in groundwater table in these states. In fact, over-withdrawals in some states, like Rajasthan and Maharashtra, has increased fluoride concentration in groundwater, and this practice has led to increase in concentration of arsenic in parts of West Bengal and Bihar. Declivity. Intensive irrigation in Punjab, Haryana, and Western Uttar Pradesh is increasing salinity in the soil and depletion of groundwater irrigation. Discuss its likely impacts on agriculture. 44. India. People and economy. Emerging water problems. The per capita availability of water is dwindling day by day due to increase in population. The available water resources are also getting polluted with industrial, agricultural, and domestic effluents, and this, in turn, is further limiting the availability of usable water resources. Deterioration of water quality. Water quality refers to purity of water, or water without unwanted foreign substances. Water gets polluted by foreign matters, such as microorganisms, chemicals, industrial, and other wastes. Such matters deteriorate the quality of water and render it unfit for human use. When toxic substances enter lakes, streams, rivers, ocean, and other water bodies, they get dissolved or lie suspended in water. This results in pollution of water, whereby quality of water deteriorates, affecting aquatic systems. Sometimes, these pollutants also seep down and pollute groundwater. The Ganga and the Yamuna are the two highly polluted rivers in the country. Find out which are the major towns/cities located on the bank of the Ganga and its tributaries and major industries they have. Water conservation and management. Since there is a declining availability of freshwater and increasing demand, the need has arisen to conserve and effectively manage this precious life-giving resource for sustainable development. Given that water availability from sea/ocean, due to high cost of desalination, is considered negligible, India has to take quick steps and make effective policies and laws, and adopt effective measures for its conservation. Besides developing water-saving technologies and methods, attempts are also to be made to prevent the pollution. There is need to. Figure 4.2. The Ganga and its tributaries and towns located on them. Encourage watershed development, rainwater harvesting, water recycling and reuse, and conjunctive use of water for sustaining water supply in long run. Prevention of water pollution. Available water resources are degrading rapidly. The major rivers of the country generally retain better water quality in less densely populated upper stretches in hilly areas. In plains, river water is used intensively for irrigation, drinking, domestic, and industrial purposes. The drains carrying agricultural, fertilizers and insecticides, domestic, solid and liquid wastes, and industrial effluents join the rivers. The concentration of pollutants in rivers, especially, remains very high during the summer season when flow of water is low. The Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB, in collaboration with state pollution control boards, has been monitoring water quality of national aquatic resources at 507 stations. The data obtained from these stations show that organic and bacterial contamination continues to be the main source of pollution in rivers. The Yamuna River is the most polluted river in the country between Delhi and Etava. Other severely polluted rivers are the Sabarmati at Ahmedabad, the Gomti at Lucknow, the Kali, the Udyar, the Kum entire stretches, the Vaigai at Madurai, and the Musi of Hyderabad, and the Ganga at Kanpur and Varanasi. Groundwater pollution has occurred due to high water resources. 45. concentrations of heavy/toxic metals, fluoride and nitrates at different parts of the country. The legislative provisions such as the Water, Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974 and Environment Protection Act 1986 have not been implemented effectively. The result is that in 1997, 251 polluting industries were located along the rivers and lakes. The Water Cess Act, 1977, meant to reduce pollution has also made marginal impacts. There is a strong need to generate public awareness about importance of water and impacts of water pollution. The public awareness and action can be very effective in reducing the pollutants from agricultural activities, domestic and industrial discharges. Recycle and reuse of water. Another way through which we can improve fresh water availability is by recycle and reuse. Use of water of lesser quality, such as reclaimed wastewater, would be an attractive option for industries for cooling and firefighting to reduce their water cost. Similarly, in urban areas, water after bathing and washing utensils can be used for gardening. Water used for washing vehicle can also be used for gardening. This would conserve better quality of water for drinking purposes. Currently, recycling off water is practiced on a limited scale. However, there is enormous scope for replenishing water through recycling. There are more than 3,800 declarations or conventions on water, including 286 treaties. Become a major threat to large proportion of key for wanting areas, while in the OS and Australia, already driest continent, salinity etantly more water than could be replenished. Rivers of conflict, but also of peace. Rich countries poor in supply of water. WWF. Already toting Thabatlato and maintain water supplies, as Enkvnun talked about Northern Aral Sea, shared by Kazakhstan, Asuri of Taich, Sultungstan and Uzbekistan. It being Suyoi across the industrialist successfully restored Sleer its surface had *dd, it said MK and wide Fion shrunk to less and half its original size. Already losing the battle to Asa, result of a massive diversion of Ra our 77-inch tour under the Soviet Union, which had our meant tatted about drained the two rivers feeding it and Devb 2D to Tal. A state at the surrounding environment, Pmenthir pledges. Climate change? Armor grapples with floods. The Rectun died of Talsaparium Health Department is yet to wake up to the situation. The worst hit are Kawas, the whaler asterisk that were 2 blwm. The desert have also led to a desert. Lore asterisk parts of it have turned marshy and in some places ale salinity has changed, leading to problems like water. Ironically, this is Ixonary Guion, where the much touted Indira Canal cuts a greening swathe across the desert, but with more than the 260 water basins in the world transcending national border asterisk. It is hardly surprising that this situation is widely seen as being fodder for hostility txt it or has been known for con/a/Turiastobia, major cause of 10 VV Shaun and conflict within countries as well as among nations. Yet while its propensity to strain relations frequently makes headlines, the other side of the coin, water as an agent of coup. Nevertheless, research has shown much more historical evidence of water as a catalyst for cooperation rather than a trigger of conflict. There Aramorothan. W less than VFWW asterisk FANMI A ISY FDRT was VM Phi UI VT FFFC FDETRL V FAR FW DRA YSRAS I 5134 CHFWA RARO and IRIT FEAR WVANSW 4 WITMH Y4 IMTA ERT W4 WRW1 ART R4DD 4 hashtag ARIAS WF at asterisk caret WTN 4W at ERA T at 1 FRRT 2 WTBW IFA SRFC GFHS FAWF 4 ESQ IWFW 75 Vikfert Jui 4 RTP 1 RITS Chudif Krelikt Karat Triwa Phi 1 FET 4K GRT Warfara. In the times of adversity, a woman carries her child to safety in the flooded Kudlam Mage of Rajasthan's Barmer district. S.SVV unilateral, bilateral or multilateral declarations or conventions on water. 236 are treaties, with SI referring to of RXH countries ban 200 international river basins. To make drastic changes to there are examples of workable AC policies if they are to mold 1 UC im UPin UT Nui UIC A. Policies you may are to avoid cords on water reached even by state the water crisis is facing that were in conflict over other adders per nations, environment like India and Pakistan, Israel and Joe Thai Organization WWF said Dan. Another example at that of TH on Wednesday. Has been very difficult. In Europe, the report mid. Countries around the Atlantic and suffering from recurring drought asterisk, while in the one Mediterranean region water resources were being depleted by the Bunin Turton and irrigated agriculture. There have been more than 500 conflicts over water in the past century, but it's also an agent of cooperation. MT11 for 4 RTF Fewu 11 TAF R dash. RAN 4 AOI Ka A4 WTL XGA asterisk at FTW 11 RAN 43 M0 Itufsir 4 FA 4500 XA NT 4 to 11 points JBRE. For few 413 TT to 11 Artfix A4 FUFT TRT A$4 to LW W411 24 FW A1 Frares F 1 V9 VQW FWFC R TY FL. Waterwoes, Officer carries his son to safety as he trades through Ludvater. After a 3-day spell of heady rain in Dantala village near Silburi. Discuss the issues highlighted in the news items. IWWTT LGD less than B. TV/LS. Even in Japan with its high rainfall, contamination of water supply had become a serious issue. 46 India People and Economy. Activity. Observe the quantity of water used at your home in various activities and enlist the ways in which the water can be reused and recycled in various activities. Class teachers should organize a discussion on recycle and reuse of water. Watershed management. Watershed management basically refers to efficient management and conservation of surface and groundwater resources. It involves prevention of runoff and storage and recharge of groundwater through various methods like percolation tanks, recharge wells, etc. However, in broad sense, watershed management includes conservation, regeneration, and judicious use of all resources, natural like land, water, plants and animals, and human within a watershed. Watershed management aims at bringing about balance between natural resources on the one hand and society on the other. The success of watershed development largely depends upon community participation. The central and state governments have initiated many watershed development and management programs in the country. Some of these are being implemented by non-governmental organizations also. Harilai is a watershed development project sponsored by the central government which aims at enabling the rural population to conserve water for drinking, irrigation, fisheries, and afforestation. The project is being executed by Gram Panchayats with people's participation. Niramiru Water and U program in Andhra Pradesh and Arvari Part 1. Sansad, in Alwar, Rajasthan, have taken up constructions of various water harvesting structures such as percolation tanks, dugout ponds, johad, check dams, etc. through people's participation. Tamil Nadu has made water harvesting structures in the houses. Compulsory. No building can be constructed without making structures for water harvesting. Watershed development projects in some areas have been successful in rejuvenating environment and economy. However, there are only a few success stories. In majority of cases, the program is still in its nascent stage. There is a need to generate awareness regarding benefits of watershed development and management among people in the country, and through this integrated water resource management approach, water availability can be ensured on sustainable basis. Rainwater harvesting. Rainwater harvesting is a method to capture and store rainwater for various uses. It is also used to recharge groundwater aquifers. It is a low-cost and eco-friendly technique for preserving every drop of water by guiding the rainwater to bore well, pits and wells. Rainwater harvesting increases water availability, checks the declining groundwater table, improves the quality of groundwater through dilution of contaminants like fluoride and nitrates, prevents soil erosion, and flooding, and arrests saltwater intrusion in coastal areas if used to recharge aquifers. Rainwater harvesting has been practiced through various methods by different communities in the country for a long time. Traditional rainwater harvesting in rural areas is done by using surface storage bodies like lakes, ponds, irrigation tanks, etc. In Rajasthan, rainwater harvesting structures, locally known as kund or tanka, a covered underground tank, are constructed near or in the house or village to store harvested rainwater. See Figure 4.3 to understand various ways of rainwater harvesting. There is a wide scope to use rainwater harvesting technique to conserve precious water resource. It can be done by harvesting rainwater on rooftops and open spaces. Harvesting rainwater also decreases the water resources. 47. Watershed development in Ralegan City, Ahmednagar, Maharashtra, a case study. Ralegan City is a small village in the district of Ahmednagar, Maharashtra. It has become an example for watershed development throughout the country. In 1975, this village was caught in a web of poverty and illicit liquor trade. The transformation took place when a retired army personnel settled down in the village and took up the task of watershed development. He convinced villagers about the importance of family planning and voluntary labor, preventing open grazing, felling trees, and liquor prohibition. Voluntary labor is necessary to ensure minimum dependence on the government for financial aids. It socialized the costs of the projects, explained the activist. Even those who were working outside the village contributed to the development by committing a month's salary every year. Work began with the percolation tank constructed in the village. In 1975, the tank could not hold water. The embankment wall leaked. People voluntarily repaired the embankment. The 7 wells below it swelled with water in summer for the first time in the living memory of the people. The people reposed their faith in him and his visions. A youth group called Tarun Mundal was formed. The group worked to ban the dowry system, caste discrimination, and untouchability. Liquor distilling units were removed and prohibition imposed. Open grazing was completely banned with a new emphasis on stall feeding. The cultivation of water-intensive crops like sugarcane was banned. Crops such as pulses, oilseeds, and certain cash crops with low water requirements were encouraged. All elections to local bodies began to be held on the basis of consensus. It made the community leaders complete representatives of the people. A system of Nai panchayats, informal courts, were also set up. Since then, no case has been referred to the police. A 22 rupees lakh school building was constructed using only the resources of the village. No donations were taken. Money, if needed, was borrowed and paid back. The villagers took pride in the self-reliance. A new system of sharing labor grew out of this infusion of pride and Raleigh city before mitigation approach. People volunteered to help each other in agricultural operation. Landless laborers. Raleigh City after mitigation approach. Gained employment. Today the village plans to buy land for them in adjoining villages. At present, water is adequate, agriculture is flourishing, though the use of fertilizers and pesticides is very high. The prosperity also brings the question of ability of the present generation to carry on the work after the leader of the movement who declared that the process of Ralighan's evolution to an ideal village will not stop. With changing times, people tend to evolve new ways. In future, Raleigh might present a different model to the country. What a mitigation approach can do. A success story. 48 India, people and economy. Figure 4.3, various methods of rainwater harvesting. Community dependence on groundwater for domestic use. Besides bridging the demand-supply gap, it can also save energy to pump groundwater as recharge leads to rise in groundwater table. These days, rainwater harvesting is being taken up on massive scale in many states in the country. Urban areas can specially benefit from rainwater harvesting as water demand has already outstripped supply in most of the cities and towns. Water resources 49. Apart from the above-mentioned factors, the issue desalinization of water, particularly in coastal areas, and brackish water in arid and semi-arid areas. Transfer of water from water surplus areas to water deficit areas through interlinking of rivers can be important remedies for solving water problem in India. Read more about interlinking of rivers. However, the most important issue from the point of view of individual users, household and communities is pricing of water. Highlights of India's National Water Policy, 2002. The National Water Policy 2002 stipulates water allocation priorities broadly in the following order: drinking water, irrigation, hydropower, navigation, industrial, and other uses. The policy stipulates progressive new approaches to water management. Key features include: irrigation and multi-purpose projects should invariably include drinking water component wherever there is no alternative source of drinking water. Providing drinking water to all human beings and animals should be the first priority. Measures should be taken to limit and regulate the exploitation of groundwater. Both surface and groundwater should be regularly monitored for quality. A phased program should be undertaken for improving water quality. The efficiency of utilization in all the diverse uses of water should be improved. Awareness of water as a scarce resource should be fostered. Conservation consciousness should be promoted through education, regulation, incentives and disincentives. 2002 India's Reform Initiatives TN Water Sector, Ministry for Rural Development, New Delhi. Declivity. Collect information about National V-Tour Policy 2012 and Ganga Rejuvenation from the website and discuss in the classroom. Jalkranti Abhiyan 2015-16. Water is a recyclable resource, but its availability is limited and the gap between supply and demand will be widening over time. Climate change at the global scale will be creating water stress conditions in many regions of the world. India has a unique situation of high population growth and rapid economic development with high water demand. The Jalkranti Abhiyan launched by the Government of India in 2015-16 with an aim to ensure water security through per capita availability of water in the country. People in different regions of India had practiced the traditional knowledge of water conservation and management to ensure water availability. India, people and economy. The Jalkranti Abhiyan aims at involving local bodies, NGOs and citizens at large in creating awareness regarding its objectives. The following activities have been proposed under the Jalkranti Abhiyan. 1. Selection of one water-stressed village in each 672 districts of the country to create a Jalgram. 2. Identification of model command area of about 1,000 hectares in different parts of the country, for example, up, Haryana, North, Karnataka, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, South, Rajasthan, Gujarat, West, Odisha, East, Meghalaya, Northeast. 3. Abatement of pollution. Water conservation and artificial recharge. Reducing groundwater pollution. Construction of arsenic-free wells in selected areas of the country. 4. Creating mass awareness through social media, radio, TV, print media, poster, and essay writing competitions in schools. Kranti Abhiyan is designed to provide livelihood and food security through water security. Exercises. 1. Choose the right answers of the following from the given options. I. Which one of the following types describes water as a resource? A. Abiotic resource. C. Biotic resource. B. Non-renewable resources. D. Non-cyclic resource. 11. Which one of the following South Indian states has the highest groundwater utilization in percent of its total groundwater potential? A. Tamil Nadu. C. Andhra Pradesh. B. Karnataka. D. Kerala. 3. The highest proportion of the total water used in the country is in which one of the following sectors? A. Irrigation. C. Domestic use. B. Industries. D. None of the above. 2. Answer the following questions in about 30 words. I. It is said that the water resources in India have been depleting very fast. Discuss the factors responsible for depletion of water resources. 2. What factors are responsible for the highest groundwater development in the states of Punjab, Haryana, and Tamil Nadu? Water resources. 51. Why the share of agricultural sector in total water used in the country is expected to decline? 4. What can be possible impacts of consumption of contaminated/unclean water on the people? 3. Answer the following questions in about 150 words. I. Discuss the availability of water resources in the country and factors that determine its spatial distribution. 2. The depleting water resources may lead to social conflicts and disputes. Elaborate it with suitable examples. What is watershed management? Do you think it can play an important role in sustainable development? 52. India, people and economy. Chapter 5. Mineral and energy resources. India is endowed with a rich variety of mineral resources due to its varied geological structure. Bulk of the valuable minerals are products of pre-Paleozoic age. Refer, Chapter 2 of Class 11, textbook, Fundamentals of Physical Geography, and are mainly associated with metamorphic and igneous rocks of the peninsular India. The vast alluvial plain tract of North India is devoid of minerals of economic use. The mineral resources provide the country with the necessary base for industrial development. In this chapter, we shall discuss the availability of various types of mineral and energy resources in the country. A mineral is a natural substance of organic or inorganic origin with definite chemical and physical properties. Types of mineral resources. On the basis of chemical and physical properties, minerals may be grouped under two main categories of metallics and non-metallics, which may further be classified as follows. Figure 5.1, Classification of minerals. As it is clear from the Figure 5.1, metallic minerals are the sources of metals. Iron, ore, copper, gold produce metal and are included in this category. Metallic minerals are further divided into ferrous and non-ferrous metallic minerals. Ferrous, as you know, refers to iron. All those minerals which have iron content are ferrous, such as iron ore itself, and those which do not have iron content are non-ferrous, such as copper, bauxite, etc. Non-metallic minerals are either organic in origin, such as fossil fuels, also known as mineral fuels, which are derived from the buried animal and plant life, such as coal and petroleum. Other type of non-metallic minerals are inorganic in origin, such as mica, limestone, and graphite, etc. Minerals have certain characteristics. These are unevenly distributed over space. There is inverse relationship in quality and quantity of minerals, i.e. good quality minerals are less in quantity as compared to low quality minerals. The third main characteristic is that all minerals are exhaustible over time. These take long to develop geologically and they cannot be replenished immediately at the time of need. Thus, they have to be conserved and not misused as they do not have the second crop. Distribution of minerals in India. Most of the metallic minerals in India occur in the peninsular plateau region in the old crystalline rocks. Over 97% of coal reserves occur in the valleys of Damodar, Son, Mahanadi, and Godavari. Petroleum reserves are located in the sedimentary basins of Assam, Gujarat, and Mumbai High, i.e. offshore region in the Arabian Sea. New reserves have been located in the Krishna Godavari and Kaveri basins. Most of the major mineral resources occur to the east of a line linking Mangaluru and Kanpur. Minerals are generally concentrated in three broad belts in India. There may be some sporadic occurrences here and there in isolated pockets. These belts are 54. India, people and economy. The Northeastern Plateau region. This belt covers Chotanagpur, Jharkhand, Odisha Plateau, West Bengal, and parts of Chhattisgarh. Have you ever thought about the reason of major iron and steel industry being located in this region? It has variety of minerals, viz. Iron or coal, manganese, bauxite, mica. Find out the specific region where these minerals are being extracted. The Southwestern Plateau region. This belt extends over Karnataka, Goa and contiguous Tamil Nadu uplands and Kerala. This belt is rich in ferrous metals and bauxite. It also contains high-grade iron ore, manganese and limestone. This belt lacks in coal deposits except navally lignite. This belt does not have as diversified mineral deposits as the northeastern belt. Kerala has deposits of monazite and thorium bauxite clay. Goa has iron ore deposits. The northwestern region. This belt extends along Aravalli in Rajasthan and part of Gujarat, and minerals are associated with Darwar system of rocks. Copper, zinc have been major minerals. Rajasthan is rich in building stones, i.e. sandstone, granite, marble. Gypsum and fuller's earth deposits are also extensive. Dolomite and limestone provide raw materials for cement industry. Gujarat is known for its petroleum deposits. You may be knowing that Gujarat and Rajasthan both have rich sources of salt. Why and where Dandi March was organized by Mahatma Gandhi. The Himalayan belt is another mineral belt where copper, lead, zinc, cobalt and tungsten are known to occur. They occur on both the eastern and western parts. Assam Valley has mineral oil deposits. Besides, oil resources are also found in offshore areas near Mumbai coast, Mumbai High. In the following pages you will find the spatial pattern of some of the important minerals. Ferrous mineral. Ferrous minerals such as iron ore, manganese, chromite, etc. provide a strong base for the development of metallurgical industries. Our country is well placed in respect of ferrous minerals both in reserves and production. Iron ore. India is endowed with fairly abundant resources of iron ore. It has the largest reserve of iron ore in Asia. The two main types of ore found in our country are hematite and magnetite. It has great demand in international market due to its superior quality. The iron ore mines occur in close proximity to the coal fields in the northeastern plateau region of the country, which adds to their advantage. About 95% of total reserves of iron ore is located in the states of Odisha, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Karnataka, Goa, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. In Odisha, iron ore occurs in a series of hill ranges in Sundargarh, Mayurbhanj and Jar. The important mines are Goramahasani, Sulapet, Badampahar, Mayurbhanj, Karubaru, Kendujar, and Banai Sundargarh. Similar hill ranges, Jharkhand has some of the oldest iron ore mines and most of the iron and steel plants are located around them. Most of the important mines such as Nomundi and Gua are located in Purbi and Paschimi Singhbhum districts. This belt further extends to Durg, Dantewara and Bilatala. Bali and Rudra and Durg are the important mines of iron ore in the country. In Karnataka, iron ore deposits occur in Sandarhospet area of Ballari district, Bababudan Hills and Kudramukh in Chikamagaluru district and. Can you find out its reason? The iron ore mining industry in India is attracting several new players, both large and small. Export of high-grade iron ore has been SC fat channeled through the Minerals and Met IDs Trading Corporation Ltd MMTO. And quantitative restrictions were imposed by the government to ensure that demand was met before any surplus could be exported. However, this PNIC is expected. With the number of industries in India growing at a significant rate, the production of SDCD-based products is TW prospect, drawing parts of Shivamogga, Chitradurg and Tumkuri districts. The districts of Chandrapur, Bandara and Ratnagiri in Maharashtra, Karimnagar and Warangal district of Telangana, Kamul, Kadapa and Anantapur districts of Andhra Pradesh, Salem and Nilgiris districts of Tamil Nadu are other iron mining regions. Goa has also emerged as an important producer of iron ore. Manganese. Manganese is an important raw material for smelting of iron ore and also used for manufacturing ferroalloys. Manganese deposits are found in almost all geological formations, however, it is mainly associated with Darwar system. Odisha is the leading producer of manganese. Major mines in Odisha are located in the central part of the iron ore belt of India, particularly in Bonai, Kendujar, Sundargarh, Gangpur, Korapat, Kalahandi and Bolangar. Mineral and energy resources 55. Figure 5.2, India, metallic minerals, ferrous. 56 India, people and economy. Karnataka is another major producer and here the mines are located in Darwar, Ballari, Belagavi, North Kannara, Chikmagaluru, Shivamogga, Chitradurg and Tumkuru. Maharashtra is also an important producer of manganese, which is mined in Nagpur, Bandara and Ratnagiri districts. The disadvantage to these mines is that they are located far from steel plants. The manganese belt of Madhya Pradesh extends in a belt in Balaghat, Chhindwara, Nimmermanla and Jhabua districts. Telangana, Goa and Jharkhand are other minor producers of manganese. Non-ferrous minerals. India is poorly endowed with non-ferrous metallic minerals except bauxite. Bauxite. Bauxite is the ore which is used in manufacturing of aluminium. Bauxite is found mainly in tertiary deposits and is associated with laterite rocks occurring extensively either on the plateau or hill ranges of peninsular India and also in the coastal tracts of the country. Odisha happens to be the largest producer of bauxite. Kalahandi and Sambalpur are the leading producers. The other two areas which have been increasing their production are Bolangar and Karapat. The patlands of Lohardaga in Jharkhand have rich deposits. Gujarat, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra are other major producers. Bhavanagar and Jamnagar in Gujarat have the major deposits. Chhattisgarh has bauxite deposits in a Amarkantak plateau while Kutni Jabalpur area and Balaghat in MP have important deposits of bauxite. Kalaba, Thane, Ratnagiri, Satara, Pune and Kolhapur in Maharashtra are important producers. Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Goa are minor producers of bauxite. Copper. Copper is an indispensable metal in the electrical industry for making wires, electric motors, transformers and generators. It is alloyable, malleable and ductile. It is also mixed with gold to provide strength to jewelry. The copper deposits mainly occur in Singham district in Jharkhand, Balaghat district in Madhya Pradesh and Jhunjhunu and Alwar districts in Rajasthan. Minor producers of copper are Ragnagundala in Guntur district, Andhra Pradesh, Chitradurg and Hassan districts, Karnataka and South Arcot district, Tamil Nadu. Non-metallic minerals. Among the non-metallic minerals produced in India, mica is the important one. The other minerals extracted for local consumption are limestone, dolomite and phosphate. Mica. Mica is mainly used in the electrical and electronic industries. It can be split into very thin sheets which are tough and flexible. Mica in India is produced in Jharkhand, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana and Rajasthan followed by Tamil Nadu, West Bengal and Madhya Pradesh. In Jharkhand, high-quality mica is obtained in a belt extending over a distance of about 150 kilometers in length and about 22 kilometers in width in Lower Hazaribagh Plateau. In Andhra Pradesh, Nellore district produces the best quality mica. In Rajasthan, mica belt extends for about 320 kilometers from Jaipur to Bhilwara and around Udaipur. Mica deposits also occur in Mysore and Hassan districts of Karnataka, Coimbatore, Tiruchirappalli, Madurai and Kanyakumari in Tamil Nadu, Alleppey in Kerala, Ratnagiri in Maharashtra, Purulia and Bankura in West Bengal. Energy resources. Mineral fuels are essential for generation of power required by agriculture, industry, transport and other sectors of the economy. Mineral fuels like coal, petroleum and natural gas, known as fossil fuels, nuclear energy minerals, are the conventional sources of energy. These conventional sources are exhaustible resources. Mineral and energy resources 57. Figure 5.3, India, minerals. Figure 5.3, India, minerals, non-ferrous. 58 India, people and economy. Coal. Coal is one of the important minerals which is mainly used in the generation of thermal power and smelting of iron ore. Coal occurs in rock sequences mainly of two geological ages, namely Gondwana and Tertiary deposits. About 80% of the coal deposits in India is of bituminous type and is of non-coking grade. The most important Gondwana coal fields of India are located in Damodar Valley. They lie in Jharkhand-Bengal coal belt and the important coal fields in this region are Raniganj, Jharia, Bokaro, Giridih, Karanpura. Jharia is the largest coal field followed by Raniganj. The other river valleys associated with coal are Godavari, Mahanadi and Son. The most important coal mining centers are Singarali in Madhya Pradesh. Part of Singarali coal field lies in Uttar Pradesh. Korba in Chhattisgarh, Talcher and Rampur in Odisha. Chandavardha, Kampudi and Bandar in Maharashtra and Singarini in Telangana and Pandur in Andhra Pradesh. Tertiary coals occur in Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya and Nagaland. It is extracted from Dharanjiri, Cherrapunji, Mulong and Longrin, Meghalaya. Makern, Jaipur and Nujara in Upper Assam, Namchik Namphuk, Arunachal Pradesh, and Calicut, Jammu and Kashmir. Besides, the brown coal or lignite occur in the coastal areas of Tamil Nadu, Puducherry, Gujarat and Jammu and Kashmir. Petroleum. Crude petroleum consists of hydrocarbons of liquid and gaseous states varying in chemical composition, color and specific gravity. It is an essential source of energy for all internal combustion engines in automobiles, railways and aircraft. Its numerous byproducts are processed in petrochemical industries, such as fertilizer, synthetic rubber, synthetic fiber, medicines, Vaseline, lubricants, wax, soap and cosmetics. DD/RJUXJW$. Petroleum is referred to as liquid gold because of its scarcity and diversified uses. Crude petroleum occurs in sedimentary rocks of the Tertiary period. Oil exploration and production was systematically taken up after the Oil and Natural Gas Commission was set up in 1956. Till then, Digboe in Assam was the only oil-producing region, but the scenario changed after 1956. In recent years, New oil deposits have been found at the extreme western and eastern parts of the country. In Assam, Digboi, Naharkatia and Moran are important oil-producing areas. The major oil fields of Gujarat are Ankleshwar, Kullol, Mehsana, Nawagam, Kosamba and Lunaj. Mumbai High, which lies 160 kilometers off Mumbai, was discovered in 1973 and production commenced in 1976. Oil and natural gas have been found in exploratory wells in Krishna Godavari and Kaveri Basin on the east coast. Oil extracted from the wells is crude oil and contains many impurities. Cannot be used directly. It needs to be refined. There are two types of refineries in India. A. Field-based and B. Market-based. Digboi is an example of field-based and Barani is an example of market-based refinery. Natural gas. Natural gas is found with petroleum deposits and is released when crude oil is brought to. Mineral and energy resources 59. Activity. Collect information about cross-country natural gas pipelines laid by GAIL, India, under One Nation, One Glide. The surface. Can be used as a domestic and industrial fuel. It is used as fuel in power sector to generate electricity, for heating purpose in industries, as raw material in chemical, petrochemical and fertilizer industries. With the expansion of gas infrastructure and local city gas distribution, COD, networks, natural gas is also emerging as a preferred transport fuel, CNG, and cooking fuel, PNG, at homes. India's major gas reserves are found in the Mumbai High and allied fields along the west coast, which are supplemented by finds in the Cambay Basin. Along the east coast, new reserves of natural gas have been discovered in the Krishna Godavari Basin. Non-conventional energy sources. Fossil fuel sources, such as coal, petroleum, natural gas, and nuclear energy use exhaustible raw materials. Sustainable energy resources are only the renewable energy sources like solar, wind, hydro, geothermal, and biomass. These energy sources are more equitably distributed and environment-friendly. The non-conventional energy sources will provide more sustained, eco-friendly, cheaper energy after the initial cost is taken care of. Nuclear energy resources. Nuclear energy has emerged as a viable source in recent times. Important minerals used for the generation of nuclear energy are uranium and thorium. Uranium deposits occur in the Darwar rocks. Geographically, uranium ores are known to occur in several locations along the Singham Copper Belt. It is also found in Udaipur, Alwar and Junjunu districts of Rajasthan, Durg district of Chhattisgarh, Bhandara district of Maharashtra and Kula district of Himachal Pradesh. Thorium is mainly obtained from monazite and ilmenite in the beach sands along the coast of Kerala and Tamil Nadu. World's richest monazite deposits occur in Palakkad and Kollam districts of Kerala, near Vishakhapatnam in Andhra Pradesh and Mahanadi River Delta in Odisha. Atomic Energy Commission was established in 1948. Progress could be made only after the establishment of the Atomic Energy Institute at Trombe in 1954, which was renamed as the Babha Atomic Research Center in 1967. The important nuclear power projects are Tarapur, Maharashtra, Rawapata near Kota, Rajasthan, Kalpakkam, Tamil Nadu, Narora, Uttar Pradesh, Kaiga, Karnataka, and Kakarapura, Gujarat. Solar energy. Sun rays tapped in photovoltaic cells can be converted into energy known as solar energy. The two effective processes considered to be very effective to tap solar energy are photovoltaics and solar thermal technology. Solar thermal technology has some relative advantages over all other non-renewable energy sources. It is cost-competitive, environment-friendly, and easy to construct. Solar energy is 7% more effective than coal or oil-based plants and 10% more effective than nuclear plants. It is generally used more in appliances like heaters, crop dryers, cookers, etc. The western part of India has greater potential for the development of solar energy in Gujarat and Rajasthan. Wind energy. Wind energy is absolutely pollution-free, inexhaustible source of energy. The mechanism of energy conversion from blowing wind is simple. The kinetic energy of wind through turbines is converted into electrical energy. The mineral and energy resources 61. India, people and economy. Permanent wind systems such the trade winds, westerlies and seasonal wind like monsoon have been used as source of energy. Besides these, local winds, land and sea breezes can also be used to produce electricity. India already has started generating wind energy. In Rajasthan, Gujarat, Maharashtra and Karnataka, favorable conditions for wind energy exist. Tidal and wave energy. Ocean currents are the storehouse of a finite energy. Since the beginning of 17th and 18th century, persistent efforts were made to create a more efficient energy system from the ceaseless tidal waves and ocean current. Large tidal waves are known to occur along the west coast of India. Hence, India has great potential for the development of tidal Energy along the coasts, but so far these have not yet been utilized. Geothermal energy. When the magma from the interior of Earth comes out on the surface, tremendous heat is released. This heat energy can successfully be tapped and converted to electrical energy. Apart from this, the hot water that gushes out through the geyser wells is also used in the generation of thermal energy. It is popularly known as geothermal energy. This energy is now considered to be one of the key energy sources which can be developed as an alternate source. The hot springs and geysers are being used since medieval period. In India, a geothermal energy plant has been commissioned at Manikaran in Himachal Pradesh. Mineral and energy resources 63. Conservation of mineral resources. The first successful 1890 attempt to tap the underground heat was made in the city of Boise, Idaho, USA, where a hot water pipe network was built to give heat to the surrounding buildings. This plant is still working. Bioenergy. Bioenergy refers to energy derived from biological products, which includes agricultural residues, municipal, industrial, and other wastes. Bioenergy is a potential source of energy conversion. It can be converted into electrical energy, heat energy, or gas for cooking. It will also process the waste and garbage and produce energy. This will improve economic life of rural areas in developing countries, reduce environmental pollution, enhance self-reliance, and reduce pressure on fuel wood. One such project converting municipal waste into energy is Okhla in Delhi. The challenge of sustainable development requires integration of quest for economic development with environmental concerns. Traditional methods of resource use result into generating enormous quantity of waste as well as create other environmental problems. Hence, for sustainable development calls for the protection of resources for the future generations. There is an urgent need to conserve the resources. The alternative energy sources like solar power, wind, wave, geothermal energy are inexhaustible resource. These should be developed to replace the exhaustible resources. In case of metallic minerals, use of scrap metals will enable recycling of metals. Use of scrap is especially significant in metals like copper, lead, and zinc, in which India's reserves are meager. Use of substitutes for scarce metals may also reduce their consumption. Export of strategic and scarce minerals must be reduced so that the existing reserve may be used for a longer period. Exercises. 1. Choose the right answers of the following from the given options. I. In which one of the following states are the major oil fields located? A. Assam, C. Rajasthan. B. Bihar, D. Tamil Nadu. 2. At which one of the following places was the first atomic power station started? A. Kalpakkam, C. Rana Pratap Sagar. B. Nurara, D. Tarapur. IL. Which one of the following minerals is known as brown diamond? A. Iron, C. Manganese. B. Lignite, D. Mica. 64. India, people and economy. 4. Which one of the following is non-renewable source of energy? A. Hydel, C. Thermal. B. Solar, D. Wind power. 2. Answer the following questions in about 30 words. I. Give an account of the distribution of mica in India. 2. What is nuclear power? Mention the important nuclear power stations in India. IL. Name non-ferrous metal. Discuss their spatial distribution. 6. What are non-conventional sources of energy? 3. Answer the following questions in about 150 words. I. Write a detailed note on the petroleum resources of India. 2. Write an essay on hydel power in India. Chapter 6. Planning and Sustainable Development in Indian Context. The word planning is not new to you as it is a part of everyday usage. You must have used it with reference to preparation for your examination or visit to a hill station. It involves the process of thinking, formulation of a scheme or program, and implementation of a set of actions to achieve some goal. Though it is a very broad term, in this chapter it has been used with reference to the process of economic development. It is, thus, different from the traditional hit-and-miss methods by. On January 1, 2015, the NCERT Aayog was formed. India adopted centralized planning after independence, but subsequently it graduated into decentralized multi-level planning. The responsibility of plan formulation was with the Planning Commission at the center, state, and district levels. But on January 1, 2015, the Planning Commission was replaced by the NCERT Aayog. NCERT Aayog has been set up with the objective of involving the states in economic policy making for India for providing strategic and technical advice to the central and state governments, which reforms and reconstruction are often undertaken. Generally, there are two approaches to planning, i.e., sectoral planning and regional planning. Sectoral planning means formulation and implementation of the sets of schemes or programs aimed at development of various sectors of the economy, such as agriculture, irrigation, manufacturing, power, construction, transport, communication, social infrastructure, and services. There is no uniform economic development over space in any country. Some areas are more developed and some lag behind. This uneven pattern of development over space necessitates that the planners have a spatial perspective and draw the plans to reduce regional imbalance in development. This type of planning is termed as regional planning. Target area planning. The planning process has to take special care of those areas which have remained economically backward. As you know, the economic development of a region depends upon its resource base. But sometimes resource-rich regions also remain backward. Economic development requires technology as well as investment besides resources. With the planning experience of about 1.5 decades, it was realized that regional imbalances in economic development were getting accentuated. In order to arrest the accentuation of regional and social disparities, the Planning Commission introduced the target area and target group approaches to planning. Some of the examples of programs directed towards the development of target areas are Command Area Development Program, Drought-Prone Area Development Program, Desert Development Program, Hill Area Development Program. The Small Farmers Development Agency, SFDA, and Marginal Farmers Development Agency, MFDA, which are the examples of Target Group Program. In the 8th Five-Year Plan, special area programs were designed to develop infrastructure in hill areas, northeastern states, tribal areas, and backward areas. Hill Area Development Program. Hill Area Development Programs were initiated during the 5th Five-Year Plan, covering 15 districts comprising all the hilly districts of Uttar Pradesh, present Uttarakhand, Maikar Hill and North Kutcher Hills of Assam, Darjeeling District of West Bengal and Nilgiris District of Tamil Nadu. The National Committee on the Development of Backward Area in 1981 recommended that all the hill areas in the country having height above 600 m and not covered under tribal subplan be treated as backward hill areas. The detailed plans for the development of hill areas were drawn keeping in view their topographical, ecological, social, and economic conditions. These programs aimed at harnessing the indigenous resources of the hill areas through development of horticulture, plantation, agriculture, animal husbandry, poultry, forestry, and small-scale and village industry. Drought-Prone Area Program. This program was initiated during the 4th Five-Year Plan with the objectives of providing employment to the people in drought-prone areas and creating productive assets. Initially, this program laid emphasis on the construction of labor-intensive civil works. But later on, it emphasized on irrigation projects, land development programs, afforestation, grassland development, and creation of basic rural infrastructure such as electricity, roads, market, credit, and services. The National Committee on Development of Backward Areas reviewed the performance of this program. It has been observed that this program is largely confined to the development of agriculture and allied sectors with major focus on restoration of ecological balance. Since growing population pressure is forcing the society to utilize the marginal lands for agriculture and thereby causing ecological degradation, there is a need to create alternative employment opportunities in the drought-prone areas. The other strategies of development of these areas include adoption of integrated watershed development approach at the micro level. The restoration of ecological balance between water, soil, plants, and human and animal population should be a basic consideration in the strategy of development of drought-prone areas. The Planning Commission of India 1967 identified 67 districts, entire or partly, of the country prone to drought. The Irrigation Commission, 1972, introduced the criterion of 30% irrigated area and demarcated the drought-prone areas. Broadly, the drought-prone area in India spread over semi-arid and arid tract of Rajasthan, Gujarat, western Madhya Pradesh, Marathwada region of Maharashtra, Rayalaseema and Telangana plateaus of Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka plateau and highlands and interior parts of Tamil Nadu. The drought-prone areas of Punjab, Haryana and North Rajasthan are largely protected due to spread of irrigation in these regions. Planning and Sustainable Development. Case Study Integrated Tribal Development Project in Barmore * region. Barmore Tribal Area comprises Barmore and Hal Tahsils of Chamba district of Himachal Pradesh. It is a notified tribal area since November 21, 1975. Barmore is inhabited by Gadi, a tribal community who have maintained a distinct identity in the Himalayan region as they practice transhumance and converse through Gadiali dialect. Barmore tribal region has harsh climate conditions, low resource base, and fragile environment. These factors have influenced the society and economy of the region. According to the 2011 census, the total population of Barmore subdivision was 39,113, i.e., 21 persons per square km. It is one of the most economically and socially backward areas of Himachal Pradesh. Historically, the Gaddis have experienced geographical and political isolation and socio-economic deprivation. The economy is largely based on agriculture and allied activities such as sheep and goat rearing. The process of development of tribal area of Barmore started in 1970s when Gaddis were included among scheduled tribes. Under This region lies between 32 degrees 11 minutes north and 32 degrees 41 minutes north latitudes and 76 degrees 22 minutes east and 76 degrees 53 minutes east longitudes. Spread over an area of about 1,818 square kilometers, the region mostly lies between 1,500 m to 3,700 m above the mean sea level. This region, popularly known as the homeland of Gadis, is surrounded by lofty mountains on all sides. It has Pir Punjal in the north and Dauladhar in the south. In the east, the extension of Dauladhar converges with Pir Punjal near Rohtang Pass. The river Ravi and its tributaries the Budhil and the Tundahen drain this territory and carve out deep gorges. These rivers divide the region into 4 physiographic divisions called Holi, Kani, Kugdi, and Tunda areas. Barmore experiences freezing weather conditions and snowfall in winter. Its mean monthly temperature in January remains 4 degrees Celsius and in July 26 degrees C. The 5th five-year plan, the Tribal Subplan, was introduced in 1974 and Barmore was designated as one of the 5 Integrated Tribal Development Projects (IEDP) in Himachal Pradesh. This area development plan was aimed at improving the quality of life of the Gadis. Figure 6.1. Barmore is derived from Sanskrit word Brahmor. In this book, Barmore has been used colloquial flavor. 68 India, people and economy. And narrowing the gap in the level of development between Barmore and other areas of Himachal Pradesh. This plan laid the highest priority on development of transport and communications, agriculture and allied activities, and social and community services. The most significant contribution of Tribal Subplan in Barmore region is the development of infrastructure in terms of schools, healthcare facilities, potable water, roads, communications, and electricity. But the villages located along the river Ravi and Hal and Kani areas are the main. Planning and sustainable development in Indian context. 69. Beneficiaries of infrastructural development. The remote villages in Tunda and Kugdi areas still do not have sufficient infrastructure. The social benefits derived from IEDP include tremendous increase in literacy rate, improvement in sex ratio, and decline in child marriage. The female literacy rate in the region increased from 1.88% in 1971 to 65% in 2011. The difference between males and females in literacy level, i.e. gender inequality, has also declined. Traditionally, the Gadis had subsistence agricultural pastoral economy having emphasis on food, grains, and livestock production. But during the last 3 decades of 20th century, the cultivation of pulses and other cash crops has increased in Barmore region. But the crop cultivation is still done with traditional technology. The declining importance of pastoralism in the economy of the region can be gauged from the fact that at present only about 1/10 of the total households practice transhumance. But the Gadis are still very mobile, as a sizable section of them migrate to Kangra and surrounding areas during winter to earn their livings from wage labor. Sustainable development. The term development is generally used to describe the state of particular societies and the process of changes experienced by them. During a fairly large period of human history, the state of the societies has largely been determined by the interaction processes between human societies and their biophysical environment. The processes of human-environment interaction depend upon the level of technology and institutions nurtured by a society. While the technology and institutions have helped in increasing the pace of human-environment interaction, the momentum thus generated in return has accelerated technological progress and transformation and creation of institutions. Hence, development is a multidimensional concept and signifies the positive, irreversible transformation of the economy, society, and environment. The concept of development is dynamic and has evolved during the second half of 20th. 70 India, people and economy. Century. In the post-World War II era, the concept of development was synonymous to economic growth, which is measured in terms of temporal increase in gross national product, GNP, and per capita income/per capita consumption. But even the countries having high economic growth experienced speedy rise in poverty because of its unequal distribution. So, in 1970s, the phrases such as redistribution with growth and equity were incorporated in the definition of development. While dealing with the questions related to redistribution and equity, it was realized that the concept of development cannot be restricted to the economic sphere alone. It also includes the issues such as improving the well-being and living standard of people, availing of the health, education, and equality of opportunity, and ensuring political and civil rights. By 1980s, development emerged as a concept encapsulating widespread improvement in social as well as material well-being of all in a society. The notion of sustainable development emerged in the wake of general rise in the awareness of environmental issues in the late 1960s in Western world. It reflected the concern of people about undesirable effects of industrial development on the environment. The publication of The Population Bomb by Ehrlich in 1968 and The Limits to Growth by Meadows and others in 1972 further raised the level of fear among environmentalists in particular and people in general. This sets the scenario for the emergence of new models of development under a broad phrase, sustainable development. Concerned with the growing opinion off-world community on the environmental issues, the United Nations established a World Commission on Environment and Development, WCED, headed by the Norwegian Prime Minister Gro Harlem Brundtland. The Commission gave its report, also known as Brundtland Report, entitled Our Common Future, in 1987. The report defines sustainable development as a development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Sustainable development takes care of ecological, social, and economic aspects of development during the present times and pleads. Figure 6.3. Planning and Sustainable Development in Indian Context 71. Figure 6.4. Indira Gandhi Canal. Figure 6.5. Indira Gandhi Canal and its adjoining areas. For conservation of resources to enable the future generations to use these resources. It takes into account the development of whole humankind which have common future. Case study. Indira Gandhi Canal, Nahar Command Area. Indira Gandhi Canal, previously known as the Rajasthan Canal, is one of the largest canal systems in India. Conceived by Kunwar Sane in 1948, the canal project was launched on March 31, 1958. The canal originates at Harak Barrage in Punjab and runs parallel to Pakistan border at an average distance of 40 kilometers in their desert, Marustali, of Rajasthan. The total planned length of the system is 9,060 kilometers, catering to the irrigation needs of a total cultivable command area of 19.63 lakh hectares. Out of the total command area, about 70% was envisaged to be irrigated by flow system and the rest by lift system. The construction work of the canal system has been carried out through 2 stages. The command area of stage lies in Gangangar, Hanumangarh, and northern part of Bikaner districts. It has a gently undulating topography and its cultivable command area is 5.53 lakh hectares. The command area of Stage 2 is spread over Bikaner, Jaisalmer, Barmer, Jodhpur, Nagaur, and Chura districts, covering cultivable command area of 14.10 lakh ha. It comprises desert land dotted with shifting sand dunes and temperature soaring to 50 degrees Celsius in summers. In the lift canal, the water is lifted up to make it to flow. 72 India, people and economy. Against the slope of the land, all the lift canals of Indira Gandhi Canal system originate at the left bank of main canal, while all the lift canals of Indira Gandhi Canal system originate at the left bank of main canal, while all the canals on the right bank of main canal are flow channels. Irrigation in Stage I command area of the canal was introduced in early 1960s, whereas the command area of Stage 2 began receiving irrigation in mid-1980s. The introduction of canal irrigation in this dry land has transformed its ecology, economy, and society. It has influenced the environmental conditions of the region both positively as well as negatively. The availability of soil moisture for a longer period of time and various afforestation and pasture development programs under CAD have resulted in greening the land. This has also helped in reducing wind erosion and siltation of canal systems. But the intensive irrigation and excessive use of water has led to the emergence of twin environmental problems of waterlogging and soil salinity. Introduction of canal irrigation has brought about a perceptible transformation in the agricultural economy of the region. Soil moisture has been a limiting factor in successful growing of crops in this area. Spread of canal irrigation has led to increase in cultivated area and intensity of cropping. The traditional crops sown in the area, gram, bajra and jowar, have been replaced by wheat, cotton, groundnut and rice. This is the result of intensive irrigation. This intensive irrigation, no doubt, initially has led to tremendous increase in agricultural and livestock productivity. This has also caused waterlogging and soil salinity, and thus, in the long run, it hampers the sustainability of agriculture. Measures for promotion of sustainable development. The ecological sustainability of Indira Gandhi Canal project has been questioned by various scholars. Their point of view has also largely been validated by the course of development this region has taken during the last 4 decades, which has resulted in degradation of physical environment. It is a hard fact that attaining sustainable development in the command area requires major thrust upon the measures to achieve ecological sustainability. Hence, 5 of the 7 measures proposed to promote sustainable development in the command area are meant to restore ecological balance. The first requirement is strict implementation of water management policy. The canal project envisages protective irrigation in Stage I and extensive irrigation of crops and pasture development in Stage 2. 2. In general, the cropping pattern shall not include water-intensive crops. It shall be adhered to and people shall be encouraged to grow plantation crops such as citrus fruits. Ill. The CAD programs such as lining of watercourses, land development and leveling and wearaband system, equal distribution of canal water in the command area of outlet, shall be effectively implemented to reduce the conveyance loss of water. 4. The areas affected by water logging and soil salinity shall be reclaimed. V. The eco-development through afforestation, shelter belt plantation and pasture development is necessary particularly in the fragile environment of Stage 2. 6. The social sustainability in the region can be achieved only if the landladies having poor economic background are provided adequate financial and institutional support for cultivation of land. 7. The economic sustainability in the region cannot be attained only through development of agriculture and animal husbandry. The agricultural and allied activities have to develop along with other sectors of economy. This shall lead to diversification of economic base and establishment of functional linkages between basic villages, agro-service centers, and market centers. Planning and Context 73. Sustainable Development in Indian. Exercises. 1. Choose the right answers of the following from the given options. A. Development of various sectors of economy. B. Area-specific approach of development. C. Area differences in transportation network. D. Development of rural areas. 3. Which one of the following is the most crucial factor for sustainable development in Indira Gandhi Canal Command Area? A. Agricultural development. B. Eco-development. C. Transport development. D. Colonization of land. 2. Answer the following questions in about 30 words. I. What are the social benefits of ITDP in the Barmore tribal region? 2. Define the concept of sustainable development. 3. What are the positive impacts of irrigation on Indira Gandhi Canal Command Area? 3. Answer the following questions in about 150 words. I. Write short notes on drought-prone area program. How does this program help in the development of dryland agriculture in India? 2. Suggest the measures of promotion of sustainability in Indira Gandhi Canal Command Area. Project. I. Find out the area development programs being implemented in your region. Assess the impact of such programs on the society and economy in your locality. 2. Select your own area or identify an area facing severe environmental and socio-economic problems. Make an assessment of its resources and prepare their inventory. Suggest the measures for its sustainable development as it has been done in the case of Indira Gandhi Canal Command Area. India, People and Economy. Unit 4, Chapter 7. Transport and Communication. We use many items in our daily life. From toothpaste to our bed tea, milk, clothes, soaps, food items, etc., are required every day. All these can be purchased from the market. Have you ever thought as to how these items are brought from the site of production? All the production is meant for consumption. From the fields and factory, the produce is brought to the place from where consumers purchase it. It is the transportation of these items from the site of their production to the market which make them available to the consumer. We not only use material things like fruits, vegetables, books, clothes, etc., but also use ideas, views, and messages in our daily life. Do you know we exchange our views, ideas, and messages from one place to another or one individual to another while communicating with the help of various means? The use of transport and communication depends upon our need to move things from place of their availability to the place of their use. Human beings use various methods to move goods, commodities, ideas from one place to another. The following diagram shows the major means of transportation. Land transport. The pathways and unmetalled roads have been used for transportation in India since ancient times. With the economic and technological development, metalled roads and railways were developed to move large volume of goods and people from one place to another. Ropeways, cableways, and pipelines were devised to cater to the demands of transporting specific goods under special circumstances. Road transport. India has one of the second largest road networks in the world with a total length of about 62.16 lakh km, Annual Report 2020-21. The Princely States and British India. After independence, 20-year road plan, 1961, was introduced to improve the conditions of roads in India. However, roads continue to concentrate in and around urban centers. Rural and remote areas had the least connectivity by road. For the purpose of construction and maintenance, roads are classified as national highways, NH, state highways, SH, major district roads, and rural roads. Figure 7.1. About 85% of passenger and 70% of freight traffic are carried by roads every year. Road transport is relatively suitable for shorter distance travel. Sher Shah Suri built the Shahi Royal Road to strengthen and consolidate his empire from the Indus Valley to the Sonar Valley in Bengal. This road was renamed the Grand Trunk (GT) Road during the British period, connecting Calcutta and Peshawar. At present, it extends from Amritsar to Kolkata. Collect information about National Highway number, old and new, from the website. Road transport in modern sense was very limited in India before World War II. The first serious attempt was made in 1943 when Nagpur Plan was drawn. This plan could not be implemented due to lack of coordination among 76 India people and economy. National highways. The main roads which are constructed and maintained by the central government are known as the national highways. These roads are meant for interstate transport and movement of defense men and material in strategic areas. These also connect the state capitals, major cities, important ports, railway junctions, etc. The length of the national highways has increased from 19,700 kilometers in 1951 to 136 for 40 km in 2020. The national highways constitute only about 2% of the total road length but carry 40% of the road traffic. The National Highways Authority of India (NHAI) was operationalized in 1995. It is an autonomous body under the Ministry of Surface Transport. It is entrusted with the responsibility of development, maintenance, and operation of national highways. This is also the apex body to improve the quality of the roads designated as national highways. Table 7.1, India Road Network 2020. Source: Ministry of Road Transport and Highways Annual Report 2020-21. For latest data, see website morph.nic. In National Highways Development Projects. NHAI has taken up some major projects in the country under different phases. Golden Quadrilateral, it comprises construction of 846 km long 4/6 lane, high-density traffic corridor to connect India's four big metro cities of Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Kolkata. With the construction of Golden Quadrilateral, the time, distance, and cost of movement among the mega-cities of India will be considerably minimized. North-South and East-West corridors. North-South corridor aims at connecting Srinagar in Jammu and Kashmir with Kanyakumari in Tamil Nadu, including Kochi-Salem Spur, with 4,076 kilometers long road. The East-West corridor has been planned to connect Silchar in Assam with the port town of Porbandar in Gujarat with 3,640 kilometers of road length. State highways. These are constructed and maintained by state governments. They join the state capitals with district headquarters and other important towns. These roads are connected to the national highways. These constitute 4% of total road length in the country. District roads. These roads are the connecting link between district headquarters and the other important nodes in the district. They account for 14% of the total road length of the country. Rural roads. These roads are vital for providing links in the rural areas. About 80% of the total road length in India are categorized as rural roads. There is regional variation in the density of rural road because these are influenced by the nature of the terrain. Figure 7.2, road constructed under the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. Why are the rural roads density very low in hilly, plateau, and forested areas? Why does the quality of rural roads deteriorate away from the urban centers? Other roads. Other roads include border roads and international highways. The Border Road Organization (BRO) was established in May 1960 for accelerating economic development and strengthening defense preparedness through rapid and coordinated improvement of strategically important roads along the Transport and Communications 77 northern and northeastern boundary of the country. It is a premier multifaceted construction agency. It has constructed roads in high-altitude mountainous terrain joining Chandigarh with Manali, Himachal Pradesh, and Leh Ladakh. This road runs at an average altitude of 4,270 meters above the mean sea level. Apart from the construction and maintenance of roads in strategically sensitive areas, the BRO also undertakes snow clearance in high-altitude areas. The international highways are meant to promote the harmonious relationship with the neighboring countries by providing effective links with India. Figure 7.4 and 7.5. Figure 7.3, Kardan La Pass in Jammu and Kashmir. DD/DUXRJDW. The world's longest highway tunnel, Atal Tunnel, 9.02 kilometers, has been built by Border Road Organization. This tunnel connects Manali to Lahaul Spiti Valley throughout the year. Earlier, the valley was cut off for about 6 months each year owing to heavy snowfall. The tunnel is built with ultramodern specifications in the Pir Punjal range of Himalayas at an altitude of 3,000 meters from the mean sea level, MSL. Source: http://www.pagefing.asp IMID equals 144 and PIB Delhi October 3, 2020. Activity. Why of Bengaluru and Hyderabad in the south and Delhi, Kanpur and Patna in North India have emerged as important nodes. DD/DJXRWW. Bharatmala is a proposed umbrella scheme for development of state roads along coastal border areas including connectivity of non-major ports. 2. Backward areas religious and tourist places connectivity program. High Satubaratam Pariyojana, which is for the conduction of about 1,500 major bridges and 200 rail over bridges rail under bridges, district headquarters connectivity scheme for the development of about 9,000 kilometers newly declared national highways. The program is targeted for completion by 2022. Source, Economic Survey 2015-16 pp. 146. Rail transport. Indian Railways network is one of the longest in the world. It facilitates the movement of both freight and passengers and contributes to the growth of the economy. Mahatma Gandhi said, "The Indian Railways brought people of diverse cultures together to contribute to India's freedom struggle." Indian Railway was introduced in 1853 when a line was constructed from Bombay to Thane covering a distance of 34 kilometers. Indian Railways is the largest government undertaking in the country. The length of Indian Railways network was 67,956 kilometers, Railway Yearbook 2019-20. Its very large size puts a lot of pressure on a centralized railway management system. Thus, in India, the railway system has been divided into 16 zones. Table 7.2, Indian Railways, Railway Zones and Headquarters. DD/RJIJXR Junior JW. On the basis of the width of track of the Indian Railways, 3 categories have been made. Broad gauge, the distance between rails and broad gauge is 1.676 meter. The total length of broad gauge lines was 63,950 kilometers 2019-20. Meter gauge, the distance between rails is 1 meter. Its total length was 2,402 kilometers 2019-20. Narrow gauge, the distance between the rails in this case is 0.762 meter or 0.610 meter. The total length of narrow gauge was 1,604 kilometers 2019-20. It is generally confined to hilly areas. Transport and communication. Indian Railways has launched extensive program to convert the meter and narrow gauges to broad gauge. Moreover, steam engines have been replaced by diesel and electric engines. This step has increased the speed as well as the haulage capacity. The replacement of steam engines run by coal has also improved the environment of the stations. Metro rail has revolutionized the urban transport system in India. Replacement of diesel buses by CNG-run vehicles along with the introduction of metro is a welcome step towards controlling the air pollution in urban centers. Which cities of India have metro rail facility? Collect information about it and discuss in the classroom. Konkan Railway. One of the important achievements of the Indian Railways has been the construction of Konkan Railway in 1998. It is 760 kilometers long rail route connecting Roa in Maharashtra to Mangalore in Karnataka. It is considered an engineering marvel. It crosses 146 rivers, streams, nearly 2,000 bridges and 91 tunnels. Asia's largest tunnel, which is nearly 6.5 kilometers long, also lies on this route. The states of Maharashtra, Goa and Karnataka are partners in this undertaking. Areas around towns, raw material producing areas and of plantations and other commercial crops, hill stations and cantonment towns were well connected by railways from the British colonial era. These were mostly developed for the exploitation of resources. After the independence of the country, railway routes have been extended to other areas too. The most significant development has been the development of Konkan Railway along the western coast, providing a direct link between Mumbai and Mangaluru. Railway continues to remain the main means of transport for the masses. Railway network is relatively less dense in the hill states, northeastern states, central parts of India and Rajasthan. Water transport. Waterways is an important mode of transport for both passenger and cargo traffic in India. It is the cheapest means of transport and is most suitable for carrying heavy and bulky material. It is a fuel-efficient and eco-friendly mode of transport. The water transport is of 2 types: A. Inland waterways and B. Oceanic waterways. Inland waterways. It was the chief mode of transport before the advent of railways. It, however, faced tough competition from road and railway transport. Moreover, diversion of river water for irrigation purposes made them non-navigable in large parts of their courses. India has 14,500 kilometers of navigable waterways, contributing about 1% to the country's transportation. It comprises rivers, canals, backwaters, creeks, etc. At present, 5,685 kilometers of major rivers are navigable by mechanized flat-bottom vessels. For the development, maintenance, and regulation of national waterways in the country, the Inland Waterways Authority was set up in 1986. The following waterways have been declared as the national waterways by the government. Table 7.3. Figure 7.7, National Waterway Number 3. Table 7.3:1 National Waterways of India. Transport and communication. The Inland Waterways Authority has also identified 10 other inland waterways which could be upgraded. The backwaters Cadle of Kerala has special significance in inland waterway. Apart from providing cheap means of transport, they are also attracting a large number of tourists in Kerala. The famous Nehru Trophy boat race Valamkali is also held in the backwaters. Oceanic routes. India has a vast coastline of approximate 7,517 kilometers, including islands. 12 major and 185 minor ports provide infrastructural support to these routes. Oceanic routes play an important role in the transport sector of India's economy. Approximately 95% of India's foreign trade by volume and 70% by value moves through ocean routes. Apart from international trade, these are also used for the purpose of transportation between the islands and the rest of the country. Air transportation. Air transport is the fastest means of movement from one place to the other. It has reduced distances by minimizing the travel time. It is essential for a vast country like India, where distances are large and the terrain and climatic conditions are diverse. Air transport in India made a beginning in 1911 when airmail operation commenced over a little distance of 10 kilometers between Allahabad and Naini. But its real development took place in post-independent period. The Airport Authority of India is responsible for providing safe, efficient air traffic and aeronautical communication services in Indian airspace. The authority manages 125 airports. Pawan Hans is the helicopter service operating in hilly areas and is widely used by tourists in northeastern sector. 82 India, people and economy. In addition, Pawan Hans Limited mainly provides helicopter services to petroleum sector and for tourism. Oil and gas pipelines. Pipelines are the most convenient and efficient mode of transporting liquids and gases over long distances. Even solids can also be transported by pipelines after converting them into slurry. Oil India Limited, Oil, under the administrative setup of the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, is engaged in the exploration, production and transportation of crude oil and natural gas. It was incorporated in 1959 as a company. Asia's first cross-country pipeline covering a distance of 1,157 kilometers was constructed by Oil from Naharkatia oil field in Assam to Barani refinery in Bihar. It was further extended up to Kanpur in 1966. GAIL, India Ltd. was set up in 1984 as a public sector undertaking to transport, process and market natural gas for its economic use. The first 1,700 kilometers long Hajirava-Jaipur-Jagdishpur (HVJ) cross-country gas pipeline, constructed by GAIL, India, linked Mumbai high and basin gas fields with various fertilizer, power and industrial complexes in western and northern India. This artery provided impetus to Indian gas market development. Overall, India's gas infrastructure has expanded over 10 times from 1,700 kilometers to 18,500 kilometers of cross-country pipelines and is expected to soon reach over 34,000 kilometers as gas grid by linking all the gas sources and consuming markets across the country, including northeastern states. Communication networks. Human beings have evolved different methods of communication over time. In earlier times, the messages were delivered by beating the drum or hollow tree trunks, giving indications. Through smoke or fire or with the help of fast runners. Horses, camels, dogs, birds, and other animals were also used to send messages. Initially, the means of communication were also the means of transportation. Invention of post office, telegraph, printing press, telephone, satellite, etc. has made the communication much faster and easier. Development in the field of science and technology has significantly contributed in bringing about revolution in the field of communication. People use different modes of communication to convey the messages. On the basis of scale and quality, the mode of communication can be divided into following categories. Personal communication system. Among all the personal communication system, Internet is the most effective and advanced one. It is widely used in urban areas. It enables the user to establish direct contact through email to get access to the world of knowledge and information. It is increasingly used for e-commerce and carrying out money transactions. The Internet is like a huge central warehouse of data with detailed information on various items. The network through Internet and email provides an efficient access to information at a comparatively low cost. It enables us with the basic facilities of direct communication. Mass communication system. Radio. Radio broadcasting started in India in 1923 by the Radio Club of Bombay. Since then, it gained immense popularity and changed the socio-cultural life of people. Within no time, it made a place in every household of the country. Government took this opportunity and brought this popular mode of communication under its control in 1930 under the Indian Broadcasting System. It was changed to All India Radio in 1936 and to Akashwani in 1957. All India Radio broadcasts a variety of programs related to information, education, and entertainment. Special news bulletins are also broadcast at specific occasions like session of Parliament and state legislatures. Television, TV. Television broadcasting has emerged as the most effective audiovisual medium for disseminating information and educating masses. Initially, the TV services were limited only to the national capital where it began in 1959. After 1972, several other centers became operational. In 1976, TV was delinked from All India Radio Air and got a separate identity as Doordarshan (DD). After NCERT National Television DDL became operational, Common National Programs (CNP) were started for the entire network and its services were extended to the backward and remote rural areas. Satellite communication. Satellites are mode of communication in themselves as well as they regulate the use of other means of communication. However, use of satellite in getting a continuous and synoptic view of larger area has made satellite communication very vital for the country due. Transport and communication 83. To the economic and strategic reasons. Satellite images can be used for the weather forecast, monitoring of natural calamities, surveillance of border areas, etc. On the basis of configuration and purposes, satellite system in India can be grouped into two: Indian National Satellite System, INSAT, and Indian Remote Sensing Satellite System, IRS. The INSAT, which was established in 1983, is a multi-purpose satellite system for telecommunication, meteorological observation, and for various other data and programs. The IRS satellite system became operational with the launching of IRSI in March 1988 from Baikonur in Russia. India has also developed her own launching vehicle PSLV, Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle. These satellites collect data in several spectral bands and transmit them to the ground stations for various uses. The National Remote Sensing Center, NRSC, at Hyderabad provides facilities for acquisition of data and its processing. These are very useful in the management of natural resources. Exercises. 1. Choose the right answers of the following from the given options. I. In how many zones has the Indian Railways system been divided? A. 9, C. 16. B. 12, D. 14. 2. On which river and between which two places does the National Waterway number 1 lie? A. The Brahmaputra, Siddiyadubri. B. The Ganga, Haldia, Allahabad. C. West Coast Canal, Katapuram to Kollam. In which of the following year the first radio program was broadcast? A. 1911, C. 1927. B. 1936, D. 1923. 2. Answer the following questions in about 30 words. I. Which activity does transportation convey? Name 3 major modes of transportation. 2. Discuss advantages and disadvantages of pipeline transportation. What do you mean by communication? India, people and economy. 3. Answer the following questions in about 150 words. I. Which are the chief means of transportation in India? Discuss the factors affecting their development. 2. Give a detailed account of the development of railways in India and highlight their importance. Describe the role of roads in the economic development of India. Project. Find out the facilities that Indian Railways provide to the passengers. Transport and Communication 85. Unit 4, Chapter 8. International Trade. You have already studied about the various aspects of international trade in the book Fundamentals of Human Geography. International trade is mutually beneficial as no country is self-sufficient. India's international trade has undergone a sea change in recent years in terms of volume, composition, as well as direction. Although India's contribution in the world trade is as low as 1% of the total volume, yet it plays a significant role in the world economy. Let us examine the changing pattern of India's international trade. In 1950 to 51, India's external trade was worth 1,214 rupees crore, which rose to Rs. 44,29,762 crore in 2016 to 17. Can you calculate the percentage growth in 201617 over 1950 to 51? There are numerous reasons for this sharp rise in overseas trade, such as the momentum picked up by the manufacturing sectors, the liberal policies of the government, and the diversification of markets. The nature of India's foreign trade has changed over the years, Table 8.1. Though there has been an increase in the total volume of import and export, the value of import continued to be higher than that of exports. Changing pattern of the composition of India's exports. Extent of gap between exports and imports in India's foreign trade during 2012-13 to 2016-17. Source: Economic Survey, 2016-17, Figure 8.1. Value in Rs. Crores. Table 8.1, India's foreign trade. Source: http://2010-11 An Economic Survey 2016-17. Activity. Draw bar diagram to show the trends of exports of all items given in the table. Use pen/pencil of different colors. Table 8.2, Composition of India's export, 2009-2017. Percentage share in exports. Source: Economic Survey 2016-17. The composition of commodities in India's international trade has been undergoing a change over the years. The share of agriculture and allied products has declined, whereas shares of petroleum and crude products and other commodities have increased. The shares of minerals and manufactured goods have largely remained constant over the years from 2009-10 to 2010-1 land 2015-16 to 2016-17. The decline in traditional items is largely due to the tough international competition. Amongst the agricultural products, there is a decline in the export of traditional items such as coffee, cashew, etc., though an increase has been registered in floricultural products, fresh fruits, marine products, and sugar, etc. Manufacturing sector alone accounted for 73.6% of India's total value of export in 2016-17. Engineering goods have shown a significant growth in the export. China and other East Asian countries are our major competitors. Gems and jewelry contributes a larger share of India's foreign trade. Activity. Study Table 8.3 and select major commodities exported in 2016-17 and draw bar diagram. Changing patterns of the composition of India's import. India faced serious food shortage during 1950s and 1960s. The major item of import at that time was food grain, capital goods, machinery, and equipment. The balance of payment was adverse as imports were more than export in spite of all the efforts of import substitution. After 1970s, food grain import was discontinued due to the success of Green Revolution, but the energy crisis of 1973 pushed the prices of petroleum and import. International trade 87. Table 8.3 Export of some principal commodities in crore rupees. Source: Economic Survey 2016-17. Budget was also pushed up. Food grain import was replaced by fertilizers and petroleum. Machine and equipment, special steel, edible oil, and chemicals largely make the import basket. Examine the changing pattern of imports in Table 8.4 and try to comprehend the shifts. Table 8.4 shows that there is a steep rise in the import of petroleum products. It is used not only as a fuel but also as an industrial raw material. It indicates the tempo of rising industrialization and better standard of living. Sporadic price rise in the international market is another reason for the same. Import of capital goods maintained a steady increase due to rising demand in the export-oriented industrial and domestic sectors. Non-electrical machinery, transport. Equipment, manufacturers of metals and machine tools were the main items of capital goods. Import of food and allied products declined with a fall in imports of edible oils. Other major items of India's import include pearls and semi-precious stones, gold and silver, metalliferous ores and metal scrap, non-ferrous metals, electronic goods, etc. The details of Indian imports of some principal commodities during 2016-17 have been given in Table 8.5. Based on Table 8.5, few activities may be undertaken. Arrange the items in ascending or descending order and write the names of the first 5 major items of India's import list of 2016-17. Why does India import edible oil in spite of being an agriculturally rich country? Select 5 most important and 5 least important items and represent them by bar diagram. Can you identify some items of imports for which substitutes can be developed in India? In percentage. Table 8.4, India Composition of Import 2009-17. Source: Economic Survey 2016-17. 88 India, People and Economy. Source: Economic Survey 2016-17. Table 8.5, Import of some principal commodities in crore rupees. Direction of trade. India has trade relations with most of the countries and major trading blocs of the world. Region-wise and sub-region-wise trade during the period 2016-17 has been given in Table 8.6. In crore rupees, Table 8.6 Direction of India's import trade. Source: Department of Commerce based on DCCINS Provisional Data, Economic Survey 2011-12 and 2016-17. India aims to double its share in the international trade within the next 5 years. It has already started adopting suitable measures such as import liberalization, reduction in import duties, delicensing, and change from process to product patents. Activity. Draw a multiple bar diagram to represent the major trading partners. Most of India's foreign trade is carried through sea and air routes. However, a small portion is also carried through land route to neighboring countries like Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. Seaports as gateways of international trade. India is surrounded by sea from three sides and is bestowed with a long coastline. Water provides a smooth surface for very cheap transport provided there is no turbulence. India. Figure 8.3 Unloading of goods on port. Has a long tradition of seafaring and developed many ports with place names suffixed with patent meaning port. An interesting fact about ports in India is that its west coast has more ports than its east coast. International trade 89. Can you find out the reasons for the variations in the location of ports along the two coasts? Though ports have been in use since ancient times, the emergence of ports as gateways of international trade became important after the coming of the European traders and colonization of the country by the British. This led to the variation in the size and quality of ports. There are some ports which have very vast area of influence and some have limited area of influence. At present, India has 12 major ports and 200 minor or intermediate ports. In case of the major ports, the central government decides the policy and plays regulatory functions. The minor ports are there whose policy and functions are regulated by state governments. The major ports handle larger share of the total traffic. The British used the ports as suction points of the resources from their hinterlands. The extension of railways towards the interior facilitated the linking of the local markets to regional markets to national markets, and national markets to the international markets. This trend continued till 1947. It was expected that the country's independence will reverse the process, but the partition of the country snatched away two very important ports, i.e., Karachi Port went to Pakistan and Chittagong Port to the erstwhile East Pakistan and now Bangladesh. To compensate the losses, many new ports like the Kandla in the west and the Diamond Harbour near Kolkata on River Hooghly in the east were developed. Despite this major setback, Indian ports continued to grow after the independence. Today, Indian ports are handling large volumes of domestic as well as overseas trade. Most of the ports are equipped with modern infrastructure. Previously, the development and modernization was the responsibility of the government agencies, but considering the increase in function and need to bring these ports at par with the international ports, private entrepreneurs have been invited for the modernization of ports in India. The capacity of Indian ports increased from 20 million tons of cargo handling in 1951 to more than 837 million tons in 2016. Some of the Indian ports along with their hinterlands are as follows. Kandla Port, situated at the head of Gulf of Kutch, has been developed as a major port to cater to the needs of western and northwestern parts of the country and also to reduce the pressure at Mumbai Port. The port is specially designed to receive large quantities of petroleum and petroleum products and fertilizer. The offshore terminal at Vadanar has been developed to reduce the pressure at Kandla Port. Demarcation of the boundary of the hinterland would be difficult as it is not fixed over space. In most of the cases, hinterland of one port may overlap with that of the other. Mumbai is a natural harbor and the biggest port of the country. The port is situated closer to the general routes from the countries of Middle East, Mediterranean countries, North Africa, North America, and Europe, where the major share of countries' overseas trade is carried out. The port is 20 kilometers long and 6 to 10 kilometers wide with 54 berths and has the country's largest oil terminal. MP, Maharashtra, Gujarat, UP, and parts of Rajasthan constitute the main hinterlands of Mumbai ports. Jawaharlal Nehru Port at Nhava Sheva was developed as a satellite port to relieve the pressure at the Mumbai port. It is the largest container port in India. Marmagao Port, situated at the entrance of the Zwari estuary, is a natural harbor in Goa. It gained significance after its remodeling in 1961 to handle iron ore exports to Japan. Construction of Konkan Railway has considerably extended the hinterland of this port. Karnataka, Goa, southern Maharashtra constitute its hinterland. New Mangalore Port is located in the state of Karnataka and caters to the needs of the export of iron ore and iron concentrates. It also handles fertilizers, petroleum products, edible. International trade. Figure 8.4, India, major ports and sea routes. Oils, coffee, tea, wood pulp, yam, granite stone, molasses, etc. Karnataka is the major hinterland for this port. Kochi Port, situated at the head of Vembanad Kale, popularly known as the Queen of the Arabian Sea, is also a natural harbor. This port has an advantageous location being close to the Suez-Colombo route. It caters to the needs of Kerala, southern Karnataka, and southwestern Tamil Nadu. Kolkata Port is located on the Hugh River, 128 kilometers inland from the Bay of Bengal. Like the Mumbai port, this port was also developed by the British. Kolkata had the initial advantage of being the capital of British India. The port has lost its significance considerably on account of the diversion of exports to the other ports such as Visakhapatnam, Paradwip and its satellite port, Haldia. Kolkata port is also confronted with the problem of silt accumulation in the Hooghly River, which provides a link to the sea. Its hinterland covers UP, Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Sikkim and the northeastern states. Apart from this, it also extends ports facilities to our neighboring landlocked countries such as Nepal and Bhutan. Haldia port is located 105 kilometers downstream from Kolkata. It has been constructed to reduce the congestion at Kolkata port. It handles bulk cargo like iron, ore, coal, petroleum products and fertilizers, jute products, cotton and cotton yam, etc. Paradwip port is situated in the Mahanadi Delta about 100 kilometers from Cuttack. It has the deepest harbor specially suited to handle very large vessels. It has been developed mainly to handle large-scale export of iron ore. Odisha, Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand are the parts of its hinterland. Visakhapatnam port in Andhra Pradesh is a landlocked harbor connected to the sea by a channel cut through solid rock and sand. An outer harbor has been developed for handling iron ore, petroleum and general cargo. 92 India, people and economy. Andhra Pradesh and Telangana are the main hinterland for this port. Chennai port is one of the oldest ports on the eastern coast. It is an artificial harbor built in 1859. It is not much suitable for large ships because of the shallow waters near the coast. Tamil Nadu and Puducherry are its hinterland. Annur, a newly developed port in Tamil Nadu, has been constructed 25 kilometers north of Chennai to relieve the pressure at Chennai port. Tuticorin port was also developed to relieve the pressure of Chennai port. It deals with a variety of cargo, including coal, salt, food grains, edible oils, sugar, chemicals, and petroleum products. Airports. Air transport plays an important role in the international trade. It has the advantage of taking the least time for carriage and handling high-value or perishable goods over long distances. It is very costly and unsuitable for carrying heavy and bulky commodities. This ultimately reduces the participation of this sector in the international trade as compared to the oceanic routes. There were 25 major airports functioning in the country, Annual Report 2016-17. They are Ahmedabad, Bengaluru, Chennai, Delhi, Goa, Guwahati, Hyderabad, Kolkata, Mumbai, Tiruvananthapuram, Srinagar, Jaipur, Calicut, Nagpur, Coimbatore, Cochin, Lucknow, Pune, Chandigarh, Mangaluru, Visakhapatnam, Indore, Patna, Bhubaneswar, and Kannur. You have already studied about the air transport in the previous chapter. You consult the chapter on transport to find out the main features of air transport in India. Activity. Name the nearest domestic and international airports from your place. Identify the state with maximum number of domestic airports. Identify 4 cities where maximum number of air routes converge and also give reasons for this. International Trade 93. Figure 8.5, India, Air Routes. Exercises. 1. Choose the right answers of the following from the given options. I trade between two countries is termed as A. Internal trade, C. International trade, B. External trade, D. Local trade. 2. Which one of the following is a landlocked harbor? A. Visakhapatnam, C. Inner, B. Mumbai, D. Haldia. 3. Most of India's foreign trade is carried through A. Land and C. Sea and air, B. Land and air, D. Sea. 2. Answer the following questions in about 30 words. I mention the characteristics of India's foreign trade. 2. Distinguish between port and harbor. 3. Explain the meaning of hinterland. 4. Name important items which India imports from different countries. V. Name the ports of India located on the east coast. 3. Answer the following questions in about 150 words. I. Describe the composition of export and import trade of India. 2. Write a note on the changing nature of the international trade of India. India, People and Economy. Unit V, Chapter 9. Geographical perspective on selected issues and problems. Environmental pollution. Environmental pollution results from the release of substances and energy from waste products of human activities. There are many types of pollution. They are classified on the basis of medium through which pollutants are transported and diffused. Pollution can be classified into I. Air pollution, 2. Water pollution, 3. Land pollution, and 4. Noise pollution. Water pollution. Indiscriminate use of water by increasing population and industrial expansion has led degradation of the quality of water considerably. Surface water available from rivers, canals, lakes, etc. is never pure. It contains small quantities of suspended particles, organic and inorganic substances. When concentration of these substances increases, the water becomes polluted and hence becomes unfit for use. In such a situation, the self-purifying capacity of water is unable to purify the water. Figure 9.1. Cutting through effluent. growing through a pervasive layer of foam on the heavily polluted Yamuna on the outskirts of New Delhi. The water pollutants are also created from natural sources, erosion, landslides, decay and decomposition of plants and animals, etc. Pollutants from human activities are the real causes of concern. Human beings pollute the water through industrial, agricultural and cultural activities. Among these activities, industry is the most significant contributor. Table 9.1 Types and sources of pollution. Industries produce several undesirable products including industrial wastes, polluted wastewater, poisonous gases, chemical residuals, numerous heavy metals, dust, smoke, etc. Most of the industrial wastes are disposed off in running water or lakes. Consequently, poisonous elements reach the reservoirs, rivers and other water bodies which destroy the biosystem of these waters. Major water-polluting industries are leather, pulp and paper, textiles and chemicals. Various types of chemicals used in modern agriculture such as inorganic fertilizers, pesticides and herbicides are also pollution-generating components. These chemicals are washed down to rivers, lakes and tanks. These chemicals also infiltrate the soil to reach the groundwater. Fertilizer induces an increase in the nitrate content of surface waters. Cultural activities such as pilgrimage, religious fairs, tourism, etc. also cause water pollution. In India, almost all. Table 9.2 Sources of pollution in the Ganga and the Yamuna rivers. 96 India, people and economy. Surface water sources are contaminated and unfit for human consumption. Water pollution is a source of various waterborne diseases. The diseases commonly caused due to contaminated water are diarrhea, intestinal worms, hepatitis, etc. The World Health Organization shows that about 1/4 of the communicable diseases in India are waterborne. Though river pollution is common to all rivers, yet pollution of River Ganga flowing through one of the most populous regions of India has caused great concerns among all. To improve the condition of the river, National Mission for Clean Ganga was initiated. The Namami Gauge program has been launched for the same. Air pollution. Air pollution is taken as addition of contaminants like dust, fumes, gas, fog, odor, smoke or vapor to the air in substantial proportion and duration that may be harmful to flora and fauna and to property. With increasing use of varieties of fuels as the source of energy, there is a marked increase in emission of toxic gases into the atmosphere resulting in the pollution of air. Combustion of fossil fuels, mining and industries are the main sources of air pollution. These processes release oxides of sulfur and nitrogen. Namami Ganga program. Ganga as a river has national importance, but the river requires cleaning by effectively controlling the pollution for its water. The Union government has launched the Namami Gange program with the following objectives. Developing sewerage treatment systems in towns, monitoring of industrial effluents, development of riverfront, afforestation along the bank of increased biodiversity, cleaning of the river surface, development of Ganga grams in Uttarakhand, Bihar, Jharkhand and West Bengal, and creating public awareness to avoid adding pollutants into the river even in the form of rituals. Hydrocarbons, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, lead and asbestos. Air pollution causes various diseases related to respiratory, nervous and circulatory systems. Geographical perspective on selected issues and problems. Smoky fog over cities called as urban smog is caused by atmospheric pollution. It proves very harmful to human health. Air pollution can also cause acid rains. Rainwater analysis of urban environment has indicated that pH value of the first rain after summer is always lower than the subsequent rains. Noise pollution. Noise pollution refers to the state of unbearable and uncomfortable to human beings which is caused by noise from different sources. This matter has become a serious concern only in recent years due to a variety of technological innovations. The main sources of noise pollution are various factories, mechanized construction and demolition works, automobiles and aircraft, etc. There may be added periodical but polluting noise from sirens, loudspeakers used in various festivals, programs. Figure 9.2, Noise monitoring at Panchpatmalai bauxite mine. Associated with community activities. The level of steady noise is measured by sound level expressed in terms of decibels, dB. Of all these sources, the biggest nuisance is the noise produced by traffic because its intensity and nature depend upon factors such as the type of aircraft, vehicle, train and the condition of road, as well as that of vehicle in case of automobiles. In sea traffic, the noise pollution is confined to the harbor due to loading and unloading activities being carried. Industries cause noise pollution but with varying intensity depending upon the type of industry. Noise pollution is location-specific and its intensity declines with increase in distance. DDYUXR and Oceans 10 times noisier today than 40 years ago. A study by Scripps Institute of Oceanography has revealed that ocean noise has increased tenfold since the 1960s. Oceanologists Sean Wiggins, John Hildebrand from Scripps and Mark McDonald from Whale Acoustics, Colorado, studied declassified U.S. Navy documents and came to the conclusion that global shipping has contributed a lot to increased undersea noise pollution. They said with populations increasing around the globe in recent decades, the underwater world had also become a noisier place, adding that the effects of greater noise on marine life was still unknown. Findings revealed a tenfold increase in underwater ocean noise as compared with the 1960s. They said the noise levels in 2003-2004 were about 10 to 12 decibels higher than in 1964 to 1966. The reasons could be due to the vast increase in the global shipping trade, the number of ships plying the oceans, and higher speed of vessels. From the source of pollution, i.e. industrial areas, arteries of transportation, airport, etc. Noise pollution is hazardous in many metropolitan and big cities in India. Urban waste disposal. Urban areas are generally marked by overcrowding, congestion, inadequate facilities to support the fast-growing population, and consequent poor sanitary conditions and foul air. Environmental pollution by solid wastes has now got significance because of enormous growth in the quantity of wastes generated from various sources. Solid waste refers to a variety of old and used articles, for example stained small pieces of metals, broken glassware, plastic containers, polythene bags, ash, floppies, CDs, etc., dumped at different places. These discarded materials are also termed as refuse, garbage and rubbish, etc., and are disposed of from two sources, i.e. household or domestic establishments, and 2. Industrial or commercial establishments. The household wastes are disposed of either on public lands or on private contractors' sites. 98 India, people and economy. Whereas the solid wastes of industrial units are collected and disposed of through public, municipal facilities at low-lying public grounds, landfill areas. The huge turnout of ashes and debris from industries, thermal powerhouses, and building constructions or demolitions have posed problems of serious consequences. Solid wastes cause health hazard through creation of obnoxious smell and harboring of flies and rodents, which act as carriers of diseases like typhoid, diphtheria, diarrhea, malaria, and cholera, etc. These wastes cause frequent nuisance as, and when these are carelessly handled, spread by wind and splittered through rainwater. Concentration of industrial units in and around urban centers gives rise to disposal of industrial wastes. The dumping of industrial waste into rivers leads to water pollution. River pollution from city-based industries and untreated sewage leads to serious health problems downstream. Urban waste disposal is a serious problem in India. In metropolitan cities like Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, Bengaluru, etc., about 90% of the solid waste is collected and disposed. But in most of other cities and towns in the country, about 30 to 50% of the waste generated are left uncollected, which accumulate on streets, in open spaces between houses, and in wastelands, leading to serious. Case study: a role model to restore the ecology and safeguard human health in Dorala. Based on the universal law, polluter pays, effort to restore the ecology and safeguard the human health with people's participation has taken place in Dorala near Meerut. These efforts are now bearing fruits after a span of 3 years when Meerut-based NGO had developed a model for ecological restoration. The meeting of the Dorala industries officials, NGOs, government officials, and other stakeholders at Meerut has brought out results. The powerful logics, authentic studies, and the pressure of people have brought a new lease of life to the 12,000 residents of this village. It was in the year 2003 that the pitiable condition of Doralates drew the attention of the civil society. The groundwater of this village was contaminated with heavy metals. The reason was that the untreated wastewater of Dorala Industries was leaching to the groundwater table. The NGO conducted a door-to-door survey of the health status of the residents and came out with a report. The organization, the village community, and people's representatives sat together to find out sustainable solutions to the health problem. The industrialists showed a keen interest towards checking the deteriorating ecology. The overhead water tank's capacity in the village was enhanced and a 900 m extra pipeline was laid to supply potable water to the community. The silted pond of the village was cleaned and recharged by desilting it. Large quantity of silt was removed, paving way to large quantity of water so that it recharged the aquifers. Rainwater harvesting structures have been constructed at different places, which has helped in diluting the contaminants of the groundwater after the monsoons. 1,000 trees have also been planted, which have improved the environment. Geographical perspective on selected issues and problems. 99. Health hazards. These wastes should be treated as resource and utilized for generating energy and compost. Untreated wastes ferment slowly and release toxic biogas to the atmosphere, including methane. Activity. What do we throw away? Why? Where does our waste end up? Why do rag pickers sort out rubbish dumps? Does it have some value? Figure 9.3, a view of urban waste in Mahim, Mumbai. Is our urban waste worth anything? Rural-urban migration. Population flow from rural to urban areas is caused by many factors like high demand for DD/DJJ and IDWS. Labor in urban areas, low job opportunities in rural areas, and unbalanced pattern of development between urban and rural areas. In India, population in cities is rapidly increasing. Due to low opportunities in smaller and medium cities, the poor people generally bypass these small cities and directly come to the megacities for their livelihood. A case study given below to have better understanding of the subject. Read it carefully and try to comprehend the process of rural-urban migration. A case study. Ramesh has been working in contract as a welder on construction site in Talcher, coal region of Odisha for the last 2 years. He moved with the contractor to various places like Surat, Mumbai, Gandhinagar, Badoch, Jamnagar, and so on. He remits 20,000 rupees per year to his father in his native village. The remittances have been mainly used for daily consumption, healthcare, schooling of children, etc. Part of the money is also used in agriculture, purchasing of land and building of houses, etc. The standard of living of Ramesh's family improved significantly. 15 years ago, the situation was not the same. The family was passing through very tough times. 3 of his brothers and their families had to survive on 3 acres of land. The family was highly in debt. Ramesh had to discontinue his studies after 9th standard. He was further hard-pressed when he got married. At present, 47% of the world's 6 billion population lives in cities, and more will join them in near future. This proportion is estimated to go up to 50% by 2008. That will put pressure on governments to make urban areas better places to live with optimum infrastructure facilities for desirable quality of life. By 2050, an estimated 2/3 of the world's population will live in urban areas, imposing even more pressure on the space, infrastructure, and resources of cities, which are manifested in terms of sanitary, health, crime problems, and urban poverty. Urban population grows as a result of natural increase when birth rate exceeds death rate, net in-migration when people move in then out, and sometimes reclassification of urban areas to encompass formerly rural population settlements. In India, it is estimated that after 1961 around 60% of the urban growth has been attributed and 29% of them from rural areas to urban migration. 100 India, people and economy. Simultaneously, he was also impressed by some successful out-migrants of his village who had been working in Ludhiana and supporting their families in village by sending money and some consumer goods. Thus, due to abject poverty in the family and perceived job promises at Ludhiana, he made a move to Punjab with his friend. He worked there in a woolen factory for 6 months at the rate of only 20 rupees per day in 1988. Apart from the crisis of managing his personal expenditure from this meager income, he was also facing difficulty in assimilation to the new culture and environment. Then he decided to change his place of work from Ludhiana to Surat under the guidance of his friend. He learned the skills of welding in Surat, and after that he has been moving to different places with the same contractor. Though the economic condition of Ramesh's family at village improved, he is bearing the pain of separation of his near and dear ones. He cannot shift them with him as the job is temporary and transferable. Comments. In developing countries, poor, semi-illiterate, and the unskilled like Ramesh migrating from rural areas frequently end up performing menial jobs at low wages in informal sector in urban areas. Since wages are very low to support the family at the place of destination, the spouses are left behind in rural areas to look after children and elderly people. Thus, the rural-urban migration stream is dominated by the males. Problems of slums. The concept urban or urban center is defined in settlement geography to differentiate it from the rural, about which you have learned in some previous chapters of this book. You have also learned in the book entitled Fundamentals of Human Geography that this concept is defined differently in different countries. Both urban and rural settlements are different in their functions sometimes. Geographical perspective on selected issues and problems. Dharavi, Asia's largest slum. Buses merely skirt the periphery. Autorickshaws cannot go there. Dharavi is part of central Bombay where 3-wheelers are banned. Only one main road traverses the slum, the miscalled 90-foot road, which has been reduced to less than half of that for most of its length. Some of the side alleys and lanes are so narrow that not even a bicycle can pass. The whole neighborhood consists of temporary buildings, 2 or 3-storied high with rusty iron stairways to the upper part, where a single room is rented by a whole family, sometimes accommodating 12 or more people. It is a kind of tropical version of the industrial dwelling of Victorian London's East End. But Dharavi is a keeper of more somber secrets than the revulsion it inspires in the rich, a revulsion, moreover, that is, in direct proportion to the role it serves in the creation of the wealth of Bombay. In this place, shadowless, treeless sunlight, uncollected garbage, stagnant pools of foul water where the only non-human creatures are the shining black crows and long grey rats, some of the most beautiful, valuable, and useful articles in India are made. From Dharavi come delicate ceramics and pottery, exquisite embroidery and zari work, sophisticated leather goods, high-fashion garments, finely wrought metalwork, delicate jewelry settings, wood carvings and furniture that would find its way into the richest houses both in India and abroad. Dharavi was an arm of the sea that was filled by waste, largely produced by the people who have come to live there, scheduled castes and poor Muslims. It comprises rambling buildings of corrugated metal 20 meters high in places used for the treatment of hides and tanning. There are pleasant parts, but rotting garbage is everywhere. Seabrook, 1996, pp 50, 51-52. Complementing each other. Apart from these, rural and urban areas have also emerged into two separate cultural, social, political, economic and technological divide. 102 India, people and economy. India, which has a predominance of rural population, approximately 69% of the total population in 2011, and where villages were India, which has a predominance of rural population, approximately 69% of the total population in 2011, and where villages were considered the ideal republics by Mahatma Gandhi. Most of the rural areas are still poor-performing primary activities. Here most of the villages exist as appendix to the core urban center forming its hinterland. This may give an impression that urban centers exist as undifferentiated homogeneous entities in opposition to the rural areas. On the contrary, urban centers in India are more differentiated in terms of the socio-economic, politico-cultural and other indicators of development than any other areas. At the top, there are farmhouses and high-income group localities characterized by well-developed urban infrastructures like wide roads, streetlights, water and sanitation facilities, lawns, well-developed green belt, parks, playgrounds and provisions for individual security and right to privacy. At the other extreme of it are the slums, jhuggi-jhopri clusters and colonies of shanty structures. These are inhabited by those people who were forced to migrate from the rural areas to these urban centers in search of livelihood but could not afford proper housing due to high rent and high costs of land. They occupy environmentally incompatible and degraded areas. Slums are residential areas of the least choice, dilapidated houses, poor hygienic conditions, poor ventilation, lack of basic amenities like drinking water, light and toilet facilities, etc. Open defecation, unregulated drainage system and overcrowded narrow street patterns are serious health and socio-environmental hazards. The Swachh Bharat Mission, SBM, is part of the urban renewal mission launched by the Government of India to improve the quality of life in urban slums. Moreover, most of the slum population works in low-paid, high-risk-prone, unorganized sectors of the urban economy. Consequently, they are the undernourished, prone to different types of diseases and illness, and cannot afford to give proper education to their children. The poverty makes them vulnerable to drug abuse, alcoholism, crime, vandalism, escapism, apathy, and ultimately social exclusion. Why are the children of slum dwellers deprived of school education? Land degradation. The pressure on agricultural land increases not only due to the limited availability but also by deterioration of quality of agricultural land. Soil erosion, waterlogging, salinization and alkalinization of land lead to land degradation. What happens if land is consistently used without managing its fertility? Land is degraded and productivity declines. Land degradation is generally understood either as a temporary or a permanent decline in productive capacity of the land. Though all degraded land may not be wasteland, but unchecked process of degradation may lead to the conversion to wasteland. There are two processes that induce land degradation. These are natural and created by human beings. National Remote Sensing Center (NRSC) has classified wastelands by using remote sensing techniques, and it is possible to categorize these wastelands according to the processes that have created them. There are a few types of wastelands such as gullied/ravenous land, desertic or coastal sands, barren rocky areas, steep sloping land, and glacial areas which are primarily caused by natural agents. There are other types of degraded lands such as waterlogged and marshy areas, land affected by salinity and alkalinity, and land with or without scrub, which have largely been caused by natural as well as human factors. There are some other types of wastelands such as degraded shifting cultivation area, degraded land under plantation crops, degraded forests, degraded pastures, and mining and industrial wastelands. Geographical perspective on selected issues and problems 103 are caused by human action. Table 12.3 indicates that wastelands caused by man-made processes are more important than natural processes. A case study. Jhabua district is located in the westernmost agroclimatic zone in Madhya Pradesh. It is, in fact, one of the 5 most backward districts of the country. It is characterized by high concentration of tribal population, mostly Bhils. The people suffer due to poverty, which has been accentuated by the high rate of resource degradation, both forest and land. The watershed management programs funded by both the Ministries of Rural Development and Agriculture, Government of India, have been successfully implemented in Jhabua district, which has gone a long way in preventing land degradation and improving soil quality. Watershed management programs acknowledge the linkage between land, water, and vegetation and attempts to improve livelihoods of people through natural resource management and community participation. In the past 5 years, the programs funded by the Ministry of Rural Development alone, implemented by Rajiv Gandhi Mission for Watershed Management, has treated 20% of the total area under Jhabua district. The Petlavud block of Jhabua is located in the northernmost part of the district and represents an interesting and successful case of government NGO partnership and community participation in managing watershed programs. The bills in Petlavud block, for example, Satrundi hamlet of Karavat village, through their own efforts, have revitalized large parts of common property resources. Each household planted and maintained 1 tree on the common property. They also have planted fodder grass on the pasture land and adopted social fencing of these lands for at least 2 years. Even after that, they say there would be no open grazing on these lands, but stall feeding of cattle, and they are thus confident that the pastures they have developed would sustain their cattle in future. An interesting aspect of this experience is that before the community embarked upon the process of management of the pasture, there was encroachment on this land by a villager from an adjoining village. The villagers called the Tahsildar to ascertain the rights of the common land. The ensuing conflict was tackled by the villagers by offering to make the defaulter encroaching on the CPR a member of their user group and sharing the benefits of greening the common lands/pastures. See the section on NCERT Chapter, Land Resources and Agriculture. Figure 9.4. Trees planted on common property resources in Jhabua. Source: Evaluation Report, Rajiv Gandhi Mission for Watershed Management, Government of Madhya Pradesh, 2002. Figure 9.5. Community Participation for Land Leveling and Common Property Resources in Jhabua. A. 2004. 104. India, People and Economy. Exercises. 1. Choose the right answers of the following from the given options. I. Which one of the following river is highly polluted? A. Brahmaputra. C. Yamuna. B. Satluj. D. Godavari. 2. Which one of the following diseases is caused by water pollution? A. Conjunctivitis. C. Respiratory infections. B. Diarrhea. D. Bronchitis. 3. Which one of the following is the cause of acid rain? A. Water pollution. C. Noise pollution. B. Land pollution. D. Air pollution. 4. Push and pull factors are responsible for A. Migration. C. Slums. B. Land degradation. D. Air pollution. 2. Answer the following questions in about 30 words. I. What is the difference between pollution and pollutants? 2. Describe the major source of air pollution. 3. Mention major problems associated with urban waste disposal in India. 4. What are the effects of air pollution on human health? 3. Answer the following questions in about 150 words. I. Describe the nature of water pollution in India. 2. Describe the problem of slums in India. 3. Suggest measures for reduction of land degradation. Geographical perspective on selected issues and problems. 105. Appendix I. India, Statewise Population Distribution, Density and Growth, 2011. Source: Census of India, 2011. 106. India, People and Economy. Appendix 2. Asterisk source: Sample Registration System, SRS, Bulletin, October 2012. India, decadal birth rate, death rate and rate of natural increase, 1901 to 2011. Source: Data Highlights, Census of India, 2001. Table 1. Migrants by place of last residence indicating migration streams, duration 0 to 9 years, India 2001. Appendices 107. Appendix 3. India, Rural and Urban Population 2011. 108. India, People and Economy. Appendix 4. India, Percent of Population of Religious Groups. Source: Census of India 2011. 11. JGNSWR. Appendices 109. Appendix V. India, Work Participation Rate and Occupation Structure, 2011. Source: Census of India 2011. 110. India, People and Economy. Appendix 6. Table 1. Land Use Categories in India 2014 to 15. Source: Land Use Statistics 2014 to 2015. Directorate of Economics and Statistics. Directorate of Economics and Statistics, DAC and FW. Source: Faustat as on December 23, 2020, Pocketbook of Agriculture Statistics, 2020. Appendices 111. Table 2. India's position in world agriculture. Table 3. 3 largest producing states of major crops during 2019 to 20. Production, million tons. 112. India, People and Economy. Product ton, million tons. Table 3 continued. Source: Directorate of Economics and Statistics, Pocketbook of Agricultural Statistics, 2020. Asterisk production estimates are as per 4th advance estimates. At production in million bales of 170 kilograms each. Production in million bales of 180 kilograms each. Appendices 113. 114. India, People and Economy. Glossary. Agroclimatic. The climatic and land resource conditions in totality which are crucial for the development of agriculture and allied economic conditions of a region. Aquifer. A saturated geological unit, e.g. sands, gravels, fractured rock, which can yield water to wells at a sufficient rate to support a well. Artificial recharge to groundwater. Artificial recharge to groundwater means the process by which groundwater reservoir is augmented at a rate exceeding that under natural condition of replenishment. Command area. The area served by a canal system through supply of water for irrigation and other purposes. Culturable command area. It refers to the culturable land irrigated by a canal system. It is different from gross command area. The later includes all the area served by a canal system including unculturable. Eco-development. The process of development of a region by means of conservation and regeneration of degraded ecosystem and ecological sustainability. Emigration. Movement of people from one place to another, usually from one country to another with a purpose of earning, living, residing, and settling. Extensive irrigation. A strategy of irrigation development where the emphasis is on providing irrigation water for a large area. Per unit area use of water is low in this case. Flow system or channel. A canal of canal where water flows under the influence of gravity. Groundwater. Groundwater means the water which exists below the ground surface in the zone of saturation and can be extracted through wells or any other means or emerges as springs and base flows in streams and rivers. Groundwater table. The top of the zone in which all pore spaces or fissures are totally filled with water. Immigration. Movement of a person as a permanent resident into another area, usually into a foreign country. Intrusive irrigation. A strategy of irrigation development where per unit application of water is high. Lift system or channel. A channel of canal where water is forced to flow against the slope of land by upliftment. Migration. Movement of the people for the specific purpose from one place to another in the country or to a foreign country. Migration stream. Migration stream refers to a group of migrants with the common origin and destination. Net migration or balance of migration, the difference of two numbers of persons arrived in and left out the place. In other words, itism of in migrants and immigrants minus sum of out migrants and emigrants. In mathematical term it is defined as net migration. In migrants plus immigrants out migrants plus emigrants. Rainwater harvesting. Rainwater harvesting is the technique of collection and storage of rainwater at surface or in subsurface aquifer. Refugee. People who are forced to take shelter in other country due to life-threatening situation, insecurity, war, or violation of human rights in their own country. Remittance. All cash or kinds sent by the migrants to their place of origin. Money order is one form of remittance. Transhumance. The practice of seasonal migration where the pastoral communities migrate to the pastures along with their herds during summer season. These communities return to their permanent residence in winter. Ware-Bondi system. It is a system of equitable distribution of water in the command area of canal outlet. Watershed. A watershed is a natural geohydrological unit of land which collects water and drains it through a common point by a system of streams. Such a unit can be a small area of a few hectares, or it could be an area of hundreds of square kilometers like the Ganga River Basin. Social Science Contemporary India I. Textbook in Geography for Class 9. 0968. 31 TT 31 TT NC/RT Fayette S. National Council of Educational Research and Training. Contents. I. Ationalization of sea content. Ationalization of sea content in the TV. Chapter 1 India, Size and Location. 1. Chapter 2 Physical Features of India. Chapter 2 Physical Features of India. 7. Chapter 3 Drainage. 17. Chapter 4 Climate. 26. Chapter 5 Natural Vegetation and Wildlife.